Hello everyone, welcome to part 2. Before we dive in, let's take a quick look back at the previous episode. In an age shrouded in darkness, Jin Charles drew on memories from a past life and an extraordinary gift to rewrite his fate. He discovered a demi-divine mark that let him awaken the Death Herald path, instantly making him the center of attention. His sister YS, a half-elf and commander of the city guard, was thrilled by his awakening and placed their family's full strength behind his protection. Jin knew this power would forever alter the destiny of their clan. At 15, he joined the spiritual awakening rite. Guided by the demi-divine mark, he successfully awakened the Death Herald path, gaining exceptional base attributes and skills. The crowd was stunned, and YS realized her brother's potential far exceeded anything she had imagined. Jin chose the Summoner branch and, with the skeleton reanimation skill, called forth skeletal warriors. Drawing on past life knowledge, he learned a secret method to elevate them. Through a unique sword style and a sacrificial rite, his skeletal soldiers ascended into formidable purple briar skeleton sword guards. These guardians were powerful on their own and could resonate with each other, amplifying their strength even further. In the withered zone, Jin hunted monsters without pause, raising his spirituality. The purple briar sword guards excelled in battle, effortlessly cutting down black carapace beetles and hellfire beetles. Jin's power soared, his spirituality climbing from 1 point to 8 in record time, making him one of the strongest mystics in the region. He cleared 3 black mist nodes, defeated their formidable bosses, and claimed a priceless phantasmal relic. His actions drew the attention of human traders, yet Jin faced them without fear. With overwhelming might and keen strategy, he crushed their betrayal and solidified his position. He then entered the Ember City Torch Tournament. Using unmatched flight, his purple briar sword guards, and ice-cold tactics, he swept through every round and seized the championship. His victory shocked every spectator and filled YS with pride. But Jin's journey had only begun. He set his sights on even darker, more dangerous zones in search of greater power. His goal is to become humanity's savior, banish the darkness, and restore the light. With unwavering determination, Jin is poised to become a true hero of this dark age. That concludes our recap of part 1. I hope you enjoyed today's part 2. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If this is your first time encountering the story, feel free to start with part 1 in the playlist or in the comment section below. Now let's dive into part 2. The 3 psionics were deeply grateful to the Red Rose Shield Guardians who had saved their lives, and they silently prayed the warriors could also make it out alive. Sand whirled through the air as a tide of sand giants and clawed beasts surged closer. Accepting that they might soon be swallowed, the trio loosened up a little. While staying alert, they chatted idly, and the conversation quickly drifted to the 4 skeleton brothers. Where did those skeleton brothers even come from? No idea, I only heard a few booms, and suddenly they were there. Before the words had died, all 3 saw it at once. Up there in the sky, jet-black shapes were plummeting like meteors, crashing into the sand giants and clawed beasts nearby. Boom, boom, boom. Each impact sent salt and sand billowing, pulverizing the monsters around it. When the dust thinned, the psionics realized the meteors were actually skeleton warriors radiating a terrifying presence. Broad swords and massive shields in hand, they struck the moment they landed, smashing the nearest giants and beasts to pieces. The formidable sand giants fell instantly, and although the clawed beasts had numbers, their talons couldn't even scratch the bone armor. Within seconds, the battlefield was dotted with mounds of fine Saltan, utterly one-sided slaughter. What on earth? The sight was so shocking the 3 almost forgot to breathe. Are we dreaming? Jiaer stammered, pinching the thighs of his companions. Ow, too. Not a dream. They chorused, eyes shining. Judging by their appearance, these freshly fallen skeletons were clearly on the same side as the 4 skeleton brothers who had first saved them. Reinforcements had arrived. Hope, however, barely had time to take root before a new threat loomed. A few sand giants at the front of the horde spotted them, twisted their faces into snarls, and charged with stone fists raised. This is bad. Cold sweat burst out. Even with hordes of skeleton warriors carving through the monsters, enough enemies were still free to reach them, and just 1 sand giant was more than they could handle. Run. In perfect wordless agreement, they spun around and dashed toward the 4 skeleton brothersonly to find. What? Where did they go? Deep Prince led into the boiling melee. The brothers had already charged into the monster sea, shields high, blades hacking with wild delight. Skeleton brothers, wait for us. Dignity forgotten, the 3 psionics sprinted after them. They knew that in this monster tide, only those 4 Red Rose Shield Guardians might keep them alive. If the sand giants caught them, they were dead. So an odd tableau unfolded. At the front, 4 Red Rose Shield Guardians barreled ahead, shields raised high. In the middle, 3 gasping psionics ran for their lives. Behind them, sand giants thundered in pursuit, roaring. High above, Zhan En watched in silence and found the trio amusing. He issued an order. The shield guardians were to keep an eye on the 3 and make sure they didn't. Diaha was curious why they were here in the first place. The snow-white salt flats had always been a place psionics avoided. The mere fact that moisture was sucked from the body in seconds was enough to scare most of them away, let alone the idea of hunting sand giants, monsters far more lethal than the environment itself. The air was so arid it felt as if it could strip the soul from your bones. Staggering, 3 psionics caught up with the 4 Scarlet Rose shield wardens ahead. They pressed themselves against the massive shields, clinging to them like dying travelers who had finally found water. The skeleton brothers are incredible, Naden muttered. The towering bone soldiers swung their wide bone blades in rapid succession, cleaving sand giants and clawed sand beasts into powder that scattered like salt in the wind. The carnage unfolding at arm's length sent the 3 psionics' hearts racing and their adrenaline surging. They itched to charge out and fight beside these bone brothers. Reason, however, spoke through their throbbing wounds. Step outside the shields, and the giants' hammers would pulp them in an instant. Time slipped by beneath the clash of blades and the monsters' roars. In moments, a tenth of the sand-strong horde of sand giants and clawed beasts had been erased, yet the shield wardens showed not a hint of fatigue, slaughtering with cold, mechanical precision. The 3 hiding behind them began to relax, even whispering to each other in excited tones. These monsters aren't so tough after all. Pathetic, really, Gal muttered. Wiped the salt crust from the corner of his mouth and nodded agreement. They kept a careful distance behind the shield wardens, unaware that many sand giants and clawed beasts had slipped away from the front line, circling back to the salt mound where the fight had begun and quietly digging deep trenches. High above, Zhan hovered and watched the field, immediately spotting the monster's strange maneuver. The tunnels linked end to end, crisscrossing until they formed the outline of a complex pattern and incomplete unsealing array. His eyes sharpened. They were trying to break a seal. Pairing this with the earlier anomalies, he grasped the truth in a flash. The Lord of the Black Mist Node, the one-eyed sand giant, was still imprisoned beneath that mound, and its minions were desperately trying to dig it free. Perfectile finished them all at once, Zhan thought, reviewing the one-eyed sand giant's abilities and feeling completely confident. On the ground, Naden was the first to sense trouble. Look, what are they doing over there? His 2 companions glanced up and saw sand giants bent over, scooping salt as their pits grew deeper and deeper. Gal's face drained of color. I've got a bad feeling about this. Whatever they're planning, we can't let them finish it, growled, voicing what they all felt. They knew full well that in their battered state, charging out would only make them target practice for the giants. Instinctively, all 3 turned to the shield wardens beside them. Brothers, look over there. The monsters are up to something. They've got a scheme. You have to stop them from digging. Their shouts rang across the battlefield, but the shield wardens remained unmoved. Bound to their master's orders, they kept swinging, harvesting lives without taking a single step toward the pits. They had been commanded to leave the salt channels intact, and they obeyed without question. Skeleton brothers, something's wrong with that wave of creatures. 3 psionics dashed between the ranks of armored shield wardens, their ragged voices trying to sound the alarm, but the soldiers remained focused on the line and gave no reply. In the distance, the dunes trembled. As if following an unseen command, countless bodies clawed out of the sand and surged forward, instantly swelling the siege. They heard us. This is bad. Wait, how could they understand our words? There's something seriously off here. A prickling dread crept up the psionic spines, as though a pair of icy eyes watched from the darkness. Screech clang. Several salt giants had slipped close, but shield wardens spotted them. Great swords came down, shattering coarse stone skin into a storm of white grit that slapped the psionics awake. Ahead, the skeleton warriors, what the 3 called their bone brothers, stood in tattered armor, bleached bones glinting coldly. Their blades rose and fell, slicing salt giants and sand fiends clean in two, every cut as smooth as glass. Anything that stepped into their reach crumbled to dust, and the psionics felt a fleeting sense of safety. With the skeletons here, what was there to fear? Then the salt hills rumbled. Frantic digging creatures uncovered a buried sealing array at last. Boom! A gale roared, the sky darkened, and swirling salt rose like a pale tornado above the ridge. The sight made the psionics' pupils contract. What is that? Every monster abruptly halted and bowed toward the exposed array. Damn, it's something even stronger is about to be born. Gazing at the endless horde, the trio finally understood. Whatever could command this many monsters must be terrifying beyond measure. Screech, screech. Great swords whistled again, salt rain pelting the psionics' heads. Taking advantage of the monsters' pause, the skeletons harvested without mercy. Giants and sand fiends dropped in swaths, leaving gray-white debris across the dunes. They're just standing there, letting themselves be cut down? Remembering how they had been overwhelmed earlier, the psionics' blood boiled. Revenge and a chance to stockpile psychomatter lay right in front of them. Come on, let's join the fight. Burning the last of their energy, they charged the nearest pair of salt giants. Crash! Crash! Within 3 seconds, the giants' palms swatted them aside, slamming them back to where they'd started. You can't dodge the skeleton's sword speed, but you can dodge us? One giant snarled, fists raised to kill. Whoosh, whoosh. Two pristine arcs of bone-white light split the giants from crown to heel. Ta, ta. They collapsed into fine sand that sprayed into the psionics' open mouths. Coughing, they spat and cursed. Why did they counterattack us? Yeah, a single swing drops them when the skeletons do it. Maybe we're just too weak. Staggering to their feet, the three could only watch with awe and envy while the skeletons kept reaping monsters at the front. The creatures remained obedient, offering their necks, driven by a fanatical desire to welcome their master's return. No one could stop them. Their hearts beat only for the unsealing of their lord. They've saved us again. Sheltered behind the massive tower shield, the three psionics watched the shield wardens swing their longswords and felt safety rush over them like a tide. Even reduced to bare ivory, these skeletal veterans were still clearing out the mercborn creatures by instinct alone. Blow after lethal blow crashed against the warden's shields, each deflected strike proving a silent pledge. Though the veterans had fallen, their bones would go on protecting those who came after. The thought made the trio's eyes sting. Grateful and ashamed in equal measure, they swore that when their own time came, they too would leave their bones behind for the next generation. High above, Zhan En had no idea his shield wardens had already gained their first group of admirers. Gazing down at the churning salt dunes, he felt its seal was about to break. Almost on cue, the ground split with a deafening crack, and the entire mound exploded into a storm of sand. Hurricane winds whipped salt and grit together, coalescing into a towering figure more than 10 meters tall. Rah! The giant's roar overflowed with the joy of freedom reclaimed. Gray-white waves of salt whirled around it like rings of living fire. Spirit 26. Strength 30. Constitution 10. Agility 12. The numbers were cold, but the pressure they carried was brutally real. The one-eyed sand colossus had returned. Rah! Rah! In the distance, 100,000 lesser salt giants and sand hands answered as one. The rolling desert pulsed like a drumbeat, each crest higher than the last, saluting their leader's revival. The sheer force of it made the psionics' necks prickle. Damn it, we really woke the thing up. Can the skeleton brothers hold that? Compared with the shield wardens, the colossus 10 meters of snarling muscle and a single blazing eye was a different league entirely. The three exchanged a glance, ready to urge their skeletal elders to fall back. Rah! The freed colossus swept its gaze over the battlefield. It hadn't forgotten that these dwarfs before it had butchered its minions all the way here. Rage flared instantly. At its guttural command, countless salt giants and sand hands charged the shield wardens in a frenzy. Yet the scene unfolded just as before. The monsters rushed in, only to meet the clang of iron plate and the hiss of steel slicing through sand. They leapt, they fell, and turned to drifting salt souls, giving the wardens ever more room to work. Pressed tight behind the great shield, the psionics didn't let a single enemy slip through. Grains of spent salt stung against their visors, but nothing could smother their exhilaration. Safe, safe, gloriously safe. The skeleton brothers stood like a wall of iron, grinding every onrushing creature to powder. Only one threat remained, the terrifying beast still waiting in the distance. Roar! Seeing that its minions still hadn't subdued these little dwarves after all this time, the one-eyed sand giant finally lost its patience. The pure white sand eye in the center of its skull flared. A flash of hallucinatory light burst forth, and boom ripples of distorted vision swept across the entire battlefield. The three weakest psychics were hit first. Their mental defenses tore apart, and an illusion filled their eyes. Hey, the squad captain is calling us. Hurry, move. They broke away from the shield guardian's perimeter and sprinted straight toward the one-eyed sand giant. Meanwhile, the shield guardians caught in the same wave stood unmoved. Their soul link bound them to obey only the will of their master, Zhan En. Bang, bang, bang. From above, Zhan En gave the order, and the guardians promptly knocked the three psychics unconscious, sparing them from certain death. Then slash, rip-cold light flashed as the guardians went on grinding the charging creatures to pieces. High above the clouds, Zhan En watched with easy confidence. To a psychic, the sand giant's hallucinatory eye waves were terrifying. Anyone struck would see the giant as the person they feared or adored most, walking willingly into its grasp or abandoning all resistance. But for the shield guardians, who acted solely on soulbound commands, the trick was useless. Show them your full strength. Zhan En was done wasting time and issued a direct order. The guardian's indifference intrigued the one-eyed sand giant. It unleashed wave after wave of illusions, still to no effect, and began wondering if it should capture a few of these creatures for study. At that moment, it sensed the little dwarves swell with power, their full bond activated, their stats skyrocketing, and in only a few heartbeats they had become a genuine threat to its life. Boom, boom, boom. More than 20 shield guardians charged forward, cloaked in a murderous aura that seemed to shake the heavens. A chill ran through the sand giant's heart. It hurriedly commanded its minions to intercept, but the salt sand beasts crumbled to grains under the guardians' fully linked onslaught, unable to delay them for even a second. More than 20 razor-sharp killing intents bored into its mind. The grains of its body shivered and cascaded. For the first time since its birth, the giant felt death closing in. Its illusions were useless, its henchmen destroyed. It had no choice but to engage personally. Roaring, its sandy body trembled as both arms reshaped into colossal hammers that swept out in a brutal arc toward the two nearest Purple Briar Shield Guardians. The soul flames within the Purple Briar Guardians flickered. They raised their massive shields to meet the blow. Boom. The sonic crack was deafening. Empowered by their bond, with strength scores boosted to 29, the Guardians held the hammers at bay without budging. Disbelief flooded the sand giant's single-eye. These puny things had just shrugged off its full-force strike. Before it could retract the sand hammers, it sensed a dozen crimson streaks speeding toward it. More than 10 greatswords radiating lethal sharpness were about to cleave into its body. The one-eyed sand behemoth's instincts shrieked in warning, a killing aura so fierce it chilled every grain of its body. Teetering between life and death, it loosed an earth-shaking roar wrath and unleashed its ultimate innate art, Sandstorm. From the creature's core, a wall of brown-yellow wind exploded outward. Salt and grit spiraled skyward. In the howling gale, countless lesser monsters were flung apart, their bodies crumbling to dust that melted back into the storm. Yet the Red Rose Shield Guards were ready. An instant before the blast, they twisted aside, retreating a few steps to evade the brunt of the impact, then snapped back into formation with their comrades. Tower shields rose, locking edge to edge, sealing every gap until the sand giant stood trapped inside an iron barrel. It bellowed again, driving the storm against the shields, but the heavy bulwarks were rooted like stakes in bedrock. Wind screamed, salt flew, sparks danced on steel, and the wall did not budge. When the tempest failed to break them, panic flickered in the Cyclopean eye. Desperate, the giant hefted two massive hammers of compacted sand and slammed them down. Boom, boom. The impacts diffused across the interlocked shields, leaving the formation unmoved. At the same time, the guards advanced footsteps steady, shields overlapping, tightening the noose inch by inch through gale, hammer blows, and the last thrashing monsters. The pressure closed in like a mountain. The giant's chest pounded. Instinct howled that if it did not break free now, death was certain. Madness blazed in its single eye. It flung its jaws wide and inhaled. The raging sandstorm reversed course, funneling into its maw. Its abdomen ballooned, the shell of grit cracking with sharp reports. Agony twisted its features, yet it kept devouring, hoarding power for one final strike. High above, Zhan En surveyed the field in calm silence. So it's already playing its trump card, he murmured. The beast's last resort. Sacrifice all but its core, fuse the entire storm, then spit out a cataclysmic vortex. Perfect an ideal target for the new combination technique he had conceived. Crimson gold feathered serpent wings flicked once, and his figure blurred, flashing to a point directly before the giant. The creature's charge peaked, layers of its body crumbled away. It could wait no longer. It roared wrath, and an ochre cyclone erupted like a colossal pillar, barreling toward Zhan En and the shield wall. Salt and sand whirled at breakneck speed, sparks flaring where grains scoured the air. A torrent built to grind every living thing to nothing. Zhan En met the oncoming maelstrom without flinching. Scarlet runes and the sigil of the crimson gold wings flared simultaneously. Fire blossomed along the feathered serpent wings at his back. Storm kindling wind feeds fire, fire fuels wind. A wave of scarlet flame surged outward. Dawnfire clung to every feather. Each quill became a streamer of living blaze. Wings tens of meters long snapped open, heat shuddering the very air as the surrounding temperature skyrocketed. Some distance away, 3 unconscious espers jolted awake in the sudden furnace. Blinking in confusion, they looked up and witnessed a sight they would remember for the rest of their lives. A colossal sandstorm vortex erupted overhead, its devouring force so fierce it seemed ready to tear open the sky. Directly before that earth-rending power hovered a solitary figure. Crimson wings of flame unfurled from his back, razor-edged feathers fanning a furnace-hot gale. In a breath, the air condensed into a blazing barrier light, and heat flaring like a newborn sun that met the onrushing maelstrom heated. The one-eyed sand giant reduced to little more than a battered head cackled madly. Convinced nothing could withstand this strike, he reveled in the devastation to come. Before the laughter faded, the sandstorm smashed into the fiery shield. Boom! Flames and swirling grit detonated into a rolling shockwave, melting nearby creatures in an instant. Choking vapor blanketed the sky, hiding life and death alike. When the haze thinned, the flaming rampart still burned. Scarlet wings stretched in the embers, and the masked man behind them remained unscathed. The giant's single pupil shrank. Escape was impossible. The wings flared again, and a torrent of fire poured down. Death's shadow swallowed the giant's stump of a body. It tried to roll away, but with a thunderous crack its huge head burst into drifting sand. At that moment a prompt echoed in Zhan En's mind. Boss of the Black Mist Node, one-eyed sand giant, slain. Spirit Essence 6000. Phantasmal Armament 1. He nodded in satisfaction. The combo skill Flame Wings was far stronger than wind or fire alone. 1+1 was far more than 2 though, it consumed twice the psionic energy. Feeling how little remained, he vowed to manage future expenditures more carefully. He opened his panel, Spirit Essence 793515000. The giant's 6,000-point haul had carried him well past halfway. Below, nearly 10,000 monsters went berserk at their leader's fall, striking at everything in sight, perfect prey for the Red Rose Shield Guardians, whose tallies rolled in. Spirit Essence 1.8, 1.9. A sudden gleam from the salt pit caught his eye. He dropped down to find the giants intact, pure white eyeball glinting like a gemstone, its amber iris alive with color. Nice. This might bump Purple Vortex's completion by 1. He pocketed it as a small gift. Only then did Zhan En recall the 3 psionics once bewitched by that very eye. During the fight, had almost forgotten them. Find them, he ordered. The 4 Red Rose Shield Guardians moved at once. Zhan En arrived to see the Guardians forming a perimeter. 3 psionics lay within, their armor torn and charred, breath shallow yet steady. Deep grooves in the earth showed where the Guardians had dragged them from the battlefield's edge. Guthir still alive. As fellow humans, he would help if he could. He produced several low-grade recovery potions looted from the trader camp and handed them over. Get these down their throats. Gurgling sounds echoed as 3 psionics slowly came to. A familiar skull painted with red markings filled their view. Skull boss. Boss. Bosses. They blurted in unison. Their savior was right in front of them. Parched throats tightened with emotion, and tears welled in their tiger-like eyes. Instinctively they reached out to grasp those thick, skeletal iron hands. A heartbeat later, several shield guards hoisted them up by the collars and dragged them toward their master. Chiefs, no need to trouble yourselves. We can walk. The trio said, assuming another relocation was coming and feeling even more grateful. Thud, thud, thud. The bone shield soldiers released them at once, and the 3 psionics hit the yellow sand like discarded sacks. Dust billowed up. Only then did they sense something was wrong. They looked Yupan, their legs nearly buckled. Suspended in midair hovered a masked man. The black metal visor hid any expression, while a pair of crimson wings behind him glowed like red-hot iron in the setting sun, the last terrifying image they remembered before blacking out. They shivered uncontrollably. The shockwaves from that battle had nearly killed them, and now the masked man stood here without a scratch. The outcome was obvious. The sand giant had been erased by this very figure. Relax, the masked man said, voice gentle, yet brooking no refusal. May I ask you a few questions? Of course, sir, anything. The 3 answered at once, bowing as deeply as they could. Why were you hunting the sand giant? Zhan En looked down at them, calm yet curious. Sir, one replied, we're from Hyan City. The Bias family offered a commission to collect a special kind of saline sand, so we took the job and came here. Zhan En pondered a moment. Then he gave his crimson wings a light beat and said, you may go. With that, his figure became a streak of blood-red light and vanished beyond the dune. She needed a quiet place to rest. Only then did the 3 psionics dare to rise. They looked around. 100 monsters circled them in layers, fangs and claws glinting in the half-light. The trio exchanged glances, sweat beading on their foreheads, torn between gratitude and despair. Yansha City, a concealed basement. A dim candle flickered. 2 figures sat on opposite sides of a rough stone table. Hazave, Archbishop of the Black Poison Cult, glared at the elder across from him, face black with rage. Salomo, I require an explanation. An explanation? For what? Salomo's brows knitted in confusion. His aging mind raced. The plan to wipe out the Black Poison Cult existed only in his head. How could it have leaked? By the table, a wolf-head parrot beat its wings, mechanically echoing its master. Explain what? Explain what? Hazave snorted, voice icy. The camp deep in the silent desert has been uprooted. Hundreds of cultists known survived. What? Salomo shot to his feet, the chair legs screeching against the floor. Only low-level members were ever allowed into the silent desert, and the defectors there enjoyed every natural advantage. How could such a large camp vanish overnight? A sudden thought struck him, and he barked. Where is Philomi, the subordinate I sent out? Bishop Haxaway's expression twisted into something unreadable. Maybe she's dead, maybe she's still alive. It doesn't matter. The moment the words left his mouth, a chill shot down Shalima's spine, and pea-sized beads of sweat dotted his forehead. Whether Philomi lived or died meant nothing to him. What mattered was whether the woman had exposed the Golden Sands Society. If their identities had been revealed, the higher-ups would explode in fury, and that lord would cut him loose at once. The best outcome would be a corpse hacked to pieces. The worst would be endless tortures that left him begging for death. The thought made him shudder. Haxaway caught the fear in Shalima's eyes and wondered if the old man truly wasn't the one who had leaked the camp's location. To test him, he got straight to the point. The camp in the Desert of Silence was hidden perfectly. Outside our cult. Only you knew where it was. Shalimo understood the probe at once. His face darkened, and he snorted. Bishop Haxaway, Are you suggesting that I betrayed your camp? Haxawai didn't answer. He simply stared at Shalimos' wrinkled face, eyes like nails, searching for the tiniest crack. A few seconds of silence were enough for Shalimo to realize that the fool actually suspected him. What possible gain would I get from leaking it? Hand someone proof of our dealings and doom my entire clan? His voice sank lower. Since partnering with the Dark Venom cult, he hadn't dared speak freely even in his sleep, terrified that anyone might catch a hint. Death to you and your clan. Death to you and your clan. The wolf-head parrot's rasp tore through the dim cellar, stabbing at their eardrums. The sound snapped Shalimos' nerves. He swung his cane bang, slamming the cage. Filthy beast. Is that what you choose to mimic? Roan. Roan. Feathers scattered, blood splattered, and the parrot shrank into silence, barely clinging to life. You were right, revealing the camp's location wouldn't benefit you, Haxawai admitted after a moment's thought. If the scandal surfaced, the Dark Venom cult could still cut off a limb to survive, but the Golden Sands Society would be wiped out, and its chairman, Shalimo, would die the worst death of all. Suppressing his anger, Shalimo offered another possibility. Maybe a passing psionic discovered it by chance. A camp of several hundred people isn't exactly small. Discovery is possible. Haxawai chuckled, clearly unconvinced. That camp stayed hidden for so long. Yet the moment you sent your people, it was annihilated. Your story doesn't hold water. Shalimo knew the flaw in his theory and pressed on anxiously. Do you know which faction moved against it? Roxan City, Ember City, or Whitewater City? All hands in the camp are dead, so we have no way of knowing who struck. Bishop Haxawai wondered if the old fool had gone senile. Didn't he hear me say there wasn't a single survivor? How the hell would I know who struck first? Salomo slammed his palm on the stone table, the crack echoing through the cramped basement. He narrowed his eyes at Haxawai. Wiping out that many of your people in the Dead Silence Desert would have taken a whole squad of psionics. Start digging, find out which city-state has been moving low-ranked psychics on a large scale lately. In truth, Salomo was already wondering if he had backed the wrong side. No one made it back alive, which meant no witnesses, no leads. Haxawai, however, looked bored, as if the answer wouldn't matter. Even if they learned which city-state was behind it, what then? Retaliation was impossible and pointless. As an apostate bishop, Haxawai knew better than anyone what cards the cult still held. Inside the Black Mist zones, they could rely on the terrain, on monsters' affinity with them, and sometimes even gain the upper hand against psionics. But once they left the mist, once they went on the offensive and exposed themselves inside a citystat, there was only one ending: death. Camps could be rebuilt. As long as human nature rotted, recruits for the Black Mist would never dry up. Haxawai's utter lack of interest in revenge made Salomo curse him coward, hopeless coward. Without an investigation, you couldn't plan. Without payback, you couldn't draw the authorities' eyes elsewhere. An entire camp of hundreds had been uprooted, and the Black Venom cult wasn't even angry? Haxawai spread his hands in resignation. Salomo, you're not one of us. You don't understand how we survive. Salomo muttered inwardly. I've no idea how you vermin are still breathing. Haxawai sighed. As humans, you should know how humans oppress us. Oppression? Salomo's eyelid twitched. There's no oppression, only killing, endless killing. The environment's brutal, sex fight for scraps, and they stab each other in the back whenever they can. One misstep and your whole order is erased. So you swallow your broken teeth and keep moving. Haxawai's old eyes reddened. Time and again he had wanted to unleash his fury, yet he always held back. History was written in blood and bone. The louder you shouted in the daylight, the quicker you died. Smother the rage, cut off the tail, survive until the Black Mist descended for good. A pang of sympathy tugged at Salomo, but he snapped back to his senses. Inhuman, why feel sorry? We're mortal enemies. Only expedience ties us together. He abruptly changed the subject. Bishop Haxawai, the life extension serum trials, have they been affected? The sudden question tightened Haxawai's chest finally. Still, he was ready. His voice stayed calm. Relax. The project's already in human testing. Everything's on schedule. Salomo remained suspicious. You said the lab was in that desert camp. That's why I placed my men there. If the camp's gone, are you sure the project wasn't exposed? The work is split between two sites, Haxawai replied without blinking. Salomo stared hard at him. Seeing no hint of guilt, he still felt uneasy. 1 month. I want to see the prototype in 1 month. Done, Haxawai answered crisply, as though success were guaranteed. Good. 1 month. They'll be waiting for good news. Deep lines gathered in Salomo's face as he forced a smile and took his leave. When Salomo's footsteps faded, Haxawai slipped into a dark passage, clenching his teeth. The old vulture is starting to smell a rat. Outside the basement, Salomo's expression turned stormy. Damn it, the Black Venom cult has to be wiped out now. Forget the serum. If I don't erase every trace of our collusion right away, I won't live to see next year. Behind a sand dune on the silent desert's stark white salt flats, for towering shield guardians stood sentry before a lone tent. Inside, Zhan En reclined on a wolfskin mat when a prompt flashed in his mind. Ether accumulated, 15,000. Spirit 1. Current spirit, 16. Gained 1 attribute point and 1 skill point. He opened his eyes at once, dropped the attribute point into strength, and spent the skill point on skeletal reanimation. The tent flap lifted. He dragged in a shriveled corpse, set his palm on its shattered sternum, and said, "Skeletal reanimation." Bones snapped together with a crack, and the 28th skeleton soldier rose to its feet. After issuing the simple order to follow the others and farm monsters, he dispatched 2 shield guardians to assist it, then shut his eyes to recover. Out on the salt flats, guardians and skeletons pressed the slaughter. Ether 1.8, 1.9 notifications rolled in. Hours later they stopped, signaling the end of the sweep. Zhan En checked his panel. Ether 8, 13516-000 more than halfway. Crimson gold feathered serpent wings flaring. He shot through the tent roof, soared skyward, then dove back to the flats. Only the great silhouettes of the guardians remained. The 3 psionics had withdrawn before the dwindling monsters could encircle them, tearfully saluting the 4 skeleton big brothers on their way out, an act that slightly improved Zhan En's opinion of them. He tossed out several coarse cloth sacks. "Pack up all the salt sand." The guardians scattered immediately, sweeping every grain left by the slain creatures into the bags. These materials would prove decisive when they tackled the desert's final and fiercest black mist node. When the last sack was filled, Zhan En declared, "One day of rest for everyone." The guardian's health had dropped across the board, and the Sun King's sword's spirit world resonance might spark a riot among ethereal beings. Full strength was essential. At dawn the sealed bags were stacked high, and wounds on all 27 shield guardians had closed. Revitalized, Zhan En spread his wings and shouted, "Sun King's sword, I'm coming." With a burst of speed he plunged once more into the pale sea of salt. The flight was uneventful. Soon he reached the hardened salt formations deep within the flats, where vast crystals had been compressed into towering pillars like those of a forsaken temple, precisely where the veil between worlds was thinnest. Zhan En didn't inscribe the resonance array right away. He summoned every guardian to form ranks. 12 Red Rose shield guardians stepped forward and took the star positions had rehearsed. The rest distributed urns, opened the valves, and slowly poured a translucent solution over the Red Rose units. The liquid raced along the grooves of their bones. In a heartbeat, their skeletal frames, greatswords, and shields turned half-transparent, indigo light outlining every edge as though they might slip into another realm at any moment. "Perfect," Zhan En murmured with a nod. For as long as the secret ethereal elixir held, the Red Rose Guardians could operate at the very boundary where the spirit world met the material. During this resonance rite, the Red Rose Shield Guardians served both as the keystones of the array and the bulwark against creatures from the spirit realm. Zhan En raised his hand and flicked open the crystal vials one by one. The viscous dark green elixir slid across his gauntlet and dripped precisely into the engraved channels on the 12 Guardians' armor. The liquid seeped along the metal tracery, lighting the dull lines as if blood had begun to flow, and the 12 nodes beneath his feet fused into a single circuit, sealing the resonance array in an instant. Without a sound, Zhan En vaulted into the heart of the formation. Not a drop of the spirit realm elixir touched his skin. The dawn camellia flame within him had to remain pure, the final chain anchoring him to the material plane. If the elixir contaminated him before he forged the link to the Solar King's sword, he would be dragged into the depths of the spirit realm instead. "Spread out and guard the perimeter, let no monster or human through," he ordered. The remaining guardians slammed their iron boots against the stone, fanning out to form a ring of steel around the array and watching every possible approach. Once all were in position, Zhan En began to activate the array. Translucent runes dimmed one by one like dying projections, and the 12 guardians faded from sight. From the outside it appeared that Zhan En alone stood in the middle of the barren stone terrace, the wind howling through broken walls around him. "Good. First step complete," he murmured, closing his eyes as his soul sight unfolded. He saw that the array and the guardians had not vanished, but had sunk to the boundary where the material realm overlapped the spirit realm. Step 2. Resonance began. His inner energy snapped like an overstretched string, and a crimson flame burst from his collarbone, the heat warping the air. The aura of the dawn camellia flame raced along the etched lines, the array gathering it into a blazing red sphere. The orb swelled, its brilliant light piercing the membrane of the spirit realm and driving into the fathomless darkness beyond. Inside, the fiery aura spread like ripples of red, pushing ever deeper. Zhan En held his breath, counting the seconds, but nothing answered. He showed no disappointment. He had known the odds of striking the Solar King's sword on the first attempt were vanishingly small. Again, he counted silently, and the array drew on the dawn camellia flame once more. A second attempt, a third and 11th. The membrane of the spirit realm suddenly quivered, and shadows like black mist gathered at its edge, drawn to the light like moths to a flame. Zhan En's expression remained calm. He had anticipated this price. Releasing such power would inevitably alert the denizens of the spirit realm. A tearing sound split the air as the shadows punched through the membrane and spilled into the boundary zone. Semi-transparent humanoid figures materialized, tall or short, fat or thin, their bald heads gleaming, and their faces smooth and featureless, no eyes, no nose, no mouth. Zhan En swept his gaze over them, unruffled. Faceless wraiths, nothing more, he judged silently. Common to the spirit realm, these creatures possessed scant intelligence and limited capacity for havoc. Their feeble sentience barely matched that of an ordinary human in the material world. Drawn by the aura of the resonance array, the faceless drifted toward it in loose packs. Once they're in range, cut them down. Zhan En barked. Steel hissed and flashed. The shield guards swung with practiced precision, their long swords cleaving the faceless clean in two. With a lucidity of less than one, these low-tier creatures were as fragile as dry twigs. A single sweep felled them by the dozen. No blood or flesh remained, only motes of light that scattered on the wind. Stranger still, the faceless showed no fear. Oblivious to their comrades' demise, they marched forward in wave after mindless wave. Tavern rumor claimed they were fractured human souls seeking final release. Zhan En couldn't say, but they certainly seemed eager to die. Deep in the spirit realm, darkness stretched emptily around a single golden sun. It slept in silence, its dim glow pulsing like a heartbeat. A rasping cry broke the hush. A creature of living flame split the shell and tumbled out. It stretched into human form, then shrank into beast shape, mimicking everything it had ever seen. When the game grew dull, it dove back inside the sun and soon began to snore. RRR, RRR. High above the desert, the resonance array kept releasing the dawn camphor flame's aura. The faceless were only the first, more spirits would come. Yet none could exceed a lucidity of 19, leaving them no threat to the shield guards. The ancient laws of the Dead Sea Desert still held exactly why Zhan En had chosen this place. Ripples spread from the array. Creatures of every shape arrived, but their low lucidity rendered them harmless, and the ritual went on undisturbed. Far across the spirit realm, the dormant sun sensed the disturbance. In a blinding flash it woke, then streaked away as a lance of molten gold. Inside, the flame creature jolted awake. A roaring gale almost tore its head off when it peeked outside. Wah! It squeaked, ducking back in. When the wind eased, it crept to a sheltered spot, poked out a fiery head, and watched the unfamiliar void race past. Voila! What's happening? Dead Sea Desert. Salt flats white as bone. Zhan En's brow arched. The dawn camphor flame within him suddenly leapt, eager to burst free. A vast, familiar will flooded his mind, the call of the Solar King's sword. Understanding dawned instantly, and joy lit his face. He hurriedly activated the resonance array, unleashing rapid pulses of Chinsi Chunyan's chi to strengthen its bond with the Sun King's sword. Deep within the spirit realm, the Sun King's sword caught the familiar signal and trembled with delight. A burst of gold erupted from its blade as it plowed forward with terrifying force, driving straight through layer after layer of the realm's barriers. Wandering spirits in its path had no time to react, lesser beings shattered into light and scattered, while stronger ones were hurled hundreds of feet away. When the blasted spirits finally recovered their wits, fury ignited at once. Roar! Roar! One savage apex creature after another whipped up tempests with their tails and charged after the golden streak. Inside the light, the flame sprite that served as the sword's guardian poked out its head at the commotion. The instant it looked back, it recoiled in horror, a snarling, bull-headed demon, a vicious void moon wolf, a towering dark mother tree beings it would only dare provoke after reaching full maturity. All of them were now giving chase, eyes burning red. WHWH what? The little sprite nearly scorched its own tongue. Even across the stretch of void, it could feel a murderous heat eager to turn everything to ash. How long had it slept? A whole fire spirit epic? Dead Silence Desert, on the crystallized rim of the White Salt Lake. Almost here, almost here. Chinsi Chunyan cheered from the center of the formation. The Sun King's sword was closing in at astonishing speed. After years of training in the Sun King's sword art, Zhan En could already sense the familiar, comforting aura racing toward him. The closer it came, the more he forced himself to stay calm, maintaining the array's high-frequency resonance. The faint link sharpened. Through the membrane between worlds, a thread of gold appeared in Zhan En's sight, growing brighter by the second. There was no doubt it was the Sun King's sword he had pursued for so long. He could even feel the sword's spirit's impatience to break through the weight had been unbearable. Understanding that urgency, Zhan En smiled and reached out to welcome it. Then he noticed several black and gray specks trailing the light. Behind them, a dozen darker shadows. Beyond those, more shapes flickered, their numbers only growing. What in the world? A wave of dread crawled up his spine. As the distance closed, the outlines became clear. A void dragon's head, a phantom carpet, a minotaur demon. His pupils constricted, sweat beaded instantly on his brow. Every last creature chasing the Sun King's sword was a renowned apex being of the spirit realm. Any one of them spelled catastrophe. Even if he combined his strength with every shield bearer present, they couldn't survive a single direct blow. Damn it! Why hadn't the strategy scroll warned about this? Were these terrifying beings drawn here because he had summoned the Sun King's sword ahead of time, or because the guide from his previous life had concealed the truth on purpose? Zhan En had no time to find out. His face was as dark as congealed lead. The laws of the Dead Silence Desert suppressed all spiritual force, so the creatures could not pierce the spirit realm's outer membrane and fully manifest, yet they could still strike from the tainted boundary. Their power was weakened, but still strong enough to erase every trace of life here, the 12 Red Rose Shield Guardians included. He had to end the resonance ritual before the creatures located the boundary. The secret array had torn a slit between the material world and the spirit realm. Once the array collapsed, the tear would seal itself. Without the ritual's support, no spirit realm entity could cross again. Everything hinged on a single instant. The Sun King's sword, now a streak of gold, shot through the spirit realm like a meteor trailing fire, twisted shadows swarming behind it. If the array closed too early, the light would fail to break through the membrane and the entire summon would be lost. If it closed a heartbeat too late, the pursuers would lock onto the boundary and unleash a nightmare barrage. Zhan En held his breath, his world reduced to that blinding point of light. Closer, closer. The golden light skimmed the membrane, then surged boom. A blazing sun burst through the barrier and dived toward the boundary. Colorless space was swallowed by blinding radiance. An overwhelming wave of spiritual force swept out, vaporizing swathes of spirit creatures on contact, wiping the faceless horrors clean. Now, a cold gleam flashed in Zhan En's eyes. All 12 Red Rose Shield Guardians withdrew at once. Nodes snapped, runes shattered, and the resonance array collapsed in a heartbeat. It happened in the blink of an eye. The high-tier spirits crashed into the membrane, certain they would seize the audacious golden light, only to see the boundary heal at breakneck speed. Furious, they flung torrents of energy boom trying to obliterate the light, but the distance that looked within reach was a mirage. The light had already slipped into the material world, leaving them roaring in frustration, their fury shaking the heavens. Wild blasts shredded distant voids, but could not budge the sealed passage. Shockwaves lashed nearby bystanders, sparking instant retaliation. Chaos spread, thunder rolling through the depths of the spirit realm. More frenzied entities descended on the clamor, scanning every direction. The golden light was gone. With no target for their rage, the very air seemed to boil. Suddenly, an attack from nowhere slammed into them. The pent-up fury finally erupted. Zhan En didn't even glance around. He dove straight into the melee ahead. That was only the beginning. The shock waves of the battle spread outward at a pace visible to the naked eye. Clans from the spirit realm and high-tier beings alike, some dragged in, others eager to fight, were swept into this senseless brawl. Their numbers kept rising with no sign of slowing down, and the fighting soon engulfed the entire spirit realm, spilling over into the desert of desolation and the pure white salt flats. Meanwhile, the 12 Red Rose Shield Guardians re-entered the material plane, their once translucent bodies now fully solid. In the next instant, the sky flared with searing gold. The Sun King's sword had appeared. It was a colossal blade exuding a murderous edge, its body forged of molten gold. Intricate patterns shimmered with solar radiance, like a miniature sun hanging overhead and staring down at the land below. Nobility, majesty, power. Anyone who looked upon it formed the same judgment. A king's sword, fit only for a true emperor. Bang! Crimson gold feathered serpent wings burst open behind Zhan En. Dawnfire surged up, and with a single beat of those wings he streaked toward the Sun King's sword like a bolt of flame. The giant blade hovered in silence, its patterns pulsing dimly and brightly in turn, as if waiting for its new master. Zhan En drew a deep breath and slowly closed his fingers around the ancient hilt. To his surprise, the sword did not resist. He lifted it smoothly. The system panel displayed. Quality, gold, deep crimson. Sharpness, 5979. Final grade, deep crimson. At a single glance, Zhan En's pupils contracted in shock. Gold quality was already the mortal limit. Any such item let an ordinary psion dominate their tier, or even challenge foes above it. Red Qualidian Apostle armament granted terrifying power. Deep crimson stepped into the realm of throne armaments, enough to churn the whole human continent into turmoil. While exhilaration raced through him, the Sun King's sword suddenly shook itself free, banged and floated in midair, keeping its distance. The sunflower engravings on its body flickered on and off, as though rebuking his audacity. Zhan En reached for it again, then abruptly remembered certain information and forced himself to stop. Requirements: Strength 20, Constitution 20. Sun King Swordsmanship, Level 10. Bloodline of the Sunflower Monarch. Recognition by the Sun King Court. Completion of the ninefold solar baptism. So, on top of the attribute thresholds and swordsmanship level the players already knew, the sword demanded bloodline, royal approval, and a trial by baptism, each harsher than the last. With his current foundation, there was no way he could gain the Sun King's sword's acknowledgement anytime soon. Even so, Zhan En did not lose heart. He still had other cards to play. With a single thought, A swirl of shadowy liquid hardened in Zhan En's palm. This was the phantasmal armamentin enigmatic relic born when countless fragments of armaments and crystalline energy were swept together in black mist, harboring power beyond imagination. It possessed 3 unique abilities. 1. Primal form. It can shapeshift into any armament of pale gold grade or lower, copying all its special bonuses. Shapeshifting requires direct contact and can be changed only once per week. 2. Growth form. It can devour any armament, entering an evolved state and perfectly inheriting every attribute and bonus of what it consumes. This process is irreversible. Once it begins, the primal form vanishes. The armaments category is fixed to the first item devoured, while its appearance is decided by the wielder. Numerical stats are inherited at their highest values, and up to 10 special bonuses can be retained, with identical effects stacking at the greatest value. 3. Complete form. When enough devour points accumulate, a complete form unlocks, granting an exclusive bonus. Because the Sun King sword was of a tier higher than pale gold, the phantasmal armament could not copy it in primal form. Zhan En therefore chose the second ability, devour and merge with the Sun King's sword, bypassing the restriction entirely. Cradling the armament, he edged toward the sword displayed on its stand. Thanks to the Qinsi Chunyan within him, the Sun King's sword would not reject his approach as long as he avoided gripping the hilt. When he was close enough, a glint flashed in his eyes now. He slammed the black fluid onto the blade. Devouring fusion triggered, and the phantasmal armament shifted into growth form. In an instant, the dark flow spread like a living thing, enveloping the entire sword and seeping deep inside. Boom! Startled, the Sun King's sword erupted in blinding gold, desperately trying to shake off the sinister current. Yet the radiance struck nothing, as if the liquid were no more than an illusion. Stranger still, no danger sense stirred within the sword's spirit, leaving it momentarily uncertain perhaps this was all a hallucination, if a greatsword could hallucinate. During its hesitation, the sword fell silent. The fusion advanced at bewildering speed, layer after layer. The black tide permeated from the outer steel to the innermost spirit until the two were inseparable. Growth form completed. Every attribute and bonus of the Sun King's sword had been inherited. The armament could now devour other weapons at will, still limited to 10 concurrent bonuses, each replaceable. All limits were gone. Zhan En reached out and grasped the newly revealed golden greatsword. Warmth flooded his hand, as if he were holding an extension of his very soul. Through their shared resonance, he sensed that the sword's original spirit remained intact, only now it was perfectly attuned to him. In that case, Sun King's sword, you shall stay, he murmured. The reborn blade hummed in delight, clearly pleased with its familiar name. Apart from its bond with Zhan En and its absorption of the phantasmal armament's power, it was, in many respects, still the same Sun King's sword. At last, Zhan En could take a proper look at the Sun King's sword's abilities. Sun King's sword, fantasy grade spirit gear. Color, gold to deep crimson. Sharpness, 5979. Special augments, 710. Even without reading the details, he saw 7 augments, and a smile spread across his face. The finest pale gold gear usually carried at most 3 augments. This sword had more than twice that number. He began to examine them one by one. 1. Blazing radiance requires the dawn camellia flame. The vibrant crimson fire continuously restores the vitality of all soldiers within range. A wide area healing ability. Zhan En's eyes gleamed. As long as his ether held out, his shield guards would gain terrifying endurance. He imagined them battling a monster tide for 3 days and nights, their health finally dipping, only for him to unleash blazing radiance and top them up instantly. They could then fight another 3 days and nights without retreat, boosting their grinding efficiency dramatically. Amid the excitement, he noted the conditioned possession of the Dawn Camellia flame, clearly the key to awakening its true power. Delighted by the first augment, he hurried on to the second. 2. Crownfall requires the Solar Scorch Flame. Unleashes all stored power and golden fire in a single burst, a dreadful sun that obliterates everything on the land. That single line conjured memories of cracked earth and melting horizons. A flicker of fear was swept aside by exhilaration. This world-shifting power was now his. It could turn an entire battle, but only if he obtained the Solar Scorch Flame. Zhan En frowned. The Scorch Flame was a sacred relic of some clan and far from easy to acquire. He filed the matter away for later and kept reading. 3. Dusk Rebirth requires the Afterglow Nirvana Flame. When struck by a fatal blow, the wielder can trigger the flame and enter voluntary rebirth, restoring all injuries. Because of source life limits, this can be activated once per natural day. Zhan En sucked in a breath. What an outrageous survival skill. As long as he remained conscious, he could trigger rebirth and make a full recovery, and it could be used once every single day. He longed to wield such a godlike technique, yet it demanded the elusive Afterglow Nirvana Flame. His brows knitted tighter. He recalled only fragments about that flame. Where could it be? After racking his brain, he decided to ask his sister EC for help. He could only hope the remaining augments would not all require spirit flames. 4. Servant's Lot inactive. 5. King's Grace inactive. Activation conditions, unknown. Zhan En's head throbbed. At least the previous two had told him what they needed. Head aching. He shelved those for now and moved on to the last two. He looked at the man then. What's going on? The 4th and 5th blessings at least have titles, but the 6th and 7th are nothing but empty boxes. Zhan En stared at the string of mysterious symbols. They looked familiar, almost identical to the ancient chants he recited during past rituals. Without the full ceremony, though, he could barely decipher them. Only one blurred root stood out, a single character meaning seal. His skull already throbbed, and now it felt as if ants were gnawing at his brain, yet the sting only fanned his curiosity. If the final two sequences were this secretive, they had to be extraordinary. With no clues, he decided to ignore those two blessings for the moment and steady his nerves. As long as the Sun King's sword was in his hand, he would eventually find a way to break the seal. After reviewing the newborn sword's attributes and every registered blessing, Zhan En could no longer resist the urge to test it. For now, he could activate only the first blessing, Blazing Radiance. He channeled psionic energy, pouring Qinsi Chunyan endlessly into the blade. The sunflower etchings along the golden sword instantly lit up with crimson firelight, molten heat surging through the veins of metal. When the charge reached its midpoint, Blazing Radiance was on the verge of release. Suddenly, boom! A scarlet flame exploded from the sword's core, violent and forceful, as if determined to push Qinsi Chunyan out. Another companion flame? Zhan En's eyes gleamed. He had assumed all companion flames were lost when the Sun King's sword fell into the spiritual realm. Perhaps this red fire had slumbered ever since, awakened purely by accident. If it truly was a companion flame, he could absorb and refine it, both strengthening his own fire skills and resonating with the sword to unleash terrifying power. But this was no holy relic like Yari Finyang, a hereditary sacred fire guarded by priests for centuries. Could it be Yuhuan? Zhan En wasn't sure. From what he sensed, the scarlet flame was weak, almost stunted, like an underdeveloped infant. As Qinsi Chunyan kept pouring in, the red flame retreated step by step, soon cornered at the tip of the blade, its inferiority plain to see. Has it slept too long? Zhan En made excuses for it. The flame refused to surrender, launching wave after wave of counterattacks, but its firepower was limited and the struggle futile. An instant later, Qinsi Chunyan surged forward, overwhelming everything in its path and driving the unknown flame completely out of the sword. Boom! Freed from the golden blade, the scarlet fire pulled itself together in midair and began to reshape. Moments later, it formed a small, humanoid spirit no taller than half a meter, its entire body ablaze, tongues of fire crackling across its surface. I've been thrown out of my own home. The little creature fumed, flames roiling in its chest. That damn thief is squatting in there. Its crimson eyes sparked and hissed, itching to rush back, evict the intruder, and reclaim its house. But remembering the last heavy blow it had taken, it didn't dare come any closer. The little fellow could only stare forlornly at its home, the Sun King, Sordan, watch as an unfamiliar flame completely took over. After countless years, the Dawn Camellia blaze had finally returned to the blade, rolling excitedly along its edge and scouring away every trace of the previous tenant. It didn't just throw the old owner out. It erased every sign it had ever lived there. Blatant eviction. That's bullying the flame. The young flame spirit could hold back no longer. Tears of fire welled in its round red eyes, and it burst into loud sobs. Each fiery tear struck the salt-encrusted ground with a boom, pocking it with charred craters and filling the air with the acrid stench of scorch and sulfur. Zhan En had watched from the start, stunned. This wasn't the Sun King's sword's companion flame at Alit, was an outsider, a fire spirit that had somehow made the weapon its home. This as he rifled through his memories, matching the sniffling creature against every species he knew. Suddenly his eyes blazed. One of the 4 elemental spirits of the spirit realm, fire spirit. Fire spirits, the offspring of that realm, are born with a standing far above ordinary denizens, an entire rank higher than the high-level spirit that had chased the Sun King's sword earlier. They scarcely need to train. Simply existing in the spirit realm draws fire energy into them, so their power soars even if they sleep all day. Once grown to full strength, they have almost no equals, the realm's uncrowned rulers. And standing before Zhan En was a living, breathing juvenile fire spirit. Shock mingled with delight. Had it been mature, worse, Perfecti would have had to yank out a teleport scroll and flee. Excitement aside, he kept a calm face while his mind raced through options. 1. Companion contract? Impossible. Such pacts bind only material plane creatures. They mean nothing to a spirit realm being. 2. Slay it and pull out a fire element crystal? Wasteful and of little real use. 3. Fuse it with a shield guardian and forge a thrall. A thrall inherits every talent of its source, guaranteeing loyalty and preserving that terrifying potential. The chief hurdle was the soul barrier. The thrall-forging ritual must pierce this barrier to reach the core and fuse essences. The safest way was voluntary cooperation, yet the chance of a fire spirit lowering its barrier willingly was slim though not zero. No, it wasn't impossible. Zhan En suddenly thought of something and fixed his gaze on the fire spirit ahead of him. He made no move, as if quietly waiting for the perfect moment. The fire spirit, however, was still drowning in grievance. Scenes from just moments ago replayed in its mind. It had done nothing wrong. Yet those savage creatures roared, cursed, and hurled fists and spells at it. Had it not fled in time, it would have been torn into flaming shreds. After finally escaping into this pure white land as beautiful as a snowy plain and nothing like the monotonous spirit realm, it had barely taken a few steps outside when bandits burst into its home. Worse yet, it was no match for them. Homeless and helpless, it shed bead after bead of fiery tears that dripped from its blazing body. Lost in sorrow, the fire spirit failed to notice the frantic drain of spirit particles within. Its once magma-bright flames were fading. From the fingertips, Orangeard was being swallowed by ashen mist, and translucent shadows showed through a sure sign of collapse. The spirit realm and the material world run on entirely different rules. In the spirit realm, water, wind, fire, earth, even void itself are formed by free-floating spirit particles, and every creature there depends on them to live. Once they leave, it is like a fish thrown onto dry land. The spirit particles inside can sustain them only briefly. Without replenishment, they will wither away unless they find a suitable host. In theory, anything in the material plane that can absorb spiritual energy, humans, beasts, trees, can serve. If the resonance is high enough, a spirit creature can convert outside energy into its own particles and survive indefinitely. That threat now clung to the fire spirit like a shroud. If it failed to secure a host, it would simply watch itself dissipate. Its flames flickered feebly. For a moment it rallied, vowing to reclaim its home no matter what. The spark of resolve was smothered almost at once by crushing weakness. Looking down, it saw swathes of gray in the red blaze of its hands, the fingertips nearly transparent. The pallor raced up its palms, arms, even its chest. Panic-stricken, it shrieked. If this went on, forget taking its home back, it would not even stay alive. Agitated, it tried shifting forms, one instant mimicking a high-tier monster, the next copying the nearby Sword of the Sun King. Yet each change only deepened its translucence. Even its hovering height sagged to less than a meter above the ground. Zhan En still held back. He knew that in the dead silence desert, especially over this white salt pool, spirit particles bled away faster than had estimated. Besides, his shield guards had swept the area clean. Ordinary creatures dared not enter, and spirits were rarer still. It had become a near lifeless zone. Hosts, however, were not entirely absent. Scarce as living beings were, skeletons remained. With a thought, Zhan En quietly summoned all the shield guards and even the lone skeleton soldier, positioning them in a neat ring around the fire spirit. The objective was simple. With its Lingzi draining away and death looming, the fire spirit had to find a suitable host. It knew that, although the shield wardens were lifeless husks, they constantly absorbed the surrounding death energy, another form of Ling energy, enough to keep it alive. While the fire spirit and the shield wardens were hardly compatible, it had no other choice and fixed its gaze on the skeletons. Once the fire spirit accepted a shield warden as its vessel, Zhan En's plan would fall neatly into place. The essence of vessel transformation lay in the fusion of origins. The spirit world creature generated the Lingzi it needed through the host, and the host in turn shared the creature's power, gaining strength. The logic was almost identical to the retainer rite, though the latter achieved an even deeper integration. As soon as the fire spirit settled inside a shield warden, Zhan En could trigger the rite. Deep fusion required lowering the soul barrier, which was exactly the key prerequisite for the retainer rite. Time slipped by, and the fire spirit's drifting grew sluggish. It finally remembered the true cause of its peril, the inability to replenish Lingzi after crossing planes. Unless it secured a host quickly, it would simply wait here to die. It darted about in midair while its Lingzi trickled away like sand. Suddenly it sensed a living being radiating vigorous life force, a natural container. Unfortunately, the bandit who had stolen its home already occupied that body. Common sense said one life form could host only one spirit world creature. Frustrated, the fire spirit turned to look for other candidates. But in this area not even the most ordinary living creature could be found, let alone one brimming with vitality. With its Lingzi almost gone, the fire spirit's outline faded until it was nearly transparent. Breaking out of the cordon was hopeless. Fear engulfed it, and with a wail it plummeted to the ground, landing in feeble sobs. Zhan En's first thought was that it would rather die than choose a skeleton as a host. Watching the fire spirit's confusion, he suddenly guessed that it might never have realized a shield warden could serve as a vessel. He gave an order, and Red Rose Shield Warden No. 1 stepped forward. Its bony claw reached out and lightly touched the half-transparent spirit. The icy contact jolted the fire spirit. It forced its eyes open. Crimson pupils first showed doubt. Then wild Delita, being devoid of life force, could actually serve as a host. Driven by instinct, it began the transformation at once. Red Rose Shield Warden #1 had no consciousness and offered no resistance. Ecstasy surged in the fire spirit's heart. At last, fortune was on its side. The moment had come. Zhan En seized the opportunity, ordering the remaining shield wardens to form a circle and carve the sigils of the retainer arcanum into the ground. With prior experience, they worked swiftly, and in moments the ritual array shimmered into shape. At this point, the fire spirit's takeover of its vessel was only halfway complete. The fire spirit, already immersed in its vessel conversion state, sensed nothing of the ritual taking place around it. This omission smoothed Zhan En's plan considerably. Begin. He drew a deep breath, focused every shred of will, and sprinted along the edge of the mystic array. Scorching energy flared from his fingertips, striking each carved groove with perfect accuracy. Sigils lit up one by one, threads of light following a set sequence until they outlined an inverted, twin-horned chalice. The instant the outline closed, Zhan En shut his eyes and murmured a familiar prayer. "Great, I beseech." Within a few heartbeats, boom. Every living thing in the vicinity heard a mysterious pulse echo from the depths of its soul. In its wake, a monstrous image of the upside-down chalice pressed down from the sky. Seductive whispers flooded Zhan En's ears, stronger than before, threatening to drown him in stray thoughts. Drawing on prior experience, he remained outwardly calm and pushed his consciousness deeper into prayer. Crash. His soul sight opened again. The physical world vanished. Countless eerie sparks streaked past him, racing toward an unseen destination. A tidal summons tugged at his spirit, urging it to break free of his flesh and join the lights. Terror jolted through him. If he yielded, his body would become an empty shell, death in all but name. He crushed the impulse and, pressed for time, locked onto the fire spirit. Through soul sense, he saw it shed its protective lining and pour spirit particles into Red Rose Shield Guardian 1. Under Zhan En's prior command, the Guardian offered almost no resistance. Combined with the conversion ritual's natural effect, the Guardian's soul barrier dissolved in moments, the remnants disintegrating fast. The instant the barrier vanished, Zhan En ordered, "Open completely." Obeying its master, Red Rose Shield Guardian 1 flung its soul wide, as though welcoming the fire spirit's essence. Whoa! The fire spirit's soul bubbled with excitement, noticing nothing amiss. Convinced its first vessel conversion was about to succeed, it hurtled eagerly toward the final step. At the same time, Zhan En's inner energy surged. His low chant quickened and deepened. Great! The retainer forging array roared to life. Boom! A terrifying suction burst above the array. In a whirl of spinning sky and ground, the fire spirit and Red Rose Shield Guardian 1 were swept up into the looming phantom vessel. With the most accident-prone phase concluded, a hint of relief surfaced in Zhan En's heart. He centered himself and pressed on with the final stage of the ritual. Moments later, eerie, unsettling noises erupted one after another inside the vessel. Boom. Crack. Woo. Creak. Compared with last time, the commotion was denser. The snap of bones and muffled detonations were painfully distinct, as though an invisible slaughter were unfolding within the container. Zhan En could hardly contain his excitement, speculating about what his new familiar would look like. Time slipped by and the din inside the vessel slowly ebbed, signaling the final stage of the ritual. Suddenly, a whisper that pierced the soul detonated in his mind. Suppressed thoughts surged forth like a tide, threatening to engulf his sanity. In the nick of time, Zhan En bit through the tip of his tongue. The metallic taste of blood and the stabbing pain jolted his brain. His eyes flew open and the turmoil vanished, as if nothing had happened. The throbbing pain in his tongue reminded him it had been all too real. Shaken yet exhilarated, he broke into a grin. The terrifying whisper was the trumpet announcing success. The phantom of the monstrous vessel above the array had already dissipated, replaced by a small, fired creature. Eyes closed and body curled, it hovered in midair while silent flames licked around it, looking almost harmless. Why is it so much smaller? Zhan En stroked his chin, studying the creature. Size aside, he could sense no oppressive aura at all. Did the fusion go wrong? He flicked a finger, and a thread of dawn cedar flame shot toward the sleeping familiar. Just as the fire touched it, the creature's blazing nose twitched. In the next instant, the flame mark between its brows flared its hue. A hoarse, hate-filled roar exploded. Boom. Fire spewed from its pupils. A terrible crimson spread outward like an exploding sun. In a heartbeat, the sky turned blood red. Heat waves rolled, and the ground shuddered. Damn! Zhan En's face paled. He recalled every shielded guardian into his vessel, flared his flaming wings, and shot backward. Boom, boom, boom. A chain of blasts swept across the land. Vast swaths of the salt flats vaporized, white steam billowed, and the scorched air twisted and warped. Countless serpents of flame writhed over the surface, devouring anything that would burn. Far in the distance, Other espers were jolted to attention. What is that? Look, the sky is on fire. That flame is terrifying me. Inner fire seed is trembling. Hurry, maybe a relic has appeared. The closer they drew to the pure white flats, the more they felt the horror of the firestorm, and one figure after another approached with great caution. Scalding gusts slammed into him as the temperature soared. With his wings spread wide around him, Zhan En kept himself in the eye of the storm, staring at the tiny figure at the heart of the blaze. Shock warred with ecstatic delight in his eyes. Ha ha ha, that's more like it. Every doubt vanished. He was certain this familiar would be every bit as powerful as Ziwo. Was its sudden fit of anger triggered by the aura of the morning camellia flame? Through their soul link, Zhan En instantly learned why his new familiar had awakened in a rage. He realized that most of the fire spirit sentients had survived the fusion. Unlike the completely new purple vortex, this familiar still carried remnants of the fire spirit's memories. Zhan En thought of the vessel conversion ritual he had interrupted. That ceremony was most likely responsible for the anomaly before him. Far from feeling troubled, he saw an advantage in it. Exploration of the spirit realm lay on his long-term agenda. If a familiar already knew the terrain, that alone would save him countless trials and errors. Withdraw the flames. The command left his lips, and the familiar obeyed at once. The surging fire reversed its course, streaming back from sky and earth before vanishing into the creature's small skeleton. Within a few heartbeats, the crimson canopy was gone, and the serpents of fire scouring the ground disappeared as well. Heat still rolled across the plain, and slabs of salt melted to glass at their core stood as the only testimony to the inferno. With the blaze extinguished, the familiar's true form emerged. The same crimson bones remained, now etched with intricate rosered patterns, each line wrapped in searing flame that shaped a humanoid figure. The sole surprise was its size. Including the flickering tuft atop its head, it barely reached half a meter tall. Short as that was, Zhan En could overlook the flaw if its power proved strong until he noticed something else. Where were the greatsword and tower shield? The newborn familiar was equally startled by its own eruption. Wow, that power was incredible. It felt the surge of strength inside and discovered a second crimson skeleton within its bedino. That was its true body. Raising a fingertip of living flame, it tapped its own ribs. Clang! A metallic ring burst into the air. Whoa. Delighted, it kept drumming away. The crisp notes joined into a playful rhythm, and the flames on its surface danced to the beat. Just then a shadow fell over the master had arrived. Sensing Zhan En's approach, the familiar stopped at once, its fire flaring brighter. Yet when it caught the lingering scent on the wings behind him, the red flames erupted again. Grr! Zhan En ignored the tantrum. The source of that terrifying fire, and the missing sword and shield, made him eager to check its status panel. Unnamed familiar. Birth method. Red Rose, Shield Warden Spirit Realm, Fire Spirit Ultra Fusion. Trait. Inherits and mutates the abilities of both sources. Health. 500 Constitution 50. Strength. 20. Constitution. 10. Agility. 9. Skills. Scarlet Rose Variant. Red Rose Shield Tactics. Body of Living Flame. Child of the Spirit Realm Fire. Strength 2. Constitution 6. Agility 2. 10 additional attribute points in total, matching the purple vortex. Judging from the numbers alone, this fusion was just as successful. Zhan En was more than satisfied. Wow. The newborn familiar sensed his delight with uncanny acuity. It lifted its head, crimson eyes curving with pleasure as though its master were praising it. The feeling lasted only a heartbeat before it fixed a vicious stare on the morning camellia blaze swirling over the flame wing, intent on etching that fire into memory truly vindictive. Zhan En sighed, dismissed the morning camellia blaze, and gave the creature a reassuring nod. Then he turned back to the status panel. The Red Rose Shield Warrior's abilities had transferred intact, so they needed no further inspection. The real focus lay in the two fresh power sets inherited from the Fire Spirit. Body of the Fire Spirit. Born in the ocean of Lingzi at the pinnacle of the Spirit Realm, this formidable vessel grants 1. Avatar of Fire, immune to all fire-based attacks and able to devour and command flame at will. 2. Spirit Fire, a soul-searing blaze that inflicts massive damage on Spirit Realm beings and on souls themselves. 3. Blazing Armament, converts gear into Lingzi-forged soul weapons imbued with soul-burning power. Current Arsenal Red Rose Flame Sword, Fearless Flame Shield. Delight surged through Zhan En. Everyone knew fire was one of the most common yet most destructive elements: heat, explosions, illumination, which made reliable counters priceless. With the first trait of the body of the Fire Spirit, his new familiar would be nearly invincible in any fire-based encounter. He read on. Spirit fire could burn souls directly. Zhan En drew a sharp breath. The soul is life's core. Damage to it can cripple the mind or even erase consciousness. Below controller tier, almost no technique strikes the soul outright. Most Psi users attack the body, hoping the shock ripples inward. Will Sunder is a classic case. Offenses are scarce, defenses scarcer still. The problem is acute in black mist zones haunted by ghost-type entities akin to spirit realm beings. Physical and elemental assaults pass through them. Only mental shocks leave a mark, and even then their souls remain untouched. Shatter them with raw psychic force, and they soon reform. So long as the soul core endures, they cannot truly die. Zhan En had planned to seal them with elaborate rituals. With spirit fire, he could simply incinerate the core and end the threat. Forcing down his excitement, he moved to blazing armament. The greatsword and tower shield were already converted into exclusive soul gear, each able to burn soul's extensions of the familiar's own power. Zhan En almost ordered it to summon the new weapons immediately, but made himself finish the final entry first. Child of the Spirit Realm Fire. 1. While in the Spirit Realm, automatically gains the realm's fire source blessing, dramatically amplifying the body of the fire spirit. 2. Fire endures, and so does its vessel. Upon death, the fire spirit body returns to the spirit realm's ocean of origin and resurrects without limit. What an extraordinary favor this is. Empowered by the primordial source of fire in the spirit realm, the new familiar will seize absolute authority over the element, shaping every spark to its will. If it wishes, it can cut off fire's response to all other beings, or unleash a cataclysmic blaze that sweeps through the void. Within the spirit realm, it is destined to reign as the undisputed monarch of flame. Zhan En lowered his gaze and drew a sharp breath. Resurrection. The very word that has obsessed nearly every civilization was written plainly in the contract. Demigods of legend and mortal scholars alike have thrown themselves into its pursuit. In a shabby tavern in Emberhold, Lage even trapped himself in a supreme alchemical transmutation in hopes of reviving his dead wife, only to fail. The common obstacle has always been the soul. To this day, no spirit wielder can say for certain where souls go after death, into the spirit realm or into utter oblivion. No one has ever retrieved a dispersed soul, so resurrection has remained out of reach. Yet for this new familiar, resurrection carries no restrictions at all. It needs no preserved corpse, no intact soul. The contract alone will call it back to life again and again. The discovery upended Zhan En's understanding of resurrection itself. Perhaps every existing line of research has been aimed in the wrong direction. He forced those thoughts aside and assessed what the ability truly meant. Endless returns translate into endless time for growth. According to the records, the newborn familiar that inherited everything from the fire spirit is still in its juvenile phase. Only by continuously absorbing fire will its body undergo spectacular metamorphosis, adolescent, mature, complete, and ultimately exalted. Given enough years, it is certain to ascend to an ultimate being and claim a place among the spirit realm's true overlords. Now Zhan En understood why the fire spirit's rank sits a full tier above the highborn entities vying for the Sun King's sword. Even with mediocre talent, near limitless resurrection could brute force its way to unmatched power, let alone a familiar with terrifying innate potential. After the initial shock, he realized the ability offered him no immediate benefit. How long would a return take? If a single cycle consumed centuries, it would be no better than true death. Even at high speed, the journey from the sea of primordial essence through the outer spirit realm back to the material plane was a cascade of complications. After a moment's thought, Zhan En decided to ignore the power for now. Certainly wasn't going to order his newborn familiar to die just to measure the time cost. Even without it, the familiar's current fiery body capable of unleashing formidable strength and its future identity as a child of the spirit realm blessed with terrifying amplification were more than enough to play a decisive role in his plans. The thought left him thoroughly satisfied, grateful that his painstaking preparations for the forging ritual had not been in vain. Steadying his excitement, Zhan En forced his thoughts back to the present. The newborn familiar was amusing itself. Flames coiled around its left skeletal claws shaped themselves into the angular outline of a horned minotaur, while those on the right condensed into a razor-edged death mantis. Two handheld monsters were locked in a fierce struggle, while the newly born familiar supplied a raucous soundtrack. Waka, wah, wahoo. Jan stood at the center of the skirmish, observing in silence. Had he not ordered the creature to stay right here, the fresh-hatched familiar would probably have gone berserk long ago. Clearly, the little thing was playful by nature. Since it was still in its infancy, he saw no harm in letting it romp as long as it obeyed commands. After finishing his inspection, he looked away and decided to lift the restriction. All right, you're free. Go play. To the familiar, that offhand remark sounded like music from heaven. Wah! The tiny bone creature burst with energy and spiraled around its master. It raced in tight circles, flipped midair, tucked itself into a bony ball, clutched its own heels with stubby claws, and spun like a top, the whoosh of wind and its shrill cries mingling in an endless racket. Back in the spirit realm, it had once orbited the sun forged from the Solar King's sword. That sun was gone now, but it had found a closer master, so it simply made Jan its new center of gravity. The fiery whirl whipped up hot gusts that slapped Jan's face and made his eardrums throb. A flicker of regret surfaced. Yet he felt awkward about calling a halt right away. Watching the crimson blur streak past again and again, he remembered he still hadn't given the little creature a name. Fire Spirit no longer fit. It was a fused, reborn being now. Red Rose Fire Spirit. Too clumsy and too long, hardly his style. Just the first and last syllables, then? Hongling? He rolled the word around in his mind. The more he said it, the better it sounded. It simply felt right. Wah? Creatures of the spirit realm are naturally perceptive. The familiar sensed its master's gaze at once, screeched to a halt, popped out of its bone ball shape, and stared up in curiosity. Ma, those senses are impressive, Zhan mused. Aloud he declared, Hongling, that will be your name. Wah? Who? Wah Hong. Wah Ling. Wah Hongling. The newly christened Hongling exploded with joy, somersaulting through the air and striking pose after pose with its tiny claws, enthusiastically chanting its new name. Zhan felt a surge of satisfaction. This was exactly how a creature should react to its master's gift of a name. In comparison, Purple Whirlpool's response back then had been downright lackluster. But Hongling's exuberant chant showed no sign of stopping. Wah Hongling. Wah Hongling. The din left Zhan's ears numb. Then it struck him Hongling could actually speak. Until now, these familiars, including the original fire spirit, had only cried wah, wah, yet it had just pronounced the 2 syllables of its own name. Zhan En felt a pleasant surprise. Hongling, can you speak the common human tongue? The excited sprite darted up to his face, tiny fists clenched, but all it managed was a series of shrill wah wah wah, wah wah cries. Zhan En's heart sank. Something was clearly off, yet he kept his patience. Don't shout wah. Speak like I do. Use my language. Hongling tilted its head, eyes full of confusion. It had no idea what he meant. One of its former selves had been a fire spirit born in the primordial ocean of the spirit realm, and such beings communicated purely through soul waves. The concept of spoken language simply didn't exist for it. To Hongling, the common tongue sounded no different from any other noise. What it truly understood was the fluctuation of Zhan En's soul whenever he spoke. In fact, even if he kept his mouth shut, as long as he focused his thoughts, Hongling could parse even the most complex command in an instant. The reason it often reacted before Zhan En finished speaking was precisely this ability. As for the wah sounds, they were just mimicry. Deep in the spirit realm where Hongling had grown, a flock of extra-dimensional void ravens constantly cawed wah wah. The young sprite found their calls amusing and eventually copied them. Through their soul link, Zhan En realized Hongling would never learn human speech. But that discovery brought another, greater surprise. Hongling could read the instinctive ripples of a soul. Facial expressions can be faked, words fabricated, evidence forged, but the stirrings of the soul never lie. In an interrogation, Hongling would be a perfect lie detector. Most creatures have no defense against this kind of probing. It would never occur to them that their thoughts might be overheard. Perfect. This will help me see what that investigator is really hiding. If he could confirm whether the man was telling the truth, he could act accordingly. Release harmless visitors and quietly eliminate anyone with ill intent. That way, Zuo wouldn't need to monitor the man and could return to her post at once. Only one black mist node remained in the silent desert, the Haisha Wang. With Zuo on guard, the violet field would seal the boss escape route. Resolving to bring Zuo back, Zhan En decided to return to the Baiyang Gobi first. Let's go. He had just thought about sending Hongling back into its summoning space when the little sprite fixed him with a pitiful stare, like a child on the verge of tears. Wah 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 wah. While listening to the frantic cries, Zhan En interpreted the thoughts behind them and nodded. Yes, it's pitch black in there. Nothing at all. In Hongling's eyes, the skeleton warrior's summoning space was a dark, empty void. The skeletons themselves didn't mind. Once inside, they simply slept, scarcely moving at all, which struck Hongling as unbearably dull. That's normal, Zhan En explained. Skeletons have no real desires. Without orders from their master, they can stay in one spot for years, decades, even without budging. Listening to Hongling's non-stop complaints, Zhan En was reminded yet again that skeletons were the most hassle-free summons. The white wolves, brown bears, and horned eagles demanded fresh meat and water and constant bonding. But Hongling posed a bigger problem. This fiery little spirit simply couldn't tolerate the cold, shadowy realm where the skeletons were kept. What if you had to go in? Zhan En sent the thought through their link. Hongling's flames instantly dimmed, and a surge of rejection rushed into Zhan En's mind. Having tasted the brilliant outside world, it wanted nothing to do with its old, bleak spirit, plain let alone that freezing, lifeless skeleton space. Zhan En considered the issue. Most people couldn't even stand near that summoning room, much less live there. The original Red Rose Shield Guard #1 skeleton had no opinion, but the newborn fire spirit was entirely different. He could force it to obey, yet that seemed unnecessary. After a pause he said, "All right, you can stay out, but you have to stay close to me." Hongling's flames flared, and it spun around him in tight circles, sparks fluttering in delight. The restriction meant nothing. It wanted to orbit him anyway. Stop. Zhan En's curt order brought it to an abrupt halt. We're moving out. Wings beating, storm boost, keep up. Before the last word left his mouth, Zhan En shot skyward in a streak of dazzling gold. Wah! Hong Ling finally reacted, spitting a jet of white-hot fire and roaring after him. Gold and crimson trails merged and vanished into the upper air. Soon after, several teams of psionics reached the chalk-white salt flats and collectively gasped. The rolling mounds had vanished, leaving a single vast crater that filled their view. Even at the rim, residual heat stung their skin. The crater floor was one sheet of molten recast salt, now glass, throwing rainbows into the sun. Seasoned psionics stared at the glassy pit, eyes twitching. What kind of heat was needed to fuse an entire salt field? Remembering the earlier inferno that had swept across the sky, they understood. This crystalline abyss was its result. What monster in the dead silence desert could unleash such force? More people arrived, but all froze at the edge, unwilling to set foot inside. If the creature still lurked below, any movement might invite instant destruction. We can't stay here, this has to go straight to the top. That thought struck everyone simultaneously. Most of the psionics turned and sprinted away, clearing the area at full speed. Yansha City, headquarters of the Golden Sand Society. Deep inside the compound, a secluded courtyard lay hidden. Its low, weather-stained walls were crumbling, withered sandgrass rolled in the wind, and the air was heavy with gritty dust. Sha Limo, master of the Golden Sand Society, paced the cobbled ground, his boots grinding out a steady hiss. He was as agitated as a sandworm tossed into hot oil, a far cry from his usual composure. The wolf-head parrot on his shoulder was battered and half-plucked, its lupin beak clamped shut. Terror bulged in its round eyes, terrified of provoking its master again. 2 full hours had passed beyond the appointed time, yet the courtyard gate remained firmly closed. Sha Limo's brow tightened with every glance he cast toward it. If something had truly gone wrong, years of careful planning could collapse in a heartbeat. Still, he dared not leave, rooted in place like a drought-scorched tree. The sun climbed from dawn to noon and began its slide toward the western hills. Afternoon heat baked the yellow sand, twisting the air into shimmering waves. The wolf-head parrot's stomach growled, its wings drooped as if it might faint at any moment. Sweat beaded on Sha Limo's forehead, and a heavy unease pressed in on him. Had that lord truly decided to abandon him? The thought flickered across his face, dark then pale. The parrot screeched again, shattering his patience. Sha Limo's wrinkled hand shot out, clamping around the bird's slender neck. "Squawk, will you?" he snarled. His desiccated fingers were as hard as iron. The parrot thrashed, feathers flying while its wings beat in vain. As the oxygen drained away, its flailing slowed, bulging eyes glazing over. A heartbeat before its beak fell silent. Footsteps sounded outside. Creaked ancient gate swung open, and a figure wrapped head to toe in a black robe stepped into the yard. Only a pair of eyes showed, grim and lifeless like steel quenched in ash. Sha Limo released the bird at once, snapping to attention like a hound called to heel. The wolf-head parrot, snatched from death, fluttered wildly, trying to escape. Sha Limo shot at a sideways glare. It froze and settled back onto his narrow shoulder, trembling. "You are 10 full hours late." Sha Limo's voice bristled. The fear of abandonment still gnawed at him, and resentment leaked through every word. The black-robed man offered no explanation. His icy gaze swept the courtyard before he barked. "Sha Limo, after all these years with the Lord, how can you be so reckless? You actually sent men straight into the traitor's camp. Do you realize how brazen that was?" Sha Limo had his answer ready. He clasped his fists and bowed. "I had no choice. It was the only way to fulfill the Lord's mission. No choice." The black-robed man let out a low, rasping laugh. "I know your nature too well. If you weren't eyeing the Black Venom sect spoils, you'd never have risked it. Don't hide behind the Lord as a shield." You fury and frustration flashed in Sha Limo's aged eyes. "So that's what you think of me? After everything I've done, all the price I've paid for the Lord? If not for him, then for whom? Believe me or don't, I only want to spend what years remain in service to the Lord." The black-robed man fell silent for a moment, then snorted softly. "After all this time, who doesn't know what you're like? Greedy for coin and terrified of death. If you weren't obedient enough and powerful enough, the master would have discarded you long ago." In the dim chamber, the black-robed man's voice was low and icy, echoing off the stone walls. He stopped wrestling with the elder over old grievances and went straight to the point. "The subordinate you sent to the traitor's camp should have returned by now. Report." Sha Limo's chest tightened. He had known this question would come. He lowered his voice, heavy with dread. "The man I sent has vanished." A cold glint flashed in the black-robed man's eyes, and he nodded as though satisfied. "Well handled, and in time. I came here to eliminate him myself. Leaving him alive was too risky." Sha Limo's face stiffened. Realizing the misunderstanding, he hurried to explain. "The traitor's camp in the Dead Silence Desert was wiped out, every last one of them. An unknown power erased the place, and my subordinate almost certainly died with the rest." "What?" The black-robed man's voice exploded, as though he had been struck. Sha Limo met his gaze through the mask, and continued. "To destroy a camp of several hundred, it would take at least a city-state level force." "Which one?" We have no way of knowing yet. Worst-case scenarios raced through the black-robed man's mind. Which power? Did they uncover our ties to the Haida sect? Is your subordinate truly dead? The questions spilled out in a rush. The air grew heavy beneath their weight. Shalamo sighed. The Haida sect doesn't want to investigate or can't move fast enough. My subordinate was probably killed with the traitors. Even if she survived, I'm certain she'd never admit to working with the Haida sect. If she did, she'd be dead on the spot. Years in darkness had given Shalimo unshakable confidence in his choices, but it brought the black-robed man no comfort. A numb chill crept over him. He didn't know who had intervened, how much they had learned, or whether the Jinsha Society had already been exposed. If so, their every move might be under watch. Cold swept from his feet to his scalp. Flight tempted him, yet if any remedy remained, this was the last chance. Shalimo, we must sever every tie to the Haida sect and erase all traces right now. I've already set it in motion, Shalimo said with a slight nod. But the biggest trace is beyond my reach. Who is it? The black-robed man growled. Whatever it takes, that person must disappear. A faint gleam of dark satisfaction crossed Shalimo's cloudy eyes. This was the response he had been angling for. He spoke slowly. The Haida sect. What? The black-robed man could not suppress his shock. Shalimo's voice dropped to a grave murmur. As long as they exist, we're exposed. And I can feel it in the shadows. They're definitely plotting something. Betrayer cults win, are they ever without conspiracies? A rumor like this is hardly surprising. The real danger lies in the previous message. Would they actually expose themselves? The black-robed man's heart skipped a beat, and he blurted out the question. Betrayers treat treachery as a creed. He and his companion traded a look and understood at once. This is serious, and only the Lord can decide. The Black Venom sect is nothing to trifle with. Its myriad poisons are impossible to guard against, and the two of them could never contain this. Before his words had fully faded, the black-robed man hunched his shoulders and raced away like the wind. Salomo watched the figure melt into the shadows. His withered hand ruffled the wolf-head parrot's disheveled feathers as he muttered, a heavyweight has joined the game. Even if they miraculously wiped out the Black Venom sect, safety would still be far from assured. Years of silencing witnesses had taught him he might soon be the next lamb led to slaughter. Manpower was running low, and he cursed himself for sending Gar and the others off as bait. Thinking of the team still busy digging for treasure, an ominous chill crept over him. Poplar Gobi, deep inside a red willow forest. Investigator Delia knelt on a cushion of moss, diligently manicuring Ziwo's claws. The nails on the left hand were painted jet black, those on the right of vivid emerald, each plate polished smooth as porcelain. Lord Ziwo, look at these nails, absolute perfection, she declared, lifting the creature's hands for inspection. The hands were naturally asymmetrical, something that always jarred her eye, yet she had poured every ounce of skill into them. Row. Ziwo flipped its palms over. The alternating black and green surfaces gleamed and did look much better. Still, when it secretly compared its claws with the 10 crystal-clear art pieces on the woman's fingers, disappointment lingered. Delia caught the disdainful glance and forced a smile. Even the finest craft needs good materials. Her own nails were nourished daily by psionic energy and formed the core of her abilities. Who could compete with that? Row. Ziwo thrust out a hand, signaling her to continue. Final touch them up, she sighed. Living beneath this skull left no room for pride. She picked up her tools and pretended to file, noticing the greed in the monster's eyes recede, a little proof that her survival plan was working, at least for now. She alternated between frowning in thought and lifting various sharp pliers and files, measuring them against the claws. Ziwo stood like a stone statue, afraid to move and disturb her inspiration. An eerie harmony settled over the grove. Suddenly a series of detonations rolled across the distant sky, the shockwaves racing toward them. Delia looked up just in time to see a streak of golden light split the heavens, barreling toward them with thunderous force. That glow, she knew it. Row. Sensing its master's return, Ziwo sprang upright, elated, and raised its arms to the sky. He's back. Delia clutched her chest, eyes shining with relief. No one knew what she had endured these past days, every moment spent under the creature's hungry gaze. Delia spent every day on edge, unable to eat or sleep, desperate to run, yet painfully aware she lacked the strength. She could only curl up within a few dozen meters of the beast. The unending torment almost drove her mad. Eventually she was so bored, she trimmed its claws and even painted its nails. Boom. Zhan En dropped from the sky and landed without a wobble, his gaze locking at once onto the disheveled investigator. Though she looked exhausted, she was otherwise unharmed. That earned a faint nod. Ziwo had followed its orders flawlessly. Good work. Zhan En's eyes held a note of praise. Roar. Buoyed by its master's approval, Ziwo's eyes whirled excitedly, eager to rush over and claim more credit. Then boom. A scorching shockwave crashed down from above, as if the air itself had ignited. A blazing fireball tore through the clouds, plummeting with suffocating heat. Roar. An enemy. Ziwo roared, hefting its massive shield to cover both itself and Zhan En. A dense violet force field erupted from its body, stabbing skyward like a blade to announce its fury and defense. At that moment, Hong Ling, who had tracked them all this way, spotted Zhan En hiding behind the monster's shield, and fury flared. Wah! Hong Ling shrieked, a corona of flames exploding outward. Scarlet fire spread across half the sky and instantly solidified into a raging sea of flames that hurled itself at the ground. What's happening? Delia's legs buckled while two terrifying auras clashed overhead. Sweat poured down her face. Run? The spreading fire above had sealed off every path. In desperation, she glanced at Zaiwoit's violet barrier. An enormous shield radiated an unmatched sense of safety. Lord Ziwo. But Ziwo was wholly focused on the foe, intent on shredding anyone who dared disturb its reunion with its master. The two familiars went at each other so fast Zhan En blinked in surprise. How did they end up fighting already? His head throbbed, yet he quickly realized this was the perfect chance to test both of them. The depths of the poplar gobi were deserted. He could stop the battle anytime. Folding his arms, he settled in to watch. A heartbeat later, violet energy slammed into crimson fire. Boom! The sky shifted color, the ground quaked, and a shockwave blasted across a kilometer of wasteland. The fiery sea split into innumerable fireballs that streaked downward like meteors, incinerating trees and leaving charred craters. Ziwo's barrier dimmed and trembled, but the oppressive force it radiated remained terrifying. Monsters, every last one of them. Delia's eyes nearly popped as she finally grasped Ziwo's true power. The blazing creature overhead was just as fearsome. Heat hammered her face while flames spread in every direction, and her complexion turned ashen. When Hong Ling saw the enemy blunt its strike, it let out a void raven's screech. In the next heartbeat, searing spirit energy detonated inside its petite body. Around its right hand the flames coiled into a long, razor-sharp greatsword several times Hong Ling's own height, the blade blooming with burning crimson rose patterns and snapping tongues of fire. At the same time a crimson flame shield materialized on its left arm, the snarling head of a lion-tiger beast embossed on the face, its roar shaking the air. With both flame armaments formed, Hong Ling's aura skyrocketed. It hefted the oversized sword as though it weighed nothing and hacked at the dark violet force field below. Boom! Waves of blazing sword chi hammered the violet barrier, and the outermost ring of light dimmed almost at once. Ziwo answered with a guttural growl, drawing a violet-patterned greatsword and raising a massive shield. A burst of thrust from the force field hurled it skyward toward Hong Ling. The huge shield swept out, smashing apart stream after stream of flame sword chi. As the gap closed, the force field thickened, pressing down on Hong Ling like a mountain. Wah! Buried under the crushing pressure, Hong Ling's firestorm flared anew. In a flash the sky was sliced into halves of inky black and deep crimson. At their border, purple and scarlet figures clashed in brutal melee. Every swing carried the weight of a landslide. Greatsword hammered against greatsword. Shield collided with blade, clangor exploding in midair. Twisted currents became rolling shockwaves that boomed like thunder. On the ground, Investigator Delia looked up, stunned. The aftershocks alone made her chest tighten. What were those monsters? Even her direct superior, Captain Barossa, had never radiated such dominance. The combatants overhead were at least peak high-rank powerhouses. She sucked in a cold breath. High-rank strength was supposed to belong only to captains, yet she had run into two at once, and the violet creature was summoned by the masked man and treated him with utter reverence. Someone capable of suppressing a peak powerhouse, a truly formidable figure, was right beside her. The realization left Delia both awestruck and uneasy. At that moment, Zhan En hovered at the edge of the battlefield, watching coolly and judging in silence. So this is a flame armament. Its boost to Hong Ling is astounding. Her flame sword chi is condensed and far stronger than her usual strikes. Ziwo is impressive as well. It can use its violet field as a flying platform to face an aerial enemy. Acceptable instincts. Seeing his two familiars collide with nearly equal force, he concluded the fight had reached its limit. Any further, and both would be crippled. When combat rises to this level, that's more than enough. Any more, and they'll ruin each other. Stand down. At Zhan En's shouted command, sent through the soul link, the two combatants, one black, one crimson, froze in midair, then edged warily apart. Twin waves of confusion rolled toward him, clearly asking, what now? Above them, violet force fields and scarlet flames still wrestled, heat and energy stalemated and ready to explode again. This is a misunderstanding. You're both my familiar comrades. Zhan En's reassurance poured directly into their minds. Both figures stiffened. Reo? Huh. He quickly laid out their identities and shared allegiance, stressing that there was no trickery. Once their master confirmed it, the two familiars who moments ago had tried to tear each other apart finally accepted the truth and stared each other down. You're one of us? Pull back your power. Zhan En ordered. The red spirit let its blazing armor hiss away. The towering sea of fire receded like a reversing tide and seeped back into its body. The purple vortex slung its massive shield and sword onto its back, pivoted the dark violet field beneath its feet and plunged toward the ground. The red spirit, unwilling to be outdone, spewed flame and streaked after it. Rah! The purple vortex sensed the challenge and accelerated, yanking itself earthward. The firestorm roared back to life. Rah! Violet currents dragged harder still. Locked in their chase, both silhouettes hurtled downward. Boom! Boom! Landing almost simultaneously. Through the swirling dust, the purple vortex took up position at Zhan En's left, the red spirit at his right. Overjoyed, the red spirit tried to circle its master, but the towering purple vortex blocked it with a single massive arm. Rah! Invisible pressure detonated between them. The air felt as dense as steel. Investigator Delia, standing beside Zhan En, felt her chest tighten until she could barely breathe. Good heavens, both of these monsters serve him. Even more startling, Zhan En had issued every order in her presence. Suddenly Delia realized this was jealousy. She had witnessed countless rivalries for favor across many nations, but never between creatures like these. She stole a glance at the armor-clad man who kept his face completely hidden and wondered feverishly. What kind of visage could enthrall two such horrors? As an investigator, she prided herself on keen observation, yet even for summoned beings, their devotion to their master was wildly abnormal. If Beiji heard of this, inspiration would strike her like lightning. The famed novelist would craft a story the world would devour. Zhan En arched an eyebrow. Someone nearby was clearly letting her imagination run wild. He cast a sidelong look at Delia. Fear and excitement battled on her face. Had the fright scrambled her wits? The woman's odd behavior was unsettling, but what really gave Zhan En a headache were the two familiars squared off in front of him. Compared with their former self-shield guardians that only knew how to charge, their intelligence had grown remarkably. They could now follow complex orders, but they had also learned to throw tantrums. At the moment they were locked in a stalemate over nothing more than who could stand closer to their master, sparks practically crackling in the air. Zhan En realized that if he let this hostility fester, their future teamwork would be a mess. Rules had to be set. Both of you, get over here. His voice was cold and unquestionable. A low growl and a sharp cry answered at once, and the tension evaporated. Using its speed, Hong Ling darted to Zhan En first, tiny finger jabbing at Ziwo while it poured out a stream of aggrieved chirps. A faint violet force field flickered beneath Ziwo as it tried to muffle Hong Ling, but one fierce glare from Zhan En made it drop the field at once. Ziwo let out a subdued rumble, like a child caught red-handed, and backed down nervously. Zhan En nodded. Ziwo, you shouldn't have tried to silence Hong Ling, apologized his teammates. He had seen that Ziwo started the quarrel. With her master behind her, Hong Ling's face lit up. She zipped through the air, striking a series of triumphant poses. At the word apologize, Ziwo slowly turned its head away, showing only the back of its dark skull to the bouncing Hong Ling. Zhan En's eyelid twitched. Acting up was out of the question. His tone hardened. Ziwo, you were at fault. Apologize to Hong Ling. Realizing he was serious, Ziwo turned back, grumbling under its breath before letting out a reluctant growl toward Hong Ling. Arms folded, Hong Ling nodded curtly, then patted Ziwo's shoulder with smug satisfaction. Apology accepted. Ziwo's head drooped in total defeat. Hong Ling had won this round hands down. With the farce over, Zhan En laid down the law. Ziwo has apologized, so this ends here. From now on you will get along, no attacks on each other. Next time the punishment will be far harsher. Wah. RRGH. The victorious Hong Ling and the chastened Ziwo answered in unison, surprisingly aligned. Ziwo thought to itself, lesson learned. If attacking is forbidden, then attacking is forbidden. An image flashed of that woman's nail dye. Once it stuck, it never washed off. The price was too high. Had Ziwo really come around so quickly? Zhan En felt something was off. The apology had been reluctant moments ago, yet now Ziwo looked as though it had truly grasped its mistake. He couldn't help giving his oversized familiar a long, penetrating look, as though he could see straight through its heart. The moment that gaze landed, Ziwo pulled an innocent face, yet its eyes spun so fast they nearly rattled in their sockets. Seeing that, Zhan En became even more certain the creature was hiding a little scheme, but he chose not to expose it. He had always respected the privacy of his summons, and he was curious to see what mischief Ziwo could cook up within the limits he had already set. Stick first, candy later, he calculated, then beckoned. Come here, Ziwo. Row. Ziwo's eyes whirled faster. Had the master noticed? But it hadn't even acted yet. With that unsettling thought, it shuffled forward, dropped to one knee, and its exposed heart thumped wildly. Why so nervous? Zhan En raised an eyebrow, teasing. Got something you're hiding from me? Row. No. 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 Ziwo shook its head so violently it looked guiltier than ever. Off to the side, Hong Ling circled Ziwo, scanning it up and down, picking up the faintest ripples of its soul. It zipped to Zhan En's ear and launched into a breathless string of complaints. Zhan En's brow creased. Once, twice, 3 times. Each landed on Ziwo's chest like a hammer. Half kneeling, it felt an icy chill crawl through its bones. What on earth had that red nuisance whispered to the master? When Hongling finally finished, Zhan En let out a drawn-out then nodded. Hongling's innate ability to read souls really was handy. Just get close, and it could eavesdrop on every thought. His face darkened, and anger slipped into his voice. Well, Ziwo. Bold of you to plan that while Hongling was asleep. Arro. Master, I can explain. Ziwo's jaw nearly hit the floor. How had a fleeting thought been exposed so fast? Zhan En turned away and lifted a hand. Explain? Talk to Hongling. Wah. Backed by the master, Hongling swelled with confidence. It flew up to Ziwo and unleashed a fiery tirade. Wah. Wah wah wah. Sparks of energy crackled against Ziwo's face. Ziwo could only lower its head and take the scolding. Caught again this time for a conspiracy that never even left its imagination, thinking it was already a crime that damaged team harmony and had to be punished. Unsurprisingly, another crushing defeat for Ziwo. Zhan En didn't interfere, letting Hongling vent while secretly finding the whole affair hilarious. Die Hongling into an ugly mess while it slept? Childish, yes. But there was no denying it carried 0 damage and maximum humiliation. Where did it even find Die for that? Zhan En tilted his head toward the investigator beside him. His instinct said the woman had something to do with it. Sure enough, under his stare, Delia grew flustered and turned away. That's enough. Hongling, you've kept those Martian flames burning long enough. Ziwo should have learned its lesson. Woohoo! Hongling cheered, darting back to its master's thigh and circling Zhan En with a whooshing sound. RRGH, that red thing is getting way too close to the master. Ziwo roared inside, but after losing twice in a row it forced the urge down. A loser had no right to interfere, so it could only watch the crimson ball take its former place. For Ziwo, it was the greatest setback it had suffered since birth. Head drooping, it opened its mouth, yet no words came that might restore the master's favor. Frustration surged. A violet force field bled outward, its surface organs turning eerily black and twitching as if they might tear free. Zhan En sensed the unrest and realized he might have pushed too hard, so he stepped forward. Ziwo, you did try to bully Hongling twice, but you accepted punishment. Owning your mistakes is good. In my eyes, you're still a fine companion. The reassurance struck deep. Ziwo let out several awkward growls. I'm sure you'll get along with Hongling from now on. I'm pleased. At those words, the gloom around Ziwo visibly lifted. The black film on its organs faded, and everything settled down. Zhan En raised his right hand. With a flicker of thought, a large, pure white gem-like eyeball appeared in his palm, its orange iris shimmering. Ziwo's gaze locked onto it, ravenous desire urging it to snatch the prize. That belongs to the master. Ziwo quashed the frenzy, eyes blazing yet steady, which reassured Zhan En. White eye of the one-eyed sand giant, boss of the black mist node. Absorb it, maybe ITLL make you whole. RRGH for me. The master saved this for me? Ziwo's excitement nearly burst its shell. Grinning ear to ear, it forgot to absorb the eye and just kept cackling. Zhan En winced, slapped its huge forehead twice, and barked, absorb it. RRGH. Ziwo snapped back to itself. It lifted the white eye to its right socket. Boom. Its original eye exploded into a spray of blood, dark red droplets dripping from the rim. Ziwo didn't care. The moment the eye burst, a deep vortex reformed in the socket. The murky vortex suddenly unleashed a ravenous pull, swallowing the snow-white eyeball and absorbing it in an instant. Moments later, a pearl-white eye with a golden-orange iris gleamed in Ziwo's right socket, brilliant, almost dreamlike in its beauty. Zhan En's eyes narrowed. The fusion was complete. He opened Ziwo's ability panel. Black vortex. Each internal vortex can merge with or seize the matching organ, inheriting its powers to complete the body. Organs may be replaced at will. Current status. 1. Skeleton source. Purple Thorn Shield Guard. Purple Thorn, variant. Purple Thorn Shield Tactics, LV.13. 2. Brain source. Brain Beast. Shared vision bound to Master Zhan En. Psionic amplification. 3. Right eye source. Cyclopean Sand Giant. Hallucinatory eye wave. In a foe's sight, the user appears as the person they fear or adore most. So this is what it's like to seize a boss monster's power outright, Zhan En thought, unsettled. All Ziwo needed was the matching organ. Once found, it devoured and assimilated it without resistance. Terrifying. At the same time, eerie violet field. Intensity 13. Each completed organ adds 1. Current intensity 4. Roar. With its progress advanced by 1 organ, Ziwo threw back its head and howled. The violet force field surged outward, its hue deepening, its pressure almost tangible. Time to test the new ability. Ziwo trembled with excitement, the amber pupil of its new right eye flickering. Target? The master was off limits. The red Onino, it had promised. Its gaze swept the room and settled on the only remaining option, Delia. A grin split its face almost to the nape, streaked with blood and bits of ocular fluid ghastly to behold. Lord Ziwo. Delia felt her scalp tighten as she forced a smile more painful than tears. It's over. The monster is finally coming for my perfect nails. She hid her hands behind her back, yet was startled to see that Ziwo didn't track the movement. Stranger still, the greed in that new eye seemed to fade. Being targeted was bad. Not being targeted felt even worse. Her emotions churned. And she was partly right. Ziwo's obsession with her top-tier low-quality hands had waned. At birth it had seen nothing but shoddy organs, and Delia's hands had been the best of the lot. After devouring a truly superior eye, it finally understood what high-end meant. If she offered her hands now, Ziwo would still gladly accept them, but no longer with the old urgency. Would you like another manicure? I've had a brand new idea. I can make your nails even more perfect. Cold sweat slid down her temple as she tried desperately to change the subject. Her answer was a wave of shimmering illusion. Ziwo's pearl-white right eye radiated dazzling colors. For a split second Delia's vision blurred, and her eyes flew wide. Beiji. Beiji, what are you doing here? Ziwo was forgotten. Relieved as if she had found a savior, she walked straight toward the familiar figure, her guard completely down. Excitedly she babbled, Captain Belosa asked me to look into the Jinsha Society, so I used another body to go undercover. You'll never guess, are they really working with the traitors? All she could see was her best friend, leaving Zhan En and Hongling entirely ignored. Zhan En whispered in awe, that's even stronger than the original hypnotic gaze. Ziwo's terrifying power could not only strip organs from monsters, but also amplify their effects. Oblivious, Delia kept rambling. Humph, that old man didn't trust me and sent me to dig for treasure. I knew he was up to no good. We were ambushed by a swarm of sand lizards. I hid in the shadows, but everyone else was ripped apart, picked clean to the bone. Remembering the carnage made her shiver. She frowned. Why are you so quiet today, Beiji? She went on complaining, I thought I'd escaped, but then a masked stranger appeared. One of his creatures grabbed me. You have no idea how twisted it was. It actually, her voice trailed off. A sudden jolt ran through her. Wait, aren't I still under that monster's control? Delia snapped her head up, terror flooding her eyes. You're not Beiji. Boom, her vision shattered. Ziwo's massive shadow loomed within arm's reach, the stench of ruptured eye slime flooding her senses. Its crushing aura enveloped her, and she screamed, ah, so noisy. Ziwo's voice seeped out like cold mist. A violet force field snapped into place, cutting her scream short. Suspended in midair, Delia felt an invisible weight squeezing the breath from her chest. Her mind raced back to what she had just revealed, and despair set in. It's over. I've angered the monster and it has powers like this? Watching her regain awareness, Zhan En analyzed silently. If a target recalls the real situation, they'll spot the flaws in the illusion. In theory, anyone caught will wake up eventually. But in battle, one moment of relaxation is all Ziwo needs to maim or kill. The technique works best on intelligent beings and is less effective on mindless, blood-crazed creatures. The richer a creature's emotions, the deeper it sinks into the dream. After examining Ziwo's new ability, Jin turned to Crimson Wraith. Crimson, what did her soul waves reveal while she was speaking just now? The spirit, which had been circling him in delight, froze midair, cocked its head, and let out a series of wah, 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 mm. A moment later it announced its verdict. The data were incomplete, yet sufficient. The woman was indeed an investigator from the Roxan city garrison. She despised traitors, and nothing about her was suspicious. Good enough, Jin said with a shrug. Ziwo let her go. Roaring, the violet force field snapped shut. With a thud, Delia's legs buckled, and she dropped onto the sand, scrambling upright at once. Her mind raced. Lord Ziwo, please let me explain. In my homeland, the word pervert is used for someone incredibly powerful, nothing more. Ziwo bared his fangs, a low laugh rumbling from his chest. He thumped it twice and shot Crimson Wraith a glance, as if to say, me, monstrously strong. Wah. Crimson Wraith refused to be outdone. It pounded its own chest, bones ringing like metal. Me, even more monstrously strong. Jen understood every boast and twitched a corner of his mouth. So pervert could be a compliment, who knew? All the same, he decided the woman should leave as soon as possible. Miss Delia, you may go. Wedged between the two towering creatures, Delia was already shaking. Hearing him call her Ms. almost turned her to stone. MS? He called me MS? She straightened at once, hurriedly smoothing hair that Ziwo's grip had tousled. You mean I can leave? Yes, you may leave, Jen confirmed with a nod. The expression on her face shattered into pure elation. After all these days, she could finally quit this nightmare and these two perverted monsters. Still, she asked carefully, can I go right now? Jen knew Ziwo's constant watch had made her miserable. Go, he said, decisive. Before the word had finished echoing, he withdrew Ziwo. Gilded feather serpent wings unfurled behind him, and a burst of golden light shot skyward. Wah! Crimson Wraith hooped and streaked after him, vanishing in a blink. In a few heartbeats the dune held only Delia. A chill wind swept by. She slapped her own cheek pain. Not a dream. The next instant joy erupted. She threw her head back and screamed, I'm free. Boom! Familiar gold light wheeled back and halted in front of her. Delia's mouth snapped shut, her face bleaching. Had he changed his mind? Yin's voice drifted down. One more thing. Keep everything about me and my followers to yourself. Delia nodded furiously. Delia, swear on my life you'll never reveal a single detail. Jin nodded, satisfied. Even if she did speak, he would soon appear at Roxan City with 2 followers and a shield guard in tow. Nothing would stay hidden then. The dead desert had tempered him. The birth of 2 familiars and the Sun King sword now bolstered him, and he was no longer the weak man of a few months ago. Golden light flared once more, and he shot away like a meteor, disappearing into the sky. This time Delia spun on her heel and sprinted, determined to avoid a second scare. After leaving the Bayang Gobi, Zhan En paused in Bayang City for a quick rest, then raced toward the dead desert at full speed. Several days later he was back among the dunes, settling on a discreet sandhill. He flipped back his cloak and drew out the phantom relic that had been sealed in his spatial ring ever since he killed the Black Mist node boss, the mining ant. His original plan was to have it devour the Sun King's sword, but an encounter with a one-eyed sand giant had forced him to feed that creature's drop to it instead. Since then, this relic had been left in storage. The earring slot on his body gear was still vacant, perfect for duplicating Blessing of the Dead. A thin, inky fluid surfaced, wrapping the black crystal earring like liquid shadow. Moments later a small, open-work skull rested in his palm, jet black and translucent, exuding a faint scent of bone. Blessing of the Dead. Phantom Relic Special Effect, Skeleton Reanimation 2. With his level 14 origin points and the level 16 relic bonus, Zhan En skeleton reanimation skill shot past level 30 in an instant. At a thought he poured power into the mangled monster carcasses at his feet. Creek skeleton soldiers 29 and 30 pulled themselves from the dismembered remains, purple flames dancing in their hollow sockets. He gestured again, and the shield guardians reported in. Right behind them, skeleton soldier 28 and the retainer Ziwo touched down. Roar. Ziwo, a bone tiger wreathed in violet aura, had barely appeared when it jabbed a claw at Hong Ling hovering overhead, its voice rumbling like thunder. Why aren't you in the summoning space? Because I'm keeping master company, obviously. Hong Ling stuck out her tongue and fluttered affectionately around Zhan En, ignoring the tiger entirely. Ziwo froze. One thought hammered through its skull. Outside keeping the master company. And she sounded as if that were perfectly normal. Jealousy ignited. It had been holed up in the summoning space, while that red sprite got to stay at the master's side all day. I want that too. It roared, the desire erupting like a volcano. Zhan En raised an eyebrow at the bone tiger. Normally, when idle, Ziwo would be digging in the sand or scavenging spare parts. It had never just stood there like this. Roar. The moment Zhan En spoke, Ziwo lifted its head and answered with thunderous volume. His eardrums buzzed. Clearly something was up. All right, out with it. Are you rejecting the white eyeball implant again? He guessed, thinking the retainer might be having physical issues. Ziwo lowered its head, scraping the ground with its forepaws and saying nothing. If it asked and was refused, what then? The red nuisance would never let it live it down. Say it, don't say it, say it, don't say it. Its head and eyes spun in silent turmoil, trapped in an endless loop of indecision. Not a small problem, Zhan En decided, and he shot Hong Ling a meaningful glance. Wow. Hong Ling drifted over to Ziwo, silently sensing the creature's soul. In mere seconds she seized on a concealed emotion and blurted, wow, 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 spilling a follower's private thoughts without warning. Ziwo's head snapped up, bristling. With a guttural roar it flung out a vortex of violet force, trying to pin Hong Ling in place. Let her finish, their master Zhan En said softly. Ordered to stand down, Ziwo retracted the field, though the air around it grew heavy. It stared daggers at Hong Ling, warning her to keep quiet. Hong Ling only shrugged and pulled a face. Then she shouted again, wow, wow, wow. Ziwo's jealous of me. It wants to stay by the master's side forever and worries hell refuse. Life feels pitch black to it. Each revelation thinned Ziwo's aura of menace a little more. Its claws gouged the earth, head sinking lower as burning shame washed through its mind. I see, Zhan En chuckled, then spoke gently. Ziwo, unless absolutely necessary, you don't have to return to the summoning space. Roar. The words fell like rain on parched soil. Ziwo straightened, pride swelling. It snorted at Hong Ling, eyes gleaming. The master agreed, I win. Hong Ling pouted. Humph, you didn't even notice the phrase unless absolutely necessary. Whatever. She flicked her tail and returned to Zhan En's side. Once Ziwo had settled, Zhan En pointed to 6 shield wardens. Form pairs. Each pair takes 3 skeleton soldiers to hunt. When the skeletons have gathered enough death energy, bring them back and he'll teach them bone sword technique and bone shield tactics. Roar. The 6 wardens snapped to attention and charged off with their undead charges. The remaining wardens and familiars fanned out to track other prey. Roar. Wow. Ziwo and Hong Ling locked eyes, sparks flying. This round, they'll be the victor. Days later, 3 new Tulip shield wardens joined the ranks. After a brief rest, the party moved on. Dead Silence Desert. A lone mountain, gnawed by wind-driven sand, rose from the wasteland. Nothing grew there. An island once ringed by a lake had been pushed skyward until it crowned the peak, and even now marine erosion scars lingered halfway up the slope. The summit formed a broad, flat plateau. On its eastern edge stood a smaller hill. High above, Zhan En surveyed the scene. The hill and its surrounding black tents were packed like squares on a chessboard, arrayed with military precision. Hongling craned her neck. Wow, that's the final black mist node in dead silence, desert the black sand encampment. Legend says that on a distant night the army of the Black Sand Kingdom pitched camp here, only to meet a dreadful fate before dawn. Not even the Black Sand King survived. Every corpse turned into a grotesque sand sculpture. When the black mist appeared, that army rose again. Zhan En pulled out his alchemical spyglass and studied the scene. Though years had passed, the nearly 2,000 pitch-black tents still looked exactly as they had on that fateful night. Wind and sand had burnished the canvas to a dark sheen, the poles standing straight like spears. The camp lay so silent that only the low moan of the wind remained, yet the place radiated a chilling, untouchable menace. Previous intelligence suggested that roughly 10 black sand troopers slept inside each Tintin army of almost 20,000. The thought of converting that number into a vast reserve of spirit essence made Zhan En's breath quicken. To him, the tents that ordinary spirit wielders dared not approach were nothing more than mines waiting to be harvested. If he added the Black Sand King in the command tent, the essence he could reap would rival, perhaps even surpass, what he had gained from the one-eyed sand giant. His eyes blazed as he fixed on the towering black pavilion at the foot of the hill, its entrance ringed with obsidian spears and guarded by patrols marching in perfect step. He ran the numbers. If he could annihilate the entire Black Sand army, his attunement might rise another 2 points. Reaching 19 no longer seemed impossible. First, though, he had to seal every escape route. Unlike the mindless black fog nodes he had faced before, these troopers, though equally bloodthirsty, retained their reason. They would cut down the weak first, swarm the strong next, and never charge blindly. Equal numbers and equal power would see them triumph over any berserk creature. That same reason, however, posed another risk. Faced with an unbeatable foe, the troopers could break and flee like any mortal soldiers. Once the rout began, not even a royal order could rally them, and every deserter meant less essence for Zhan En. Lifting the spyglass again, he circled the island's edge, comparing the layout with what he remembered. The Black Sand army formed 3 distinct divisions. 1. A light vanguard on the plain before the hill, acting as sentries ready to raise the alarm at the first hint of trouble. 2. The main force, strongest of all, positioned against the hillside so they could rush downhill the moment the vanguard came under attack. 3. A rear guard halfway up the slope, blocking any flank or rear approach and forming a pincer with the troops below. The clarity of the formation drew a silent nod of respect. On any human battlefield, it would be textbook perfect. Yet all the Black Sand King's painstaking preparations had turned into polluted black fog nodes overnight during that dreadful calamity. He made another circuit, confirming the terrain. Years of wind-blown sand had shrunk the island, leaving it far smaller than the chronicles described. Block a few mountain paths and every exit would be sealed, turning the camp into a trap. For both efficiency and safety, he decided on a strategy of dividing the army and destroying it piece by piece. Records said that the vanguard, main force, and rearguard were each commanded by one of the Black Sand King's 3 Black Sand generals. The 3 Black Sand generals had been bitter rivals in life, and death only deepened their hostility. Now, as sandborn monsters, they loathed one another so intensely that, without the Black Sand King's restraint, they would tear each other apart and drag their armies into the conflict. That very tension is likely the balance the Black Sand King relies on. With that in mind, Zhan En devised a plan. Strike one army while the other 2 stand by or even cheer so long as the Black Sand King remains asleep. What truly unsettled Zhan En, however, was the Black Sand King's dreaded ability, Quicksand Inferno. When a Black Sand soldier falls, its corpse crumbles into black sand, much like a salt giant's body collapses into salt grains. Using this black sand as a nucleus, the king can command vast swaths of nearby grit. Even solid rock is instantly ground into sand. If enough soldiers die, the gathered black sand becomes a tidal wave that can drown the entire desert, swallowing everything on the surface. Worse still, while the inferno rages, the king submerges in the churning sands, its position shifting from moment to moment and almost impossible to pinpoint. Fortunately, there is a way to counter it. Zhan En raised a heavy sack and tugged it open, letting a stream of glittering grains spill out the salt sand left behind when a salt giant perishes. A strange reaction occurs when salt sand meets black sand. The 2 draw together, collide, and fuse into blue salt sand. The Black Sand King cannot control this fused material. Once enough black sand converts, the core medium for Quicksand Inferno is lost. Hongling, they'll spread it south from here. You cover the north. Make sure the entire camp below is blanketed. Zhan En handed several sacks to Hongling. Hongling nodded eagerly, lifted a bag with ease, scooped up a small handful, and tossed it onto the ground. The thin sprinkle drifted down, settling in the gaps between tents. That's the idea, Zhan En said, though he couldn't help but smile at the pace. At this rate, they would be here until the end of time. Watch this. He jabbed a hole in one sack with his dagger. Salt sand poured out like a waterfall. With a rapid beat of his wings, he streaked back and forth, laying a thick layer over an entire block of tents in seconds. Hong Ling's eyes went wide in wonder. Wordlessly, the little creature thrust its fingers through the bottom of a bag. Salt sand cascaded out in a steady stream. Perfect. Now hurry, Zhan En urged. Delighted by the praise, Hong Ling zipped into the air, dragging the leaking sack behind, scattering a sparkling trail of salt across the camp. Seeing Hong Ling handle her part without a hitch, Zhan En flew in the opposite direction and started scattering salt. A fine mist of crystals rained down like silvery drizzle, pattering against the black sand tents with a crisp, rhythmic tick. Inside, a few drowsy soldiers stirred, pushed aside the flaps, and squinted into the blazing sun. Finding nothing amiss, they shuffled back inside, oblivious to the strange, paler layer of sand now covering the ground beneath their feet. Wow! Hong Ling swung the empty sack in a dramatic arc, proudly announcing a flawless mission. Zhan En caught the bag and stowed it away. Before moving on, he noticed Hong Ling hovering in front of him, scarlet eyes gleaming with anticipation. He cleared his throat. Ahem. Hong Ling, you did an excellent job. Thank you. It was nothing. She sheepishly patted the side of her skull. As long as you praise me, I never get tired. Praise delivered. Zhan En headed straight for the mountain paths that circled the black sand camp. 8 narrow trails, carved by relentless wind and grit, wound down the slope. Some were barely wider than a single person. He stationed 2 shield guards on each track and warned them, from this moment on, nothing gets past you. With a harsh creak, the guards' soul flames flared. Great swords and tower shields locked into place, sealing each exit. Their master's trust ignited their fighting spirit, and Zhan En felt a surge of confidence. Growing more excited by the second, Hong Ling leaned close and volunteered. Let me stand watch too. Zhan En flicked her forehead. Leave it to Themi, you've got a more important job. The reassurance made her spin in midair, secretly thrilled that the purple brute wasn't around. Double the joy. Once the paths were secured, Zhan En flew to the camp's edge. With a sweeping motion, he summoned the remaining 12 shield guards and Ziwo. RRR. Ziwo lumbered up beside him, low growl dripping with complaint. Didn't you promise not to pull me back into the summoning space? Zhan En patted his broad shoulder. Special circumstances. The Black Mist boss is on the mountainside. Flying is faster and keeps us hidden. Would you rather Hong Ling and I soar up while you crawl? Ziwo shook his head hard. The mere thought convinced him being recalled had been the better deal. Above them, Hong Ling darted around, eyes shining with the urge to show off. Watching her, Ziwo felt a pang of envy. For the first time, he desperately wanted wings of his own, vowing to snatch a pair the first chance he got. With Ziwo appeased, Zhan En clapped his hands and began assigning the next round of orders. Our operation will unfold in 3 phases. Phase 1. Ziwo will lead 6 purple thorn shield guardians in a frontal assault on the vanguard of the Black Sand Army. At the same time, Hong Ling will take 6 red rose shield guardians, swing around at top speed, and sever their retreat from the rear. With the enemy caught between hammer and anvil, their vanguard will fall into chaos, flee down the side paths, and run straight into our waiting shield guardians. In the end, not one of them will escape. Do you understand? Roar. Wah. The 2 familiars answered in unison. Ziwa and Hong Ling straightened their backs, their voices echoing like thunder. Jin nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. Move out. Remember, you must command the shield guardians, not fight alone. He was deliberately training the 2 familiars as field commanders. Once their leadership matured, he would only need to issue objectives and could leave the execution to them, greatly lightening his own workload. Skipping the usual aerial drop of shield guardians was also part of this plan. At his order, another roar erupted. Ziwa and Hong Ling set off at once, each accompanied by 6 shield guardians. Wah! Hong Ling beat its wings and shot ahead to lead the way. Earlier scouting had revealed the fastest route to the rear of the enemy vanguard. The red rose shield guardians excelled at speed, and in a blink the unit became a pale red streak on the horizon. Ziwa, however, had to slow down. The purple thorn shield guardians moved with a naturally heavy, deliberate gait. Watching its partner vanish into the distance, Ziwa grew anxious. Roar! It urged them on, but their steps remained as steady as drumbeats. Roar! 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 The 6 purple thorn shield guardians replied in chorus, making it clear this was their full speed and no amount of pushing would help. Choking back frustration, Ziwa settled into their pace. High above, Jin surveyed the battlefield. The moment his familiars split up, he had taken to the air to watch their every move. Everything was proceeding as planned. No one was acting on their own. He nodded to himself. Dim yet blistering sunlight poured down. Inside the forward camp of the Black Sand Army, large numbers of troops began to awaken, crawling out of their tents just as they had in life. Black Sand Soldier, Spirit 19, Strength 7, Constitution 7, Speed 1. They were wrapped head-to-toe in pitch-black sand cloth, and every exposed piece of flesh had turned into dark brown, grit full-fledged sand sculptures. With each step their limbs scraped and rattled, shedding grains of sand. Every soldier carried a plain curved blade. Moments later, a dense formation of thousands had assembled on the open ground in the center of the camp. The soldiers stood in utter silence, a dark mass that seemed to swallow the light. The air itself grew colder under the weight of their killing intent. At the head of the phalanx stood a towering sand effigy clad in heavy armor. His aura was steady and condensed. Sand-carved eyes swiveled as he inspected the ranks. This was one of the 3 great generals of the Black Sand Army. He glanced up to judge the time, then drew a massive scimitar in a flash, its cold gleams slicing through the air. Hyesha! The sand general roared. Below him, the black sand soldiers drew their blades in unison, their answering roars shaking the sky. Hyesha! 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 Sand and dust swirled through the camp as the vanguard began its daily drill. As he looked down at the neatly arrayed army below, Zhan En couldn't help but marvel that even death had failed to erase the discipline etched into their very souls. At that moment, Ziwo was leading 6 purple thorn shield guardians, silently closing on the entrance to the vanguard's command tent. Suddenly, a chorus of guttural, murderous laughter ripped through the black sand camp like claws tearing the air, and Ziwo instantly went on alert. It rumbled in warning, deciding they had been spotted and reacting at once. Raising a claw in signal, it had its comrades lift their shields in perfect unison. With a grating creak, the heavy thorn shield slid into place, 6 massive bulwarks forming a straight line with Ziwo at the center. Their icy spikes caught the dim light, forging a wall as solid as bronze. Yet after a brief standoff, the howls inside the camp continued, and still no enemy appeared. Ziwo waited a moment longer, but the foe remained unseen. It growled again, wariness turning into impatience. Refusing to wait any longer, Ziwo slashed its claw in the air, signaling the charge straight toward the source of those howls. Moments later, a dense cluster of tents loomed ahead. Outside, a high wooden palisade encircled the camp, and at the western gate only a dozen black sand soldiers stood guard, no sign at all that the main force had been deployed. Realizing its earlier judgment had been wrong, Ziwo felt a surge of embarrassed fury. It roared, the sound vibrating through the air, and led the shield guardians in a faster charge. The sentries on the outer palisades spotted the 7 creatures at once. They didn't panic. To them it was just another band of foolish beasts from the foothills. As usual, a 10-man black sand squad stepped forward, blades flashing coldly. With casual strides they rushed Ziwo's group, not taking the 7 shield guardians seriously at all. Ziwo growled in disbelief at the insult of being met by only 10 weak soldiers. The next instant, boom, a violet force field erupted from its body, a tangible pressure slamming down. The charging black sand squad froze mid-stride, their sand-textured faces warped by terror, every motion locked in place. Then another boom. With a tooth-grinding crunch, the field crushed them. 10 soldiers and their scimitars were compacted into loose grit that fell with a dry patter, scattering as black sand. Monsters! The remaining guards at the west gate watched the nightmare unfold. 2 of them immediately pounded the alarm drum. The dull, urgent beat rolled through the camp. Thousands of black sand soldiers drilling on the parade ground paused. The vanguard general's brows knitted and he barked, "Cease training." The signaler whipped his command flag. The ranks snapped to a halt, and thousands of sand soldiers lifted their heads to the drumbeats, bloodlust glinting in their eyes. A moment later, a panicked black sand soldier burst into the command tent, shrieking, Monsters, General." He collapsed to his knees before the vanguard general, bowing frantically. 7 creatures are about to break through the west gate. The squad sent to surround them was wiped out in a single heartbeat. Their attire terrifying. When he finished, the general seethed. A mere 7 creatures reduce you to this? You disgrace the Black Sand Army. Sowing panic is a crime punishable by death. The soldier tried to bow and plead Jin, but steel flashed. Crack! The scimitar sliced through the air. The soldier was cleaved in half, instantly collapsing into cascading black sand. The general sheathed his blade, the last grains sliding from the edge. He swept a chilly gaze over his troops. Whether the report was true or not, morale demanded such action. Monsters? The general proclaimed with icy pride. No matter how strong, they will be ground to dust beneath the Black Sand Army. His hard pronouncement landed, and the tense morale surged once more. Over the years, the vanguard's general had thoroughly gauged the monsters roaming nearby. Even when an occasional patrol vanished, he simply blamed their carelessness. Such mishaps had happened before. This was the Black Sand Army's forward base. Thousands of soldiers stood behind 4 stout walls, and any intruder was supposed to meet certain death. Yet when scouts reported 7 unknown creatures at the west gate, the general chose caution. Send a company of 100. Exterminate them at once. Signalers flashed their flags. Boots thundered through the camp, and an orderly 100-man unit mustered and sprinted toward the gate. On the rampart, Gate guards were straining to lower the heavy portcullis, but it was too late. The 7 creatures had already broken through. At their head strode Ziwo, his enormous sword sweeping wide arcs, while the 6 shield sentinels behind him locked their tower shields into a moving wall. Screams burst forth. Scimitars clanged uselessly against the shields, and breastplates ripped like paper under Ziwo's blade. Lives winked out one by one as shattered bodies collapsed into black grains that silently blended with the salty sand. Help me. Where's the main force? Guards shrieked amid the clatter of armor, and within seconds their formation dissolved in panic. A denser, more disciplined drumbeat of footsteps drew near. The 100-man company had arrived. The captain's face went ashen at the sight of scattered black sand and missing comrades. 7 monsters had erased the gate guard in an instant. Form 7 squads, he snapped. 3 squads on the leader, the rest keep 1 each busy. Finish it fast. Charge kill. The company split into 7 groups, shields slamming forward and spears leveled as they lunged at the creatures. In the captain's plan, once one squad finished its target, it would reinforce another, tipping the scales ever further. That scheme assumed, however, that a single squad could at least stall a shield sentinel. Reality proved brutally absurd. With strength high enough to smash bones and armor in a single strike, each sentinel shredded its opponents. Surround them? Contain them? Even escape was a fantasy. Within a few heartbeats, several squads were wiped out, their screams rising and falling in waves. Impossible. The captain gasped, wheeled, and bolted. I must warn the general. These things are terrifying. 100 won't do, not 1,000, maybe not the entire vanguard. Before he could finish, a dark violet field closed over his head. Crunch. Ziwo's fingers tightened, effortlessly crushing the skull, black sand spraying outward. So weak? He growled in puzzlement. With strength like this, they still dared to split their forces? Thus, the Black Sand Vanguard's first 100-man company was annihilated. When the shield sentinels finished the remaining soldiers, an eerie silence settled over the west gate. Meanwhile, after dispatching the 100-man detachment, the Vanguard general once again followed instinct and ordered the troops to drill. Hihisha! Thunderous shouts shook the air as the Black Sand soldiers repeated their motions, apparently tireless. The general stood at the front, his sand-blurred eyes flicking left and right. At first he had never understood why the day's practice could not be skipped. Now he did, just as those monsters were born to hunt. Training was the purpose of his existence. He trusted the detachment had already destroyed them. Then a commotion exploded at the rear. Enemy attack. Monsters. Kill them. Ziwo and 6 shield guardians had torn through the tail end of the column. Tower shields smashed formations apart, blades flashed like lightning, and violet force fields hardened into spikes that punched straight through armor. Crack. Crash. Boom. In moments, swaths of black sand soldiers shattered into dust and drifted away on the wind. Ziwo's squad advanced like a devouring storm, leaving only swirling sand. Terror hollowed the soldiers' guts, morale collapsed, and they fled for their lives. Form up, harass and surround them. The Vanguard general bellowed. Long-conditioned obedience made most black sand soldiers answer with another hihisha, and charge the shield guardians. Buckrack. Crash. Boom. A great sword swept through them, and the ground gained a new layer of black sand. The brief skirmish ended in slaughter. Wrong. Everything is wrong. The general raged inwardly. What he saw clashed with the instincts in his mind. The soldiers should be mounted, wielding light scimitars, scouting at speed and peeling away. Before corruption, they had been light cavalry. When the black mist revived them, their horses did not return, so the cavalry became light infantry, yet he still issued cavalry orders and paid the price. Horses? What are horses? He whispered in confusion. The deputy general edged closer. Sir, should we request aid from the center? The general's face darkened. Men were falling fast, and a full rout was seconds away. He clenched his jaw and decided. Retreat. Abandon the camp. Break into small groups and scatter down the mountain. We'll come back after those monsters are gone. Yes, sir. The deputy sent runners with the order, then hesitated. General, do we warn the main force? No. Let them handle it, the Vanguard general replied coldly, casting a sinister glance toward the main encampment at the foot of the mountain. Hey, maybe I can use these terrifying creatures to get rid of them. Even on the brink of annihilation, the Vanguard commander was still plotting to eliminate the other general. A frigid voice kept urging inside his head. Kill them. Kill them. Wipe them all out. Jennifer, yes. Jennifer, who is she? He faltered for a heartbeat, but there was no time to think. The moment he issued the order, the Black Sand soldiers' morale collapsed. The entire line broke, and they stampeded toward the nearest path down the mountain. Elsewhere, the near-eternal silence of an unknown realm was torn apart. A black gleaming crystal coffin drifted in the void, its surface etched by countless scars of time. Through the translucent lid lay a faintly visible humanoid figure in deep slumber. The power sustaining the spatial seal had grown as thin as a cicada's wing, and, on this day, finally gave way. With a barely audible crack, the seal shattered, and the coffin, trailing a dim ebony glow, plunged back into the material world. Dead Silence Desert, above the Black Sand military outpost. That was fast. Zhan En murmured from high in the sky. A black sand route was unfolding quicker than he had guessed. No matter, Hong Ling was already in place. The result would remain the same. Hong Ling landed after a frantic dash, only to find the Purple Fellows' squad butchering the enemy at will. Worse still, before she even arrived, the Black Sand unit had already disintegrated. So much for the pincer attack now, it's just their solo act. She fumed, stamping her foot. Wah, wah, wah. Scarlet flames erupted as the Red Rose shield guards burst into shards of crimson light and hurtled into the fray. Monsters. Another wave of monsters coming from the rear. Hong Ling's surprise assault severed the soldiers' last hope of reaching the center column. Crimson fire roared, red flashes flared, and Black Sand troops vanished twice as fast. The survivors, ghost pale, spun around and bolted for the side trails down the mountain. Where did these things come from? Spotting a path almost within reach, the vanguard commander felt his taut nerves loosen slightly. Yet the screams behind him and the rising wall of red flames declared that the enemy had completely cut him off from the main force. More, let them slaughter the center and the rear as well. A savage glint flashed in his eyes. If everyone else died, he could gather the remnants and start anew. At that thought, the eerie name surfaced once more. Jennifer, wait for me. Who was she? Why was she waiting? Utterly puzzled, the commander still let the fantasy play out in his mind as he pushed forward. The vanguard general was closing in on the narrow path. Only one last corner remained. His mind, still filled with visions of victory, sensed none of the danger lying in wait. The moment he stepped around the bend, a sharp creak split the air, followed by two icy blades streaking past his sand-formed head. Was gone before his body even registered the strike. His eyes widened in disbelief. In his fading sight, two shadow-like creatures crouched deeper in the alley. As consciousness ebbed, one name surfaced on his lips. Farewell, Zhenifu. A single tear hit the ground, and his towering body collapsed into a mound of black sand. With the deserters slain, a pinpoint of light flashed within the dark sand, instantly drawing a nearby shield guardian's attention. RHM? Shield raised. The construct stepped forward, brushed the sand aside, and scooped the glowing object into its palm. A trophy to be sure, yet one that pulsed with something uncanny. Unknown loot detected? The guardian reported through the soul link. Zhan En chose not to come at once, opting to wait until the battle was fully settled. At the far end of the field, system messages flickered before his eyes. Soul Essence 1.9. Soul Essence 1.9. Soul Essence 1.9. Soul Essence reached 16,000. Spirit 1 current 17. Gained 1 attribute point, 1 skill point. With a thought, Zhan En put the attribute point into strength and the skill point into skeletal reanimation. Meanwhile, the shield guardians were finishing off the last black sand soldiers. Whoosh. He beat his wings and dove into the narrow alley. The ground was carpeted with fine black sand, evidence of those who had tried to break through and failed. The guardian on duty saluted and presented him with an item. Zhan En looked down at an exquisitely crafted necklace of dark gemstones. In the sunlight, it cast a cold, mesmerizing gleam. Brilliant obsidian necklace. Rarity, purple. Special bonus, charisma 1. When worn by an obsidianite, both rarity and bonus increase dramatically. Note, part of the obsidian armament set, highly likely to attract the attention of the obsidianites. Zhan En lifted the necklace for a closer look. Its eerie beauty sent a jolt through him. His memory clicked, and his pupils contracted. Wasn't this the very core piece of the lavish obsidian armament destined for the future lord of Heiyao City? The kingdom of black sand, the obsidian necklace, the obsidianites, the lord of Heiyao City. Clues intertwined, and an inexplicable sense of peril welled up inside him. How had a vanguard general gotten his hands on a component of the obsidian armament? What connection could exist between the Haisha kingdom and the Heiyao Stone clan? Zhan En pondered in silence. The archives offered almost nothing on the lord of Heiyao City. All they said was that he came from the Heiyao Stone clan, appeared one day, seized a human city by overwhelming force, renamed it Heiyao City, and from then on was feared as its ruler. Across every chronicle since, no second member of that clan was ever recorded. Reigning in his thoughts, Zhan En lowered his gaze to the spirit gear he had just obtained and checked its loan attribute charm 1. His brow furrowed at once. Useless in combat, its only value seemed to lie in whatever link it had to the lord of Heiyao City. He tucked the gear carefully into his tunic for the future. Some instinct told him he would one day meet that mysterious lord face-to-face, and when that day came, this odd trinket might prove vital. Deep in the tangled forest near the green city of Yaxi, a blackluster coffin slipped into existence and settled on the crown of an ancient tree, sending startled birds scattering. Cricket's lid shifted, and a flawless hand of dark crystal slid through the gap to push the cover aside. Sunlight poured in as the figure inside sat up, her whole body catching the light in a cold, crystalline glow. A living girl of Heiyao crystal. Birdsong rang through the woods, and the harsh light struck her translucent form, leaving everything around her at once alien and strangely familiar. Where am I? Her voice was so calm it carried no hint of emotion. She rose, her delicate face and gleaming body as perfectly sculpted as an untouchable work of art. A breeze brushed past, sending a faint chill across the crystal surface. Lowering her eyes to her chest, she murmured, "My Yaoshi armament, it's gone." After a brief moment of shock, she concluded someone had dismantled her weapon while she slept. Anger flickered, yet her movements remained measured as she coolly weighed her next steps. High in the canopy the wind swelled, clouds massed, and fat raindrops hammered her crystal skin like icy fingertips. She looked up. Rain. Instinctively she lay back inside the coffin and reached for the lid, only to feel something beneath her. Sitting up, she groped around until she found a familiar, dim hexagonal core. So there you are. It was the indispensable heart of her Yaoshi armament. Drained of power, it must have detached during her slumber. All right, back in place. She pressed the core into her chest, and energy surged through her body. A Heiyao battle dress flowed over her curves like living silk, both resilient and elegant. Now she could wait out the storm in peace. Bang! The lid slammed shut, and the crystal maiden lay quietly while the downpour raged. Wasteland Desert, Haisha Army Command Post. Central Command, G General. The forward camp has been attacked. A sand-caked soldier burst into the main tent, voice frantic. An attack? The general's eyes gleamed with savage delight. Tell me, did that bastard die? For a moment the black sand soldier had no idea how to reply. Noticing the puzzled look in his subordinate's eyes, the Central Army commander realized he had let his excitement slip and spoke in his mind aloud. He quickly composed himself, face impassive. An attack? What attack? General, we're not sure yet. The sentries only heard the vanguard's alarm drums. The soldier answered with his head lowered. Only drums? The commander's brief delight vanished. He felt he had celebrated too soon. Before he could finish the thought, another sweat-soaked soldier burst into the tent, voice trembling. G General. Flames are shooting up from the vanguard camp and enemy assault. Flames? The commander's eyes gleamed, as if he could already see the fire engulfing the tents. He understood that if the camp itself was burning, the vanguard was as good as doomed, and the rival general who had opposed him for so long was probably dying in the attack. Suppressing his excitement, he raised an arm and gave the order, "Relay my command. All units remain where they are and stand ready for any surprise attack." The order was brief, but everyone knew its real meaning. No one was to aid the vanguard. The deputy hesitated, then murmured, "General, is this wise? His Majesty will soon awaken. If the king learns of this..." The commander cut him off with a laugh. "The Central Army's first duty is to protect the king. Besides, we've received no request for help. I have no grounds to move our troops." The deputy tried to argue, but one sharp glare silenced him. "Send the order." "Yes, sir." He left at once. Watching him go, the commander clapped softly and let out a cold chuckle, a vicious light in his eyes. This was the perfect chance to make that man disappear forever. He knew that with the vanguard general's skill and the camp's strong defenses, killing him outright would normally require overwhelming force. The blaze looked catastrophic, but might not be fatal. If his rival still had a breath left, he could fight his way out. So the commander plotted. After a suitable delay, he would lead a rescue force. If the vanguard general were still Alavino, he could not allow the would personally send him back to the embrace of the desert. Meanwhile, the vanguard camp at the foot of the mountain had become a sea of fire. Crimson tongues of flame devoured timber beams and canvas, brightening the night sky. Burn! 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 A flickering red figure raced through the inferno. Each scream made Hong Ling quiver with delight. Whether a tent was occupied or not, it set everything alight, turning the camp into a dry-season oil barrel. Zhan En stood at the edge of the blaze, peering through the billowing heat at the silent central camp on the slope. His expression was puzzled. Strange, why isn't the Central Army making any move? According to the intel, the three Black Sand generals never helped one another, but with a fire this big they should at least send someone to investigate. Still, their inaction suited Zhan En perfectly. When the last Black Sand soldier collapsed in the scorching ashes, the purge was over. The vanguard is wiped out. Zhan En drew in a breath that tasted of smoke, and looked up toward the mountainside, swallowed by darkness. Now phase 2. With the vanguard annihilated, it was time to move on to the next stage. Eliminate the Black Sand rear army on the mountain. Zhan En recalled his troops, beat his wings, and shot skyward toward the mountain. Several hours later, in the Black Sand Army's rear camp. Up ahead, an eerie violet energy field blanketed the ground. Behind, a sea of scorching flames raged. Screams tore through the air as black sand drifted like ash, while purple and scarlet figures swept through the ranks, reaping lives at will. Damn it! Where did these monsters come from? The rear general's pupils contracted. These creatures had bypassed the vanguard and main force and struck the rear lines directly. He watched as skeletal beasts shrouded in violet light hacked forward, and crimson flashes behind them reduced entire squads to black sand in an instant. With escape cut off on both sides, despair crushed his heart. General, what do we do? The deputy stammered, barely resisting the urge to flee. What do we do? The general drew his broadsword and suddenly burst into loud laughter. Huh. At worst, we'll return to the sands together. His fearless roar exploded like thunder. The nearby soldiers caught the spark. Each drew his sword, faces set. Well, follow the general back to the sands. Charge. With a furious cry, the general led the shattered troops straight at the nearest shield warden. The warden raised a brow. These fragile mortals were charging him, but his blade never hesitated. Metal shrieked. Sparks flew. The leading general was cut clean in two, sword and all. In his final instant, a thought surfaced, so I was already dead. Relief spread across his features before he collapsed into a heap of black sand. General, the remaining soldiers roared. Avenge him. Kill. One after another, they hurled themselves at the shield warden. High above. Essence 1.9. Essence 1.9. Essence 1.9. Watching from above, Zhan En was quietly surprised. Even as monsters, the soldiers' bonds endured. He sighed. Very well, let me speed your release. Several more shield wardens descended at his command. Slash, rip, crack. Blades flashed, and the wardens granted the soldiers' wish to fall beside their general. Black sand piled ever thicker across the rock face until no new grains fell. Essence 1118517000, another large chunk filled. Zhan En estimated that once he cleared the main force and the Black Sand King, his spirit would rise 2 full points, reaching the cap of 19. Just then, a shield warden digging through the sand uncovered a piece of spirit gear. Zhan En descended to the spot where the rear general had fallen. Creak. The warden offered up a pair of delicately wrought onyx bangles, their dark surfaces gleaming with deep luster. The moment Zhan En laid eyes on the ebony bangles, he knew they belonged to the same set as the obsidian necklace Head found earlier. As the pair settled into his palm, a faint violet sheen swept across their surface and a familiar readout hovered in the air. Radiant obsidian bangles. Rarity, epic. Bonus, dexterity 1. Note, greatly enhanced when worn by a member of the obsidian clan. Warning, one component of the obsidian armament, highly likely to draw the clan's attention. Another piece of the obsidian gear, just as I thought. Zhan En pocketed the bangles. The stats still wouldn't boost his frontline power much, but this was the second item in the set. The vanguard general had dropped the necklace, the rearguard general the bangles. What would the center general leave behind? An obsidian ring, perhaps? He suspected each of the Black Sand Army's 3 generals held one component. With every new piece, his bargaining power grew, and he was already planning to exchange the full set for something far more valuable when he finally met the Obsidian Lord. Yaxi Greenhaven. The downpour hit hard and vanished just as quickly. Rain-washed forest air carried a crisp, earthy scent, and birds chattered among the branches. Atop an ancient giant tree, an obsidian coffin rested in silence. Inside, a crystal girl waited. When the last raindrop fell, she pushed the lid aside and sat up. Gazing through layers of foliage at the blazing sun, she murmured, "Only one sun cycle left." Her tone was calm, tinged with a faint melancholy. Then she went completely still, a flawlessly carved doll, gem-bright eyes fixed on the sky. Soon the birds returned, eyeing the pretty stone that had suddenly invaded their canopy. One bold fledgling landed on her head. When she remained motionless, it summoned its friends. Several were captivated by the shimmer of her hair and chirped about building a nest there. Abruptly, the crystal girl came out of her reverie. "I have to do something." Her voice rang clear, steady, and the sudden sound sent the flocks screeching into the air to circle above her. Only then did she notice her coffin had taken over their home. "I'm sorry for the disturbance," she said earnestly, addressing the birds. She stepped out of the coffin. Her gleaming foot touched the sturdy branch. As the second foot followed, a loud crack split the air, the branch snapped, and she plummeted. With a thunderous crash, she punched a human-shaped crater into the forest floor. Expressionless, she climbed out and straightened uponly to realize her feet were sinking shallow pits into the soil. She looked down, puzzled. Bare feet. My shoes. She glanced around, convinced they must have slipped off during the fall. After pacing the deck again and again, she finally admitted she had been mistaken. The shoes were still nowhere to be found. Frowning, the crystal girl stood on the polished planks of the treehouse, staring vacantly into space. A gust swept across the treetops, carrying the blistering heat from the desert's edge and whisking the familiar little bird back into her hair. Chirp, tweet. With a shrill cry, the beak tapped her crown, as if urging her to stop daydreaming. She rubbed her temples. When no answer came to her, she abandoned the search. Barefoot, she descended the rope ladder, leaving tiny prints on every rung. Once on the ground, she raised a hand and let midnight black aura wriggle between her fingers. High in the canopy, the obsidian coffin gave a slight shudder, slipped free of the branches, and floated downward while steadily shrinking. In the blink of an eye, the enormous sarcophagus was no bigger than her palm. Like a delicate trinket, it settled into her hand. She pressed it into the recess at her waist, and with a crisp click, it locked perfectly into her obsidian battle dress. Farewell. She waved to the circling bird, then turned and strode into the scorching sea of sand. Death Silent Desert, Central Black Sand Camp. Report, General. The tent flap flew open, and a soldier of the Black Sand Corps stumbled inside. The air was stifling, the oil lamp flickered, and the Central Army general looked up, muttering inwardly. What now? Is the vanguard begging for help again? The soldier saluted in haste. On the ridge, sir. It looks like the rear camp has been attacked. From a distance, the whole place is on fire. What? The general sprang to his feet, though a strange delight colored his face after the vanguard. Now the rear guard too? One odd event after another, and each feels like good news. The soldier swallowed hard. We're still not sure, sir. No alarm drums have sounded. Should we send scouts to investigate? The blaze looked exactly like the one that had consumed the vanguard camp. He had rushed here at once, but the truth was still unclear. No, no one goes anywhere. The general cut him off without hesitation. In his mind the calculation was quick. If they really were under attack, should he rescue them or not? If he did, he'd just as soon see that man dead. If he didn't, and the king woke to learn he had stood by, there would be hell to pay. Best to pretend nothing had happened. The heat is fierce. Tents catch fire all the time, he said with a dismissive wave. Pay it no mind. The deputy general beside him felt his eyelid twitch. The tents had been treated with fireproof oil. Ordinary flames couldn't touch them. Clearly an enemy adept with fire was at work. Still, he clasped his fists and said, Yes, General. He couldn't resist a quiet warning. With both the vanguard and the rear falling in quick succession, the enemy must be formidable. We should prepare. Handle it as you see fit. The general waved him away. Understood. The deputy had long grown used to this attitude. As he turned to leave, a low order followed him. Remember, protect the king above all else. No one is to leave the camp. Yes, sir. He answered crisply, though inwardly he groused. You're just praying those two generals get themselves killed out there. The Black Sand King was still asleep. From high above, Zhan En surveyed the sprawling black sand main encampment. At its center stood an ornate royal pavilion, its gilded fabric catching the last light of dusk. Patrols marched in perfect step around it, not daring to relax for an instant. On the far side, the commanding general's tent was equally conspicuous, though sensibly distant from the royal one. Satisfied with the terrain, Zhan En issued the third phase order through their soul link. Ziwo, the moment you land, seal off the royal pavilion. We can't risk waking the Black Sand King, he said, voice calm and decisive. If that thing wakes up, every soldier here will change under its power and the cleanup will drag on. Lock it down with a violet field, wipe out the troops, then deal with the king alone. That's the fastest option. Roar. Inside the summoning space, Ziwo grumbled, its basso voice full of resentment. Blast it. When am I ever going to find myself a pair of wings? Zhan En's gaze shifted to the general's tent. Hongling, see that pavilion? Wow. Hongling's scarlet eyes flared, its tail quivering with excitement. When the fight starts, your first job is to kill everything inside. Wow. Flames spurted from its mouth. Battle lust surged. Above, the sky had dimmed to charcoal. The sun's crimson rim was sliding below the horizon. As the final sliver vanished, Zhan En barked, Time's up, go. In an instant, a dozen towering silhouettes ripped through the night like falling meteors, plummeting toward the silent camp. Roar. Ziwo had not yet touched the ground when a terrifying violet field erupted outward, congealing midair into a vast canopy that slammed down over the royal pavilion. The guards posted there felt a crushing pressure steal their breath and looked up in horror. Well, what is that? The violet sky was collapsing like a mountain of ocean. Run. Panic drove them to sprint, but after only a few steps the canopy descended, sealing the pavilion like an overturned bowl. The sheer weight of it seemed to crush even the air. The king, the royal tent. A soldier cried, voice trembling, finally grasping the scale of the calamity. They had no time to form ranks. One after another, shield wardens slammed into the sand. Boom, boom, boom. The ground erupted. Black sand soldiers were pulverized on impact. Roar. The wardens howled, greatswords flashing. Any soldier caught within reach was cleaved in two, black grit scattering like chaff. Enemy attack. Monsters. Quick, warned the general. Screams rose in chaotic waves. Clang. Flash. Blades tore through the night as shield wardens crushed sand and bodies alike. Meanwhile, Hongling streaked toward the general's tent. Whoa. A scarlet glare burst from its core, banishing the darkness. In midair a colossal fireball coalesced, molten streams cascading from it like a newborn sun. For an instant, night itself seemed to turn into day. Inside the command tent, the Grand General jolted awake, roused by a flash of crimson light. Even before it could make sense of the glow, a chilling premonition of death surged through its mind. It looked up and, through the thick hide canopy, glimpsed a blazing fireball swelling at a terrifying speed, its heat searing the general's skin even from afar. Not good. Flames had already set the drapes alight, tongues of fire racing along the frame and snuffing out any thought of escape. Roaring, it raised its shield, the black sand within its body surging wildly as it summoned every ounce of power to resist the oncoming catastrophe. Boom! The sun-like sphere crashed down, and a torrent of fire swallowed the entire tent. Heat fierce enough to melt gold turned the formidable general and its heavy shield into molten slag before it could utter a final word. Only 2 obsidian crystals, the general's chorus clinked to the ground, glimmering coldly in the flames. The general's tent. The general is gone. Far off, black sand soldiers watched their commander burn to ash, their guts twisting in disbelief. A shriek rose from the heart of the blaze. A small crimson figure drifted out, wrapped in roaring fire, its heat scorching nearby sand grains yellow. The soldiers' throats went dry. They swallowed a mouthful of scalding sand and reached the same conclusion: run. The formation shattered at once. More shadows plummeted from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Each impact crushed bones and sand alike, splattering scores of soldiers into pulp. When the dust lifted, shield guardians emerged, dread radiating from their hulking forms. The edges of their massive blades flashed coldly as they charged the nearest troops. Crunch. Rip. A soldier caught in their path was cleaved clean in two, black sand hissing onto the ground. Those who witnessed it went pale, their screams echoing in waves. Monsters! Run! The general is dead, wake the king. Their comrades' destruction hit like a hammer to the chest. With no fight left, the routed soldiers dashed toward the royal pavilion, where their supreme king who had led them to victory countless times lay sleeping, their final hope. As the battered column neared the king's tent, a fresh nightmare awaited. Grotesque creatures were slaughtering their kin, black sand and screams mingling with the stench of blood and scorched earth. The king's tent. Several soldiers pointed, hands trembling. A dusky violet barrier had sealed the pavilion in a cage of nightmare, despair flooding them like an icy tide. At that moment, the vice commander appeared. It had been inspecting the camp outside the Grand General's quarters and had narrowly escaped the earlier disaster. Now it bellowed, everyone with me. Break that barrier and wake the king. Stand and die, or charge and maybe live. Attack. Break the barrier and wake the king. The vice commander sprang forward, black sand exploding beneath its feet as it plunged into the whirlpool of carnage. Behind them, the monster's roar drew closer. The surrounding soldiers traded a single look, clenched their teeth, and shouted, break the barrier. Wake the king. Amid the chaos of the battlefield, that cry rang out with startling clarity. Under the slaughter wrought by the shield wardens, the panicked black sand soldiers nearly broke. Then a thunderous blast ripped through the air, and in that instant they seemed to find their backbone. Awaken the king, they cried. A deputy commander was the first to charge, roaring as he ran. The squad behind him felt their blood ignite, and more soldiers who had been cowering a moment before were swept into the frenzy. Paying no mind to the cost, they surged toward the royal pavilion. The wardens' greatswords fell like a torrential storm, cleaving apart anyone who dared approach, yet their numbers were limited. Several knots of black sand soldiers slipped past the cutting edge and rushed straight for the pavilion. Your Majesty, they shouted, only steps from the amethyst barrier that ringed the tent. Above the shield, Ziwo hovered and looked down. Huh, so many tiny ants have come to die. With a boom, the violet field solidified into a forest of spikes that shot outward. Dozens of soldiers were skewered on the spot. The deputy commander felt a stabbing pain in his chest as he fell. In his final glimpse, he knew only despair. My king, his broken body scattered across the ground. One blow cleared everything around the pavilion. Farther off, the remaining soldiers froze in terror. Deputy commander, what is that thing? A monster, another monster. Ziwo merged with the amethyst barrier, radiating a suffocating pressure. The soldiers tried to retreat, but a wall of crimson flame rose behind them, roaring forward and devouring all in its path. Trapped, they plunged back into despair. Sensing Hongling's approach, Ziwo grew possessive. These prey are mine. A fierce light flashed in its eye. From its pure white right eye, a tawny pupil burst with dazzling color hypnotic wave. Rings of illusion rippled outward and instantly enveloped the surrounding soldiers. Grandmother, you came to see me. Oh, my love. Mother, I miss you so much. Brother to little sister. The deepest brands on their polluted souls awakened, and the battlefield echoed with tender calls. Seeing the figures they yearned for most, they rushed toward Ziwo. Ziwo bellowed with glee. Brilliant, every one of these creatures is mine. The amethyst spikes bristled, ready for the harvest. At that moment, the master's voice descended from the sky. Ziwo, withdraw the hypnotic wave. Baffled, Ziwo still obeyed. The light in its eye went out, and the illusion collapsed at once. No, Miss La, don't leave me. You're gone again. After a fleeting wave of grief, the soldiers collectively stared in confusion. Who was that? Their hesitation lasted only a heartbeat. Several shield wardens closed in, blades flashing coldly. Black sand spattered, and the slaughter resumed. Zhan En landed beside Ziwo, gazing at the butchered soldiers, a trace of sorrow flickering in his eyes. Ziwo tilted its head in puzzlement. It had never seen its master wear such an expression. Strange, isn't it, that I told you to stop? Zhuo sensed that its master's mood had darkened. Relying on instinct, it drifted to one side, stifling the urge to speak, and simply hovered there in silence. Zhan En looked down. The Black Sand soldiers had already forgotten their recent cries of agony before corruption. They too had loved and been loved. Roar? Zhuo rumbled softly in confusion. What was it to love, or to be loved? Zhan En's voice echoed on. But time is a blade. Both they and the ones they cared for have long since vanished. Zhuo grew even more bewildered, sensing only that its master's spirits were sinking. There's no need to die at the hands of someone you love. Even letting them remain a fantasy is the last mercy we can grant their lingering humanity. Ru. This time Zhuo understood. Sparing a victim from its hypnotic eye counted as mercy. Suddenly, a streak of red light cut through the battlefield. Bursting onto the scene, Hongling spotted Zhan En on the violet barrier. Wow. Sensing its master's gloom, the little sprite dove to his side, both tiny hands clutching something it raised like a newly found treasure. Guess. Zhan En obliged with a curious smile. Hongling, what did you find? A treasure? Wow. Hongling opened its palms in triumph there, gleaming in the light, was a pair of glossy black crystal earrings. No appraisal was needed. Zhan En knew at once they were components of an obsidian armament. He accepted the earrings and praised it. Good work, Hongling. These are splendid. Wow. Hongling rolled through the air, then subtly turned its body to keep itself between Zhan En and Zhuo. RRGH Zhuo growled under its breath, but dared not shove the red sprite aside. Hongling had just lifted its master's mood. Zhuo didn't want to look bad. It could only glare, hoping sheer presence would make the rival retreat. Hongling felt the prickling gaze at its back, yet ignored it this round. The victory was clearly its own. Zhan En paid no attention to the squabbling familiars and inspected the earrings. Gleaming obsidian earrings. Rarity, purple. Special bonus, 1 hearing. Note 1. Worn by an obsidian kin, both rarity and bonus increase greatly. Note 2. One component of an obsidian armament strongly attracts the attention of obsidian clans. Charm, dexterity, and now hearing Zhan En frowned slightly. Charm mattered to creatures skilled in allure. Dexterity aided weaving, forging, alchemy, even theft. Hearing was a prerequisite for certain skills. None, however, did much for his frontline strength. He tucked the earrings away. Hold on to these. I hope the Black Sand King drops something more useful. If nothing drops at all, well, I suppose that's possible too. Shaking off the scattered thoughts, Zhan En fixed his gaze on the battle below. Spirit Essence, 17,000. Spirit 1. Current Spirit 18. 1 attribute point and 1 skill point gained. The familiar notification rang in his mind. Strength 1. He decided to save the skill point for later. Holding that point was preparation for the Shield Warden's future ascension. With Spirit at 18, only a quarter of the Black Sand soldiers had been slaughtered. The battlefield was still drenched in blood. The Shield Wardens chased down every fleeing or hiding enemy, and a steady current of essence poured into Zhan En's soul. His next breakthrough was only a step away. Once Spirit reached 19, he would leave the death-silent desert. Suspended in midair, Zhan En reviewed his next objectives. 1. Head to Roxan City and eliminate the remnants of the Golden Sand Society and the Black Poison Cult traitors and cancers must die. It was a matter of duty and conscience. 2. Gather materials for the Black Knight's ascension top priority, as it would determine whether he could keep farming monsters and gaining spirit at his present pace. 3. Search for rare spirit gear with the skeleton revival bonus, continually expanding his forces. The more troops under his command, the faster he could grind and the quicker his spirit would rise. Beyond that, he had to pursue the new tribe sword plotline, redeem the remaining shield gear from the Ersba United Kingdom, and collect intelligence on the 2 other companion flames of the Sun King's sword. Each task affected combat power, and none could be delayed. What a bother, yet deep in his emerald eyes, excitement burned, untouched by fatigue. Time slipped by, and the screams over the Black Sand main camp grew thin. Shield Warden squads swept outward, hunting down every last soldier. Others pressed in from the perimeter, tightening the net. With their acute sense for life force, almost no enemy escaped. Whether cowering in tent shadows or behind broken walls, each was cleaved in 2. Bodies thudded onto the sand, instantly devoured by the salt grains, transforming into new blue salt. Essence 1.9. Essence 1.9. Essence 1.9. The prompt slowed, then stopped. The purge was complete. Zhan En glanced at his panel. Essence 11. 81918000. He beat his wings, rose higher, and commanded, all shield wardens, form up by the royal tent. Roars and grinding armor answered. Moments later, 28 shield wardens gathered around the deep violet barrier. Fresh from the slaughter, each radiated murderous intent, as though haunted by the souls of the dead. Soulfire blazed within black helms, flickering in eye sockets, a sure sign they were on the verge of their next ascension. His 2 lieutenants had also gained greatly. Red Wisp brimmed with death energy, nearly saturated, and purple vortex long at Zhan En's side needed no further comment. Now only the Black Sand King remained. Zhan En stood on a rocky ledge, looking down at the royal pavilion that sat in the gorge below. Ziwo lay hidden as planned, and the king still showed no sign of waking the moment to strike had come. Ziwo hit the pavilion. Zhan En ordered, and the final war horn against the last boss sounded. Roar. At the command, the violet vortex beneath Ziwo's feet contracted, tightening like an invisible cage. Crack. Crunch. Under the crushing force from every direction, the pavilion shuddered violently. In a heartbeat its frame buckled, and the rune-carved hides exploded one after another, their sharp reports echoing through the canyon. What's happening? Startled awake, the Black Sand King saw a ghostly purple barrier sealing him in from every side, closing in as if to grind him to powder. No time to think. Muscles taut, he triggered his innate art sand escape. In an instant his body dissolved into grains and flowed into the ground. The spell would last only moments. He had to slip past the violet field before it was too late. The sandy current skimmed along the rock, racing deeper underground. Roar? Ziwo felt the sudden disappearance of the king's aura, and the violet field paused for an instant. Expand the field, he's gone below, Zhan En shouted, knowing the king's trick all too well. Roar. At Ziwo's command, the amethyst domain surged outward, rising and widening in every direction. Damn it, time's almost up. Below the surface, the king cursed as he fled. The field's boundary felt endless. Wherever he tunneled, it remained above him. Worse still, powerful enemies were closing in, yet none of his generals or soldiers had answered where were they. Why had no one come? Sand escape reached its limit, and the king's face hardened. Gritting his teeth, he let both arms melt into curling black smoke, which reformed in seconds into a sinister array. Tiger of the Sands. He offered his arms as the price, and the array erupted. Boom. The ground split open as a massive sandy claw thrust free, followed by a tiger-shaped colossus more than 10 meters tall. With a furious roar it sprang upward, its huge paw slamming into the violet barrier overhead. Boom. The deafening impact scattered dust and stone, yet the purple screen did not budge. Roar? Ziwo mistook the sand beast for the final boss his master had mentioned, and his fighting spirit blazed even brighter. The violet field contracted once more, snapping shut around the tiger in an instant. The giant beast thrashed wildly, but even its eyes could not shift. Like an insect trapped in amber, it was utterly immobilized. Roar. Got you. Ziwo's lips stretched into a feral grin. She pinched the empty air, and a violet force field snapped shut. Crack, screech, hiss. The teeth-grinding noise echoed as the 10-meter-tall sand tiger was crushed, flattened, and reduced to silent grit. When it was over, Ziwo yelled in triumph. Roar. Master, look, I killed the boss. Zhan En answered calmly. Ziwo, are you sure that was the Black Sand King? Roar. Ziwo dismissed the violet field, letting the sand cascade to the ground. She glanced down. Roar. The sand isn't black. Only then did she sense something amiss. Zhan En narrowed his eyes at the mound of dark sand beside the command tent. If he's fully monsterized, that disguise is a little too obvious. The sudden pile of black sand, no question. It was the Black Sand King. He signaled Hong Ling, understanding at once. She drifted upward and cried, Wah! A spiral of fire burst from her mouth. What? Scalding heat slammed down, and the Black Sand King was stunned. They had seen through his sandy guise. He dropped the camouflage immediately, black sand whirling into a humanoid shape as he leapt aside to dodge the probing attack. A heartbeat later, scarlet flames crashed down. Boom. The ground blew open, molten rock gleaming like glass, a testament to the blaze's savagery. The Black Sand King's face tightened. He had escaped a fatal hit, yet one sand-formed leg had vaporized in an instant. Wah! Just as Master said, that black sand pile really was the enemy. Hong Ling taunted. Who are you? Why attack my king? Armless and missing a right leg, the Black Sand King balanced on one foot, still proud. My generals, my soldiers, you killed them, didn't you? Though posed as a question, his certainty burned, fury rising. His senses told him every commander and soldier lay dead, obviously slain by the creatures before him. Wah? Hong Ling sneered. Where did this insect find the nerve? Wah? Insect? Die? Flames roared across her body, waves of heat rolling outward. The threat made the Black Sand King shriek instinctively. He shot back a contemptuous glare. You think that killing my generals and soldiers makes me easy prey? He could feel the vast black sand spread for several kilometers, the remains of his slain troops. If he unleashed quicksand hell with that mass, its power would be unimaginable. The thought inflated his confidence. Ziwo had nearly crushed him. Hong Ling had nearly incinerated him. Yet as long as that ocean of black sand endured, he could face any opponent. Any. Wah? Roar? Ziwo arrived beside Hong Ling, both hearing the Black Sand King's brazen boast. Fury erupted in both of them. Since the day they were born, no living creature had ever mocked them face to face. With a shriek, crimson flames surged skyward, staining the heavens blood red. A searing sea of fire swept across the sky, the very air trembling and warping. A bellow followed, and a dusky violet force field descended, sealing half the firmament in purple light. The pressure felt almost solid, smothering everything beneath it. The auras of the two lieutenants churned the clouds, terrifying beyond measure. Yet He Sha Wang stood tall, expression unchanged. A king does not suffer insults. Today I'll bury you once and for all, he growled, gathering every ounce of power. Quicksand inferno. A soft breeze drifted past. The world fell silent. Nothing happened. He Sha Wang. Honglingwa? Ziwa roar? Question marks practically floated above all three heads. No way. I must have made a mistake. He Sha Wang forced calm and tried again. Quicksand inferno. Still the world remained perfectly still. He could clearly sense the black sand, yet nothing answered his call. Maybe my stance is wrong. Gritting his teeth, he dropped onto his back, swept his arm wide, and roared, Quicksand inferno. The result was identical. Not a single grain responded. Panicking, he changed poses and incantations, shouting wildly. Quicksand. Inferno. Sand. Inferno. Inferno. RNO. The dead silence was mortifying. Not only was the black sand tide absent, not even one grain appeared. This can't be. Has my power deserted me? He Sha Wang trembled. He knew there was only one explanation. The soldiers had withdrawn their recognition. Had he become unworthy of the crown? The thought struck like lightning. He collapsed, unable to stay upright, muttering over and over, unworthy to be their king, to be their king, their king. Ziwa and Hong Ling exchanged a glance. Felling an arrogant foe was thrilling, but striking a broken, delirious one felt hollow. Hovering in midair, Zhan En sighed at the whims of fate. The encirclement he had laid was now pointless. Stop wasting time. End this. Wah. Hong Ling answered instantly, opening his jaws to burn the shattered figure to ash. Boom. The violet force field crashed down first, crushing He Sha Wang on the spot. What? Hong Ling froze, then erupted in rage, glaring at Ziwa. You struck while I was answering the master? How shameless. Roar. Ziwa replied smugly, this time I won. Wah. Hong Ling's fury flared even hotter, mixed with a twinge of dread. The clumsy purple oaf had learned to fight dirty. Ziwa shook his head in delight. Better yet, while Hong Ling was distracted, he had used the violet field to scoop up every treasure the monster dropped. Roar. My turn now. After bringing down the Black Sand King, the Shadow Fog Node's boss Zhan En absorbed 8,000 units of ether, picked up another piece of imaginary gear, and pushed his total ether to 18,000. His spirit climbed to 19, and he received 1 attribute point plus a skill point. The Black Sand King collapsed with a crash, and all that ether flooded into Zhan En. The progress bar filled instantly. When the panel flashed, he dropped the new attribute point straight into strength and decided to save the skill point for later. Roar. Through their soul link, Ziwo sent a burst of excitement. It had found something good. Guessing it was another radiant stone component, Zhan En flared his crimson gold feathered serpent wings and plunged toward the sand. Ziwo ignored Hong Ling, who was spitting flames nearby, and marched up to its master, roaring as it offered an elegant pair of black crystal boots in its palms. Crystal shoes? Zhan En didn't reach for them. He simply opened the info panel remotely. Light black obsidian combat boots. Rarity, epic. Note. Greatly enhanced when worn by members of the Black Obsidian clan. Warning. As part of the Black Obsidian armament set, this is very likely to draw the clan's attention. Enchantment. Pointless buff 1. Yet another item that would do little for a normal psionic user, but could shine in the right situation. Zhan En sighed inwardly and tucked the boots into his summoning space. Rising into the air, he patted Ziwo's shoulder, praising it in exactly the same tone he had once used for Hong Ling. Nice work, Ziwo. This treasure's a keeper. Roar. Master praised me. Ziwo's head wobbled with pride, nearly spinning in circles, and in its excitement it bumped the fuming Hong Ling aside. Hey, purple brute, that's too much. Hong Ling bristled but didn't dare shove back. Ziwo had just been praised and was riding high, so Hong Ling swallowed its frustration and stepped away. Ziwo's eyes sparkled. This was its first real victory over Hong Ling, and it felt on top of the world. These two Zhan En could see they would never truly get along, but their rivalry at least kept them motivated. He tossed out a pile of empty sacks. Clean up the battlefield. Roar. Wah. The two familiars and the shield guard warriors swarmed forward, bagging every grain of blue salt sand, the hybrid of black sand and salt sand. The buyer's family in Black Flame City would be desperate to get their hands on it. Zhan En made a mental note to have his sister EC trade it for something worthwhile. Once the cleanup was done, he recalled the shield guards and Ziwo, unfurled the crimson gold feathered serpent wings, and blasted skyward in a gale. Hong Ling followed close behind. 2 streaks of light vanished into the horizon. Somewhere behind a dune, a skeletal summoning began to rise. Zhan En summoned his 31st skeletal soldier and ordered the 2 shield guardians to take it out and grind monsters. With a metallic groan, the pair hoisted the snow-white skeleton and strode toward a distant pack of creatures. When this skeleton completed its transcendence, the whole team could finally leave the death-still desert. Objective settled, Zhan En returned to his tent, pulled the flap shut, and stretched out on his bedroll. The instant the blanket touched his back, deep sleep claimed him. Outside, Red Spirit and Purple Swirl pressed their huge eyes close, locked in a silent staring contest for fear of waking their master. Farther out, more than 20 shield guardians stood in formation, casually cutting down any desert beast that wandered too near, maintaining a silence so absolute that the drop of a pin would have echoed. Several days later, a column of ashen flame collapsed inward at the camp center, and the 7th Tulip Shield Guardian took shape, signaling the successful end of their 3.5-month trek through the death-still desert. Zhan En disengaged the perimeter wards, exhaled a warm breath, and opened his personal status page. Name: Zhan En Charles. Path: Death Herald. Spirit: 19. Spiritual Essence: 1,905 19,000. Health: 1,230. Physique: 50. Mana: 255. Spirit: 10. Mind: 10. Attributes: Strength 24.5, Speed 6.5, Physique 24.6, Mind 6.5. Skills: Child of Nature Max, Skeletal Reanimation LV 1516, Solar Quartz Swordsmanship LV 5, Crimson Gold Feathered Serpent Wings Max, Dawn Camellia Flame Max. Skill points remaining 2. Attribute points remaining 0. In just 3.5 months, his spirit had soared from 9 to 19, progress that took most people years, compressed into mere days for him. Advancement usually slowed at higher levels, yet Zhan En's pace had only quickened after doubling his shield guardians. Meanwhile, his fearsome strength and physique 24.5 and 24.6 already matched or exceeded the upper limits of most mid-tier arcanists. The Dawn Camellia Flame provided searing heat and obscene regeneration, giving him both firepower and endurance. Combined with the Crimson Gold Feathered Serpent Wings, every beat of his blazing wings left scorched earth behind. Confidence surged within him. Mid-tier opponents? No. Only high-tier fighters can keep up with me now. What thrilled him even more was the long-coveted Sword of the Solar King. Many enchantments remained sealed, yet its base sharpness of 59 was already able to cleave steel and stone. Gripping the hilt, Zhan En watched noble patterns on the crimson gold blade gather the light of a noonday sun, sending a blinding aura slicing through the air. The glare reflected in his obsidian pupils, mirroring an edge nothing could withstand. At this moment, Zhan En no longer spared a thought, for ordinary high-tier Arcanisanion below the rank of master was no longer a threat. Zhan En felt a surge of confidence. His own cultivation had leapt forward, and his skeletal legion had achieved a frightening advance in both quality and quantity. 29 shield guards, each with mid-tier strength at rest, and the potential to push into the high tier the moment their bond was activated. On top of that, his 2 familiars had been at the peak of the high tier since birth. Bolstered by the shield guard's bond, they could wrestle with the very best. This isn't swagger, he told himself. It's simply an honest assessment of my power. Even my sister would be stunned. With such backing, he no longer needed to keep a low profile. After collapsing his tent, Zhan En instinctively spread his crimson gold feather serpent wings, then stopped in midair. He was only leaving the dead desert. Why rush? Long-distance flight burned stamina and spirit energy, and he had flown more than enough while grinding monsters and traveling. It was time to take it easy. Decision made. He drew a bronze palanquin from his spatial ring. Its walls were woven from bronze mesh that kept out scorching winds and sand while letting air flow through, and a massive bronze parasol at the rear shielded him from the sun. He had ordered it in Huthfire City. It was far better suited to the desert than his old iron step palanquin. You too, carry the car. He pointed to the 2 fastest red rose shield guards. Creaked pair stepped forward, lifted the palanquin, and held it steady. Zhan En reclined inside and looked around. More than 20 shield guards stood in formation, with Ziwo and Hong Ling waiting for orders. Deciding the procession was too large, he wheeled most of the shield guards back into the bone phalanx, leaving 11 speed-type red roses and his 2 familiars. Move out. Ziwo roared and took the lead while Hong Ling circled above the parasol, its twin wings fanning pale spirit flames. 2 red rose shield guards sprinted with the palanquin. The other 9 formed an escort. Their bone boots beat a steady rhythm on the sand as they raced toward Roxan City, a stronghold of the Golden Sand Society and Zhan En's next destination. Roxan City, headquarters of the Golden Sand Society. In a dim chamber, several black-robed members spoke in low voices to their leader, Sha Liemo. Sir, everything is proceeding according to plan. Good, very good. Sha Liemo clapped his hands, and several chests of treasure rose from the floor. Your preliminary reward. Golden light danced across greedy faces. The robed men hurried to stash the chests in their rings, offering thanks in unison. Sha Liemo's eyes brimmed with scorn. Only these fools dared take on such a risky job. His tone turned coaxing. Once it's done, they'll grant you even rarer spirit gear. We will complete your mission or die trying. The robed men were thrilled yet terrified. They knew that if anything went wrong, none of them would leave this room alive, but greed smothered their fear. Go. Sha Liemo waved them away. They slipped out, leaving him alone with the wolf-head parrot on his shoulder. Humph, let's see who dares investigate me now. The old man's wrinkles twisted into a smug grin as he chuckled. A parched stretch of land. Huh, is that a person over there? Grace stood tall, her feline eyes scanning the distance, and spotted a figure sprawled on the ground not far ahead. Her two companions followed her gaze. Sure enough, it was a person slender, apparently female-ing motionless with limbs splayed, as if gravely injured. Let's go check it out. Cassie started forward at once. In this dry, monster-ridden wasteland, it was the first time they had encountered another human. Wait, Hetty caught Cassie's wrist. What if it's a traitor trying to lure us in? Good point. Grace folded her arms, muscles bulging beneath her dark skin, unusually willing to agree. Cassie halted, brows knit. But what if she isn't a traitor? We can't just leave her to die? The three exchanged looks, torn. Suddenly Hetty remembered something. A small gray earthenware jar appeared in her palm. In situations like this, our mentor taught us, Cassie murmured. You mean? Grace scratched her head, lost as usual with theory and riddles. What is it? Spit it out. Hetty and Cassie grinned at each other and answered in unison, the insight might. Grace blinked, still clueless. Cassie explained patiently, we're unranked psionics. Our attunement is too low to detect the black haze around traitors. The insight might is bred to sense it. Hetty had already unscrewed the lid. A white, fingertip-sized insect buzzed out and darted toward the prone woman. After a few heartbeats it circled back, its shell still pristine. No discoloration, Hetty said. She and Cassie exchanged a look. She's not a traitor. Then we help her, Grace declared. The three dashed toward the figure. Up close they saw a girl in strange clothes. Her lips were pale, brow furrowed, breath quick but steady. She looked so fragile a breeze might carry her off. Cassie knelt and lifted her, fingers on her pulse. Huh, no external injuries. Maybe the damage is mental, Hetty guessed. Cassie uncorked a vial of pale blue restorative and carefully tipped it down the girl's throat. Within moments her lashes fluttered. She slowly regained consciousness. She glanced around in confusion, but when her eyes fell on Cassie, Hetty, and Grace, her pupils narrowed. Excitement almost burst from her lips. Cassie, Hetty, Grace. The next instant she noticed their wary, unfamiliar expressions and recognized her own attire. She swallowed the shout. So the power triggered one last time, and am back at the first day. Terror and wonder surged inside her. One more death, and there would be no reset. She pushed the turmoil down and offered a sincere, muted smile. Thank you for saving me. MHM. The three women nodded as a matter of course, then extended open palms in perfect unison. The meaning was unmistakable. Rescue came with Relasa, save life, demanded payment. It was one of the iron laws drilled into every child of Emberfire City. The rescuer must ask for compensation, and the rescued must pay it. The girl froze for a moment, then quickly recovered and apologized. Sorry, Cassie ladies. I've lost everything I was carrying, so I can't pay you right now. Cold sweat beaded in her palms. Shed almost blurted out their familiar names, forgetting she shouldn't know who they were yet. Cassie raised a hand to reassure her. It's fine. Just pay us once you're back home. Hattie didn't object, merely lifted an eyebrow. Grace shrugged and nodded, unconcerned. Thank you. The girl's gratitude was heartfelt. No matter how many times she crossed paths with them, these three were always so kind. She straightened up and introduced herself earnestly. Officially, my name is Chi-Li. The sudden introduction caught the trio off guard. Cassie, Hattie, and that's Grace. Chi-Li's eyes curved into crescent moons just like the last time they'd met. Except back, then the introductions had come from them first. Gazing at the three, she said with open admiration, wow, I know who you are. You're this year's 3 psionic prodigies. That's right, that's us. Cassie laughed. Their reputation had spread far and wide. Prodigies fit them perfectly. Bolstered by familiarity, Chi-Li slipped easily into their conversation. A moment later, Hattie laid a hand on Chi-Li's shoulder, her gaze curious. So where's your psionic power? Cassie and Grace finally sensed it too. A quick probe revealed not a trace of psionic energy in the oddly dressed girl, something they'd only seen in ordinary people. Chi-Li winced inwardly. She had overlooked this after coming back from the dead. Spreading her hands, she said, psionics? I haven't awakened yet, how could I have any? Right? If you haven't awakened you wouldn't, Grace agreed. Hattie still wouldn't let it go. Chi-Li, you're an ordinary person, how did you end up in a monster-infested wasteland? And that outfit is strange. I've never seen fabric like this in Ember City or any neighboring state. She pinched Chi-Li's sleeve, soft to the touch, yet oddly fragile. The material is really strange. Cassie understood Hattie's caution, but her instincts told her the girl meant no harm. She probably just had a secret she couldn't share. Chi-Li paused, assembling a plausible story. I'm from Roxan City, an apprentice at Perkinus Alchemical Curiosities. I accidentally activated a mysterious device my mentor set up and got teleported here. I see, Grace said, finding the story reasonable. Hattie's brows remained knit. Teleportation tech? I've never heard of an alchemy master in Roxan who could make that. Chi-Li had anticipated this. Hattie, though short, was notoriously wary. My mentor Perkina is a reclusive alchemy master. She isn't interested in fame. So word of her work hasn't spread. As she spoke of her mentor, admiration lit Qi Li's eyes. After all, even the future Lord of Eternal Oblivion would hold Perkina in high esteem and visit her in person. Every time she was reborn, all she had to do was ask to see her mentor. No trials, no questions, just a token handful of gold, and he would take her in. Qi Li was sure the great mentor had seen through her secret. Nothing else could explain why. After every rebirth, he casually tossed her a priceless Valkyrie relic to deal with. Those offhand gifts let her inherit the legendary Valkyrie class and set out to defeat the Demon King. Such coincidences had to be his deliberate plan. A reclusive alchemy master? Heidi repeated, half skeptical. The admiration in Qi Li's eyes was real enough. But could Roxan City really be hiding someone that powerful? Grace laced her fingers behind her head and shrugged. Even if he exists, what's it to me? I'm just a regular person. Heidi, you're way too cautious. Qi Li, want us to escort you out? Grace offered. Thank you so much. Qi Li nodded, her smile crinkling her eyes. Grace might act brash, yet she always sensed what people needed. Heidi pretended to complain. Won't this cut into our grinding time? Cassie laughed softly. Come on, Heidi, we've been out long enough. A supply run won't hurt. Grace added. None of us has ever been to Roxan City. Might as well take a look. While the other two chatted, Heidi eyed Qi Li, rubbing her fingertips as the word payment echoed in her mind. Cassie and Grace looked away, pretending not to notice. Qi Li's mouth twitched. She thought, I don't remember this happening in the last cycle. Still, she kept smiling. Once you get me back, they'll give you a hefty reward. Hefty? How hefty? Heidi's eyes turned into gold coins. She sensed this ordinary girl would pay extraordinarily well. This hefty. Qi Li spread her arms wide, as if hugging a pile of glittering chests. Heidi stared, lost in pleasant fantasy. Ahem. Ahem. Cassie coughed, yanking her back to reality. Heidi cleared her throat. Since everyone's agreed, the escort quest starts now. Move out. They left the parched zone behind. Once the excitement faded, Qi Li sorted out the situation. By now the Golden Sand Society had likely joined the Black Sinners to prepare a sacrificial rite. Though they would be crushed in the end, Roxan City would be devastated. That moment would also mark Zhan En Charla's first public display of terrifying power. Remembering the boy's meteoric rise, staggering combat skill, and fearsome army filled Qi Li with both eagerness and dread. This time she had to stop the birth of the eternal annihilation Demon King. In every previous life, she had failed to prevent his rise or defeat the Lord of Black Mist. But this cycle was different. She was back at the very start. There was still time. She needed to reach Roxan City fast, meet her mentor, reclaim the Valkyrie class, and, most importantly, encounter Zhan En Charles before his power exploded and his humanity faded. With the right plan, she could amplify his kindness and keep him from becoming the eternal annihilation Demon King. Qi Li glanced at her three vigilant companions and whispered in her heart, Cassie, Heidi, Grace, I'm sorry. After so many attempts, this is the only way you'll stay with you to the end. Achoo. 3. All three girls sneezed at once. Heidi frowned. That better not be another one of your pranks. Cassie shook her head. Not me. Somehow, it felt like something good was about to happen. In a gloomy fortune-telling shop tucked away in the eastern quarter of Yansha City, someone shouted, Beiji. Beiji. A crash followed as the door was kicked open and a figure burst inside. Footsteps shook the wooden boards and sent dust swirling through the dim room. The intruder was Delia, freshly returned from her latest commission. Delia, you made it back alive again. Behind a wooden counter, a young woman was polishing a crystal ball. A gauzy veil framed eyes bright as morning stars. At the sound of the door, she looked up, her delight impossible to hide. Delia dropped into a chair, boots propped on the table, and swept aside the unruly red hair on her brow. Honestly, I get the feeling you're waiting for me to return to the holy flame. Caught me. Beiji blinked and nodded solemnly. Some friend you are. Delia feigned outrage, lunging to dig her fingers into Beiji's ribs. Ha ha ha, that tickles. Beiji doubled over, laughing helplessly. Okay, I surrender. Satisfied, Delia released her. They'll spare you this time. Rubbing her aching waist, Beiji grinned. Lady Delia, you were gone for ages. What kept you? Aren't you the seer? You tell me. Delia jerked her chin toward the crystal ball. Determined to defend her craft, Beiji cleared her throat and set the sphere in the circle of candlelight. She closed her eyes, placed both hands on it, and whispered, O noble fate, I beg your presence. Moments later she opened her eyes, gaze seeming to pierce the world itself. Under fate's watch you faced danger, yet emerged unscathed. She nodded confidently. That line had served her well 100 times. 2 heartbeats passed. Delia raised an eyebrow. That's it. Did I get it wrong? Beiji blinked. You said the exact same thing last time. Delia pinched her cheeks. Can't you change the wording? No wonder you have no clients. Fine, I'll fix it. Let me go? Beiji mumbled. Delia was about to describe her latest ordeal when she froze. In the candlelight, an eerie starlight flooded Beiji's pupils. A voice otherworldly and distant spoke through her. The black Mandora withers. Overlapping selves must part. One returns to darkness, one pursues the light. A familiar traveler arrives and takes half of you. A stranger follows and claims the rest. Do not grieve, for time and space decree it. Do not struggle, for fate has chosen. The candle flared. Cascading starlight filled the shop, reflecting two overlapping silhouettes of Delia, as though two bodies stood upon the same line. Is that about me? Delia whispered, eyes lost in the glow. Overlapping selves. Half of Mesh thought of her forbidden secret, two bodies. The light vanished in an instant. Beiji's eyes cleared, and she stared blankly at her stunned friend. Huh, what's wrong? Delia snapped back to herself, bewildered. You don't remember? You just made a prophecy. Prophecy? What prophecy? Beiji's mind was blank. Her memory ended with Delia pinching her cheeks. She couldn't even recall when the hand had let go. Speaking at breakneck speed, Delia repeated the entire vision and poem, emphasizing the words takes half of you. Beiji's heart pounded, her throat tight. I think my gift of prophecy just awakened. This meant she could finally hold her head high and be a bona fide prophetess. No more facing prickly clients who questioned her divinations, and no more grinding out manuscripts just to scrape by. A golden highway seemed to unfurl before her, and Beiji slapped her chest and laughed out loud. Beiji, calm down first. A sharp call yanked her from the daydream. What on earth does your prophecy mean? I've racked my brain and still don't get it. It was her best friend, Delia. Right now, Delia's eyes burned like tiny flames, agitation, trust, and fear all mixed together. The prophecy looked like a warning of looming disaster, and the more she thought about it, the more her nerves frayed. Oh well. Beiji's grin froze, as embarrassed as a thief caught in the act. Could she admit she didn't understand it either? Those trusting eyes forced her to dig through her memory and try an explanation. The black mandora flower is a symbol of December. If it withers, it probably means something bad will happen to you next month. She paused, her gaze darting around. As for overlapping cells, I guess it means your two bodies will separate. And then? Delia was all ears, sensing it matched her own suspicions. The rest, I'm sorry, Delia, I've never seen imagery like this before. I really can't interpret it. Beiji chose honesty. She refused to mislead her closest friend. What? How can you not know? You were the one who uttered the prophecy. Delia nearly choked on frustration. The most crucial part was suddenly unreadable. Hey, I only just awakened this power. I can't control it fully yet. That's normal. Beiji patted her chest in self-defense. It's not my fault. Squeak. Fingernails scraped the wall, a shrill sound echoing through the room. Delia clawed back and forth, as if boulders weighed on her heart. Danger lay ahead, but she had no idea where, and the uncertainty was driving her mad. Seeing her friend unravel, Beiji hurried to soothe her. Don't do that. The prophecy said there's no need to struggle or grieve. Nothing will change anyway. Thanks a lot. Delia drew her hands back, took a deep breath, and stood up. I'm leaving. Where are you going? To find travelers I know and travelers I don't. Bang. The wooden door slammed so hard the frame rattled. Beiji suddenly remembered something, bolted to the doorway, and shouted. Hey, you still haven't told me what happened. Next time, came the distant reply. Then I'll split the royalties with you next time too. Wait, I'm coming back. A crimson blur raced along the main road from the silent desert toward Roxan City. On closer look, it was a host of red skeletons, moving so fast that afterimages trailed in their wake. Those blood-red bones bore a bronze litter carved with dragon motifs. Inside, Zhan En lifted a corner of the curtain. Scorching wind and yellow sand howled past, the horizon rippling under the merciless sun. He counted on his fingers. By now his sister should have received his letter. The moment he left the silent desert, he had hired a courier hawk to carry a sheepskin note to Emberflame City. In it, he reported that he had uncovered a secret alliance between the Golden Sand Society and the Black Poison Cult, a threat of the highest order. He would press on to Roxan City to investigate, and asked his sister to follow with all speed. Zhan En remembered that in the future the Black Poison Cult would suddenly betray the Golden Sand Society. That same night the society would be wiped out by Roxan officials. No survivors, no formal proceedings, no prisoners paraded for show. Something's off everywhere I look, he muttered, tapping the carriage wall, a crease forming between his brows. Maybe I'm overthinking, but I want my sister as the failsafe. He sighed. Human wickedness always exceeds imagination. All the way he braced himself for the worst. Emberflame City, Charles Estate. On a rare day off, EC stood by the training yard in casual clothes, steam curling from the cup of black tea in her hand. In the ring, Rueli and Angna were each locked in combat with a shadow panther. The cats crouched low, dark markings flashing steel blue in the sun, driving the sisters back step by step. Faster, eye sharp, EC reminded calmly. If the first strike misses, break away. Never trade blows. Remember, between the eyes is the weak spot. Got it, Sister EC. The twins called together. They tapped the gravel and sprang back, dodging hooked claws. As they slipped past, the shadow blades in their hands snapped long with a hiss. Slash. Steel pierced each panther's brow, scarlet jets erupting as both beasts collapsed. Yes, we did it. The twins raised their blades, mismatched eyes gleaming. Hot blood dripped from their chins, and they scarcely noticed. Amid their cheers, EC caught a faint black flicker along the blades. The panther's shadows seemed to be thinning. What kind of power was that? She shook her hand and filed the detail away. A servant hurried over, holding a sheepskin envelope stamped with the family crest. A letter from the young master. What? From Zhan En. EC nearly snatched it. She checked the seal, her brother's cipher. 5 months without a word, and finally news. The twins crowded close, eyes sparkling. Is Big Brother coming home? We love Big Sister, but we still need Big Brother. EC tore the seal and unrolled the parchment. Dearest sister, by the time you read this, I will have left the silent desert and be en route to Roxan City. Her brow lifted. Roxan City? Not coming home? What's he doing out there? EC was more than a little annoyed. Did he have any idea how worried his sister had been after had been gone so long? Night poured through the towering French windows, and candlelight gilded the parchment with gold. She smoothed the letter and began reading her brother Zhan En's opening line. First, let me report what I gained on this trip. The very first item stunned her. After a series of brutal fights in the Desolation Desert, his spirituality had shot up to 19. What? 19 already? Yice's heart lurched. Her brother had awakened less than a year ago. This rate of growth was terrifying. He continued. The skeletal sword guards had ascended yet again, and 2 additional special familiars had emerged. Those horrific bone soldiers advanced again. Just like that? And what are these familiars' new summons? EC frowned, her thoughts swirling. Zhan En's handwriting grew larger and bolder. Sis, I feel strong, now really strong. Short of a controller, no Onino living creature can beat me. EC let out a quiet sigh. Her brother had finally reached the age when pride takes root. I'm not being cocky. I mean it. She could almost hear him protest. She nodded helplessly, answering in her mind, I believe you, little brother. The tone suddenly shifted. I knew you wouldn't. Once you get to Yinsha City, you'll understand. Yinsha City? Why would I go there? Hold on, are you going there? EC unconsciously began reading faster. He explained that during his time in the Desolation Desert he had stumbled upon a shocking secret. The Jinsha Society in Yinsha City was secretly collaborating with the Black Venom cult on all sorts of vile experiments. Damn it, that kind of cancer in Yinsha City? Rage flared inside her. A terrifying aura exploded through the study, and the air seemed to freeze. The twin sisters beside the desk pressed themselves against the wall, shivering in unison. So scary. X2. They knew their eldest sister was truly angry. Zhan En's words rang on, steady and forceful. To crush this evil scheme and keep the holy flame alive, I, Zhan En Charles, have decided to uproot the Jinsha Society and destroy the Black Venom cult with my own hands. All in the name of justice. Zhan En, is this really something you can handle? Yice's face went pale. Her brother was only a few years old and wanted to charge into an unfamiliar city to confront an evil organization. This wasn't a fairy tale. Her emotions boiled. Dark clouds rolled outside, and the sky above the manor dimmed even further. The twins curled up in the corner, clinging to each other. Sister, sister. They could feel her fearsome aura climbing higher still. Yice's hand trembled. Zhan En had always been cautious and steady. Why was he suddenly so reckless? Instinctively, she wanted to drag him back at once. But the letter wasn't finished. The final line, written in tiny script, pierced her heart. Sis, don't even try to drag me home. By the time you set out, they'll already be in Yinsha City. How considerate of you, dear brother. EC ground her back teeth, the parchment creaking in her grip. Zhan En hadn't forgotten to add one more note. If something happens that I can't handle, say, a controller shows UP, I hope you'll come to Yinsha City and lend me a hand. Something might happen, so you do know there could be accidents. Boom. Thunder rumbled outside the window, perfectly matching the roar inside her heart. Without a moment's hesitation, EC snatched up the letter, pushed open the door, and shot into the night like a razor-sharp gust of wind. My dearest brother, Zhan En. Yinsha City's gate guard unit stood at their post. Suddenly a soldier pointed into the distance and shouted, Captain, look! The captain followed his finger. At the far edge of the desert, a line of towering skeletal creatures, each carrying a massive shield and greatsword, escorted a strangely shaped bronze palanquin toward the gate. Even at this range, the air was thick with a palpable, intimidating pressure. Who could command such a retinue? He wondered. In all his years here, only the city's highest nobles carried an aura like that. He steeled himself and spoke quietly. This is someone important. Stand straight, everyone. Yes, sir. The guards replied in unison, snapping to attention and clearing every hint of laxity from their faces. Yinsha City just like I left it. Inside the palanquin, Zhan En lifted the curtain and looked out. The thick, yellow-brown walls of packed sand still blocked the desert winds, and the huge amber crystals embedded in them, thousands of sleeping eyes still flashed cold light under the sun. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy, synchronized footsteps approached, carrying a faint scent of blood that made the ground tremble. Their shadow crept up the gate, as if to swallow it whole. Only then did the guards see the skeletons clearly. Each one stood 3 meters tall, far beyond any bone soldier they had imagined. They gripped swords taller than a man, the unraised blades already exuding a biting chill. The broad shields were carved with roaring lion-tiger visages that seemed ready to leap. In an instant the gate fell silent, a suffocating pressure squeezing every breath. Sweat beaded in the captain's palms, but he stepped forward. "My lord, welcome to Yinsha City. May I see your travel pass?" For several heartbeats, nothing answered. Then a single word drifted out. "Very well." The captain let out a quiet breath. A reasonable one, he told himself. Since when were Yinsha's guards this courteous? Zhan En remembered them treating outsiders far less kindly. He extended his right hand, and a pale gold alchemical ring spun into being at his fingertip. Zhuo bowed immediately, took the ring, and strode to the gate. The black and crimson giant over 2 meters tall growled at the soldiers. "RRH. Here." Its mere presence was menacing. Strange markings crawled over its skin, violet whirlpools writhing as though to devour souls. An exposed heart thumped in its chest, above a grotesque stitched human face that hovered inches from a guard's visor. "Mon!" Panic burst among the soldiers. A few raised their blades, more terrified than when facing the black mist fiends. Before chaos erupted, Zhan En's calm voice floated from the palanquin. "Stand down. He serves me." Oddly, the words landed like a hand on their hearts, and their racing pulses slowed. Unbothered, Zhuo growled again, impatient. "Well, take it." The captain reached out quickly, stiff yet respectful. "Apologies." The captain snapped out of his daze, hurriedly took the alchemical ring, and the instant he saw it his pupils tightened. Pale gold, the color reserved for the highest nobility. A winged, sanctified greatsword lay quietly embossed across the ring's surface, and the unfamiliar yet noble crest made it clear that it belonged to no house known within the city. The captain tucked that detail away and lowered his voice at once. "My lord, just a moment, everything will be ready." He slid the pale gold ring into the verification slot beside him. A few heartbeats later, a band of deep blue light swept over the device's runes, and the gate sentries stepped aside in unison. The captain reverently withdrew the ring and returned it with both hands. "Please keep it safe." Zhuo accepted the ring and bowed toward his master. Thud, thud, the heavy, synchronized footfalls echoed over the flagstones as the captain watched the mysterious, imposing column enter the city, alarm bells ringing in his mind. "An out-of-town noble of this rank has arrived. I must report at once." On either side of the street, the crowd rippled with agitation. Monsters have entered the city." "Idiot, those are Upsion summons." "What a terrifying aura, my instincts are screaming." "That's death energy from a harbinger." "Are those skeletal soldiers?" "At that level they're almost certainly high-grade bone warriors." "You're looking at the wrong thing. Those red and purple aberrations are even scarier." "Since when did Roxan City have a Psion this powerful?" The towering shield guardians marched past, iron clashing against bone and making eardrums hum, while the Psions on the curb displayed expressions that ranged from fear to fanaticism. Inside the bronze palanquin, Jan Charles peered through a gap in the brocade curtain, his brow furrowing. Not one member of the Sandgold Society has shown up all the way here. Something is wrong. With an organization of that size in Roxan City, they could not possibly miss a disturbance like this. "No matter, we will go to the garrison first. The plan to wipe out Sandgold still needs to be reported to the authorities." Meanwhile, the routine meeting at the municipal security office was underway. Chief Commissioner Freeman tapped the tabletop with a fingertip while listening to his subordinate's report. "We've confirmed it, sir. It's the Charles family crest." An aide handed over a thick dossier. "The Charles family?" Freeman opened the first page, where the image of a pure white, winged greatsword stared back at him. Memories surged 13 years ago. During that bloody campaign, almost the entire Charles line had been wiped out. Officer Xia from Sector 3 sighed. "I've heard only 2 children are still alive." The room grew heavy for a moment. Freeman suppressed his feelings and kept reading. "So which member of the Charles family caused such a stir today?" Todd wore a troubled expression. "We can't be certain. The current head, Duchess EC, follows the Guardian path, and her power doesn't match what we saw. The only male heir, young Master Jan Charles, is 15. He awakened to the Harbinger path 11 months ago. No matter how fast he's grown, he couldn't have produced bone warriors of that caliber in a single year." Before he finished, Officer Willie from Sector 2 slapped the table. "Why don't we just pay them a visit? We're not interrogating rebels. No need to dance around." The others exchanged glances and agreed. Freeman asked at once, "Where is that skeletal unit headed now?" Judging by their route, they've gone to the garrison barracks. On the main road, 3 garrison soldiers were chasing a woman. "Demi, surrender. Your crimes have been exposed." The thunder of boots pounded behind her, accompanied by angry shouts. Demi whipped around and let out a curse. "Fuck. What crimes?" This is blatant slander. Fury churned inside her, threatening to tear her reason apart. She and her team had set out for the Silent Desert on their captain's orders to investigate an unknown ruin. How had that mission turned into an accusation of colluding with deserters from the Silent Desert and assassinating a key investigator from the Golden Guild? "Demi, if you keep running, don't blame us for getting rough." One of the soldiers barked, still in pursuit. They were baffled too. Demi's squad had earned countless merits over the years and fought traitors more than once, but orders were orders. If you didn't conspire with the deserters, why won't you come back and face questioning? Another yelled. Our captain trusted you and went back peacefully, Demi shouted over her shoulder. And now he's missing. I think you killed him. The three exchanged uneasy looks. A different squad had arrested her captain. They knew nothing about what happened afterward. No choice then. The leader growled, slamming his palms to the ground. Earth wall. Boom and earthen barrier surged up, blocking Demi's path. Expecting this, Demi yanked a vial of alchemical solvent from her belt and hurled it. The wall hissed, bubbled, and collapsed. Sandbind. Another soldier unleashed a burst of psionic power. Wind and grit twisted into thin sand whips that stabbed toward Demi's back. The instant the wind howled, Demi, well versed in her old comrade's tricks, dove aside and spun away. Damn it! How can she run so fast? The soldier cursed, astonished that a spellcaster could outrun dedicated fighters. Demi silently thanked her mentor. You can train psionics slowly, but you must never be slow on your feet. Psionic ripples surged behind her, yet her stamina was draining away. Sweat soaked her clothes. At this rate, I'm done for, she thought. She could not be taken back. Her captain had vanished after surrendering, but before leaving he had given each of them a life-linked grub. Life-linked grubs larvae from the same clutch sharing a single fate. If one dies, all die. A day ago, the grub in Demi's palm had suddenly gone rigid, its glow extinguished. The meaning was clear. Her heart sank. The captain was likely dead, and if she returned, she would probably follow him. Her breaths came in ragged gasps. Her legs felt like lead, and the road ahead stretched endlessly. Her throat burned, and only one frantic thought echoed in her head. I'm out of strength. Demi's legs felt like lead, and the psionic surges behind her were closing in. Run faster, don't get caught. A sudden uproar erupted ahead. She looked up and saw several towering red skeletal constructs push into view. Her heart pounded. Someone had to be inside one of them, her lord, without a doubt. Hope flared, driving new strength into her exhausted limbs, and she plunged toward the center of the crowd. The three garrison soldiers chasing her had assumed she was spent. When she suddenly accelerated, they hesitated. How is she still running? The intel said she wasn't an arcanist, just a. Doesn't matter. Go. They exchanged glances and picked up speed. Sir, help me. Demi's scream sliced through the air. Zhan En, patrolling nearby, turned. The fleeing woman and apprentice of the alchemy grandmaster who had once traded him the Eye of Gaiwa was being hounded by the garrison. Why were they after her? The question nagged him. Her plea and the soldiers' pursuit stirred the onlookers. The garrison's arresting a criminal? Move aside before we get caught up. A few capable psions sneered. Just a low ear, nobody wait. Those soldiers are mid-tier? Stay out of it. Others warned, though many seemed eager to help capture her. She's heading into the crowd. One soldier barked. All three gathered psionic energy. Hammer of sand. A torrent of swirling sand formed a massive maul that blasted toward Demi. The shriek of the weapon tore through the air. Demi glanced back. The hammer ballooned to monstrous size, its wind stinging her scalp. Despair crashed over her. This is it. They'll crush me. Bang. A figure dropped in front of her. The sand hammer smashed into a pitch-black tower shield with a deafening roar, yet the shield didn't move. Moments later, the psionic sand lost its shape and collapsed harmlessly. The impact left her ears ringing. She patted her head, reflexively still intact. She was alive. She opened her eyes to a massive red skeleton standing before her, a broad shield spanning the sky. An overwhelming sense of safety flooded her. Big Brother Skeleton. In that moment, the skeletal warrior no, Big Brother Skeleton was the kindest, grandest, most magnificent sight she had ever seen. The sand hammer was blocked that easily? The three garrison soldiers stared in disbelief. Then their faces hardened, and they shouted, "What are you, a monster? How dare you hinder the garrison from pursuing a criminal?" Had they been out in the wilderness, they would have run. But here inside the city, they were sure reinforcements were close, and their tone grew bold. Thud, thud. Heavy, synchronized footfalls slammed into the ground like giant hammers. In their widening eyes, a phalanx of skeletal creatures drew near, bone-white and glinting coldly. A tidal wave of murderous intent crashed over the soldiers, squeezing the air from their chests. Monsters. A whole army of monsters. Almost instinctively, they yanked their garrison badges into view, praying the unknown skeleton legion wouldn't strike before help arrived. Elsewhere, Demi had collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. As she forced her heartbeat to slow, a shadow fell over her. An enigmatic bronze palanquin stopped beside her, and a calm male voice came from behind its copper walls. Miss Demi? That single form of address swept away her fear. My lord, you're finally here. She forced her trembling legs to stand and bowed, tears of relief welling in her eyes. What happened? Zhan En's voice was as composed as ever. He thought well of the alchemist's apprentice, yet wouldn't judge without facts. Demi's pent-up grievance burst forth. My lord, we've been framed. Framed? Zhan En's expression didn't change. She pointed at the three garrison soldiers, her voice shaking with fury. They've accused us of colluding with the Black Venom cult, claiming we murdered an important member of the Jinsha Guild during our last trip to the Dead Desert. A member of the Jinsha Guild? The name darkened Zhan En's eyes. Yes, his name was Philomai was crucial to them. Encouraged by his interest, Demi spilled everything she knew. Philomai Zhan En recalled the brown-robed man he had met in the Dead Desert, the one who had given his name before dying at Ziwo's hand. Since Philomai had already been dead back then, Demi's group could not have killed him. Tears rimmed her eyes. Our captain went with them willingly, and now we don't even know if he's alive. My lord, you know that without your help in the Dead Desert we would have died to those traitors. How could we ever be working with them? When she finished, she looked anxiously at the bronze palanquin, waiting for Zhan En's judgment if he testified. They still had hope. If he refused. I understand, Zhan En replied softly. He would not stand idle while such a false charge was laid. Yet he wondered which faction had saddled Demi and her companions with so malicious an accusation. They're already making arrests, which means the garrison has started to believe the story. How amusing. Zhan En could feel an unseen undercurrent surging beneath Roxan City. Demi froze. So the Lord already knows the truth? Will he step in to help? She didn't dare ask aloud. All she could do was wring her fingers, nerves on edge. Suddenly thud, thud, the shield guards marched forward, black metal boots striking the flagstones with a deep, resonant clang. Forming a wedge, they surrounded the bronze palanquin, the whole formation gliding ahead in steady silence. Watching them move off, Demi stamped her foot in anxiety. Where's the Lord going? What about clearing my name? Just then the bronze palanquin swept past, and Zhan En's calm voice floated out from behind the curtain. Follow us. Thank you, my lord. Relief washed over her. She hurried after them, repeating her thanks. As she drew near, Zivuo whipped his head around. The grotesque face badged together from countless fragments pressed against the curtain. Roar! A low warning blast boomed in her ears. Monster Demi's heart almost stopped. She slapped a hand over her mouth and reminded herself. Don't panic. It's the Lord's retainer. Zivuo extended an arm to bar her path, signaling that she mustn't get too close to the palanquin. She nodded rapidly. Understood. Understood. Half terrified, half respectful, she kept a safe distance. Seeing how quickly she complied, Zivuo bared his jagged mouth in approval. The dark red pulsing inside that twisted maw made Demi gasp. Lowering her head, she fell in at the rear of the column. Satisfied, Zivuo turned his attention upward, guarding the scarlet wisp orbiting above the palanquin. Lost in its own trajectory, the tiny spirit seemed oblivious to what had just happened. Smug thoughts churned in Zivuo's mind. In the end, the master's safety depends on me. They'll keep stacking up these small victories until that red pest is left in the dust. Haha. Wah? The scarlet wisp suddenly tilted, crimson eyes flashing as it peered at Zivuo. Drifting closer, it captured his stray thoughts, listening to every scheme. Wah! How sneaky! The little creature cried, spinning in midair as it considered how best to expose the violet brute's plan. Elsewhere, the shield guard's arrival had rendered 3 garrison soldiers at the street corner speechless. They stayed frozen until the monstrous column vanished from sight. So we're just letting them go? One muttered, unwilling to surrender. Got a better idea? Detain them? Another snapped, frustration in his voice. Are you crazy? That skeletal beast that shrugged off our combined attack was terrifying enough. We can't take on a whole squad like that. The third soldier's face grew even grimmer. And whoever's inside that bronze palanquin must be someone important. If that person's protecting Demi, our simple arrest just got complicated. They exchanged uneasy glances, hesitation heavy in the air. Finally, they gritted their teeth. Follow them. Let's see where they're heading. 3 garrison soldiers trailed far behind the shield wardens. It's strange, isn't it? Why send us to capture Demi? Bored by the long tale, one of them finally voiced the question. What are you talking about? The second soldier asked. The last man patiently explained. Demi isn't weak for a low-tier esper, and the 3 of us are barely average. Seeing his comrades still confused, he continued. By the usual rules, someone that dangerous warrants a foolproof unit, at least a squad led by a section captain, to hunt a low-tier psychic. Realization dawned on the second soldier. When you put it like that, it is odd. The 3 men exchanged looks. Someone might be letting Demi escape on purpose. Their doubts deepened. If that was true, why hadn't anyone warned them? In the eastern district of Roxan City, every garrison psionic squad had pitched camp. Outwardly, they repelled monster attacks. Inwardly, they purged human traitors. They were the sharpest blade in the city. A stir rippled through the crowd as the bulky silhouettes of shield wardens approached, immediately catching the gate guard's eyes. Monsters. Calm down. They're just a bunch of oddly shaped skeletal soldiers. Still, none of the guards had seen them before, and they didn't look like they had come for a mission. The soldiers lowered their voices, but raised their guard. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps beat like war drums, squeezing the air from everyone's chests. As the shield wardens closed in, a killing aura swept forward, as though mountains of corpses and rivers of blood marched with them. Only then did the guards regret not alerting their commander sooner. I am here to pay the garrison a visit. The voice drifted out of the shadows. An arm several times thicker than a normal man's reached into the firelight, its palm supporting a pale golden alchemical ring. Driven by instinct, the soldiers followed that pleasing hand upward. Ziwo grinned, the flesh at the edges of his refined features splitting open to reveal flashes of a pulsing crimson heart. Hiss! Monster! Someone yanked out a greatsword in terror, cold sweat drenching his back. Rah! Ziwo growled in impatience. Well, aren't you going to take it? The aura of a top-tier powerhouse spread invisibly, putting every gate guard on a knife's edge, yet none dared step forward. Ziwo's appearance simply drained people of courage. Inside the bronze palanquin, Zhan En frowned slightly, wondering whether to send Hong Ling out in Ziwo's place. Whoosh! Suddenly the ground surged with gleaming golden sand, rolling like a tide. A woman rode the wave forward and in a few heartbeats landed before the gate. The soldiers spotted her and snapped to attention. See, Commander. The commander is here. We're saved. Their taut nerves eased at once. With renewed confidence, they even dared look straight at Ziwo's grotesque face. Commander? The woman's expression stayed calm, yet her eyes carried the weight of years. Clad in golden armor, her wheat-colored skin was dusted with faint, glimmering flecks of gold. The aura was bottomless. The instant it appeared, Zhan En felt a crushing pressure sweep over him. He sighed to himself at the coincidence he had only just arrived in Roxan City, yet a commander-level transcendent from the garrison had shown up at the same moment. By normal procedure, an on-duty soldier would report, then a squad leader, then a company captain, and only after several layers of relay would the garrison commander emerge. Such a breach of protocol could mean only one thing. The commander had been lying in wait for him. Commander Mylin of Roxan City's garrison floated with her arms folded, gaze cutting past burning dunes to the tidy phalanx of skeletons behind Zhan En. A single probe jolted her. These harbinger of death summons all carried mid-tier auras, and two had already stepped into the upper tier, enough to trigger her instinctive alarm. When did that pathway develop such a terrifying route of ascension? She masked her shock and filed every detail away. The commander herself. In a corner, Demi flinched and ducked behind a shield guard. The panic lasted only a heartbeat before she remembered she had been framed. Looked at another way, the sooner the commander appeared, the better her chances. Inside the curtained palanquin, Zhan En weighed his options. Since the other side had come in person, he could hardly stay seated. Two shield guards set the bronze palanquin down with perfect control. He lifted the curtain and stepped out, armor glinting coldly in the sun. Spirals of dust whirled up, only to be flattened by an invisible field, and every stride carried the calm certainty of someone who held the board in his hands. Zhan En Charles, of the Charles family, Ember City at your service, Commander. His voice was steady and clear, unhurried, precise. Zhan En Charles. Malin's brown eyes narrowed as she rifled through her memory. Ember City. Charles. She was sure she had heard the name before, yet no detail surfaced. The desert wind hissed like silk around their ears. Mylin stepped closer and lowered her voice. Hiding your identity is hardly proper etiquette for a visit. She went straight to the point. Zhan En understood at once she meant the helmet he still wore. My apologies. Smiling wryly, he unlatched the catches at the visor's sides. Every eye locked on him. The helm split and lifted. Sunlight poured in and revealed a near-perfect face-tapered snow-white ears, deep eyes, features chiseled yet gentle. An innate warmth mingled with the aloof nobility of a transcendent, as though a deity had chosen to walk among mortals. Silence held for only a few heartbeats before gasps echoed from the crowd. Heavens! What a dazzling sight! Brighter than the finest gem, more intoxicating than the richest treasure. Oh, my heart is pounding, I can scarcely breathe. In the commotion, a woman suddenly pulled out a portrait and cried out in shock, Zhan En Charles. That's the terrifying prodigy of Ember City, the young master of the Charles family. Her shout struck the crowd like a spark in dry tinder, instantly igniting everyone's emotions. One after another, women drew cherished portraits from their bodices, sleeves, or handbags. Oh my, it's really young Master Zhan En. He's even more perfect than the portrait. Look at those confident eyes, utterly captivating. The portrait doesn't capture 1/10 of his charm. That straight posture, that effortless aristocratic grace, far too elegant. While the women were lost in admiration, the male espers suddenly remembered another startling fact. If I'm not mistaken, young Master Zhan En awakened less than a year ago, right? You're not mistaken, a companion confirmed in a whisper. The news from Ember City says he's only 15. A few months earlier, at Ember City's Fireseed tournament, Zhan En had swept both the individual and team championships with overwhelming strength, causing a sensation. Skilled artists later painted his heroic figure on the battlefield, and those portraits spread through merchant caravans to nearby city-states. Everyone who saw them marveled. Even the children of the gods could be no greater. Rumors that the Charles family had produced another monster paled beside the frenzy for the portraits. Countless young ladies and noble women fought to buy them, yet demand still outstripped supply. Some claimed his likeness had even appeared in distant southern human lands, though this was the far north. A collective hiss ran through the onlookers as they drew cold breaths. Advancing so quickly was terrifying. Even without knowing his exact spiritual rank, one could guess from the aura of those skeletal soldiers. Genius? Not his was a monster out of legend, a child of the divine in some epic saga. Behind the shield-bearing guards, Demi heard the uproar in the street and gasped, "What? His lordship is only 15? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." The image of a powerful, dependable noble collided violently in her mind with the words 15 years old. She edged forward, circling to the side, and finally saw his face clearly. Oh, it's really him. Demi's wide eyes were spellbound. Words failed her. This was the very subject of the portrait that had driven every girl and society lady in the city mad. She had once emptied her savings in tears, yet never managed to purchase one. Now the real person stood only steps away. Suddenly, she thought that being framed might not be such a bad thing after all. Shouts and whispers along with all those waving portraits kept reaching Zhan En's ears. He didn't need a close look to know what they were. Who had been clever enough to hawk his portrait everywhere? He would have to investigate when he returned and put a stop to it. Then again, it might already be too late. He rubbed his brow, a headache setting in. Now that his identity was exposed, the spies planted by various factions began to withdraw. One of them was especially elated. The target turned out to be the very young Master Zhan En, whom Lady Sabina had ordered them to watch closely. This information had to be delivered at once. Far away in Ember City, on the top floor of the Flame Exchange, dense red mist filled the air. Countless blood bats flapped their wings, and on those wings, sinister rose-shaped sigils flickered in and out of sight. On a bed of roses, Sabina sat up lazily, looked around, and frowned. These painters were awful. The surrounding drapes were covered with newly hung portraits. Zhan En soaring through the sky, crimson gold serpent wings slicing the air with unstoppable force. Zhan En sweeping out an arm, calmly directing skeletal troops in a brutal battle. Zhan En in formal dress, stepping onto a platform with effortless grace to receive a medal. Yet none of them captured even a fraction of Little Mean's true spirit. Sabina let out a quiet sigh. She extended one rosy fingertip, broke the skin, and the droplets of blood merged into a lifelike miniature figure. The little blood doll bore Zhan En's features down to the lines on his knuckles. "Little Mean, why aren't you back yet?" she whispered. The tiny red figure stood on her fingertip and patted her nose as if to comfort her. "Hurry home. I've got a big surprise waiting for you," Sabina murmured, eyes half closed. The gain she had reaped from refining the bloodbat far exceeded her expectations. The pale gold spirit gear she had prepared was no longer enough to repay Little Mean's help. Yinsha City, in front of the garrison barracks. "You're Yisa's younger brother?" Commander Malin's eyes widened. As a senior officer, she knew the details. Several months earlier, EC had advanced to controller, shaking the entire north. No one had expected her brother to rise even faster. Add his elegant bearing and near-perfect looks, what a flawless young man. Her formerly cool gaze softened at once. "Exactly," Zhan En nodded politely. "You know my sister? The title of Silver Sword Duke is famous across the north," Mylin chuckled. EC was hailed as the strongest of the new generation, and it wasn't an empty boast. Silver Sword Duke, it was the first time Zhan En had heard the title from someone else, and his eyes flickered. Mylin glanced around. "Enough talk out here. Let's go inside." Word of Zhan En's arrival had spread like wildfire, and onlookers were gathering fast. If they tarried any longer, the whole city would swarm the gate. As the shifting sand settled, the crowd opened a path. Zhan En strode into the compound, the shield guard right behind him, and Demi hurried after. Creaked wooden gates slammed shut. Outside the gate, a breathless girl rushed up. "Where's young Master Zhan En?" Two ladies already gone inside. "Oh no, it hurts. If I can't see him, my heart will die." "Relax, he'll come out again. Quick, set up the tent up front. I'm waiting until he appears so I can invite him to dinner." "Hee hee, young Master Zhan En. Miss a lady. Please behave like a lady." After Zhan En disappeared behind the walls, many townsfolk drifted away, but even more young women chose to stay put. Girls and noble ladies who had rushed over only to miss their chance were determined not to go home until they saw their dream lover. The crowd in front of the main gate only grew thicker. The sentries under so many stairs felt uneasy. "Should we disperse them?" One whispered. "Disperse? Be my guest, good luck," his partner said, patting his shoulder, but neither dared step forward. There were nobles and psychics mixed into the throng. Try to shove them away and you might end up ambushed later. Let them stare. It wasn't the guards' problem. After passing several checkpoints at the Riancha city garrison, the group stepped into a towering golden pavilion and took their seats. The light inside was dim. Heavy gold curtains pooled on the floor, and grains of sand slid down their folds with a soft rustle. At the head, Commander Mylin raised a keen gaze, motioned for silence, and asked bluntly, "Zhan En, what brings you here?" "To settle accounts with the Golden Sands Society for colluding with the Black Venom sect," Zhan En replied in an even voice that left no room for doubt. "What? The Golden Sands Society in league with the Black Venom sect? Malin's brows knitted. What proof do you have? Unhurried, Zhan En answered. I captured a Golden Sands member while clearing out a hidden Black Venom camp in the Desert of Silence. She confessed everything. That camp with hundreds of traitors, you destroyed it yourself? Malin blurted. Word of the corpse-strewn site had already spread through the army. Seeing its culprit here shocked her, yet it fit Zhan En's skeletal legion could easily have wrought such devastation. Seated to the side, Damon's heart pounded. So the root of the conspiracy lay with the Golden Sands Society. Her own unjust blame might finally be lifted. The thought sparked an irrepressible brightness in her eyes. Once her surprise faded, Malin leaned forward. What exactly did she say? Her urgency made Zhan En narrow his eyes. She showed no shock at the betrayal itself, only at the confession's intense detail that bred suspicion. The Golden Sands Society and the Black Venom sect trade favors, test subjects, intelligence, cover for operations, likely more, Zhan En said, producing a recording stone. He fed it psionic energy, and a projection flared to life. In the gloom, an image formed, a brown-robed woman kneeling on a sand-covered cell floor, voice quavering as she described Chairman Shalimo of the Golden Sands Society and Archbishop Hasawai of the Black Venom sect working together, from life extension elixirs to gruesome human experiments. With every word, Malin's face grew darker. The fine golden sand usually coating her bare arms was now stained deep red, and lethal intent thickened the air. When the recording ended, only the drone of fading psionic energy remained. Malin's voice, low as grinding stone, cut through the silence. Good. Very good. The Golden Sands Society dares commit such inhuman crimes? She crushed the armrest, metal shattered with a crash. Her psionic fury burst through the pavilion roof, whipping dunes into the sky. In an instant, the entire outpost was engulfed in a storm of sand. The commanders furious clear the pavilion or be caught in it. Soldiers shouted outside as grit hammered their armor. Inside, Zhan En's gaze hardened. Malin's rage didn't look feigned, easing but not erasing his doubts. If only red psionics could read the wielder's soul, but with masters of the art, such a breach was nearly impossible. Even when Hong Ling drew closer, she still couldn't read the controller's soul waves. Commander Malin saw Demi trembling beneath the chilling aura. Knowing a fragile, low-tier psionic was present, she withdrew her pressure, though anger still burned on her face. Fixing her gaze on Zhan En, she snapped, Did you bring this woman? I'll interrogate her myself. Zhan En's expression never wavered and his tone was calm. To be safe, I've already had her escorted to Xinhua City. That was, of course, a lie. The Jinsha Society member shown in the projection had been torn apart when the violet maelstrom descended. In his rush to destroy the Black Mist node, he had left no survivors. Now he was testing the commander. If Malin cared so much about Philomi of the Jinsha Society, learning that she lived would surely provoke her. You sent her to Xinhua City? Malin stiffened, baffled. What? Instead of bringing a criminal here, you dispatched her to another city-state? What were you thinking? She hesitated for several seconds. Fine. They'll send people to bring her back. Zhan En rejoiced inward. Lithe probe was working. Don't worry, Commander. My sister is watching her personally. Nothing can go wrong. Silver Sword EC herself? Malin's expression shifted, still unconvinced. Then, Zhan En cut her off. Commander, since you've confirmed the Jinsha Society's crimes, I should eliminate this human tumor with my own hands. Malin nodded by reflex, then caught herself. Wait, you're going? Do you think I lack the strength to wipe them out? Zhan En pretended to be annoyed. He knew the garrison disliked letting an outsider handle their traitors, but he insisted. First, the spoils would be his. Second, the victory would earn Yinsha City merit he could redeem later. Two birds with one stone. Of course not, Malin said, though the image of that troublesome violet creature flashed through her mind. That monster alone is beyond old Salamo. It was already humiliating enough that the Jinsha Society had caused such scandal in Yinsha City. If an outsider had to clean it up, the leadership would lose even more face. Yet this young noble had discovered the plot, traveled far to report it, came from a prominent family, had a sisterhood, just become a controller, but was already formidable, and at 15 had himself evolved a skeleton soldier. By both reason and strength, he was qualified. After weighing her options, she offered a compromise. Very well. I'll assign a squad to support you. You're new to Yinsha City and unfamiliar with the terrain. Zhan En thought, I know the terrain perfectly, but having the garrison along will plug any gaps. Thank you, Commander. As long as they don't touch my spoils, we'll work fine together. Malin smiled and nodded. Good. You understand how to handle things. She raised her voice. Barossa, Commander. A burly man strode into the golden tent. The Jinsha Society has colluded with the Black Venom cult. Take a squad and accompany Zhan En to wipe them out. At once, Commander. Captain Barossa's pupils shrank. His hunch had been right. The Jinsha Society was indeed in league with the Black Venom cult. He made a quick mental note. Pulled Delia out before she became collateral damage. He exited the tent to rally his soldiers. After reaching an agreement with Commander Malin, Zhan En was ready to leave when a mosquito-thin voice piped up beside him. Yes, sir, what about my situation? Almost invisible in the crowd, Demi timidly reminded him that she was still shouldering a false charge. I almost forgot, Zhan En said, pausing without changing his expression. He turned to My Lin. Commander, there's one more issue related to the Jinsha Society. My Lin arched an eyebrow, but asked nothing. Zhan En signaled Demi. Miss Demi, please explain. Catching a glimpse of the young man's profile, Demi's heart pounded, and she nearly squeaked before correcting herself. Why wise, Master Zhan En? Her voice carried a soft lilt. Zhan En sighed inwardly, another face worshipper. Demi recounted every detail of her squad's frame-up. Their clash with the Jinsha Society, Captain Lige's uncertain fate, the inexplicable arrest warrant when she reached the painful parts. Her eyes reddened and her voice quivered, stirring sympathy. When she finished, My Lin's brow tightened. Find out who signed the order to arrest Lige and Demi's team. Understood. The soldiers replied and hurried off. Demi was stunned. Had the commander really known nothing beforehand? My Lin looked at another messenger. Release the members of Lige's squad at once. Yes, Commander. Hearing that her comrades would soon be freed, Demi's eyes lit up. Thank you so much. My Lin's face remained grave. They'll get to the bottom of this false accusation. She had already spotted the contradiction. If the Jinsha Society was proven to be in league with the Black Venom sect, why had someone used colluding to kill Jinsha members as a pretext to make arrests? Moments later, the messenger rushed back, panting. Report. The arrest warrant bears Captain Kong Air's personal signature. My Lin's expression darkened. Where is he? Captain Kong Air is out on patrol, not in camp. Have him report to me immediately, My Lin ordered, then paused, as if thinking of something. Which sector is he in? Lead the way. Yes, Commander. The messenger inwardly groaned. With the commander moving in person, the matter had blown wide open. Before leaving, My Lin told Zhan En, if anything comes up during the sweep of the Jinsha Society, have Barroza report to me directly. Thank you, Commander. Zhan En inclined his head. My Lin strode out of the golden tent with her guards. Silence fell inside the tent, leaving only Zhan En and Demi. Biting her lip, Demi gathered her courage. Master Zhan En, you've saved us again. I don't even know how to repay you. Zhan En pondered payment. Should he ask if she had a treasure like the Eye of Gaiwu? Seeing the seriousness in his eyes, Demi blushed, and her voice softened to a whisper. If you don't mind, I... The tent flap suddenly flew open. Captain Barroza marched in. The troops are assembled. By the commander's order, they'll follow your lead on this operation. His respect was genuine. He could sense the unfathomable strength of the two powerhouses at the young man's side. Zhan En nodded with a faint smile. Thank you, Captain Barroza. Zhan En flashed Barroza a friendly smile, bright as the sun. The perfect curve of his lips seemed to cast a ray of light, instantly closing the distance between them and inspiring warmth and trust. Young Master Zhan En, you're too gracious. Barroza straightened at once and returned the courtesy. Zhan En then turned to Demi, who was still half petrified, one brow lifting in curiosity. By the way, Ms. Demi, what were you just saying? With an outsider present, Demi's courage deserted her, and her words came out in fits and starts. She glanced around, then had a sudden inspiration. To show my gratitude, may I have the honor of inviting you to my home for dinner? Inwardly, she gave herself full mark. She had changed the subject and issued an invitation in one stroke. A visit? Zhan En pondered for a moment. A master alchemist capable of crafting the Eye of Gaiwu truly intrigued him. Very well, he agreed. Demi almost jumped on the spot, her mind filled with nothing but dinner, dinner, dinner. The next second, Zhan En added, after I deal with the Jinsha Society, he'll call on your mentor personally. Call on her mentor? The thought hit Demi like a hammer, knocking her out of the clouds. Still, she forced a smile and shook her head. No problem. You can meet him at the Perkina alchemical curio shop, and he'll be there, too. Since the plan had veered off course, she adjusted on the fly. She would show off her cooking and then find a way to send her mentor away. The opportunity would still be there. Watching Demi's goofy grin, Zhan En gave a small shake of his head. Was this visit a mistake? He turned. Captain Barroza, let's be on our way. Yes, young Master Zhan En. Demi stayed near the golden pavilion, waiting for her companions to be released from petrification. The group left the pavilion, passed several checkpoints, and approached the main gate only to be forced to halt. Ahead stretched an impenetrable sea of people, most of them women, from young girls to elderly grandmothers. Every age was represented, and several rows of makeshift tents had already been set up. All of them are here for you, a soldier reported. The gate guards say some of them moved in so they wouldn't miss a glimpse, and a few even tried to bribe their way into the camp. Zhan En's mouth twitched. The spectacle was several times larger than the commotion had caused in Xinhua City. Does the camp have a hidden exit? If they were going to deal with the Jinsha Society, it would be best to stay low-key and avoid alerting the enemy. Yes, sir. This way. Zhan En dismissed the shield guardians and draped black robes over Ziwa and Hong Ling, hiding their eye-catching features. Let's move. Inside the main hall of the Golden Sands Club, Shirimo sliced off a thin strip of meat and flicked it skyward. A wolf-head parrot flapped up, caught the morsel before it hit the ground, and swallowed it in a few eager gulps. New feathers began to spread across its patchy wings. Shirimo, life must be treating you well, you even have time to feed the pets. A strange, mocking woman's voice cut through the still air. In a corner of the hall, a woman had appeared without warning, her face blurred by swirling black mist. Shirimo lifted his eyes, their glow waxing and waning in the shadows. Look-a-bye, you don't need to hide your face from me. Tell me, has our plan been completed? At the mention of her name, the mist peeled back, revealing an utterly ordinary face. What followed was a shrill, mechanical laugh. Kiwa, like a broken raven's cry, utterly devoid of feeling. Shirimo halted mid-motion, a chill crawling up his spine. The black sinners were madder even than the so-called traitors. Kakaka, humans are so amusing. Look-a-bye nearly doubled over with laughter. Our plan. Shirimo understood instantly what she was mocking. His expression darkened to gunmetal gray. You mean to break your promise? He slammed his cane to the floor. High-grade psionic energy exploded outward, a tide of malice surging toward her. Yet the killing intent washed over Look-a-bye like a summer breeze. She straightened slowly, lips twisting into a stiff grin. Sorry, old man. I almost forgot you will soon be one of us. There was not a hint of apology in her voice. Shirimo's face sank even further. She had truly forgotten. He lowered his tone, threat unmasked. I'm starting to think teaming up with your kind was a mistake. Perhaps the traitors would make better allies. Look-a-bee's smile widened, a crimson light blooming in her eyes. Old man, are you planning to betray us? Her voice went glacial. Black mist roiled, and her head morphed into a reedied crow. Bloodthirsty intent flooded the chamber, the temperature plunging. Absurd betrayal? Shirimo fell silent. Did this creature even grasp the idea of a joke or of mutual trust? With the sins had already committed, did he truly have any route back? Look-a-bye stroked her chin with bony fingers that looked like a crow's beak, as if savoring the stench of his soul. You're not wrong. Her eyes gleamed, and she let out a light giggle. Kiwa, whether it's the ordinary humans or your so-called human traitors, once they find out you've been helping us, they'll tear you limb from limb. Shirimo's weathered face darkened further, but he couldn't deny the truth. If he were exposed, neither the human authorities nor the traitors would spare him. The black sinners were nothing like human defectors. They hailed from an unknown realm steeped in black mist, and ever since entering the material plane they had schemed to open a doorway between the two worlds. Years of investigation had convinced human intelligence agencies that these creatures utterly saturated by the black fog could never change their nature. A lust for slaughter was etched into their very essence. Once the rift opens, hordes of Heizuetu will pour into the material world, sparking a war of unspeakable horror. Even the human turncoats who style themselves saviors don't want that plan to succeed. They want humanity to step into the black mist of its own accord, not to be wiped out entirely. But when will they make their move? Shalimo has burned every bridge, yet he's still groping in the dark. A new notice suddenly appeared at garrison headquarters. Elijah's squad colludes with the Black Venom cult. It even accused them of murdering Philomi Shalimo's most trusted aide. Long years of life and death struggle told him at once. Something was very wrong. KK flawless. In a dim chamber, the Heizuetu named Lu Chibi cradled a crystal sphere glowing with dark violet light. Her laugh scraped the walls like a blade. We've caught an exceptionally rare specimen perfect for hosting Lord Ku Weiss power. She raised her chin, slit pupils flashing red, pride ringing in her voice. Every step from the ritual preparations to finding the demon lord's vessel has gone smoothly, without a single misstep. Then she pointed at Shalimo. Credit where it's due, you've played a pivotal role with the intel you supplied. Greed flickered in Shalimo's eyes. He had allied with these outsiders to throw Roxan City into chaos and to win a longer life. The Heizuetu, had heard, lived for ages. No one had ever seen one die of natural causes, perhaps because humans usually killed them first. Lu Chibi had told him outright that her people could convert other creatures into Heizuetu. Shalimo licked his cracked lips. So when do I get my transformation? Patience. Lu Chibi slipped the crystal sphere into her sleeve, her black robe whispering over the stone floor. When Lord Ku Wei arrives, your wish will come true. She was gone before her words stopped echoing. Shalimo lifted the feed tray and scattered meat into the iron cage. Blood-red eyes of a wolf-head parrot fixed on him as it pecked at the chunks. He murmured, you'd better keep your promise. A crimson madness burned in his aged eyes. Had staked everything on this gamble. Outside the Golden Sands Society compound, Lu Chibi cast a scornful glance back at the den of filth. Such a sullied soul, does he deserve to join our kind? She smoothed her expression and strode down the main street, wind-driven sand whispering under her boots. Rounding a corner, she almost collided with a squad of garrison troops escorting Zhan En. What is that? Lu Chibi trembled. Through her demon eye, a blazing radiance tore through Zhan En's disguise, rising like a crimson gold sun. In the depths of her spiritual sea, she saw its ink-black reflection, light and shadow intertwined. What a dazzling soul! She all but stopped breathing, pupils contracting. A king. The potential of a king. a human with a monarch's destiny. Zhan En suddenly felt a scorching gaze on him. He turned and saw an ordinary-looking woman staring, entranced, as if turned to stone. Instinctively, he touched his mask. The cool metal was still in place. Can that woman see through it? Once we turn onto the next street, young Master Zhan En will be at the Golden Sands headquarters. Barasa lifted a hand, pointing ahead as he waited for the next order. Barasa, your men will seal off the perimeter, and he'll clear the inside myself. Understood. Barasa barked the reply, then waved his arm. Dozens of garrison soldiers split into several squads and swept down the alleys toward the compound, boot soles hammering the cobblestones in rapid echoes. With the deployment finished, Zhan En realized the mysterious woman had vanished without a trace. Amid the hustle, the orders, the shifting ranks, he hadn't caught the moment she slipped away. Proof she was far more complex than she seemed. On a withered tree by the avenue, a reed raven perched in silence, its scarlet pupils fixed on Zhan En in the distance. The king, a true king. Within the raven, Lookabee's excitement trembled. This was a soul worthy of becoming a demon king. Our clan will finally see a great monarch. I must report to Lord Ku Wei. The bird beat its wings, shredding the cold air as it hurtled out of the city. The feeling of being watched vanished at once. Zhan En narrowed his eyes, sweeping the barren branches. Instinct told him the gaze had come from there. Young Master Zhan En, the Golden Sands compound is completely surrounded. A runner reported, saluting. Good. He pulled his attention back, still wary of the strange Omina petty syndicate shouldn't have felt like the eye of a storm. He drew a deep breath. Boom. Purple light and crimson flame exploded around him. 11 purple thorn shield sentinels and 11 red rose shield sentinels took shape, the ground trembling beneath them. Ziwa, take the purple thorns and hit the main gate. Raf. Ziwa flung back his cloak, black-red flesh writhing as he charged with the 11 purple thorns. Hongling, lead the red roses through the rear. Aya. Fire roared skyward. Hongling spread her wings, and 11 red roses streaked around the flank as scarlet comets. Zhan En remained outside, waiting for the outcome. The Golden Sands held no real threat, yet that woman and the unseen watcher kept him cautious. Thunderous crashes followed. Purple light surged, flames billowed. 22 shield sentinels smashed through the doors, shields driving forward, warhammers pounding stone, and bloodshed erupted at both entrances. Monsters! Monsters are inside. Did the city wall fall to a horde? Panic tore through the compound. Screams tangled with the clash of steel. Garrison soldiers raised alchemical loudspeakers, their voices rolling like thunder. The Golden Sands have colluded with the Black Venom cult. Crimes beyond count. By order of Commander Mylan, every member is under arrest. Resist and you die? What? Colluding with the Black Venom cult? I know nothing about that. We're exposed. Run for it. Kill them. Break out. In an instant, the syndicate split. Some wailed in terror, others fought to escape, while many stood stunned, unable to grasp what was happening. The moment they realized capture meant certain death, panic turned into desperation, and they rushed the shield wardens standing at the entrance. Ghostly blue soul flames leapt in the wardens' eye sockets as massive black iron greatswords swung up, their cold edges slicing the air. Crack. Rip. Boom. Within a few heartbeats, the Jinsha Guild members who had reached the line were hacked into pieces, severed limbs flying, blood spraying across the flagstones. The hall fell deathly silent. Those truly involved with the Black Venom cult stared at the butchered remains, their faces ashen. Skeletal monsters were far beyond anything the rank and file could resist. Spare me, help. Somebody help. Hide quickly. Cadres, do something. Where's the guild master? The Jinsha cadres grew increasingly grim. As Salamo's confidants, they knew all about the secret dealings with the cult and had taken their own share of the profits. If the garrison dragged them away, none would survive. Their only hope was that the garrison commander had not shown up in person, leaving a slim chance to break out. No one, however, had expected the soldiers to bring a harbinger of death. Several cadres who had studied that path recognized the expressionless skeletons as ascended skeleton soldiers. The cold power swirling inside them was fiercer than anything a mid-tier transcendent could muster. 2 taller skeletons radiated an aura that even eclipsed the guild masters. We can't stall. One cadre's eyes flicked with anxiety. The longer we wait, the more reinforcements will arrive. The cadres exchanged looks and made their decision in unison. Break out together. Dark sand strangulation. Sandstorm cloud. Thousand sand spikes. Violent yellow sand and razor-edged grains erupted behind them. By their reckoning, the shouts had come from the front entrance, where the main force was likely lying in ambush. The rear exit should be more thinly guarded. Besides, the leader back there was small, arrogant, and seemingly weaker than the terrifying figure at the front. As they neared the back door, Hongling's soul sensed their contempt, and a surge of scorching rage exploded from her. Looking down on me. Die. Wah. Boom. Scarlet flames burst from Hongling. In an instant, the sky changed color as a rolling sea of fire inverted over the ceiling. Fire dragons coiled and flame serpents hissed, surging forward with annihilating heat. The scorching wave distorted the very air. Not good. What is that? Fall back. The words were still hanging when the dragons and serpents slammed into the crowd. Protective energy burned away at once. Jinsha cadres howled in agony as flesh turned to blackened ash, bones glowing red before shattering. The firestorm kept boiling, covering the entire guild hall as though it would crash down and incinerate even the foundations. Facing certain death, the remaining members of the Jinsha guild dropped to their knees in droves. Spare us. Two don't know anything. I only joined today. This has nothing to do with me. Even those truly colluding with the Black Venom cult abandoned any thought of escape. Arrest meant eventual death, but running meant dying on the spot. Flames roared behind Hongling as she prowled across the hall like a demon born of fire, her presence suffocating. Scorching waves slammed into the Jinsha guild members. It felt as though a giant hammer were pounding their chests, and the sweat beating on their skin vaporized the moment it surfaced. Knees buckled, teeth chattered, and courage evaporated. Vermin. With a casual flick of her little finger boom. Boom! Dozens of massive fire columns crashed from the ceiling, singling out every hidden threat. The flames devoured flesh. Hoarse screams echoed, followed by the sickening splash of bodies collapsing as human forms melted into seething sludge. Seeing their companions liquefy, the remaining guild members were paralyzed with terror. Those still standing fell to their knees. The already kneeling pressed their faces to the floor, praying the ground would swallow them whole. Arms folded and chin tipped high. Hongling's crimson eyes glittered with smug delight. Humph. And you dared underestimate me. Outside, Zhan En watched everything through Ziwo's shared sight, yet the true culprit Shalomo never appeared. Ziwo, Hongling, search the place, he ordered. We can't let Shalomo get away. Zhan En was certain the man had stashed the guild's prized treasures in a private storage space, and if Shalomo escaped, most of the mission's value would vanish with him. At once, Ziwo and Hongling rallied the shield guardians. The compound was turned upside down in a sweeping, room-to-room search. President, we've been exposed. The garrison's here to demand justice. Several confidants stumbled into the president's chamber, faces pale as paper. Settle down, it only happened a bit sooner than expected, Shalomo said, still lounging in his high-backed chair, idly smoothing the patchy feathers of a wolf-head parrot. He heard the racket outside, the soldiers' shouts, yet his expression remained placid. I didn't think the day would come quite this fast. He rose slowly, a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. Reassured by his calm, the men crowded closer. President, what do we do? They trusted him to have an escape plan. What do we do? Shalomo's cloudy eyes narrowed. A heartbeat later crack. Spikes of sand erupted from the floor, black-tipped and lethal, impaling every unsuspecting subordinate. Scalding blood streamed down the shafts, pooling on the marble and filling the hall with a sharp metallic stench. Gasping out their last breaths, they stared at him in disbelief. President, why? We were your most loyal men. Shalomo stepped through the blood, his shoes making sticky clicks. He smiled, cold and thin. For me to live, you must die? The words were barely spoken when the sand spikes detonated. Flesh and bone sprayed across the hall, splattering crimson over the once pristine marble. Rest easy, Shalomo murmured, bowing solemnly to the remains. I will remember your service. The clamor outside was fading, time was short. He struck the floor with his staff, channeling psionic power. Black lines of light raced across the marble as the hidden teleportation array ignited, ready to whisk him away. Shredded flesh and fresh blood kept pouring into the arcane circle, and its jet-black glow grew ever thicker. Just as it was about to reach full charge, the light abruptly stalled. Shalomo's smile froze. Had he run out of material? Impossible. According to the amount of offerings furnished by the Haizatu, it should have been more than enough. Yet, aside from himself, not a single living soul remained in the hall. No, people were gone, but one wolf-head parrot was still there. He narrowed his age-clouded eyes and reached out to stroke the creature draped in mottled feathers and burdened with a lupin head. Old fellow, how have I treated you? He asked gently, his fingertips smoothing each feather with care. Good, 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 the parrot screeched, eager to please, closing its eyes in feigned bliss and missing the chill buried deep in those cloudy pupils. In the next instant, Shalomo's fingers snapped shut. Crack the neck broke. The wolf-head parrot flailed in terror, its lupin eyes flooded with plea, but his grip on its throat was unyielding, and the struggle soon faded. Shalomo rasped, Old friend, after all these years, it's time to repay me. He let go. The body hit the floor, and blood fountained from the wound, flowing along the grooves toward the circle. The wings twitched twice, then stiffened for good. Shalomo forced a sigh and dabbed at imaginary tears with his sleeve. Ah, old age makes one sentimental. The companion of so many years dissolved into gore, neatly filling the last gap in the circle's energy. In a heartbeat, the ritual circle burst outward in a denser, blacker wave that radiated to every corner of the hall. Shalomo straightened his collar and took a slow look around. Farewell, my life's work. A few breaths passed. Nothing happened. The hall was still the same. the circle the same, and the stench of blood just as familiar. Shalimo's face went ashen. He hurled all his psionic power into his staff. Teleport! Teleport! Take me away! Each surge made the black glow flare brighter, but the air showed no hint of spatial distortion. Boom! The staff splintered, leaving only a shattered handle. He stared at it, stunned, then burst into a roar. Lookabye, you! Only now did he fully understand the teleportation circle given by the Haizu had been flawed from the start. Those bastards had never intended to let him escape. His best plan ruined. Crimson light still painted the sky outside, and the world was deadly silent. Shalimo crushed the broken handle in his palm, drew a deep breath, and forced down the boiling rage. There was still a chance, still a chance. He pulled out an alchemical mask and pressed it to his face. High above the distant skyline, a reed crow sliced through the air. It suddenly twisted its head, and within its demon eye, waves of inky darkness unfurled. Kehaha! You old fool! You swallowed every word I said. Gotcha! Malice contorted the crow's face, its wings quivering with excitement. If we meet again, it'll give you a real chance to convert. With a token blessing for that filthy soul, Lu Chibi accelerated and shrank to a black speck against the sky. Not long after, the shield wardens combing the area reached a nearby hall. Creak, an enormous door swung open, and a heavily built warden stepped inside. The stench of fresh blood hit them, telling of the slaughter that had just occurred. At the center of the hall, an unfamiliar magic circle pulsed with thick black light, yet it posed no threat to the wardens. Help, help! They turned toward the voice. Under a table in the corner lay a hunched man in a pool of blood, crimson pouring from his chest. Thump, thump, thump! Warden drew closer. The man lifted his head with effort, eyes desperate. Please save me. But when he saw the visitor's ivory skeleton, his voice cracked. A skeleton monster. The wounded victim was actually Shalimo in disguise. For a moment he froze. The garrison sent monsters after me? Can it even understand me? Afraid to slip up, he kept acting. I have information on Counselor Shalimo. His voice was shrill, his posture pitiful. Just then, a blazing fireball burst into the hall. Wah! Red spirit, racing purple vortex in the search, darted in, its fiery shell illuminating the room. Another monster. Shalimo's mouth twitched as he cursed inwardly. Since when did the garrison use monsters as point men? If it can't understand me, my whole performance is wasted. Once a creature of the spirit realm, Red Spirit landed, and instantly sensed the malice being forcibly stifled in the corner. Shalimo raised his voice again. Help me. I have intel on Counselor Shalimo. Red Spirit's crimson eyes locked on him, a claw stroking its chin as though weighing his worth. The silence stretched, and Shalimo grew frantic. If a normal human showed up, my flawless disguise and a hint that Shalimo fled to the bandit enclave would earn their trust and give me an opening. Instead, I keep getting monsters that don't understand a word. Wah! Through a burst of soul waves, Red Spirit grasped the truth, opened a soul link, and relayed everything to its master. Old fox, you can still put on a show. Far away, Zhan En received the report and ordered, Purple Vortex, get over there now. Hit him together, don't give him the slightest chance to escape. Roar! That red runt beat me to it. Purple Vortex exploded with a dark violet force field, its whole body launching like a spear. Inside the hall, the hunched man croaked. Help, help me, delivering his most desperate performance. Come on, give me something. Can you even understand me? He was close to snapping. The two monsters before him stayed motionless, their icy pupils fixed on him as if he were a monkey trapped in a sandbox. Shalimo forced himself to remain calm. If someone was watching from the shadows, he couldn't afford to break character. Suddenly, boom. The ceiling was ripped open by a colossal force. A towering black silhouette crashed down with splintered beams and tiles, carving radial cracks into the heavy floorboards. Dust billowed across half the hall. Shalimo's eyes lit up as savior, at last. He craned his neck eagerly. As the dust settled, the newcomer's face emerged, a patchwork of warped flesh wrapped in black-red veins that formed a twisted vortex. A feral roar hit him heated. Shalimo's heart plummeted. Another monster. Blood nearly spurted from his throat. Without a single human spectator, his whole dramatic plea was meaningless. Help, help! His wail faltered, stripped of its earlier vigor. At that moment, a horrifying pressure swallowed him. Instincts shrieked in alarm. No more acting. Shalimo ignited his psionic core. High-tier power thundered through his meridians. Roar! A ghostly violet force field burst from the minion in front of him, layered ripples closing like a giant fist ready to pulverize him. There! Shalimo kicked off with aged legs, darting sideways to escape the field's edge. He had barely moved when an even hotter breath of death scorched his back. Out of the corner of his eye he saw it. Red Spirit had flashed into his retreat path, blood-red pupils swirling with sadistic delight. Its maw opened, spewing crimson flames that sealed every gap. Shalimo howled. Aren't you even curious where Shalimo is trying to go? The plea was ignored. Hemmed in front and back, he sank into despair. Surrounded by creatures that couldn't understand a word, what accursed fate. With life hanging by a thread, He poured every drop of psionic power into his ultimate art sandstorm spike. Thousands of grains spiraled up, hardening into razor-edged spears that gleamed like metal, poised to tear through the encirclement. Crack! The violet field slammed down, snapping the sand spears in unison. They burst into powder. Sizzle! Crimson flames roared through, melting the remnants into molten glass. Devoured by both forces, Salamo's trump card disintegrated instantly. Drained of power, with no escape, he broke into manic laughter. KKK, none of you will get away. Not one. The violet field and crimson flames collided heated. Boom. Salamo was obliterated, not even ashes left behind. The storage space bound to his soul detonated, crates of resources, weapons, and treasures clattering across the hall in the mingled firelight and violet glow. Yet the two mighty minions didn't spare the loot a glance. Their eyes locked onto each other. Roar. I killed him. No, I killed him. Who would have thought that tiny Shirimo concealed so many conspiracies? Zhan En stood in the shattered doorway of the main hall. Hong Ling's reading of soul waves flooding his mind like a tide, and his brow knit tighter and tighter. Barroso waited beside him, baffled by the young master's grave expression. Hadn't the raid and cleanup gone smoothly? Young Master Zhan En, we need to take these criminals back for questioning. He finally spoke, reminding him that every captive still had to be screened who was truly innocent, who was only pretending. The job had to be finished. All right. Zhan En nodded. The rank-and-file lives meant little to him. Hong Ling's reading had already singled out almost every accomplice. The few survivors seemed unaware of the Sand Gold Society's collusion with the Black Venom cult, but whether they were guilty by association would have to be settled by a deeper garrison investigation. With the young master's permission, Barroso swept his hand. Lock them up and take them away for interrogation. Yes, sir. The garrison soldiers filed in, ready to haul the kneeling, powerless prisoners into psionic suppression cages. No, don't trouble yourselves. We'll do it. To everyone's surprise, the terrified Sand Gold members scrambled over each other to squeeze inside. Let me in first. Quit shoving, save me a spot. Clearly, the slaughter carried out earlier by the shield wardens had frightened them so badly that arrest felt safer than remaining near those monsters. Quiet. No one gets left behind. File in order. The garrison could only laugh wryly. It was the first time they had met such cooperative prisoners. In no time the remaining Sand Gold members were locked up, and open wagons packed with captives rolled out of the compound. Ever since the roundup began, curious residents had crowded the street outside. Seeing the wagons leave now, they burst into chatter. It's over? That fast? Unbelievable. Sand Gold was working with traitors. Why are there so few of them? Where's the leadership? Didn't you feel that terrifying psionic wave? They must have resisted. They were wiped out on the spot. Damn, that Sand Gold bunch. Me brother joined only yesterday. I disown him. News of the victory reached the city, and constables hurried to post notices exposing the Sand Gold Society's crimes and praising the joint triumph of the garrison and the Charles family. Rumors spread like wildfire. Did you hear? Young Master Zhan En uncovered the whole plot. Uncovered it? He was the main force that destroyed them. Wait, wasn't he still in the military camp? When did he leave? What? He's not at the camp anymore. Hurry, he's at the Sandgold compound. A wave of people surged from the camp gates toward the Sandgold base. Inside the compound's hall, smoke and dust still drifted between charred walls. Zhan En strode in to collect the spoils, when a remnant arcane array etched into the shattered floor caught his eye. Threads of inky light slithered through the cracks in the charcoal gray tiles like snakes. Most of the runes had been blasted apart in the fighting, yet the fragments still pulsed stubbornly. What kind of array was this? Zhan En studied the markings in silence. After a few breaths, he drew back with a peculiar expression. The blood-tainted array before him was actually a rare black light carpezzo, laughably single-purpose that it did nothing but spread a layer of thick black luminescence across the ground. The glow carried no offensive power whatsoever. It merely catered to a handful of eccentric tastes, yet demanded a fortune in complex, costly materials. For most psionicists, it was the very definition of useless. On the splintered boards the blood had dried to a dark brown crust, but a sickly sweet stench still lingered, a reminder of the brutality and deceit that had erupted here. Zhan En sneered. The Black Sinners had tried to palm this gaudy nonsense off on Salamo, and the old fool hadn't noticed a thing. Moments earlier the Red Spirit had scanned the last echoes of Salamo's soul and laid every secret bare. Information poured into Zhan En's mind like a flood. Salamo had been dealing with the Black Venom sect, shipping ritual supplies by the cartload to the Black Sinners. The former matched the original records, the latter was entirely new to him. The unexpected split made Zhan En think at once of the butterfly effect. According to the timeline unraveled by the Red Spirit, the chain began the night he raised the Black Venom camp. Crippled, the sect left Salamo desperate, pushing him step by step into the Black Sinner's embrace. Perhaps the divergence started even earlier when Zhan En cleared the first node in the Dead Flats, or the very moment he reincarnated. Somewhere, the gears of this world had slipped. That meant the original timeline was now only a guide at best. As his power kept rising, the waves he stirred would grow ever greater, and the people and events he touched would drift farther from their former paths. A real world should shift with its observer, and he was the largest variable in play. He forced the swirling thoughts aside and focused on Salomo's remaining intelligence. First, the Black Venom base in Yinsha City had been ambushed by the garrison acting with Salomo's unseen patron. Apart from the bishop, the cultists were almost entirely wiped out. Ironically, one of Zhan En's objectives had been completed for him, yet his expression did not ease. Who exactly was the mysterious lord behind Salomo? The records showed the figure never appeared in person, issuing orders only through a black-robed messenger. Anyone who could make a high-grade fighter like Salomo quake was almost certainly a controller. Unfortunately, even after years of servitude, Salomo still had no idea who the person truly was. The garrison commander? The chief constable? The dean of the Holy Infirmary? Every suspicion he nursed remained unproven. He hadn't even dared dig into the black-robed emissary because they were only suspicions, and Salomo lacked the nerve to confirm them. Should I call you foolish or clever? Zhan En studied the captured Sha Limo, and a conflicted judgment flickered through his mind. The old fox knew exactly how to stay alive. If he had actually tried to uncover the master's identity and been noticed, he would have died without a trace. Sha Limo therefore kept his suspicions locked in his head, never daring to act on them. Zhan En sorted through the information had gathered. The Jinsha society might be gone, but its puppeteer was still hidden in the shadows. Unless that person was dragged into the light, another group would inevitably take its place. The key lay with the black-robed courier who passed down the order she almost certainly reported directly to the mastermind. Trouble, Zhan En muttered, brow furrowed. Controllers held high office in every city-state. If the mastermind was one of them, the problem was far more serious. Why would a controller risk dealing with traitors and running an underground cult? It couldn't be for the black cult's flimsy promise of extending life. He turned the question over and over but came up empty, so he shelved it. For now, the puppet master would hide. With the Jinsha society destroyed, he would stay deep underground. Digging him out would take time. Zhan En intended to rely on Red Spirit's soul-reading talent and scour Yinsha City patiently. As long as the enemy still had agents in the city, someone would eventually slip. But at the moment, stopping the Black Sinner's scheme was far more urgent. Sha Limo's lingering soul waves confirmed it. The Black Sinners planned to perform a descent ritual soon, forcing a gate between the two realms. Once it opened, highly sentient and destructive entities would flood into the material world, turning Yinsha City into a wasteland of fire and corpses. The city's leaders had to be warned so they could mobilize every resource to stop the ceremony. But Zhan En had no intention of delivering the message himself. To do so, he would have to reveal its source, and that would expose Red Spirit's powerful invitation to endless trouble. His eyes roamed the storeroom until they settled on a chest filled with letters. Perfect. He pulled out a sheet of vellum and, in the Black Sinner's alien script, wrote a warning along with the time and place of the ritual. Then he slipped the parchment back into Sha Limo's letter chest. Next he gathered every crate of no use to him letters, clothes, everything and stacked them together. Take these to Barossa. With a metallic creak, several shield wardens stepped forward, their heavy footsteps echoing as they hauled the goods away. Now the upper echelons of Yinsha City would discover the Black Sinner's plot through their own investigation. Their alert level would soar, and Zhan En could walk away clean. Only then did he turn to the spoils of war. Rare ores gleamed under the lamps. Whole chests of gold sat in heavy stacks. Herbs filled the air with a mixed scent of greenery. Bundles of alchemical potions shimmered softly, and heaps of blue spirit gear lay in piles. Most pieces were of only moderate value, but the sheer volume made Zhan En click his tongue in disbelief. Had Sha Limo really crammed nearly the entire fortune of the Jinsha society into his personal soul space? Zhan En stowed the treasure chests one by one, then summoned every shield warden and ordered them to search every corner and bring back anything of value. Even though the crates already formed a wall of bronze and iron, he was certain that in an organization this size Sha Limo hadn't had time to haul everything away. The shield wardens obeyed at once, their heavy boots ringing through the empty hall as hidden doors were pried open, sending splinters and dust flying. Zhan En stayed where he was, silently counting the days. His sister would reach Yinsha City in only a few more. Now a mysterious black sinner, likely the one pulling the strings, had appeared, and he needed Yisa's help more than ever. The safest plan was to find a secure hideout and wait for her arrival. Events had already slipped beyond his control, and a single mistake could ruin everything he had prepared. Meanwhile, on the broad imperial road to Yinsha City, hooves thundered like drums. A dozen riders hurtled forward at full gallop. At their head rode a woman in gleaming silver mail, the silver-etched great sword at her hip swaying with each stride while her white stallion snorted steam. How far to Yinsha City? Her voice cut through the wind. Commander, about 5 more days. A half-elf knight called back. 5 days? Why so long? EC frowned. This is the shortest route, another half-elf sighed. Unless we can fly, we can't cross the winding rock range ahead. Isi knew they were already pushing their mounts to the limit. 5 days. Please, little brother, stay calm, wait for me. Zhan En's dismissive tone about the Golden Sand Society in his letter unsettled her. However powerful he claimed to be, he was only 15, inexperienced, and easy prey for the tricks of those old foxes. If they laid a hand on him, House Charles would unleash its fury. She was prepared for him to take a beating, even to be wounded. His life, at least, was Sophie still had the teleportation scroll. As she brooded, a plume of dust rose ahead, and a carriage lurched into view. The driver panicked when he saw the cavalry and tried to turn around. That carriage is suspicious. After it, feeling a surge of hostility, EC squeezed her knees, and the white stallion shot forward like an arrow. Yes, ma'am. The riders answered, whips cracking. Inside the carriage, panic reigned. Sweat streamed down the driver's face. Bishop, the espers are gaining on us. The worn-out nag gave all it had, but the warhorses behind closed in with frightening speed. Inside, Bishop Hasawai of the Venom cult was riddled with pin-sized holes, each rimmed with golden sand that kept the wounds from closing. Gritting his teeth, he dragged himself upright and peered through the narrow window. Damn that bitch. Agony twisted his features. A heartbeat later, he recognized the leader of the pursuers and went ashen. Cursed all, it's the Silver Sword Duke. Her fame rivaled that sand-wielding demoness. At the moment, he could barely muster a fraction of his power. Even at his peak, he would never have dared provoke her. What now? The espers were closing in. Badly wounded, Hashiwei curled up in the jolting carriage, blood dripping from his fingertips as he racked his brain for a way to survive. Am I truly doomed to die as foretold? He wondered. He had finally shaken off that witch's pursuit and thought freedom lay ahead, only to collide with someone even stronger, the Silverblade Duchess, EC. Despair swept over him. He coughed softly. If fate is sealed, then he'll stir up one last storm before the curtain falls. A crooked smile lifted his lips. He dropped every effort to suppress the golden dust. Corrupted ether, black as smoke, leaked from his skin and glimmered like fireflies in the night, an instant beacon for EC and the others rushing up behind him. Traitor! EC no longer hesitated. Her silver sword flashed free. Ether gathered, and a dazzling arc split the sky boom. The carriage was cleaved in two. As the coach exploded, a figure vaulted clear, landing amid the wreckage and simply waiting. The terrified driver bolted in the opposite direction. Hoofbeats thundered. EC led her half-elf guard to encircle Hashiwei. You two bring that driver back. If he's a traitor as well, kill him on the spot. Yes, my lady. 2 riders spurred after the fleeing man. Catching him was only a matter of time. Yaisa's icy gaze locked on the figure before her. Traitor. Kakik, such a grand welcome for our first meeting. Hazaiwei's voice was hoarse. He looked up and coughed. Silverblade Duchess, you're not very friendly. Friendly? Yaisa's voice was cold iron. Her blade flashed again. Crack. A scream rang out, blood spattered, and Hazaiwei's arm spun through the air before slamming into the mud. Agony drained the color from his face. Cold sweat poured down. She cut off my arm without even a question. Fury roiled in his chest, but he forced it down. The Duchess ether was terrifying. If she sensed his killing intent, his head would roll, and every scheme would die with him. He mustered a resigned smile. I don't blame you, Duchess. My sins deserve punishment. The half-elf knights remained impassive. Their killing intent never wavered. They had heard 1,000 confessions from traitors desperate to live. That's your final statement? EC raised her sword, cold light gathering, ready to grind him to dust. Dread cracked his composure. Hashiwei shouted, that's why I repented. To atone for my crimes. At the very end, ill expose the human cancer that traded with us. Cancer? The blinding radiance along EC's sword stayed coiled instead of striking. She studied the repentant traitor before her. His breathing was ragged. His aura withered looked moments from death. With a slight lift of her chin, she signaled him to speak. Realizing this was his only chance, Hashiwei rasped out a confession. Cough, I am a bishop of the Black Venom cult, responsible for the districts around Roxan City. Inside the city, Sha Liemo, chairman of the Golden Sands Guild, secretly funds our vile experiments, supplies living test subjects, orders us to hunt his rivals, even hires us to steal treasures. His crimes are monstrous, condemned by man and gods alike. Isa's pupils narrowed. This dying man was the very bishop her younger brother meant to eliminate, and every word matched her brother's letters. He was not lying. Suppressing her shock, she asked coldly, then how did you end up like this? Hatred flickered in Hashiwei's eyes. That cursed Sha Liemo. He betrayed us. At the meeting spot, the city garrison was waiting in ambush. I escaped by sheer luck. Everyone else died. Cough, I guarded against every threat, but I never thought the old snake would turn us in himself. His jaw clenched. We were in the same boat. How dare he betray us? Does he really think he can stay clean while we take the fall? The Golden Sands Guild exposing the Black Venom cult, another surprise. EC wondered, if Sha Liemo dared betray them, was he not afraid of being exposed in turn? The man before her was proof of that risk. Hashiwei's breathing grew worse, yet he forced himself to raise his head. Cough, Duke of the Silverblade. The people of Roxan City still don't know Sha Liemo's real face. I beg you, expose his crimes, cut out this tumor, and let me at least do one last thing for humanity. His body stiffened, he collapsed. Sand inside him devoured his heart, and life fled. A half-elf aide stepped forward, checked the body, and shook his head. Commander, he's gone. EC stared down at the corpse, her silver eyes icy. So that's the end of it? Boom. Sword light roared forth. In a flash the body turned to ash, the dust scattered on the wind. Only then did she sheath her blade. The aides whispered, those charges didn't sound forged. Could still be a dying ploy. EC cut them off. We're headed to Roxan City anyway. The truth will show itself there. She told no one that their real mission was already to purge both the Golden Sands Guild and the Black Venom Cultan to check on Zhan En. Move out. Yes, Commander. The half-elf knights swung into their saddles. After this brief interlude, the company spurred toward Roxan City once more. Yansha City, Pagina's alchemical curiosities. Minter, in back. The door banged open, and the brand new brass sign rattled so hard it almost dropped again, though it managed to stay in one piece this time. Just then a customer lifted the curtain to leave. Pagina chased after her, skirts nearly hitched to her knees. Madam, don't go. 30% off. 20. I'll give it to you at cost. The woman fled as if scalded and vanished around the corner in a blink. Another one gone. Pagina sighed, already running numbers in her head. At this rate, how would she make it through the month? Inside, Dreamy was brushing road dust off her cloak. With a flourish, she filled an empty workbench with a rainbow of ingredients. Minter, look what I bought. Blue-silver scales from a triple-striped ribbon fish still shimmered, sand burrower legs lay neatly in rows, and rolls of sea ink kelp glistened like wet charcoal ingredients that usually appeared only on a rich man's table. Great stars. Pagina set the earrings she'd been removing on the counter and leaned in over a strand of kelp. Did you strike it rich? Why buy so much all at once? Damus' eyes danced with mischief. Wait, there's more. She produced a sandbox and carefully lifted the lid. Inside, plump golden beetles writhed, their bodies dazzling, each belly circled by a pale ribbon like a tiny sash. Golden ribbon leaf beetles. Pagina sucked in a breath. Worth their weight in gold, nearly impossible to find. Where did you get them? Compensation from the city garrison, Dreamy whispered proudly. I asked for these specifically. Compensation? What compensation? Don't you remember? The garrison put out a warrant on us, said we were colluding with traitors. Dreamy spoke casually while bagging the ribbon fish. What? Colluding with traitors? Pagina lurched back, 1 foot already over the threshold. Her mind raced. Should she turn her apprentice in? Would she be implicated? Should she sever their ties at once? Then it hit her. If they really were wanted, why would the garrison pay damages? Oblivious to her mentor's inner panic, Dreamy went on sorting. It's all cleared up now. They admitted a mistake, dropped the charges, issued a public apology, and paid restitution. A misunderstanding. Pagina yanked her foot back inside, wiped the sweat from her brow, and sidled up to the bench as if nothing had happened. Good she could keep this apprentice. Wait, you didn't know? Dreamy looked puzzled. These last few days I've been well busy, Pagina stammered, unable to invent a decent excuse. She sighed inwardly. Some mentor her apprentice got tangled in a citywide fiasco, and she hadn't heard a word. Dreamy offered a reassuring smile. It's over now. No need to worry. Truth be told, she figured her mentor had buried herself so deep in alchemical studies that any rumor outside these walls would barely reach her ears. After all, the whole incident had blown up overnight. Dreamy, let me help you, my brilliant apprentice, Pagina said, rolling up her sleeves. She'd been so absorbed in designing specialty garments and breaking into a new market that she had, admittedly, been neglecting Demi. The thought weighed on Purkina's conscience. She lifted her apron and stepped toward the stove, hoping to take over the washing and chopping. No, mentor, I have to do all of this myself. Demi practically shielded the cutting board with her body. Every slice of every vegetable, every drop of seasoning had to pass through her own hands. Only then, she insisted, could she knead her feelings into the meal. Purkina raised an eyebrow. The girl was definitely acting out of character. Normally, Demi would invent an errand or excuse to dodge prep work. Today she was all energy and goofy smiles, refusing every offer of help. Demi, why did you suddenly buy so many premium ingredients? And why did you put in that special order for golden white belt worms? There are only 2 of us, are we supposed to finish all this? Oh, I forgot to mention it, mentor. Demi stuck out her tongue and kept working on the sword ray fillets. Young Master Zhan En might drop by in the next few days, so I need to be ready. Young Master Zhan En? Purkina blinked. From the title, he sounded like someone born to high society. But why would he visit her? He's the one who cleared our names and got rid of those false accusations, Demi said, pressing her hands to her chest, her eyes glowing with gratitude. He practically saved our lives, so I invited him to dinner. I see. Purkina finally understood the stockpile of Lux-produced. Demi wanted to thank him with a heartfelt feast. Folding her arms, she shook her head. Still a bit green, though. Demi, you forgot one vital thing. What did I forget? Demi looked up, puzzled. Bang. Purkina dragged a heavy wooden crate from behind the counter, flipped back the lid, and revealed 2 rows of shimmering bottles. Fine wine, of course. she proclaimed. Wine. Demi slapped her forehead. How could she forget the ultimate trump card? Thank goodness her mentor caught it. Before she could exhale, her kindness gaze drifted over her plain cotton dress, and she frowned. And your outfit far too ordinary. Zero allure for the result you're after. And mentor, what do you mean by allure? The word hit home, and Demi's cheeks flushed crimson. A sly glint lit her kindness eyes. Demi, I've crafted more alchemical devices than you've ever laid your hands on. Your little scheme is obvious. Ever heard of the victory gown for a dinner date? Victory gown. The name alone sounded formidable. Realizing her mentor was about to share a secret weapon, Demi bowed deeply, face red. Please teach me, mentor. Very well. Follow me. Perkina pushed open an inner door and turned a hidden lever. With a low click, a stone wall slid aside, revealing a concealed passage. They walked through the narrow corridor into a vast wardrobe chamber. At the far end stood a crimson armoire carved with roses. Go on. Open it. Perkina handed her an equally crimson key. Heart hammering, Demi took the key. So this was the legendary victory gown. Key in, slight twist, crisp click, doors swung wide. She froze. Thighs this was. Color flooded her cheeks. Her skin blazed hot. Visible steam seemed to rise from her brow. Her eyes went perfectly round. Whatever she saw had clearly rocked her to the core. Still too green. Pokina gave a slight shake of her head. Judging by Demi's flustered state, she doubted the girl could get what she wanted. Mom, these are. Demi stood in front of the scarlet wardrobe, fingertips white from her grip, stealing anxious glances inside. Yes, these Airwell Finale match battle suits that a friend of mine poured a fortune and all his skill into crafting. He asked me to sell them. The auction hadn't even begun, yet Pokina already had full confidence in the dazzling, daringly cut outfits. She could almost see the uproar they would cause and the river of gold they would bring the moment they appeared. But isn't it a bit? Demi stopped, picturing the girls and noble ladies who had their sights set on young Master Zhan En. Instinctively, she touched the red key at her waist. My dear apprentice, Pokina reminded her, you're no child anymore. Whether you succeed or fail is up to you. Mom, will these suits lose their effect on a boy who's still very young? Demi whispered. Not at all. Pokina answered without hesitation. The younger and less experienced they are, the better the effect. I have absolute faith in my friend's work. Reassured, Demi steeled herself. As they left the cloakroom, the corridor lights stretched their shadows across the wooden floor. Pokina asked curiously, Demi, which young lord is worth all this effort? You don't know? Demi thought, yet her voice was reverent. The young heir of the Charles family. He's practically divine. She folded her arms over her chest, eyes sparkling. The Charles family. Pokina pictured the portrait that had recently fetched an astronomical price, the genius boy everyone in Ember City was talking about. She stopped in her tracks and stared at her pupil in shock. Demi, did you invite Zhan and Charles, the very subject of those priceless paintings? Of course, Demi replied as if it were obvious. There's only one young lord in the Charles line. Damn it, I never managed to buy one of those portraits. Pokina cursed silently. Then her expression turned odd. The boy was said to be only 15. In an era where 30 marked adulthood and people lived to 150, 15 was barely past childhood. Do you realize he's only 15? She asked in a low voice. Something like that, Demi muttered, eyes dropping. She had heard, of course, but chose to ignore it. Pokina looked at her, as if she were handling a ticking bomb. Demi, do you even know what you're doing? Demi wavered, then finally lifted her head and met her mentor's eyes. My apprentice, you're about to violate sacred law. If the wardens find out, you'll carry a stain that can never be washed away. Teacher, am ready. Whatever the price, I won't regret it. Demi's gaze was unwavering. Smack. Pokina rapped her sharply on the forehead. You fool, blinded by beauty. Can't you wait a few more years? At that age he barely understands anything. Demi pressed her hands to her head, her gaze defiant. 15 may be young, but with my mentor's champion's mantle, am bound to succeed. She gripped the red key or ticket to compete so tightly her knuckles whitened. If young Master Zhan En were any old Durno, if he left Yinsha City, I might never see a chance like this again. Even if people whisper behind my back, even if I end up in jail, I'll risk it all for this last shot. Crack. A sharp rap landed on her skull. Ow. Demi clutched her head, determination still blazing in her eyes. Pagina froze. She had never imagined her scatterbrained little apprentice could harbor such weighty resolve. She slapped again, her chest heaving. Are you trying to destroy my reputation? I worked so hard to carve out an untapped market in this city. She broke off, another thought flashing through her mind. What if the girl really pulls it off and my mantle gets hauled off by the constable, and my product becomes famous overnight? No, this is no time to think about sales. She shook the absurd notion away, her scowl deepening. If someone dies, forget profit, the shop might get shut down, and he'll have to flee to another city under a fake name. Mentor, ID never betray you. Damus' eyes shone. If things go wrong, he'll shoulder everything. You. Blood rushed to Pagina's head. Shed once thought the child was simply a late bloomer. Now Shed bloomed in the wrong direction, going after a 15-year-old. Have you no shame? Even I, Pagina, blushed to mention something so vile. Please calm down, Minter. Dreamy hurried to soothe her. I have limits. ID never crossed the line that far. Limits? Pagina eyed her as though inspecting fresh garbage. Minter, why won't you believe me? ID only hold his hand, and then, well, maybe her voice faded, cheeks reddening as images flitted through her mind. Crack. Another swat. It hurts. Dreamy shielded her head, shrinking back. Where are those limits? Your last line? Pagina struck again. Crack. Minter, you hit me again. Dreamy protested, muttering, I was just thinking about it, that's all. Thinking's already too much. Pagina shot her a contemptuous glance. You're so infatuated I can't trust you. I'll shadow you through tonight's banquet, so you won't commit an unforgivable mistake. Dreamy instinctively recoiled, already feeling stifled. Ah, what? Pagina snorted. Done deal. Object and hand over the red key. You'll touch neither the mantle nor the wine. Not please. I'll follow your lead. Dreamy surrendered at once, guarding the key with both hands. Humph. As long as you stay within bounds, I won't meddle further. Pagina waved her back to work. Thank you, Minter. Dreamy bent over the ingredients, bitterness swirling in her chest. Fate, is this really how you treat me? As dusk settled, Demi was hacking furiously at fresh ingredients, sending beast and insect blood flying until the kitchen looked like a grisly battlefield. Demi, maybe we should let the master handle this, Pokina finally said, wiping down the counter. No. Demi lifted her blood-spattered face and shook her head. No one else is touching this meal, not even the master. Pokina sighed. At this rate the kitchen would be beyond salvage. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden rapping on the door broke their standoff. Customers? Pokina frowned. Demi, didn't you flip the sign to closed? Of course I did. Demi waved her knife impatiently, clearly unwilling to be disturbed. With no choice, Pokina dried her hands and went to the entrance. The hinges groaned as she pulled the door open. Is this Pokina's alchemical curiosities? A man in an alchemist's mask stood outside, his very clothing whispering the word expensive. On any other day Pokina would have welcomed such a wealthy customer with open arms. A single sale could mean a tidy profit. But the entire shop smelled of blood and flour, and her apprentice's dubious little plan was still underway. She had to turn him away. That's right, but I'm sorry we're closed today. Could you come back another time? She asked, silently praying he would. Behind the mask, Zhen sensed no psionic energy and assumed the woman was only a servant. Instead of leaving, he spoke calmly. Would you please inform the owner that Zhen Charles is here to pay his respects? What? Pokina gasped. You wreathed 15-year-old Zhen Charles? It felt odd to mention his age, but the famed prodigy was indeed that young. Zhen nodded and raised a finger to the lips of his mask. Please keep it quiet. I'd rather not cause a stir. Just a moment. Bang. She slammed the door. Outside, Zhen stared at the closed door in confusion. Was theta rejection? Inside, pandemonium erupted. Young Master Zhen is already here? We're doomed. Cried a voice Pokina found annoyingly familiar, followed by the crash of pots and pans. Moments later the door creaked open again. Young Master Zhen, welcome. Demi, sweating and breathless, executed a flawless curtsy. Miss Demi, sorry to intrude, Zhen replied, though his eye twitched looked as if she'd just walked off a battlefield, her apron streaked with blood and her cheeks smeared with white and black powder. Not an intrusion at all. Demi shook her head vigorously, eyes glued to the mask, while mentally projecting the legendary handsome face beneath. She was already half swooning. Zhen glanced toward the kitchen. It seems I've come at a bad time. You're preparing a meal? Yes, exactly. Demi nodded like a bobblehead. Young Master Zhen knew she was cooking where their hearts already in sync. She had long since forgotten she was supposed to keep him at the door. Pokina stood behind her apprentice, speechless as she watched Demi lose her wits over a single mask. By the time the banquet starts, who knows what kind of scene will unfold. Young Master Zhan En, please come in. Pokina stepped aside and patted her apprentice on the shoulder, signaling her to clear the doorway. Yes, yes, young Master Zhan En, inside. Demi snapped out of her daze and hurriedly moved aside, awkwardly extending her invitation. Zhan En paused on the threshold, his eyes sweeping the dim, narrow corridor. Under the lamp, the apron clinging to Demi's body was blotched with dark brown blood, so jarring that for a moment he felt displaced in time and space. Pokina noticed his discomfort and finally realized her apprentice had greeted a guest with a dust-smeared, blood-streaked face. She sighed inwardly. Demi, you've been working all day. Go wash up first. You can't meet visitors like this. Demi stared at her mentor, one thought leaping into her mind. She's trying to send me away? Pokina answered with a helpless look, pointing first at the apron, then at Demi's face. Only then did Demi glance down. One swipe of her hand came away black and red. Her cheeks flushed scarlet, and with a soft whoosh she vanished down the hall. Her speed surprised Zhan En didn't remember Demi having any arcane training, and the respect she showed this woman was far beyond what a servant would give. Who exactly was she? Please, young Master Zhan En. Pokina gestured for him to enter. Thank you. He followed her inside. In the front hall, several rows of alchemical display cases hugged the walls. The space was small but packed with everyday tools and trinkets, their metallic sheen flashing in the lamplight. Zhan En assumed this was the usual Rusian alchemist hiding true treasures among common objects. Yet a closer look showed the pieces were not only ordinary, they were downright crude. Even the attempt at disguise felt half-hearted. Interested in anything, young Master Zhan En? Pokina's business instincts flared brighter than the lamps. The moment he paused, her smile blossomed. To be honest, every item here is a masterpiece consigned by the finest alchemists. You won't find them anywhere else in Yansha City. She swept a hand over bracelets, anklets, rings, and necklaces that glimmered faintly. This one, for example, Master Slock's handiwork. 108 meticulous steps, tempered with true artistry. Wear it, and you'll feel a miraculous icy coolness. Or this. Zhan En watched her flamboyant gestures in silence, thinking, do I look that gullible? Icy coolness. Anything made of ice fluorite is naturally cold. Mentor. Demi reappeared. In mere minutes, she had changed into an elegant dress. The tips of her hair were still damp, her cheeks glowing from the wash. Mentor? Zhan En glanced at the woman beside him, the one giving a relentless sales pitch. He sensed no trace of mana from her, only the shrewd glint of a small-time merchant who'd love nothing more than to stuff every treasure into his pockets. Was this truly the alchemist who'd forged the Eye of Yudo? Demi gazed at Pokina with pleading eyes. Can we drop the act for now? All right, I know. Pokina reluctantly broke off the sales spiel. Seeing her apprentice's aggrieved look, she sighed to herself. Another deal lost. That fortune teller was useless, promised me a surge of wealth, and I can't seal a single sale. The tutor finally calmed down. Demi suddenly remembered she had never properly introduced them. She hurried between Zhan En and her teacher and declared, young Master Zhan En, this is my mentor Pagina, an alchemy master. Pride all but overflowed from her face. An alchemy master. So many people schemed for a connection like that. Being able to make the introduction herself was enough to make her burst. Pagina stiffened. Oh, now is this child so convinced him a master? I've been too busy to explain my real rank. If someone exposes me, how humiliating will that be? But the bow was already drawn. She couldn't deny it now. She consoled herself. After the success of the victory mantle, the title wasn't entirely undeserved. Zhan En remained courteous. Good day, Madame Pagina. Whatever he thought, his manners were impeccable. Demi rushed on. Teacher, this is young Master Zhan En of the Charles family. You must have heard of him. He won't stop praising the Yudo you made, and he's come especially to meet you. What? Yudo? Pagina froze. Wasn't Yudo taken by that mysterious masked man? She'd been so busy preparing dinner she forgot to tell her apprentice. Demi, puzzled, looked back at her mentor. Your Yudo, of course. I told you about it on the silent desert plain. Young Master Zhan En saved me twice. Twice. She looked at Zhan En, eyes shining. Only then did Pagina realize the masked man before her was the mysterious buyer she had bragged about. A headache flared. She shot her disciple a sharp glare. Why hadn't she said anything sooner? Demi, entirely focused on Zhan En, missed her mentor's anger. There was no choice now but to go along. Pagina straightened, set her hands at her waist, and in a heartbeat became the poised, intellectual alchemy master. Good day, young Master Zhan En, she said, her tone steady, her demeanor completely transformed. That's more like a master, Zhan En thought with relief. He produced a circular disc. Master Pagina, your Eye of Yudo is remarkable. I paid only a few healing potions for it, an outrageous bargain. As the disc appeared, the large eye at its center snapped open and blinked eagerly at Zhan En, as if waiting for another silver coin. Yudo. It really is Yudo. Pagina nearly lost her composure, excitement catching in her throat. After so many years, her longtime companion was back. She stepped closer, reaching to caress the familiar eye. How has it been with you, young Master Zhan En? Sensing its former owner, Yudo turned its gaze on her. So this was the previous keeper? In a flash it pulled back, sliding to the far side of Zhan En's arm. Yudo, not too close. I don't want my master to misunderstand me. Pagina's outstretched hand froze in midair, and for a moment the room felt painfully awkward. Jan flicked his fingers. Pinga's silver coin rang against the metal plate. He said offhandedly, Yudo, mind your manners. The coin melted into a pool of mercury the instant it hit the scorching surface. The hovering eyeball blinked, its iris curling in delight. Its master had spoken and even tossed it a treat, so letting its former keeper give it a pat would be fine. Chanting Yudo, it floated toward Pokina, urging her to hurry. One coin only buys so much time, and next time she'd better bring her own. Pokina bit her lower lip. The air pressure seemed to plummet. Well, you didn't take you long to forget who raised you, did it? Her suspended hand slapped onto the eye, kneading it without mercy. New master already? Traitor. Yudo. The eye sensed danger and thrashed to escape, but Pokina knew every trick and blocked each route. Cornered, it turned to Jan for help. Yudo. Ping. Another coin landed. Jan spread his hands. A little massage won't hurt it. Let Ms. Pokina vent. He understood. If one of his creations betrayed him this quickly, He'd be furious too. Yudo, Yudo. See, another coin. The earlier you paid, the better. The eye stopped struggling. For silver, it would do anything. Once it fell quiet, Pokina suddenly lost interest. Her gaze dropped to the two shimmering puddles on the plate, and her eyelid twitched to whole silver coins. What a waste. Half joking, she muttered, how about you let me keep the coins, and I'll let you pet it. Then she sighed. Sometimes the gap between people and their pets felt wider than the gap between people and monsters. Young Master Zhan, you really don't have to feed it silver. She pointed at the eye, now happily devouring the metal. Yudo's easy to keep. It isn't picky, it eats almost anything. With a silent bit of payback in mind, she offered advice. Stones, gravel, even wood'll chew them up just fine. Really? Zhan paused, surprised. So the Eye of Gaiwu had a menu that broad? In alchemy, silver and gold were precious reagents as well as currency. Any sensible alchemist watched every coin. Yudo, Yudo. The eyeball bobbed frantically, warning its master not to listen. Pokina only smiled and pulled several glass jars from her cloak, each packed with snow-white crystals. These are Yudo's favorite white quartz. I don't need them anymore, so take them as a parting gift. With that, she shoved the jars into Zhan's hands. White quartz. Isn't that one of the most common stones in any rock layer? Zhan En cradled the clay jar of white crystals, studying it for a moment before realizing that the premium feed he had been giving the Eye of Gaiwu was nothing but this utterly ordinary mineral. Grinning, he thanked Purkina. Then on Yudo's behalf, he'll accept your gift. Free quartz meant one less thing to pay for. A few silver coins were nothing to someone of Zhan En's means, but over the years they still added up. He pinched a piece of quartz and tossed it into the metal dish set out for the eye. He expected the big eyeball to melt it down as usual, yet it didn't even twitch, clearly uninterested. Seeing his puzzlement, Purkina explained calmly, don't worry, leave it hungry for a few days. Zhan En agreed. Alchemical creatures were still living beings. Hunger would cure any pickiness. Yudo, Yudo. He called twice, as if to announce the failure of his ration-cut plan. The eye instantly widened, glaring at its former keeper. It had only just tasted a few good days. Was the food about to stop again? Red veins spread across the huge pupil, and its mood began to boil. Perfect timing. Zhan En raised a hand to soothe it. All right. Show me some real effort, and you'll keep getting silver, maybe even gold. Yudo. The eye brightened at once, lashes trembling with delight. It had thought silver was off the menu for good, yet its new master was nothing like that stingy ladyhead pay for quality. It blinked obsequiously, as if pledging loyalty. It would work twice as hard. Watching the shameless display, Purkina warned, young Master Zhan En, don't spoil it. Yudo. The big eyeball could hardly believe its beloved former keeper would say that. Zhan En laughed and spoke up for it. Madam Purkina, you know what Yudo can do. A few silver coins are a bargain. Right, Yudo? Yudo. It bobbed vigorously, eager to write every skill it had into its pupil. To prove its worth, the eye suddenly rotated its iris and launched a spatial scan. A heartbeat later it gave an urgent warning. Yudo. Aimed at the upper right corner, hinting that something valuable was hidden there. Zhan En followed its gaze to the shopkeeper, wondering if Yudo had just exposed the alchemist's secret stash. Purkina looked just as stunned. Since when had there been anything in that corner? And why had Yudo never noticed it back at her place? The air grew tense. Curiosity won out. Purkina turned to her still distracted apprentice. Demi, check the spot Yudo's pointing at. Me? Demi blinked. Wasn't that the master's private hoard? Go. But you. Of course you. Am I supposed to do it myself? A master had to keep up appearances, and besides, if she opened it herself she might give something away. Understood, master. Shoulders slumping, Demi followed Yudo's direction, located a thin veil of ether shimmering between two counters, and tapped it lightly with her fingertip. It's right here. Demi produced a spherical alchemy device, crushed it with a pop, and a pale gray mist spread until it filled the gap between the two counters. Within the haze a palm-sized sphere of space flickered into view. So small. Her eyes narrowed. A thread-like lance of psionic energy leapt from her fingertips, weaving a lattice of runes in the air spatial rent. At her low shout the sigil flared, yanked the pocket dimension into reality, and with a soft clink a yellow key dropped to the floor. The brass key was clean-cut, its bow etched with just a few strokes that suggested a mysterious doorway. Demi bent to pick it up, silently comparing it with the red key her mentor had given her. The design was identical save for the color. As she suspected, the hidden pocket was her teacher's handiwork, another of those theatrical pranks. As a disciple she could hardly point it out, so she had no choice but to follow the script. Master Zhan, the item my mentor left behind is a yellow key. Demi raised it for him to see. Purkina stood by the register, arms folded and expression flat. Another one? When I bought the place I found the red key while refitting the counter. Thought it looked neat, and even had a lock made for it. Apparently someone even more bored hid a second one in a spatial orb. She was as indifferent to the yellow key as she had been to the red. Months of studying the latter had yielded nothing. May I take a look? Zhan asked, his tone calm, but edged with restrained curiosity. Here, Master Zhan. Demi handed it over without hesitation. Jane accepted the key and studied it closely. The stylized doorway on the face radiated a brutal, almost martial pressure, while the spine was packed with intricate symbols, some kind of cipher. His mind raced, matching signs and old texts at lightning speed. Great Demon Martial Seal Yellow Key. In a flash his pupils contracted. Behind the mask his expression turned grave. It was the key that could release a great demon martial. Across the eras, creatures from the deep black mist plane had invaded the material world. The few among them of overwhelming power were honored by their own kind as great demon marshals. Humanity lacked the strength to annihilate them, and instead resorted to forbidden arts, sealing each fiend away and forging a matching key, hoping that future champions would one day be strong enough to break the seals and destroy them for good. No seal lasts forever. Better to hold the key than wait for decay. Thus, every key corresponded to one great demon marshal. But how had the yellow key to a demon marshal seal ended up here? Officially, it was kept by the Northern Hero, a figure of unknown identity who usually appeared as a young woman. When she had publicly issued the demon martial hunts, she mentioned that the yellow key was a gift from her mentor. A gift from her mentor. Jane snapped his head up and fixed his gaze on the woman before him. Could she be the Northern Hero's mentor? Have I given myself away? Zhan En's penetrating gaze made Pagina's heart tighten. She searched for the right words, desperate to explain that none of this was her fault, that it was all a misunderstanding. Master Pagina, do you happen to have another apprentice? Apprentice? Pagina froze, trying to recall when she had ever taken on a second pupil. Teacher, you said I was your only student. Dreamy jumped in, a surge of panic rising. Had her mentor secretly accepted someone new? Worse, could there already be an older, hidden disciple? No, Dreamy is my sole apprentice, Pagina replied firmly. She would love to gather more pupils along with more tuition fees, but not everyone possessed the raw, alchemical talent young Dreamy once displayed. Hearing that resolute answer, Dreamy felt an immense weight lift from her chest. She remained the only disciple, and the thought made her burst with pride. No one else. Behind the mask, Zhan En reflected. Was Pagina hiding the so-called hero of the North, or had that moment simply not yet arrived? If only Hong Ling weren't out with the garrison tracking the sable felons, then he could confirm it. Even so, bringing Hong Ling too close was risky. An alchemy grandmaster sensed spiritual disturbances as keenly as any controller, and the slightest anomaly could spark a confrontation. Young Master Zhan En, why ask? Is someone outside pretending to be my teacher's disciple? A sudden thought lit up Dreamy's mind, and she pieced together an imagined plot. What? Someone impersonating my disciple? Pagina was startled, then secretly delighted. If people were claiming to be her students, her fame must be growing. Nobody bothers faking ties to a nobody. Zhan En stayed silent. Should he simply say, drop the act, I already know about your apprentice, the hero of the North? Or hint, someday you'll mentor a girl who slays a fearsome beast and earns that title? Telling the truth was impossible, but inventing a lie felt equally wrong. The tension mounted until, Widow. The eye of Guy Wu floated wildly, suddenly nodding toward a corner. What's Widow found now? Dreamy asked, turning to her mentor. Let's take a look, Pagina agreed, eager to see what the big eyeball might uncover. Zhan En silently thanked the eye. Its perfectly timed distraction was a lifesaver. The trio followed it into an unremarkable room. Shelves, coat racks, and alchemical tools were neatly arranged, everything looking quite ordinary. Yet Dreamy and Pagina both felt a chill. Could it be? Widow. The eye pressed against a bookshelf, chirping excitedly, then rammed a thick alchemy tome. Stop. Pagina darted forward, slapping a palm between the eye and the book. Widow. Undeterred, it whipped around and charged from another angle. No. Dreamy's expression hardened as she threw both arms out to block its path. Just as the two women thought they had blocked Wutuo, the floating eyeball suddenly veered back toward the hidden wall. Wutuo, it cried, speeding up for a surprise charge. Not his is a disaster. Demi's mind went blank. To choose her final battle outfit, she had moved every risque costume from the red wardrobe into the secret room and laid them out in a neat row. She had planned to try them on one by one and pick the perfect set, but if Wutuo smashed that door open, everything would be exposed. Young Master Zhan En would take one look and label her shameless. Worse, if she crashed and burned now, how could she ever win his heart later? Despair washed over her. All her careful preparations would be ruined, and her image would plummet from graceful lady straight to rock bottom. Meanwhile, Pagina was already thinking, if the door really opened, should she immediately claim the clothes belonged to a friend? Or simply deny everything and insist she had no idea a secret room even existed? Wutuo was an inch from the mechanism when the master's order rang out. Stop. The eyeball froze in midair, its iris spinning. Wutuo, it shouted at Zhan En, brimming with excitement. Master, there's great stuff inside. Zhan En noticed the women's strained faces and gave a wry smile. He didn't know what was inside, but clearly it was a secret best left untouched. Forcing the door now would embarrass everyone. At that instant, Demi used the one-time blink spell she reserved for life and death moments. She appeared beside Wutawa in a flash and clamped it down with one hand. Wutawa, there's nothing in there, nothing at all. Stop crashing into it, all right? Her cheeks were pink, but her tone was deadly. In her other hand, a gleaming kitchen knife traced a cold arc through the air. Wutawa, easy now. The eyeball bobbed up and down in frantic agreement, sneaking a glance at Zhan En. Wutawa, master help. Demi suddenly remembered the young lord standing nearby. The veins on her tiny hand eased. She instantly switched expressions. Wutawa, I'm sorry, I was only teasing. Didn't mean to scare you. Her fingers began to stroke the eyeball gently, voice as soft as silk, as if the previous threat had been an illusion. Wutawa? The big I was completely baffled. A moment ago she was a demon, now she was cooing at it. Young Master Zhan En, Wutawa is always this mischievous. A moment ago, cradling the eyeball, Demi tiptoed over, convinced her reputation was in shreds. My apologies, Miss Demi. Zhan En was studying a long-spouted kettle he had casually picked up from the table. I was admiring this fine piece of craftsmanship. What happened with Wutawa? Nothing at all. Demi could barely hide her relief. The young master had seen nothing. Such impeccable manners, she thought, impressed beyond measure by his noble upbringing. Perkina, watching from the side, reached the very same conclusion from this single glimpse of Zhan En's composure. Young Master Zhan En, this item is one of the tutor's proudest creations. Its effects are nothing short of miraculous. As Demi spoke, she released the large eyeball she'd been pinching between her fingers. Wutawa. The freed eyeball shot back to its owner, circled Perkina in agitation, and tearfully complained about the woman who had just frightened it. Clink. A silver coin landed on the tray. The eye of Gaiwu fell silent at once, settled on the rim, and began gnawing on its delicacy. A piece by Master Perkina? Zhan En arched an eyebrow and examined the long-spouted kettle on the table. Young master, just pour in some water and you'll understand. Demi slid the pot toward him. Zhan En pulled out his canteen and filled the pot with clean water, unconsciously picturing his favorite drink, sweet black tea. Demi lifted the kettle and tilted it gently. Whoosh-warm liquid streamed from the slender spout into the cup. What? A reddish-brown tea, topped with fine bubbles, released a familiar aroma. Zhan En took a sip black tea, and it tasted identical to the blend he brewed himself. Fragrant, sweet, pure, reassuring. Incredible. A moment ago the pot held only water, yet the liquid had been instantly restructured. If it could become black tea, it could surely become anything in advanced feat of alchemy. Wait, the chilling tale of transforming an entire lake into rare mithril flashed through his mind. That was the signature move of the Sage of the West. No one yet knew the Sage's identity. The figure had debuted with a stunning act of material transmutation, then founded the Steam Society and opened a new path of steam-powered bodily refinement that vaulted mortal strength forward. The principle behind this kettle was strikingly similar. Respect and caution deepened in Zhan En's eyes. That look again. Perkina groaned inwardly. What has this noble youth seen through now? Couldn't he just say it outright? My head is starting to ache. In truth, she had found the pot years ago while lost in the desert. Though marvelous, it wasn't all that useful, and the water-starved city-state's water itself was precious there. Demi poured a cup for herself and another for her mentor. They tasted simultaneously. So sweet, too. The sweetness nearly made Perkina choke. She forced it down and set the cup aside with an impassive face, while Demi's eyes shone as if she had just tasted the rarest flavor under the heavens. So this is what young Master Zhan En tastes like? Zhan En, catching Demi's passion for black tea, felt a spark of kinship. Anyone who loves black tea is a friend of mine. He refilled her cup himself. Demi, wide-eyed with delight, luxuriated in the rising tea fragrance. What a hypocritical girl. Perkina saw straight through her disciple's little schemes, but Demi was far too focused on the gains right in front of her. Seeing the two of them drink on and on, Perkina finally spoke up. Demi, it's getting late. Shouldn't you start dinner? If you keep downing black tea, how are you going to eat? Right, dinner. Surrounded by the tea's aroma, Demi jerked upright. Dinner. A shared dinner. How could I forget the real battlefield? My lady, please don't trouble yourself. Zhan En began to decline. He rarely ate in other people's homes. Dami's face went ashen. Young Master Zhan En refused. The trumpet of battle was silenced before it could even sound. She hadn't seen that coming. Young Master Zhan En, Dami spent the whole day preparing a feast to thank you. Are you sure you don't want even a bite? Perkina played the sympathy card. Then she added, her tone suggestive. Besides, every dish is one of her gifts. In that case, ill impose. Since Pagenavery, likely the Sage of the West, had spoken, Zhan En yielded. Besides, it gave him a chance to probe her true identity. Mentor. Dami felt her teacher's greatness more keenly than ever. Young Master Zhan En, give me a moment, I'll start cooking right away. She dashed toward the kitchen. If you don't mind, may I watch? Zhan En asked politely. Better safe than sorry. If something strange found its way into the food, violet whirls were already hidden nearby, ready to break in if he showed the slightest distress. No problem. Dami agreed at once, then realized they would be alone together. Her heart raced. This was the perfect chance to showcase her culinary skill. During their small talk, Zhan En suddenly remembered he was still wearing his mask. Since he had noticed, courtesy demanded he remove it. Oh my! Pagina clapped a hand over her mouth. That face seemed to capture every human grace, shining so brightly, even the sun might bow. She pressed both hands to her chest, utterly entranced. Minter, Minter. Dreamy nudged her, mortified. Hadn't she already seen the portrait? Ahem, where were we? Pagina's thick skin let her recover in a flash. Minter, I'm off to make dinner. Young Master Zhan En will be watching. Right, off you go? Pagina nodded, though suspicion flickered in her eyes. Why follow her? To cook himself? Impossible. And if he had any other designs, well, with a face the sun applauded, everyone could guess who would end up at a disadvantage. Young Master Zhan En, this way please. Dreamy offered an apologetic smile and stepped into the kitchen. Zhan En returned her smile. He didn't mind. He was long accustomed to such situations. Minter, what brings you to the kitchen? Demi lowered her voice and leaned toward Purkina, her face full of confusion. Purkina kept a stern, righteous expression. A lone girl and a young man sharing one room? I'm here to keep you from making a grave mistake. What are you talking about? Demi's ears flushed bright red. She shook her head in panic. I was only thinking about it, just thinking. I'd never actually do anything. Purkina gave a dismissive snort, steering the conversation back on track. Stop daydreaming and show us what you can cook. Young Master Zhan is still watching. Oh no, did he hear all that? Demi's heart skipped a beat. She lifted her head nervously, only to see Zhan studying a kettle that was bubbling away. She let out a sigh of relief. Young Master Zhan, it's just an ordinary kettle, Purkina explained as she and Demi approached. No special effects. Zhan flashed a mysterious smile. Ordinary? No. Inside it hides the power to change the world. What? Demi's eyes widened. She glanced at her mentor, half suspecting she'd secretly forged another groundbreaking alchemy device. But Purkina wasn't buying. Itched made that kettle herself, and it was good for nothing but boiling water. Zhan watched her reaction carefully. Seeing no change in her expression, he pointed at the kettle. Look, the water's boiling. The steam is lifting the lid. Demi nodded eagerly. You're right, young Master Zhan. I didn't even notice. Isn't that common sense? Purkina rolled her eyes. Every kettle does that. Zhan narrowed his eyes, probing. If steam can lift one kettle lid, a bigger kettle could lift a heavier one. Imagine a gigantic kettle at steam could move stones weighing several tons. His measured words set off a chain reaction in Demi's mind. If that force could be used as a power source, then inspiration exploded. Boom, boom, boom. Her thoughts spun so fast that wisps of white vapor actually rose from her hair. Purkina stayed calm. So it lifts the lid. What's that to me? Am I supposed to forge a colossal kettle? Think how much fuel you'd burn. And we've got plenty of water already. Zhan nodded to himself. The master hides her talents well, he thought, but her apprentice has already given the game away. There's that all-seeing look again. Purkina kept her face impassive but muttered inwardly. Fine, say it aloud instead of smiling like that. Suddenly, with a dull thud, Demi collapsed. Demi. Purkina dropped to her knees and caught her student. Demi's brow was furrowed, her face ghost pale, curls of steam rising from her forehead terrifying to behold. Demi, what's wrong? Don't scare your mentor like this. Purkina steadied her arms, then gave Zhan an apologetic nod. Young Master Zhan, I'm sorry, but I have to get Demi to the Holy Infirmary right now. With that, she bolted out the door. His head was already spinning, and Zhan En was about to follow when Red Spirit spoke through the soul link. They had located the Black Venom cult. He weighed his priorities, strode forward, and thrust a heavy pouch into Pagina's hand. Take these coins, he said. Consider them payment for Madame Demi's treatment. That's too much, really, Pagina began, but the weight of the bag made her pause. When she looked back up, her eyes had softened considerably. I'm sorry, Zhan En added. I've just received urgent news and have to deal with it at once, so I can't go with you. Then go, Pagina nodded. With the coins, no. With me around, she'll be fine. Clutching the unconscious Demi, she dashed off again. Zhan En watched them leave, the guilt still gnawing at him. If he hadn't tested Demi earlier, perhaps she wouldn't have collapsed. Yet Red Spirit's intel was too important to ignore. At least Master Pagina was reasonable and hadn't pressed the issue. Once he was sure they were safely away, he replaced his mask and sprinted toward the District 2 constabulary. Yansha City, District 2. The station doors swung open and Captain Baluosa barged in, his broad shoulders filling the doorway. Captain Baluosa, what brings you here? District 2 Peace Officer Wei Li asked, his beady eyes narrowing in surprise at the garrison's visit. Officer Wei Li, by Commander My Lin's order, am to search the District 2 slums, and I need your cooperation. A search? Wei Li raised a thin brow and shook his head. I'm afraid that's outside the garrison's jurisdiction. What? Baluosa hadn't expected a refusal. This is Commander My Lin's order, he repeated, stressing every word. Still unmoved, Wei Li said, sorry, without Chief Constable Freeman's written authorization, I can't comply. Wei Li, you dare defy Commander My Lin's orders? Baluosa roared, eyes blazing. Whaley's thin mustache twitched with disdain. Baloosa, remember, I am the District 2 officer. By law I answer first to Chief Freeman. Baloosa's heavy brows knit. You mean? Enough. Whaley cut him short with a raised hand. The only instruction I received was 4 words. Conduct the search yourself. He put extra weight on the word yourself. Come on, we're leaving. Baloosa barked, forced to withdraw with his men. Under the city-state's founding laws, the garrison handled external warfare, while internal affairs belonged to the constabulary. Without the chief's sanction, his hands were tied. Safe travels. I want to see you out. Whaley called after them, mustache quivering as he watched the soldiers depart with casual amusement. Just then a ball of fire plummeted from the sky. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Shouts erupted all around. A crimson spirit hovered in midair. Red spirit read the soul waves of the crowd, piecing the situation together. A sudden screech split the air. Red spirit whipped around, the crimson flames in his eye sockets locking onto Willie, the sheriff of Sector 2. What in the? Willie froze. Hovering before him was a half-sized skeleton, scarlet fire seething through every joint. Fiery tongues hissed and licked at the darkness like living things. In a single heartbeat, Willie felt the creature strip his thoughts bare. Every hair on his body bristled, his instincts shrieked that this thing could kill him. Easy, Willie, Barasa called, halting mid-stride. His booming voice echoed beneath the rafters. He's one of young Master Jan's men, here to help us hunt the Black Felons. On Yanacharlis' orders, Red Spirit had been floating above the troops since dawn. Yanacharles Willie's pupils contracted. Yesterday, after the High Sheriff's meeting, the sheriffs had planned to visit the garrison to pay respects to the mysterious Charles family member, stirring up all the commotion. Before they could leave, word arrived. The Shajin Society, in league with traitors, had been wiped out by the garrison and Yanacharles working together. Then came the bombshell that enigmatic Charles was only 15. The entire corps of sheriffs erupted in debate. Had letters proving Shajin's link to the Black Felons not been found, Willie and the others would have hurried over long ago to curry favor. And now he was staring at the prodigy's familiar, every bit as fearsome as the rumors claimed. A chill seeped into Willie's bones. He forced a smile and lowered his voice. How should I address you, sir? Caw, caw. Red Spirit tilted his flaming skull, sizing Willie up before deciding he posed no threat. Caw, caw? Willie echoed instinctively, trying to mimic the shrill cry. Red Spirit's gaze turned quizzical. Was this human imitating a crow? Ha ha, Willie. Barasa's hearty laugh made the table shake. He's not caw-caw. This is Lord Red Spirit. Stung by Willie earlier, Barasa was enjoying himself immensely. Willie flushed, then regained his composure. What brings Lord Red Spirit here so suddenly? Caw, 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 caw. Red Spirit narrowed his fiery eyes, pointed at Willie, then at the thick stack of documents on the table. The heat of his finger curled the page edges. Willie's heart lurched. A leak? Impossible. The intel was brand new. A storm raged inside him, yet his face stayed blank. He merely turned his beady eyes on Barasa. What does Lord Red Spirit mean? He had a guess, but dared not voice it. Barasa pretended not to hear, sweeping his gaze over the soldiers while cursing inwardly. Who can understand that crow chatter? I'm no ranger. Wait, Willie was a ranger once, wasn't he? And even he can't decipher it? Blurting without thinking, Barasa said, weren't you a ranger? How come you don't understand Lord Red Spirit? Willie stayed silent. The screeches did resemble crow speech, yet the syntax was mangled beyond recognition. Nothing but exclamations, impossible to parse. The two men glared at each other. You brought him, Haldant. You know what he's saying? I brought him. Why does that mean I have to understand him? For a moment the air went utterly still. Redling hovered above Willis' workstation like a scarlet lantern, looking perfectly at ease. It never worried that the others might not understand its language, having passed the message to its master the instant it arrived, and that four-whiskered man was renowned for his deep-laid schemes. Seconds crawled by while Redling showed no intention of leaving. Sweat gathered on Willis' brow until he finally pulled Barroza into a hidden corner and lowered his voice. Barroza, get it out of here. How am I supposed to work with that thing floating around? Barroza spread his hands in innocent protest. And what does that have to do with me? Willis, too, curled mustaches quivered. Quit stalling. You brought the monster here. Really? Did I ever say that? Barroza's eyes widened in righteous surprise. You, Willie, nearly cracked a molar. Just move it along, and I'll handle the search myself. Report straight to the chief marshal. Willie knew that if this creature kept drifting about, the blacklisted felon he had finally located would be exposed, and all his credit would vanish. Willie, that doesn't sound like you. Barroza folded his huge arms across a chest like plated armor and stroked his chin, in no hurry to agree. Realizing he had revealed too much, Willie swallowed his anxiety and snorted. Fine. Go line up outside the marshal's office yourself, and see how long it takes to get an audience. Barroza stared at him for a while, found nothing odd, and finally nodded. I can try, but Lord Redling has a mind of its own. Good go? Willie muttered, slipping a small pouch into his hand. Barroza raised an eyebrow at the glint of flawless gems, murmuring, I'll do my best. With one smooth motion he pocketed them, not even disturbing the air. He strode into the lobby and adopted an official tone. Lord Redling, we should continue our search elsewhere. The words had barely left his mouth when those crimson eyes locked onto him. Wah, wah. The voice sounded like a child's shriek mixed with an iron knocker on a crypt door. You fool. 2 sentences, and you let that man trick you. Barroza couldn't decipher the taunt, yet the contempt in those eyes burned him all the same. Scowling, the high-level psychic backed away, then headed for the main door. Barroza, that's all you're going to say? Willie chased after him in panic. Willie, I did my best. Barroza's face was grave, as if he'd exhausted every effort. You said exactly 1 sentence. Willie nearly exploded, grabbing for the pouch. Give those gems back. Barroza burst into laughter and boom, shot toward the exit like a stone from a sling. Squad, fall back. His voice echoed down the corridor. Captain, wait for us. The garrison soldiers scrambled after him. Within a few heartbeats, not a single guard from the District 2 station remained. They really ran? Willie gasped. A high-tier psychic, outmaneuvered like a rookie. He wanted to dash after them, but pride rooted him in place, and he forced the rage down. Barroza, you'll pay for this. A whole pouch of gems. While he still mourned the loss, that familiar cackle sounded beside his ear. Wah, wah. Redling nearly doubled over with laughter. Willie managed a stiff grin. Fighting was clearly out of the question, so he would have to coax the creature out and pray it left peacefully. The 4 girls rode in a rattling carriage, staring at the thick, rugged city walls in the distance. Wind-whipped sand lashed the coach, but they finally breathed a sigh of relief, no more grit in their teeth. This was Yinsha City. Yet one question lingered. What were those enormous stone eyes carved above the gate? While Kathy, Grace, and Hetty pressed against the window, taking in the view, Chile was swept up in a very different excitement. Mentor, Senior, and that so-called Eternal Lord of Oblivion. Well, for now he's only the first Fire Seed Tournament champion, a child of the gods, the flawless heir of the Charles family. Zhan En Charles. This time I'll take everything. Half closing her eyes, she pictured a brand new future unfolding before her. Chile? Chile? Kathy's voice pulled her back. Sorry, I spaced out for a second, Chile murmured, startled. Hetty pointed outside. They've checked everyone's travel papers except yours. Trouble. In her rush, Chile had forgotten that she was posing as a nobody. Sweat beaded on her forehead. What happened to people without papers? A cell, endless questioning, maybe indefinite detention, especially someone with no traceable past. A real crisis for the future hero of the North, and her first brush with mortal danger. Seeing no document forthcoming, the gate captain signaled his men. Thud, thud. The soldiers closed in, surrounding the carriage. Travel permit. Their voices were harsh, eyes wary, fixed on the flustered Chile. An ordinary civilian? The captain wondered, though he kept his guard up. A traitor could hide behind any mask, and past bloodshed had taught him caution. Chile, don't tell me you forgot your pass, Grace asked bluntly. I did. With the lie exposed, Chile admitted it, nervously twisting her sleeves exactly how an average citizen might react. Even in danger, she formed a quick plan. Who carries travel papers around when they're at home? Kathy nodded sympathetically and tried to explain to the captain. Hetty narrowed her eyes, suspicion deepening. I understand, the captain said, his tone softer yet still firm. But the rules are the rules. This lady can't enter the city and must be held in custody. Were it not for the 3 espers standing beside her, he'd have dragged the woman off without discussion. Before his words faded, he motioned, and 2 soldiers stepped forward. With a guttural snarl, Grace blocked their path, bestial eyes flashing. She would never watch a companion taken away. I don't like this either, Hetty added after a pause, a flicker of psionic flame dancing on her fingertips. If our employer disappears, who's paying us? Everyone Killis' heart swelled with gratitude. Past, present, or future, they were always dependable. The captain's face darkened. You 3 fledgling espers really think you can stop us? You're not afraid of being arrested alongside her. Yet the captain held his hand. It wasn't that he feared losing was one of the best in the lower ranks, and 3 unranked espers would normally be no challenge at all. But the moment his sharp eyes fell on the 3 women, he noticed each of them wore a complete set of spirit gear. That could only mean one thing. Their origins were far from ordinary. Is that? Narrowing his eyes, he studied the etched designant immaculate longsword with wings. The image jerked his memory back to a military bulletin he'd read just days earlier. Could it be? His expression shifted several times before he lowered his voice and dropped his aggressive posture. May I ask what connection you have with the Charles family? Why would he invoke the Charles name? The 3 women looked at one another, and almost simultaneously fell into their own recollections. Keix's hand went to the emerald pendant at her throat. She remembered that morning brighter than any she'd known. I'm here, Sister Isi. Come sit beside me, Kaishi. Is something the matter? I've seen how you feel about Zhan En. Isi produced a softly glowing necklace. This has been passed down in our family for generations. Today, I've decided to give it to you. It's far too precious, I can't accept. Zhan En will understand your feelings one day. Do you realize what this means? Isi began to withdraw the necklace. To understand. Flushing, Kaishi fastened it around her neck. At the same moment, Hetty brushed the cool emerald earrings at her lobes, recalling that midday warmer than any before. Good day, Grand Duchess EC. Still so formal, little Hetty. Call me sister. Sister. EC sighed dramatically. It's that blockhead Zhan En again. He's the Charles family's only heir. Zhan En is outstanding, your grace. There's no need to worry. If only he were as perceptive as you. Yice's tone shifted. I've heard your branch has had a rough time lately. It's true, your grace. These earrings are an heirloom of our house. As she spoke, EC fastened them on the stunned girl. A perfect match for Zhan En, don't you think? Thank you, your grace. Meanwhile, Guru A's gaze fell on the emerald bracers gleaming at her wrists. She remembered that afternoon more filling than any meal shed had. You called for me, Captain? Join me for lunch, Guru AC. Sure thing. She tucked in with gusto. Your Dorn tribe chooses mates solely by strength, yes? Exactly. The strong rule all. This fish soup is amazing. Smiling, the captain set a pair of bracers on the table. A legacy spirit armament of the Charles family. They suit you. Lost in her soup, Guru AC barely noticed when the bracers appeared on her arms. They look great on you, the captain said. Captain, what are these? Try beating Zhan En with them. Do that, and he'll reward you with something even rarer. Leave it to me, Captain. The three young women looked conflicted, unsure how to describe their relationship. After all, they were the closest companions of the Charles family's only son, Zhan En Charles. Chili hopped off the carriage first, brushed away imaginary dust, flashed a small smile at the soldiers, and supplied a half-truth on behalf of the flustered trio. Close. Companions. Kashi nodded on reflex, then shook her head, muttering under her breath, we're childhood friends. Hetty's face went crimson as she stammered, close companions. Grace, suddenly enlightened, gave a quiet nod. So that's what the commander meant. Lost in their own little dramas, none of them noticed the awkwardness hanging over the city gate. Woe, the nearby soldiers sucked in their breath. Their young master Zhan En's companions. Think they could get us an autograph? One soldier whispered, eyes bright. Fool. We're just grunts, another snapped. Amid the hushed chatter, the soldiers instinctively stepped back, making way for the carriage. The captain eyed the four women, still sounding aloof. Close companions? With power like that? But let them through. All the soldiers exchanged looks. Huh, they're really letting them in? The carriage rolled smoothly into Roxan City. Watching the wheel tracks, the captain muttered, companions, sure, but close is probably the real story. If that's so, maybe my pretty sister still has a chance. Soon after entering the city, Hetty grabbed Chili, fuming. Hey, how did you know about Zhan En about May about us? Being called out like that in public nearly made her heart explode. What relationship? Chili blinked innocently, playing dumb. It's Hetty choked, unable to finish. Close companions, Grace supplied, stabbing without warning. Grace. You Hetty's violet eyes widened as she pointed at Grace, her finger trembling. How can you say it so calmly? Did I say something wrong? Confusion filled Grace's beast-like eyes. She always trusted her memory. Well, no, Hetty opened her mouth, then shut it, unable to argue. No one noticed Kashi glaring at Hetty, eyes full of suspicion. Damn it, Hetty, you're still scheming. My awakening premonition was right, this girl has designs on Zhan En. Even if you're my best friend, I won't budge. Her gaze practically sparked with fire. Grace sensed the tension and asked softly, Kashi, what's wrong? Why are you staring at Hetty like that? Was I? Kashi instantly donned a gentle smile, as though nothing had happened, almost convincing Grace it was all in her head. Hetty realized she'd overreacted. Great, now Kex is suspicious. Knowing her friend all too well, she could tell Kashi was quietly stewing. She hurried back to her seat, eyes downcast. Moments later, she began fretting. Wait, why am I feeling guilty? Her fingers drifted to her earring, and her heart fluttered even more. From the sidelines, Chili nearly laughed. Same old story. Sensitive Kashi is Zhan En's childhood friend, giving her a huge natural advantage. Unfortunately, because her strength and background lag so far behind Zhan En's, she's always felt inferior and never dared push the relationship forward. Yet she stayed on high alert around any woman who dared approach Zhan En, and she could take them down without breaking a sweat. Giltridden Hetty Keix's closest friend and Zhan En's classmate looked proud and domineering on the outside, but she was always worried about hurting their friendship. Whenever that vague remorse welled up, she tried to muster her courage. Yet the instant she met Keix's icy stare, she spun around and fled faster than anyone. Easygoing Jerizi seemed least likely to succeed, but she had nearly pulled it off once. She came from the Duo En clan, where might makes right and winners take all. Rumor had it she had more than 1,000 siblings. After challenging Zhan En again and losing every time, she finally accepted reality and let the matter drop. Relax. With me here, this time will be different. Chili fluttered her long lashes, eyes steady. Armed with her vast knowledge and precise calculations, she was certain her three friends would never again end up in disasters like Keix's creepy hotel stalking, Hetty's hot spring peeping, or Girice's strip fight exposure. Remembering how the trio had slunk off in defeat in the original timeline, she couldn't stop the twitch at the corner of her mouth and let out an involuntary snort. Kaishi, Hetty, and Jerizi all turned at the unexpected laugh. It's nothing, I just thought of something funny. Chili waved frantically. The words were barely out when she snorted again and clapped both hands over her mouth, cheeks puffing like little drums. Is it a fit? 3. The three exchanged sympathetic looks. Chili, where do you live? Kaishi suddenly realized that since they'd entered the city, Chili hadn't given a single direction. Huh. Uft. We're heading to Pokina Alchemical Curios. Chili spoke between giggles. What's so funny? Kaishi asked, curiosity itching like a cat clawing at her heart. Chili coughed until she stopped laughing, forced a straight face, and rattled off a rapid-fire route. Go straight. Third intersection, turn right. Then left. Then right. Straight 3 blocks. Right. Right. Left. Left. Straight 4 blocks, final left turn, and we're there. Kaishi and Hetty felt dizzy just listening. Got it, let's go. Jerizi nodded as if she had memorized every word. Kaishi and Hetty were stunned. Since when did Jerizi have a memory like that? Jerizi shot them a disdainful glance. Can't you remember a route that simple? Then leapt onto the driver's seat, snapped the reins, and asked, left turn first, right? Whoosh. Kaishi and Hetty exchanged a look. Yep, still the same old Jerizi. Exactly. Chili even offered a sincere nod of approval. Kaishi lowered her voice. Hetty, did you catch any of that? Hetty sighed. Kaishi, I think I did. Hiya. The whip cracked, wheels groaned, and the carriage swung around the corner, the street scenes blurring past the windows. Whatever. You have to accept the world's rough edges if you want to stay sane. Both of them relaxed at once, pulled out their personal tins of black tea, and took a sip. Since when do you drink black tea? The question overlapped, and they stared at each other in surprise. Across from them, Killa's heart skipped a beat. She had never visited Yinsha City at this point in history. Why were there so many unfamiliar buildings near the gate? It didn't matter. Just keep moving, maybe a familiar landmark would appear around the next corner. With that thought, she drew in a breath that smelled of dust and tea and savored the last moment of calm inside the carriage. On the broad avenue outside Station 2, Commander Belosa burst from the building, boots thudding on the flagstones and kicking up dust. Hand something to me and think you can take it back? Dream on. He bellowed. Unable to hide the grin on his face, the priceless chest was tucked safely under his arm. A young man in a silver mask suddenly brushed past and murmured, Commander Belosa? The voice was jarringly familiar. Belosa skidded to a halt, spun around, and blurted, Young Master Charles. Even behind a mask, that tall frame and innate aristocratic air shone like a firefly in the night. Belosa recognized him instantly. It was the young Lord, Zhan En Charles. Commander, Zhan En asked mildly, running off so fast did you spot a hidden black crime fugitive? Sweat beaded on Belosa's forehead. He hated lying to this perfect child, but before he could stammer a reply, pounding footsteps closed in behind him. Commander! Commander! Several garrison soldiers, out of breath, caught up. Where do we begin the search? They had no idea why their leader had first ordered a retreat and then charged out. Their eyes brimmed with expectation. Belosa's mouth opened, yet no words formed. Just then Hong Ling's message reached Zhan En, and comprehension flickered across his eyes. Belosa hurried to change the subject. Young Master Zhan En, what brings you here? A mysterious fellow delivered an anonymous tip to the Station 2 constable today, Zhan En replied calmly. It concerns a black crime operative. What? Someone filed a tip? Belosa's pretend nonchalance shattered. Recalling Constable Whaley's odd behavior, he suddenly understood. So that old fox was covering it up. Inhaling sharply, he barked, everyone, fall back. The soldiers exchanged looks. Fall back where? The barracks? Back to Station 2. Belosa wheeled around and led the squad back at a run, determined to expose Whaley's scheme. As the entrance drew near, one doubt flickered in his mind. Could young Master Zhan En be lying? He dismissed it at once impossible. On the second floor of the station, Hong Ling hovered, yawning in boredom. Why hasn't Master arrived? At the desk, Constable Whaley cradled jewels and gold coins, forcing a smile. Honored Hong Ling, look at this gem so big and round. These coins so bright and heavy. And here, wow, Hong Ling replied flatly, thoroughly uninterested. While Whaley racked his brain for a better lure, an aide burst in. Yes, sir. The garrison, they're back. What? Whaley's twin mustaches bristled, rage flashing in his beady eyes. Outside, a thunderous shout echoed. Whaley, your commander's back. Belosa's footsteps boomed like war drums as he and his soldiers stormed inside. Belosa, you dare return. Whaley roared. The treasure chest was still in Belosa's arms, and he had yet to gain a single benefit. High-level spirit power erupted from him, surging down his mustaches like a gale. Fine. Since you're back, leave the chest here. Belosa stood firm, lips curling into a cold smile. Whaley, you want keep it. Hand it over to the commander. Belosa grinned, releasing a burst of high-level psionic energy that met his opponent heated. The muscles in his face twitched, and his eyes brimmed with unspoken meaning. What do you mean by that? A wave of foreboding washed over Whaley. Wah-wah. A flaming red sphere split the air, and Hong Ling spiraled down to land beside Zhan En, its radiance making everyone squint. Well done. Zhan En raised a hand and gently tapped the sprite's tiny forehead. The heat could have scorched flesh, yet his morning dawn Chunyin resistance kept him perfectly at ease. Wah, wah. Master touched me. Hong Ling's eyes curved like crescent moons. Thrilled, it whirled around Zhan En's head at dizzying speed, forming a crimson halo of fire. The tongues of flame leapt as it continued its shrill cries. The blazing ring drew every gaze. Even Wei, locked in confrontation, turned despite himself, a sharp pang tightening his chest. What a terrifying aura. The masked stranger seemed to possess only scant psionic power, yet triggered an overwhelming sense of mortal danger. Whoa, who is that? Zhan En stepped forward and lifted away the mask. The instant it left his face, the precinct fell silent. Even the insects outside seemed to stop chirping. Good day, Sheriff Wei. His clear voice carried an innate authority. Zhan En Charles. Wei's heart lurched. Only now did he understand why people called him the perfect incarnate, a child of the gods. The stronger one's spirituality, the more directly one sensed that extraordinary essence. It was not mere charm, but the absolute dominance of higher-tier spirit over lower. Even before the rulers of city-states, he had never felt such a gulf. Good day, young Master Charles. He bowed hastily, and the earlier tension dissolved. From the moment Zhan En appeared, he became the room's sole focus. Sheriff Wei, Zhan En said, cutting straight to the point, his emerald eyes locking on like blades. I hear you received a tip concerning the black felons. No, the word died on Wei's lips. The weight of that gaze left him nowhere to hide. He forced a sheepish smile. It seems there was something of the sort. He was stunned that Zhan En already knew the letter had arrived only moments ago, and he hadn't yet reported it. Wei, why keep this to yourself? What's your game? Balusa barked, seizing the moment, righteous fury written across his face. Wei's brows and beard quivered. I was on my way to brief the High Sheriff. You barged in with your men and slowed everything down. Humph. In cases involving black felons, the garrison usually takes the lead, Balusa said coldly, extending his hand. Hand over the letter. His tone left no room for refusal. Indeed, by long-standing custom, traitors and black felons villains of the worst kind were turned over to Yansha City's most formidable force, the garrison. Wei's expression darkened. If he handed over the anonymous letter, the credit for the case would slip through his fingers. For days, Chief Constable Freeman and Commander Mylan of the garrison had been at each other's throats, quarreling in the Roxan City Council about which force controlled which street. If Freeman learned that Wei had willingly ceded the initiative to the garrison, the fallout would be disastrous. Yet garrison soldiers were already blocking the doorway, and Wei himself had admitted that the letter existed. Continuing to stall would only make him look worse. He hesitated, wondering if he should drag things out a little longer and send someone to warn Freeman. Sheriff Wei, why not let both sides handle the investigation? Jan spoke up at just the right moment. Business with the black felons can't be postponed. If the letter is genuine and we delay any longer, I'm afraid. He broke off, leaving the thought unsaid, but Wei understood at once. If the inquiry was held up because of him, he would lose more than accolades. He might lose his post. Master Jan, please come in. Wei straightened his face and retreated into the office area. Jan and Barasa followed him inside. Digging through a stack of paperwork, Wei pulled out a brown leather envelope. This is the anonymous tip we received today. He unfolded the sheet inside. The ink was still fresh. The black felons will attack a shop called Cinder in District 2 tonight. Why would the black felons target that place? Barasa's eyes went wide. We don't know yet. Wei shook his head and pulled a file from the bookshelf. Cinder is an undertaker's shop. They sell funeral supplies, and everyone on staff is an ordinary human. This is the last registration sheet for businesses in the district, and on paper there's no reason for the black felons to make a move. Barasa's thick brows furrowed. Then he slapped his palm on the desk. Maybe one of them died, and they need grave goods for the burial? He burst out laughing at his own joke. Just kidding. Wei's mustache almost twitched right off his face. Was this guy making fun of him? Jan closed the file and looked up calmly. Gentlemen, there's no need to overthink it. Whether the letter is true and whatever the motive, we'll know by tonight. Exactly. Why worry about the details? Let's nab those rats tonight. Barasa chimed in. Very well. Wei nodded. Dusk was already settling in. We'll have an answer soon. He'll position soldiers to surround the shop covertly, plant officers inside disguised as customers, and dispatch red spirits to keep watch from the sky. On the other side of the street, a carriage rattled over the cobbles. Grace pressed against the window and squealed as if she'd discovered a new continent. Look, Keely, isn't that your house? Huh. Keely rubbed the sleep from her eyes. The carriage hadn't even stopped, yet she'd already spotted the crooked wooden sign. Seriously? I haven't even given directions yet. We're really here? Kathy and Hattie, teacups in hand, nearly spilled their drinks. Looking through the window, they read the weathered sign painted in gold. Perkinus Alchemical Treasures, that's it. That's my home. Killis' voice quivered with excitement. The same familiar street, the same house number, the same scraggly weeds no matter when she came. This place never changed, as though it had been waiting for her. The moment the carriage stopped, She leapt out and sprinted to the shop's entrance. What? Closed? The roll-up door was locked tight, utterly still. Kaishi had the padlock. Chili, didn't you bring the key? Achille patted her pockets theatrically and spread her hands. Looks like I forgot. Hetty shook her head in disbelief. This girl was unbelievable. First the travel pass, now the shop key. Chili forced a grin. How about you two explore the nearby streets? He'll wait here for Minter. Great idea. I just saw a super lively road on the way, Kaishi said, eyes shining. Whatever, Hetty shrugged. Without another word they headed for the bustling avenue, their footsteps fading into the distance. A gust of cold wind swept across the doorway, leaving Chili alone. She crouched on the steps, chin in hand. Where could Minter be? Should I visit senior sister? No. She doesn't know me yet. I have to become her apprentice first. Thinking of that, she felt around her pockets again empty. Oh no, I forgot to borrow any gold coins. Just then, distant voices drifted over. Killis' ears twitched like someone grabbing at a lifeline that was unmistakably Mentor's voice. Elsewhere. Daimi, how are you feeling now? Pagina asked, steadying her disciple. Mentor, apart from a bit of dizziness, am fine, Daimi replied, leaning into the warmth of her teacher's shoulder. The physician had said she had fainted from mental overexertion and nutrient depletion. Pagina couldn't hide her worry. What were you thinking about so deeply? Young Master Zhan En's idea, Daimi answered, eyes curving like crescents. That kettle business? What's so fascinating about that? You're not planning to build a giant kettle, are you? Pagina couldn't imagine how huge it would have to be. Something like that, only a bit more complex. Gears and steam seemed to glint in Damis' eyes. Pagina could almost hear machinery rumbling. Minter, let's hurry. We can't keep young Master Zhan En waiting. The imaginary roar cut off as Daimi urged her forward. Pagina hesitated. My dear disciple, there's no need to rush. Why? Daimi looked up, a chill creeping into her heart. Young Master Zhan En had to leave, Pagina finally confessed. He left? Damis' face went paper white. Pagina nodded, unable to meet her gaze. He was gone. The banquet cancelled, the final chance lost. The dishes shed painstakingly prepared were useless. The victory gown her mentor had helped her choose was useless. Everything was useless. Thunk. Already fragile, her mind shut down. Darkness closed in and Daimi crumpled to the ground. Daimi, Pagina cried, scooping her up and racing back toward the sacred hospital for a second emergency visit. Mentor, I'm fine. Put me down. No sooner had Pokina loosened her arms than Demi's knees buckled. Yet on the brink of fainting, a spark of clarity struck her. So long as young Master Zhan En was still in the city, she had a chance for a second invitation. The banquet hasn't even begun. I can't collapse now. Head high, voice ringing, Demi's eyes shone with renewed resolve, as though a fresh fire had been lit inside her. Pokina relaxed at last. A swift scan of her senses told her Demi was fine apart from a slight heat in her head from excitement. Every vital sign was normal. They turned into the next street, right where Pokina's shop stood. The moment they rounded the corner, a dark shadow sprang at them. Look out, Minter! Demi yelled in shock. Her own perception had given not a hint of warning. Pokina suddenly found something soft pressed to her chest, squirming like a small animal. Minter, I missed you so much. The unfamiliar girl's voice was sugary and urgent, as if years of longing had finally found release. It's all right, Mentor's here. Instinctively, Pokina stroked the girl's silky hair, soothing her like a startled child. What is going on? Demi froze. Mentor? This girl was calling her Mentor? Could young Master Zhan En have been right? Had her mentor secretly taken on another disciple? So who might you be? Pokina finally came back to herself, hand stopping midair. She could not recall taking on any new student in her entire life. Mentor, my name is Chili. It's an honor to meet you. I've missed you terribly. Chili breathed in the faint scent on Pokina's collar, sweet with a trace of salt, a blend of blood and blossoms no one else carried. The words made Pokina's scalp tingle. Something felt off. She ransacked her memory for the name Chili and found nothing. If someone was posing as her disciple, what was the goal? Let's head inside first. Trying to explain in the street was useless. Neighbors were already circling. Pokina's child is that old already? Wasn't she always single? Look at their faces, definitely her own kid. But they don't look alike at all. Maybe she's. Murmurs rippled through the crowd, while Chili buried her face in Pokina's chest and clung tighter. With no other choice, Pokina scooped her up and dashed to the shop door. The hinges creaked as she pushed inside. Turning to close the door, she caught Demi still rooted to the spot, face ashen, lips moving in silent muttering. Demi, get in here. Coming. Jolted awake, Demi hurried after them. She had to uncover the truth now. Bang. The door shut. Deprived of their spectacle, the onlookers drifted away. Silence settled over the shop. So Chili, correct? Pokina held the girl and stopped. Yes, Minter, I'm here. Would you mind getting down for a moment? You're not heavy, but that resentful stare from your senior sister is making even my scalp crawl. No, I won't. Chili whimpered and buried her face against Bo-Jinna's chest like a fledgling seeking its mother. Bo-Jinna let out a resigned sigh, her fingertips slowly combing through Killa's silky hair while an indulgent smile spread across her face. She had not felt this kind of dependence in so long that both the person and the moment from last time had blurred in her memory. Once, someone else had pressed into her arms with the same wholehearted trust. A gentle warmth settled over the study. Firelight flickered in the hearth, casting 3 overlapping shadows on the floor. In that glow, Dreamy clenched her silver teeth, her resentment almost tangible. So it's true, another disciple of the mentor. Mentor, you liar. You said I, Dreamy, was the only one. Why does the world insist on opposing me? Why? A high-pitched squeak like a mouse cut through Damon's thoughts. Mentor, I think there's a mouse, Chili said, ears twitching as she scanned the room. Is there? Bo-Jinna's eyelids twitched, her expression flickering oddly. The sound vanished. Chili looked around again, but found no sign of a rodent, muttering that she must have misheard. Yet she was sure she hadn't. Every visit was accompanied by that squeak, but the culprit always eluded her. Bo-Jinna cast a sidelong glance at her other disciple, an unreadable look in her eyes. A soft, polite voice came from the doorway. Mentor, when did you take on this disciple? Dreamy walked in with an armful of books, her smile impeccably composed. Senior sister. The familiar voice made Chili leap up and hurl herself into Damon's arms. Thud. Dreamy caught her by reflex, pain blooming in her chest so sharply she almost lost her breath. Senior sister, I missed you so much. Chili nuzzled her like a small animal. Damon's cheeks flared crimson, her arms stiff in midair. She had never faced anything like this. You are? She stammered. Chili, of course, senior sister. Chili looked up, half her face still pressed to Damon's soft chest, eyes sparkling with excitement. The unguarded affection left Dreamy bewildered. Chili? When did I gain such an enthusiastic junior? Did I lose part of my memory? Is this karma for pulling an all-nighter in the lab? Chili sniffed, but failed to catch the familiar scent of steam oil. She gave a tentative poke, surprised to find nothing hard underneath. Huh. She repeated the motion in confusion. Hey. With a sharp smack, Dreamy flicked Chili on the head. Ow, ow, ow. Chili rolled on the floor, clutching her scalp as a lump swelled visibly. Bo-Jinna's heart tightened. She hurried over with a treasured salve and dabbed it carefully on the bump. The strong herbal aroma spread while the cool ointment made Chili hiss and furrow her brow. It hurts, she whimpered, eyes brimming with tears. Bo-Jinna scolded softly. Dreamy, that was a bit harsh. Kill us a girl too, you know. Mentor. Damon's ears burned as she folded her arms. Even if we're both girls, that doesn't give her a license to act out. Pokina understood exactly what had just happened, and Demi's reaction was perfectly reasonable. Chili, shouldn't you apologize to Demi? She reminded her softly. I'm sorry, senior. Chili bowed at once, her voice crisp, though her eyes were full of confusion. Why had it felt soft? That made no sense. Demi's body should have been rigid, only turning pliable after several upgrades. Is there something wrong with me? Demi lowered her voice, danger flashing in her eyes. And no, senior. Chili shook her head hard. In her memory, Demi had already replaced most of her organs with steam-powered parts, the sort of parts that used to jab Killis' face whenever they sparred. So Demi hadn't been modified yet. The stab of pain cleared Killis' mind just enough for her to piece together the truth. Demi's face grew darker. Why do you keep calling me senior? She demanded, arms crossed, clearly unimpressed with her first impression of Chili. Pokina suddenly caught on. That's right. Chili, I don't remember taking such a cute disciple. Her hands never paused as she dabbed salve on Demi's wounds. Now, and then blowing gently to ease the sting. What? She's not your disciple? Color returned to Demi's face in an instant. Surprise and delight replaced her dread. At last, Chili dropped to her knees with solemn ceremony. Master, I've long admired you. Please accept me as your student. The room fell silent. Demi clenched her fists. What shameless nerve. Tossing around master without permission. Did Chili think apprenticeship was some daydream? She was sure Pokina would feel the same way. This would all blow over soon. To accept, or not to accept? Pokina hesitated. The girl felt strangely familiar, as though she were already her pupil. Yet her instincts warned that taking Chili in would bring no small amount of trouble down the line. Seeing the hesitation, Killis' eyes flickered. Master, under the third tree on the right outside the door, there's a treasure chest. Consider it my gift to you. A treasure chest? Before the words were fully out, a gust of wind swept through, the shop door flew open, and Pokina was gone. Moments later came a delighted shout from the yard, then a loud crash as the door swung shut. She re-entered as though nothing had happened, but her steps were light and her face beamed. No, no way, Demi muttered, a sense of dread growing. Pokina cleared her throat, her expression suddenly solemn. Chili, your talent is extraordinary and aligns well with the art of alchemy. From this day forward, I accept you as my disciple. Master. As she had done countless times before, Chili succeeded in her petition. She leaped to her feet and waved enthusiastically at Demi. Senior. Ha Jr. The corner of Demi's mouth twitched. Clearly, she had celebrated too soon. To celebrate Killis' induction, we're all going to the tavern tonight for a proper drink. Pokina declared. Yay. Chili cheered, already planning how to ask her new master for a Valkyrie relic later. Fate, Demi sighed inwardly. Perhaps this was the trial destiny had prepared for her. Night settled over District 2. On the third floor of an adobe building opposite the ash residue shop, someone asked, Barroza, where are your troops? Hiding in nearby houses along the street. Captain Barroza answered, lowering his voice as he scanned the view outside. Willie, what about your deputies? They're already inside, posing as customers and quietly gathering information, Sheriff Willie replied. Have they noticed anything unusual? No. From the outside, it looks like an ordinary funeral supply store. James suddenly spoke, his tone turning grim. Both of you four unknown life forms are closing in at high speed. The warning came from Red Spirit, who was watching from the sky. Barroza and Willie stiffened. Psionic energy surged within them. In seconds they sensed four eerie auras converging from different directions, heading straight for the ash residue shop. They're bold enough to walk right in. Barroza growled, clenching his fists. The inhuman aura glowed in the night, like cold fire fleas in open provocation. He raised his hand to signal, "We'll grab thee." Hold on. Willie seized his wrist. They could be bait. Other black offenders might be waiting in the shadows. Jane silently agreed. After countless ambushes, the black offenders had mastered the art of disguise. When they're close, Purple Vortex immobilizes them. Don't let them transmit a single message. Red Spirit, read their soul patterns afterward. He issued the order through their shared link. So far the four felt weak, probably low tier. Roar. Wail. When the four black offenders were less than 100 meters from the shop, they slowed. The one on the far left muttered, strange. Why did Lady Lookaby tell us to attack this place and make sure everyone senses our aura on the way in? The second shook his head. She didn't say. The third scanned the area and cautioned, if they pulled four of us in at once, the target can't be simple. The last one grunted, I checked earlier today. It's full of ordinary humans, no threat at all. Still whispering, they stepped onto the street in front of the shop, crept to the closed door, and stopped. The building was dark. The shop had shut for the night. They exchanged looks. You go first. No one moved. Years of hiding had taught them that grabbing the first bit of glory often meant triggering the first trap. Without that caution, low-tier fighters like them would never have survived. 1 minute. 5 minutes. The air at the doorstep grew thick as stone, yet none of the black offenders dared to make the first move. In the distance, a lone crow melted into the night, its crimson eyes sweeping over everything around the cinder ash shop. What are those four fools doing? Why aren't they moving? Lookaby cursed under her breath behind the bird. Through her shared vision, she saw the four shadow offenders she had sent reach the shop, then freeze as if their strings had been cut. She frowned, then let out a cold laugh. No matter. As long as they reveal themselves, the goal is met. Stick to the plan. In front of the cinder ash shop. You go. I'm not going. Make him go. I'm not going either. The four shadow offenders glared at one another, none willing to stick his neck out. The standoff made the air feel stifling. Hidden at the corner of the street, Sheriff Whaley peered through a crack, his brow knotted. WHYD they stop. Did they spot the ambush? Captain Barrosa's knuckles whitened on his sword hilt. If they had, they'd be running by now. Can we move in? Hold on. Their behavior's too odd. How long do we wait? Until the right moment. Grinding his teeth, Barrosa stayed put. At the shop's entrance, the shadow offenders finally shuffled into the shadows, clearly plotting. If we botch this, Lady Lookaby will flay us alive. Agreed. 3. Yet the same question hung in the air: who would make the first move? A cold wind blew past, forcing them to decide. The first offender spread his hands. You're all stronger than I am. The weakest shouldn't go first, right? Fair. The other three nodded. The second tapped the bandage on his chest. I took this wound for one of Lady Lookaby's secret jobs. Cough. Cough. Blood seeped through the wrapping mid-sentence. The remaining two fell silent. They couldn't send an injured man forward. 2 were left. Tension spiked. The third suddenly whispered, actually, I'm Lady Lookaby's trusted aide here to watch you. The fourth's mouth opened and closed. He couldn't claim to be useless, wasn't hurt, and clearly wasn't her confidant. At last he forced a bitter smile. Fine. He'll go. He had barely risen when he looked up and blanched. Monst. Boom. A dark violet force field slammed down from the sky. The four shadow offenders were caught as if in an invisible giant's grip, the crushing pressure pinning them like lambs for slaughter. The three crouching could only see a dreadful black shape materialize from thin air, its killing aura making their hair stand on end. Then, searing heat swept away the chill. Here, let me get a read on your soul waves. Hongling's voice burst in like flame. Roar. They're mine. The credit's mine. Zillow growled, already staking his claim. From the third-floor window across the street, Barroza brushed a hand over his stubbled chin and let out a low whistle. Master Zhan En, every time I witness your subordinate in action, I'm reminded just how frightening his power is. One simple push, and the target is pinned like a stone slab has dropped on them, perfect for a clean arrest. Wei Li, the city marshal, stood beside the window, his gaze dark. The pressure in the air was so dense it felt as if the room itself might cave in. A single glance had tightened his chest, and long-honed instincts hammered at him. He was almost certainly no match for that creature outside. His round eyes flickered with unease, yet he swallowed every trace of it. Gentlemen,
Have someone take over the interrogation, Zhan En said calmly, turning away from the window. Understood. Thank you, Master Zhan En, Barroza answered. He and Whaley exchanged a look. 2 for you, 2 for me? Works for me. The plan was settled in an instant. Crash. Eager to extract answers, the 2 high-level psionics vaulted through the shattered window, rode the night wind to the street below, and hurried off to gather their teams. Only Zhan En remained in the room. He gazed down at the street, deep in thought. Hong Ling had already probed the souls of the 4 He culprits. Their superiors had ordered tonight's raid on the shop and the slaughter of everyone inside. Purely a massacre? In their current situation, the He culprits stood to gain nothing but exposure, so there had to be a deeper goal. Stranger still, the lady Lu Chibi they mentioned had told them to flaunt their presence, clearly to draw human attention. Add to that an anonymous tip someone had known their plan in advance and reported it. But who and why? The strands wove together, shadows churning in Zhan En's mind. Then a flash of recognition déjà vu. He recalled a future from the original timeline. The He culprits had relied on a human mole who kept feeding them flawless intelligence targets, sleeper cells, hidden lairs. They sacrificed pawns to earn the brash trust. Then during the final ritual to open the passageway, they supplied a single false coordinate, luring humanity's main force away and ensuring the ritual's success. If the Jinsha Hui hadn't been destroyed, that very scenario might now be unfolding in Yansha City. The unknown letter was likely the He culprit's opening move. If more tips kept hitting the mark, the authorities' faith would soar, and when the time was ripe, one piece of disinformation could strip away the city's defenses. Yet it was all conjecture, no proof. What if the letter truly came from a psionic who'd stumbled onto the plan? Even a string of future tips wouldn't confirm his suspicions. Possible, yes, painfully so, and almost impossible to verify. The He culprits would never release false data until the final moment. Zhan En frowned. Which district had they set up the ritual in? The He Zue, too, could only open a gateway by sacrificing a large number of souls of wisdom at once, which meant that the moment the ceremony began they would have no way to hide. As long as he kept a mobile strike force in reserve, he could ignore whatever elaborate lures they had arranged. The enemy had clearly factored both him and the Yansha City leadership into their calculations. To break the stalemate, he needed fighters who lay outside their line of sight, and the nearest, most suitable choice was his sister, already on her way to the city. She should be here soon. Night covered the official road to Yansha City, dust spiraling around a column of cavalry racing through the dark. Hooves hammered the ground in the vast, silent wilderness. Yizel gripped the reins, her thoughts in turmoil. The moment she heard the Jinsha Society's report about the He-Du cult, she had set out. Those old hands never fired blind. There had to be a plot brewing inside Yansha City. Zhan En was out there alone, he must not blunder into a trap. Zhan En, hang on for me, she repeated over and over. Yansha City, deep into the night. On the south side, a modest inn flickered under swaying lanterns. The alley behind it still carried the smell of grilled scorpion and lizard meat. After washing away a day's grit, Kaishi, Hedi, and Jerizi slipped into soft robes and sprawled on their clean mattresses. Those yellow scorpion skewers were terrific, Jerizi sighed, still savoring dinner. I thought the white scorpion ones were better, Hedi hummed, tucking damp hair behind an ear. Neither of you tried the 4-legged lizard now that had punch, Kaishi laughed, though her voice soon trailed off. Lamplight tinged their cheeks pink, and the talk drifted to the rumor that had filled the city all day. Have you heard what everyone in Yansha is whispering? Jerizi asked, turning onto her side, head resting on her arm. What? Kaishi and Hedi straightened almost together. They knew the name about to surface was tied directly to their mission. You really haven't heard? Zhan En's here, Jerizi said, her eyes shining with mixed feelings. All along the road, that's all anyone talked about. Prince of every girl's dreams, the era's greatest prodigy. In under a year, he leveled a crime syndicate defended by high-tier fighters. Who could have guessed that? Silence settled over the room. Geirisis slowly bled into worry. How were they supposed to carry out the commander's orders? She had wanted to challenge Zhan En, yet she now saw she had no chance, maybe never would. Hedi's violet eyes widened, her voice tinged with undisguised admiration. He sounds like a hero out of legend. Mid-sentence she caught herself. She had almost blurted, and am the hero's companion. Cool emerald earrings brushed her cheek, but her face turned hot. Close call now was no time to annoy Kaishi. Oddly, Kaishi still hadn't spoken. Usually she lit up at the mere mention of Zhan En, yet tonight she was eerily quiet. Hedi glanced over and saw her burying her face in the quilt, breathing evenly as though already asleep. Kaishi, are you really asleep? Jerizi whispered. Only calm breathing answered. Hedi and Jerizi exchanged a look. She had nodded off far too fast. Outside, the street lay silent except for an occasional patrol's footsteps. Jerizi stared up at the night sky, voice low. It's been almost a year since we last saw Zhan En, hasn't it? Hedi nodded. When he came back to Xinhua City for the tournament, we were shipped off to the drylands and missed him. The memory left them both conflicted. Their families had indeed enjoyed Zhan En's protection this past year,
Yet their own growth calling it zero felt harsh. Then again, it really was zero. Beneath her quilt, Kaishi did the math in silence. 321 days, 22 hours, and 23 seconds had passed since she last spoke to Zhan En. When she first heard that her childhood friend had also arrived in Shales and City, she nearly sprang out of bed, convinced their reunion had been written by fate. The more details she picked up, though, the more complicated her feelings became. Zhan En had stirred up a city-wide sensation, his feats and charm debated by girls in alleyways and ladies in drawing rooms alike. Pride in her dazzling companion quickly curdled into insecurity. Could she really stand at his side? Her fingers tightened around the emerald pendant at her throat. The carefree days before her awakening and the cheers that followed it now felt worlds away, separated from the present by a deep, unbridgeable gulf of strength. Logic insisted there was almost no way she could catch up. She might be a genius, but next to that monster, she was merely an average one. If only she possessed the kind of power elder sister Isi had. And what about looks? Kaishi poked her soft cheeks. Among her peers she had the advantage, but next to those mature women with their seasoned allure, she lost all confidence. The heady charm forged by time was something she couldn't copy. Thinking of Zhan En's ever more captivating face made her grin like a fool, then thrash beneath the covers a second later. No way. I'm completely out of his league. Kaishi, what's wrong? The sudden rustling jolted her roommates, Hetty and Jerusi, upright. Kaishi froze, poked her head out, and rubbed her eyes as if half asleep. What is it? You were just Jerusi began, but Hetty raised a hand. Nothing, just practicing a worm impression, right? We're best friends, a little tolerance never hurts. The line sent a chill down Kaixi's spine. Hetty's eyes looked oddly sharp, but at least Shed dodged a long, humiliating explanation. Hetty cut to the chase, watching her closely. Since Zhan En's in town, Jerusi and I think we should pay him a visit. What do you say, Kaishi? Visit Zhan En? Conflict flickered across Kaixi's face. Shed planned to slip off alone. Why were they barging in? Still, turning them down and sneaking out later would look terrible. Wait, this could work. Go together, then find a chance to peel off. Perfect. She nodded at once. Sure, let's go. By the way, do either of you know where he's staying? Sleep first. Well, ask around tomorrow, Hetty said, and the room fell quiet, broken only by 3 steady patterns of breathing. Under her blanket, Kaixi's eyes shone. Zhan En, our reunion is almost here. Across the upper bunk, Hetty sighed. This time I have to move things forward or the mistress will never let me hear the end of it. At the foot of the bed, Jerusi rolled over, drool glistening on her lip. Lizard meat delicious. Each girl drifted into sleep, nursing her own secret hopes. In the heart of Roxan City, inside the pyramid-shaped citadel, the 3 ruling officials had urgently summoned every high-ranking psionic because of the Black Felon incident. The soaring council chamber blazed with light. At the highest tier sat 3 figures. Nelson, director of the Holy Hospital, Mylin, commander of the garrison, and Freeman, Grand Constable. On the stepped benches below, district garrison captains, constables, and hospital vice-directors filled the rows, the atmosphere so heavy it was hard to breathe. Nelson glanced at the seating chart and immediately spotted a gap. Commander Mylin, where is Conger? Conger has disappeared. Malin's face turned grim. She had intended to investigate personally after Jen Charles exposed the Golden Sand Society's plot and cleared Demi's name. Yet, that very day Chief Conger vanished without a trace. The disappearance of a senior captain was no small matter. A hush fell over the assembled psionics. Freeman's expression did not change, but his voice was low. Commander Mylin, why didn't you mention this sooner? Should the constabulary assist in the search? This is a garrison issue, not something for the constabulary to meddle in. Mylin snapped back, fueled by the frustration she had bottled up since Conger went missing. Freeman narrowed his eyes, calm yet cutting. Commander, the loss of a high-ranking officer concerns all of Roxan City. I believe the investigation should be joint. Mylin gave a cold laugh. Freeman, I suspect you're the one hiding Conger. If anyone in the city could spirit away a captain without a sound, it was the constabulary. Besides, her soldiers reported that Conger's last words were that he was heading to the Grand Constabulary and then he vanished. Commander Mylin, don't make accusations unless you have proof. Freeman's gaze hardened. You know exactly what you've done. The tension flared instantly, their subordinates squaring off. Captain Barossa and Constable Willie, seated side by side, exchanged helpless looks. On the dais, Nelson, his silver hair streaked with white, cleared his throat. Though raspy, his voice still carried weight. Both of you, remember why we're here. His sharp gaze took in every detail of the standoff. At his words, Mylin and Freeman dialed back their aggression. In that case, I will chair this meeting, Nelson said with an inward sigh, aware that even in his twilight years he was still needed to keep the balance. Power and advantage were, after all, fleeting things. He raised a hand. The hall fell silent, heartbeats echoing beneath the high ceiling. Mylin, you may begin. Commander Maylene gave a curt nod. Jane Charles uncovered the Sand Society's collusion with the cult of Black Venom and took the lead in the subsequent purge. As compensation, I award him a Death Oath class artifact of violet grade. Does anyone object? The hall fell silent. Everyone knew what Jane had accomplished. A violet grade relic was more than deserved. Heads bobbed in agreement, no one spoke against it. When the room settled, High Sheriff Freeman placed a stack of documents in the center of the long table, his expression grave. Some attendees had skimmed the papers earlier, but now he wanted every pair of eyes on them. In the private letters of Shalomo, chairman of the Sands Society, Freeman said, rapping a knuckle on the top page, "We found repeated correspondence with black sinners. Under the Sands Society's cover, they've prepared a large-scale ritual somewhere in Roxan City. All of you understand the disaster that would follow if it begins." Several senior espers who had been recalled on short notice finally realized why the leadership had summoned them so urgently. A heavy pressure settled over the room. "Willie, share what we know so far," Freeman said after giving everyone a moment to absorb the news, turning to the sheriff of District 4. Willie rose and gestured for the projector. "Time is short, and the black sinners are deeply hidden. Our sweep turned up nothing," he explained, his measured tone tightening every face around the table. However, yesterday District 4 received its first anonymous tip. With help from young Master Jine's unit, Purple Vortex, we captured 4 black sinners who were about to launch an attack. Mugshots appeared one by one on the screen. Unfortunately, under intense interrogation, they gave us only a single line acting on orders from above. All we have is a description of their superior, someone they call Lookaby. He enlarged the composite sketch. Wanted posters are already up across every district. We expect leads soon. The vice directors from St. Hospital exchanged worried looks. One finally asked, "What about the ritual itself? Any trace at all?" Willie hesitated, then shook his head. "None. Not a single sign. How is that possible?" Another demanded. District 3 Sheriff, Sia, spoke up. When the black sinners first emerged, their rituals were blatant residue, energy spikes, the works. After repeated failures, they've refined their masking techniques. Separating real sights from decoys is now nearly impossible on short notice. The air felt strangled. No one knew when or where the ritual might suddenly ignite. Breaking the gloom, Willie continued, "On top of that, we received a second anonymous letter this morning. Same envelope, same handwriting." Maylene's eyes flashed. "What does it say?" The first tip had already surprised her. A second was beyond expectation. Freeman also looked over, irritation flickering clearly he hadn't been briefed before the meeting. Willie unfolded the letter. It reads, "A hidden base of the black sinners." The 8 bold characters appeared on the wall, the ink still fresh. A hidden base? Someone blurted. Is this credible? Doubts and quickened breathing filled the chamber, as though a drop of water had hit hot oil. Immediate uproar followed. Pagina's alchemical curiosities. "Mentor, is the pressure all right?" Afternoon light poured through the stained glass window, pooling on a velvet chair where Pagina reclined, eyes half closed, while her new apprentice Chili worked her shoulders. Chili had offered to serve, and Pagina was happy to use the occasion to draw her closer. "Perfect, perfect." A lazy smile lifted Pagina's lips. "Any harder and it would ache, any softer and it would itch. It's as if you tailored it just for me." Before she could finish, an explosion rocked the room next door. The shock made her jolt. "How many is that now?" "The 11th, Mentor." Chili kept massaging, though she was already rehearsing how to mention the Valkyrie relic. Boom. Another blast. "The 12th, she added. Pagina's temples throbbed. H had left her nerves thin. "Chili, please check what Demi is doing. It's broad daylight. Commissions are waiting. Yet she's shut in the lab raising such a racket that customers won't dare come near us." Each blast tugged up memories she preferred to forget. From last night's chat, Chili had pieced the story together. When the Eternal Annihilation Demon King was to be hunted, the Sage of the West had fiercely opposed the campaign, and even forbade the Steam Association from joining. Inch had finally solved that historical riddle. "What?" Pagina frowned. "What incantation? What law?" "Senior says she's studying why water turns into steam," Chili translated quickly. "Someday everyone will know the 3 fundamental laws of steam machinery and psionics. Even a novice esper will grasp something from them. Water boils, steam comes out, what's there to study?" Pagina couldn't see the point. People had lived that way for centuries. She was about to ask more when a chain of detonations shook the lab. Boom, boom, boom. The counter rattled, ornaments clattered to the floor. Enough was enough. If Demi kept this up, the whole shop would blow before their business did. Pagina sprang up. "Chili, pick those up and set them back. Right away, Mentor." She strode to the lab door and pushed it open. "Demi, what are you?" Inside, Demi looked up. "Careful." Boom. With a deafening boom, a blast of scalding steam tore through the lab door and burst outward. The searing heat lunged like an unchained beast, striking Pagina Hedon. It lasted only a heartbeat, yet she felt her body ripped away, her soul lifted by the heat as if ascending. Inside the lab, Demi, sealed in a heat-proof suit, scrambled toward the door the moment she heard the blast. "Mentor." Her voice quivered with terror, but her feet seemed nailed to the floor. In her sight the Mentor lay motionless, the exposed skin crimsoned by the steam, like a plucked duck just pulled from boiling water. "Mentor, can I buy?" Chili arrived late. brandishing a sword-shaped relic, her tone bubbling with excitement. During the tremor she had discovered, amid a pile of fallen merchandise, the Valkyrie relic she had always coveted, and now she meant to claim it under the guise of purchase. The steam vanished as quickly as it came. By the time Chili reached them, the minter gleamed red all over while Demi, still wrapped in her suit, stood frozen at the door. Chili wrinkled her nose. What happened? It smells amazing. Senior, what did you cook? The meat aroma is incredible. Meat aroma? Every trace of color drained from Demi's face. She tore off the outer layer of her suit and drew a deep breath. The rich smell of roasted flesh came from the minter herself. Minter is cooked. The realization struck like lightning. The beloved minter had been steamed alive by the heat from her own experiment. Impossible, impossible. She's a great alchemy master. Demi shook uncontrollably as she reached a trembling hand toward the mentor's nose. No breath. A boulder crushed her chest. I killed her. Her world collapsed. Tears of regret surged like a broken dam, yet no sob escaped her throat. Chili followed the aroma, confirmed its source, and suddenly understood. So the minter is done again. No wonder it smells so good. She tilted her head at Demi and blinked, puzzled. Huh, why are you so upset, Senior? Don't tell me you think the minter is dead. The minter is fine, Chili said softly. Fine, fine. Demi's eyes were swollen, her voice hoarse as she pointed at the mentor's glistening, cooked body. How can she be fine? She's fully done. Nopsals. Stop comforting me. Ashen-faced, she muttered again and again. I killed the minter. I deserve to die. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed, unable to stand. Chili opened her mouth, ready to explain why being cooked didn't harm the minter, but Demi's vacant eyes showed she was beyond reach, shut down like a walking corpse. Professor, stop playing around. Chili finally blurted, unable to watch any longer, while their senior sister was dying of guilt. The words had barely left her lips when a shocked scream echoed above the lab. What? Chili, how did you know? Pokina cried out. Professor. Demi snapped her head up, pupils locking on the scene before her. Pokina's flesh looked as if it were sliced by invisible blades. Crimson muscle fibers shattered and burst into a fine mist that drifted through the air. A heartbeat later, stark white bones were exposed only for fresh tissue to climb over them, sealing into flawless skin, paler than before, like that of a newborn. Professor, you're alive. Eyes wide, Demi lunged forward and threw herself into Pokina's arms. The warm, soft chest under her palms told her their minter truly was still breathing. I'm fine. I just got steamed once, that's all. Pokina huffed and gave the student in her arms a light pat. I'm sorry, Professor. Demi buried her face against Pokina, wishing she could sink into the floor. Pokina, however, was more curious than upset. Demi, what was that attack? Its power was ridiculous. I was in hibernation with no defenses, and you still managed to steam me in an instant. Well, I kept pumping steam into a sealed alchemical chamber while heating it, and then it kind of, exploded, Demi muttered, voice barely above a whisper. Exploded? Pokina surveyed the lab-cracked walls, scorched floors, debris everywhere, and an all-too familiar wave of catastrophic memories flooded back. Demi, she sighed, rubbing her temples. This lab is way too small for experiments that might go off at any moment. My heart can't handle being steamed again. I understand, Professor. Truthfully, Demi had already resolved to move her projects to a larger, safer workspace. The thought of nearly cooking her minter still made every nerve in her body tremble. Meanwhile, Chili took advantage of the lull. She picked up a sword-shaped stone relic and edged closer. Professor, I want this one. How much? Pokina studied the item. The gray-white stone was covered in elegant, ancient patterns, clearly half-elven work from long ago. Fresh from resurrection, she couldn't quite place its exact origin. Chili, where did you find that? Chili pointed to a cluttered counter in the corner, hidden under a dusty black cloth. Pokina remembered. That counter held all the rare treasures she had collected on her travels, glorified junk with unknown purposes, if one were honest. Take it. Consider it a student gift, she said with a generous wave of her hand. Thank you, Professor. Chili beamed and tucked the artifact close to her chest. It was the key that would let her shed her ordinary life and officially awaken as a psion. Professor, I'm heading out, she called, already halfway to the door, eager to begin her awakening ritual. Go on then. A good mentor never shackles her students. The door creaked open. Heart pounding, Chili stepped into the street. Valkyrie, I'm coming back. It'll be a Valkyrie again. After Chili left, Pokina frowned slightly. Had she ever picked it up? That sword-shaped relic seemed not to be something she had found herself. So why was it here? Night fell in silence, the blood moon hanging overhead like a crimson-stained eye. In one of Roxan City's most remote courtyards, weeds swayed in the wind, and a broken low wall cast jagged shadows. In the center of the yard, Chili knelt with both knees bent, solemnly cradling the sword-shaped artifact. At her feet, a hexagram drawn with red sand marked out a secret array, its lines so vivid they looked as though they were seeping dark red veins of blood. Valkyrie of honor, I swear before you your glory is the glory I seek. Valkyrie of courage,
I swear before you your valor is the burden I shall bear. The incantation echoed again and again, Killis' voice sinking lower as the blood moon climbed higher. Ancient carvings on the relic began to glow crimson, and a heartbeat later the hexagram flared alive. The lights converged, coalescing into a figure whose face was veiled in mist, revealing only a pair of long pointed ears. She wore armor the color of fresh blood, a scarlet gold helm, a bronze spear in one hand and a bronze shield in the other, her battle lust so sharp it seemed ready to tear the night sky apart. The specter looked down at Chili, her indifferent gaze stripping flesh from bone as if judging both soul and body. Chili knew this was the knife edge that would decide whether the Valkyrie's legacy would accept her, so she did not let the chant falter. Your soul shall bear my will. Your body shall carry my blood. So be the oath. The deep, commanding declaration thundered through her very spirit, each word branding itself into her bones. Suddenly the northernmost star burst into a pillar of blazing white light that speared straight down into the courtyard. The sword-shaped relic shed its stony shell, revealing dark green bronze, then turned into a beam that sank into Killis' chest. A savage, untainted power flooded her limbs and marrow, remaking flesh and mind alike. Free energies in the air were dragged toward her like a hurricane, until a miniature psionic tide churned above the yard. The apparition raised her head to the starry sea, her gaze piercing to the horizon of time itself. She sighed. In the final epic, what fate awaits humankind? The sigh scattered on the wind. Armor, spear, and all dissolved into motes of blood-tinged light. The rite was complete. A bronze sword-shaped mark appeared on Killis' brow, her ears lengthened to gentle points, and her eyes turned a deep emerald. She had succeeded. Though she had endured several inheritances before, her pulse still raced. She was a psion once more, re-embarking on that thorny path paved with blood, battle, and slaughter. She steadied her breathing, her mind already turning to the next move. The time had come to make formal contact with the Lord of Eternal Oblivion, Jean Charles. With Kath's trio around him, getting an audience would not be hard. Forging a deeper link would. At the same time, the Black Felon's conspiracy had to reach the city's upper echelons, and in her current position, she could not approach them directly. Jean Charles remained the quickest point of entry, yet plots that hinged on human nature were the easiest to derail. If only she could glimpse the outcome in advance. The thought brought to mind one person, the Destiny Witch, now living in seclusion somewhere in Roxan City. Let her read the signs before I act, Chili resolved. The witch's dwelling was deliberately inconspicuous, nothing more than a shabby fortune-telling stall, yet Chili knew the old woman's prophecies could shift the fate of an entire city. Meanwhile, in the deeper layers of the black mists, a grotesque silhouette bowed low amid rolling vapor. My lord, it reported, a fluctuation from the Elven Hall has surfaced in the material realm. KK. At last, it has finally appeared. Flames roared into the sky above a ramshackle courtyard in Yinsha City's 4th district, and bursts of psionic energy boomed without pause. The auras of more than a dozen dark felons were unmistakable. Just as the second anonymous letter had claimed, this was indeed a hidden stronghold packed with enemies. Zhan En himself never showed. Instead, he sent Captain Ziwo and Hongling to assist, and watched the battle remotely through Ziwo's eyes. The fight was over in a heartbeat. Low-rank dark felons were no more than paper targets before high-rank captains, unable even to lift a hand in counterattack, let alone run. The captain's familiars never had the chance to act. Silence fell over the courtyard almost instantly. Peering through Ziwo's vision, Zhan En found the place held only low-rankers, not a single mid-tier or above. The stronghold was real, yet every superior officer had vanished. Something was off. The second tip had been proven right again, so the upper echelon would trust the anonymous informant even more and lower their guard. Zhan En felt uneasy. Perhaps the dark felons were staging the entire scene. He decided to wait a little longer, mentally counting the time. His sister would arrive soon. Where on earth was Zhan En staying? After 2 straight days of asking around, Kathy, Hetty, and Grace still had no answer. They paused at a small tavern along the street, frustration written all over Hetty's face. The whole city talked about Zhan En, yet no one knew where he lived. Having him somewhere close but out of reach made her want to bang her head against a wall. Her companions, by contrast, were almost unnervingly calm. Grace kept her usual carefree grin and hadn't even broken a sweat despite all the walking. Kathy moved at an unhurried pace, showing not a trace of anxiety. Hetty finally blurted, "Kathy, aren't you worried?" Kathy took a sip of iced water, her tone level. "Will worrying help?" No." Hetty slumped over the table. She had to admit Kathy was right. If Kathy wasn't panicking, her own panic was pointless. She lifted the glass and took a small drink. "Hetty, you seem awfully eager to see Zhan En." Kathy spoke up suddenly. Cough, cough. Caught off guard, Hetty sprayed a mouthful of water. No more water, need a refill. Clutching the empty glass, she fled toward the pitcher, ears turning pink. Kathy sighed softly. So exhausting. That little crush was far too obvious. Only a fool could miss it.
She glanced at Grace, who was still focused on her drink, and felt oddly relieved at least Grace wouldn't compete for Zhan En. Gulp, gulp. Noticing Katha's stare, Grace paused mid-swig. Is something on my face? Nothing at all. Perfectly clean. Kathy shook her head. Grace happily went back to chugging. The iced water in this desert city tasted faintly sweet, refreshing all the way down. When Hetty returned with a full glass, her expression had settled, but she looked solemn. I just remembered something really important. Kathy and Grace exchanged puzzled looks. What is it? The generous reward Kiri promised us. Hetty's heart skipped shed, nearly forgotten. Oh right. Kathy thought for a moment and nodded. I do recall that. Grace didn't even pause, still pouring the icy water down. The reaction was far too mild for Hetty to accept this was a hefty reward. After all, she practically sprang to her feet, slapping the table as she tried to fire up her companion's desire. Come on, think about how much money we're talking about. Resting her chin on her hand, Kathy answered in an even tone. Hetty, Killa's family isn't rich. I wouldn't expect too much. Glug, glug. Grace seized the water pitcher, taking long swallows and nodding her agreement with one free hand. Impossible. Hetty's voice shot up as she jabbed at the air, emphasizing every word. Her clothes may not be noble wear, and I can't place the style, but that fabric is something else. I felt it soft, light, completely out of a commoner's price range. Kathy thought back and reminded her. Right. The shop where Chili got off the carriage while we were asking about gin, we overheard a lot of gossip. We did? Hetty's expression froze. They barely open a few times a year. The owner's so broke he's practically living on sand, Kathy sighed. No way. Hetty clenched her fists until her knuckles cracked. My eyes don't lie. They can't. Glug, glug. Grace took another deep drink, nodding harder to show her support. A strained silence hung for a few seconds before Hetty rallied. Even so, a reward is a reward. No one's taking what's mine. That's the Macmillan family creed. Kathy followed up. Then let's go to Chile now, collect the payment, and ask if her relatives have any word about Jen. We're out of leads on where he lives anyway. Fine. Let's do it. Hetty slapped the table. Glug, glug. Grace showed her approval through another swig. The three tidied up quickly and left the rest stop, making a beeline for the Perkina Alchemical Curiosities shop. Roxan City, Eastern Quarter. In a chilly fortune-telling shop tucked into a back corner, Becky sat beneath a dim oil lamp, stacking tarot cards into an ever-growing tower. Strange. Where has Delia been these past few days? Unease fluttered in her chest as the tower climbed higher. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the calendar December. Her heart lurched. Could it be Black Mander wilting? Black Mander wilting, first line of the prophecy. Black Mander symbolizes December, wilting foretells danger. She whispered the whole verse. Black Mander wilts, and at last the overlapping selves part. One returns to darkness, one chases the light. A familiar traveler arrives and takes half of you. A stranger visits and takes the other half. Do not grieve. All is decreed by time and space. Do not struggle. Everything is fate's own choice. She tried to read deeper, hoping to shoulder her friend's calamity, but her mother's warning echoed. Fate is fixed, whether known or unknown, it does not change. A heaviness settled on her chest. Then a sudden spike of pain split her head. She thrust both hands forward, and the delicate card tower collapsed in an instant, scattering tarot cards across the table. Just then, the door creaked open. A silhouette stepped inside. One card fluttered into the air. The newcomer raised a hand, pinching it delicately between slender fingers. It was a major arcana card on its face. A resolute warrior drove a magnificent chariot, surging relentlessly toward victory. Have you already divined that ID show up today? Chili placed a tarot card face up on the table. Beiji's pupils tightened the chariot. It represents the pursuit of victory and the courage to fight. Although this wasn't a formal ritual, coincidences like this often hinted at the shape of fate. Madam, what would you like to ask? Wealth, power, strength, or? I want to know the success rate of an operation that's about to begin, Chili said, her voice low. Beiji hesitated. I don't take questions like that. When a plan fails, clients usually come back to blame me. She stuck to her own divination risk avoidance policy. Thud. Chili set down a velvet pouch brimming with gold coins, the treasure shed dug out of a hidden chamber in a deserted manner. The glare of the gold was blinding. Gulp. Beiji swallowed. That's a fortune way more than she earns from writing articles. But rules were rules. She forced her gaze away. Madam, I. Thud. Another pouch, even heavier. Gulp. Mad. Thud. 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 3 more pouches landed in quick succession. Chili reached for a 7th, came up empty, and gave an awkward smile. If that's not enough, they'll bring the rest later. The Witch of Destiny never had a fixed price. If she liked you, it was free. If she didn't, even a king's ransom wouldn't buy a reading. Chili recalled how she would someday bankrupt herself trying to learn how to stop the eternal abyssal demon king, and her heart ached. 6 glittering pouches now covered the table enough to crack Beiji's resolve. Well, so be it. Everything is guided by fate. They'll make an exception today. With a flick of her wrist, the gold vanished. Another wave summoned tarot cards, a crystal ball, and other tools, spreading them neatly across the tabletop. Which method would you prefer? Chili eyed the props, no hint of arcane energy. Could they really work? She had never seen Beiji use them before. Tarot. An excellent choice. Beiji's expression turned solemn. She traced a line through the air, and the deck scattered into a floating ring, shuffling in a rhythmic dance before stacking itself again. Please focus on your plan, then cut the deck. Chili centered her thoughts and split the cards into 3 piles. Beiji reassembled them according to tradition. Follow your intuition and draw a card. Which one? Chili hesitated. Sensing no mystical pull, she simply picked at random an armored warrior charging a chariot. The chariot. As the card turned, Beiji lowered her lashes, her voice drifting like smoke. In the days ahead, your plan will surge forward like the chariot, carrying you to victory. Yet if ambition turns to greed, everything will reverse. That is the outcome of your reading. Beiji snapped the crystal prism shut, her tone solemn, her posture as unassailable as a stone idol. She waited in silence while the client absorbed her supposedly foolproof rhetoric. Triumph and defeat, danger and opportunity, she had wrapped them all in the same vague phrasing, confident she could dig out a matching explanation whenever the customer returned to challenge her. But Chili looked up and stared straight at her, disappointment plain in her eyes. This was the oldest con in the book, the same patter she had heard 100 times from roadside frauds. Fatebound witch. Give me a break. Is this half-hearted act because I paid her too little? Time is short, she thought. I don't have the luxury to dig for truth 1 coin at a time. Beiji realized the girl was unmoved, and her heart sank. Drat, the bluff failed. Keeping her composure, she let her face harden, tapped a knuckle against the table, and asked coolly, "Are you questioning my reading?" Every gesture radiated the pride of a master diviner. So the fate-bound witch thinks she can fleece me like any random townsfolk? Chili sneered inwardly and went straight to the point. Drop the act. I have it on good authority you are the current fate-bound witch. Put these parlor tricks away. The moment the words left her mouth, every divination tool on the table vanished. Beiji's brows knitted as she stared at the girl she had awakened only recently. No one should know. She hadn't uttered the title fate-bound witch to anyone else. Chili pressed her palms together and said softly but firmly, "Everything is destiny's choice." That means nothing, Beiji sighed. However you found out, am only a fate, which right now still far from the fate-bound which you speak of. 1 word apart, worlds of destiny between them. Chili calculated at lightning speed. 1. A fate-bound which can see the future with perfect clarity. 2. A fate witch's visions are unstable and riddled with riddles. 3. Records show that a fate which becomes fate-bound only after a second awakening, triggered by the brutal death of her dearest friend. Which meant Beiji's closest friend was still alive. The intel replayed in her mind. That friend was meant to be a live offering for the black sinners. Her death would summon the false king. Since the victim still breathed, the ritual was unfinished. This was the perfect chance to crush the black sinners. A plan crystallized in Killis had sneak into their lair, rescue the girl, and destroy the rite. Her gaze turned razor sharp. Fate witch, do you want to change your friend's death? My friend dies? Beiji froze. Her prophetic verses had never stated that Delia must perish. How do you know Delia will die? Confusion aside, every fiber of her destiny sense screamed this girl's presence was tugging violently on Delia's lifeline. Yes, I do. Beiji blurted. Then come with me. Inside courtyard number 33 in the nobles district of Yensha City, Zhan En gently rubbed the ring on his finger. A scarlet bone jade was set into the band, gleaming like crystal while a coldness seeped into his skin. The inscription remained clear. Crimson Requiem quality. Purple wearer's requirement. Spirit 1 special boon for deathbearers. Skeletal reanimation level 2. He had just received this reward from the city garrison. Gear suited to deathbearers was scarce to begin with, and living beings instinctively rejected death energy, so the city's stockpile was painfully limited. Zhan En looked at the ring with mixed feelings. Few chose this path, and the equipment available to them was just as rare. Wow. A streak of red light flashed past the window as Hong Ling skimmed the treetops and doubled back, a letter clutched in her claws. News from Sheriff Whaley? Zhan En took the letter, sank into the lounge chair, and tore it open. As expected, the 3rd anonymous message had arrived. It pinpointed the location of the black offender's ritual, the slums of District 4. Because the first 2 letters had been dead accurate, the city's leadership had already deployed large numbers of soldiers and psionics to seal off District 4, vowing to wipe out the cultists in 1 stroke. 3 controllers were even overseeing the operation in person. Join operation? The invitation at the end made Zhan En shake his head. If it was not a trap, 3 controllers were more than enough. If it was a diversion, staying in the nobles district would let him respond first. Knock knock. The sudden rapping at the gate cut through his thoughts. Zhan En's brow twitched. Had never told anyone he was staying here. Outside the courtyard, Chili raised her hand to knock again, her expression resolute. Chili, is what you said true? The black offenders took Delia. Beiji's voice trembled. As a fate witch, she knew the cultists were more brutal and wicked than traitors. What awaited anyone in their grasp was unthinkable. Beiji, of course it's true. With your divination sense, you should feel it. Killis' gaze remained steady. Beiji nodded with difficulty. Her intuition told her their friend was in mortal danger. Strange, isn't Zhan En Charles living at number 33? Why is no one answering? Chili muttered. She had been knocking for a while with no response, so she quickened her pace, afraid to miss the slightest sound inside. On the eaves, Honglings circled again and relayed the visitors' faces and auras to Zhan En's mind. Two weak humans, no obvious threat. Two female psionics? Zhan En wondered whether they were acquaintances or strangers. Knock knock. The pounding grew urgent. With a thought, Zhan En ordered the two red rose shield guardians standing by the door, bring them in. No one home. No Summion has to be here. Moments ago, Chili felt a prying presence, and her eyes shot to the sky just in time to catch a crimson blur. With a harsh creak, the heavy gate swung open, and two skeletal monsters wreathed in murderous intent stationed themselves on either side. The soul flames burning within their frames were icy and pitiless as they stared at the two girls outside the courtyard. Beiji shivered, every hair standing on end, while Chili, accustomed to such sights, remained composed. Chili, what are those? Beiji tightened her grip on her staff. Come on. Inside, Chili said, stepping across the threshold. The moment she crossed, her diviner's instinct sounded no alarm. Beiji clenched her teeth and followed. The gate slammed shut behind them, the dull boom echoing down a shadowed corridor and squeezing Beiji's chest even tighter. She stayed close to Killis' heels and whispered, "Where are they taking us?" "To meet the master of the house," Chili replied with quiet certainty. Zhan En Charles, genius among humans, a monster among geniuses, and a friend to justice. As long as you don't cross his principles, he's easy to speak with. Guided by the two shield wardens, they wound through narrow paths where ivy-blanketed stone walls and sunlight broke into scattered patches. At last a secluded courtyard opened before them. A massive black parasol rose in its center, shielding the space from the fierce sun, and beneath it a tall figure stood, studying a mural on the stone wall. Killis' heartbeat shot into her throat. The silhouette was unmistakable, Zhan En Charles. In the future, she had thrown everything she had at him, only to watch in despair as his lieutenants forced her to a standstill, and that flawless back receded from view. Fate had turned to page 1 again, and now she saw that perfect outline once more. A breeze slipped under the parasol. Zhan En turned, emerald eyes narrowing. The champion of the north. He thought in shock. By the timeline, this girl should be fighting monsters with Cassie and the others on the parched flat, so why was she in his manor? And who was the unfamiliar companion at her side? Questions churned, yet his expression stayed calm. The aura he revealed to them was almost flawless, cold yet carrying a hint of natural warmth. Chili pressed a hand to her racing heart. This was it, that poise and elegance. Unlike the distant chill he wore in the future, the present Zhan En still held a trace of humanity. To Beiji's senses, torrents of destiny roared around the man, thick cords of causality intertwining until the sheer magnitude stole her breath. Such vast fate, she murmured, eyes wide as starlight welled in their depths. Unbidden, her pale irises began to shift, brilliant constellations flaring even beneath the noonday sun. Beiji. Killis' heart sank. The wyrd, which was about to prophesize. A strange aura flooded the air. Jen sensed the change at once. Beiji's eyes went vacant, her body seeming to dangle above the courtyard, suspended by invisible hands in the tide of fate. An airy, distant voice poured from her lips, as though a phantom chorus were playing overhead. The eternal chapter strikes its first chord. New verses are already being written by futures yet to meet. Her crystal-clear eyes now looked as if the night sky had been poured into them. Starbursts flared layer upon layer, and Chili felt that a single glance would drag her in the eye of calamity. Yin's brow twitched. Memories flashed through his mind. Anyone glimpsed by that eye would see their destiny exposed, and once the prophecy ended, the target would suffer a vicious backlash, at best a streak of misfortune, at worst a string of accidents leading to death. He couldn't let it continue. His expression hardened. Roar. The purple vortex caught his intent instantly. A violet force field exploded outward like a vast net, sealing Beiji's mouth and nose. Starlight surged around Beiji, straining to tear the field apart and finish the prophecy. Roar. The vortex doubled its strength, the barrier visibly thickened. Beiji managed only muffled MMF sound. She couldn't form a single word. Chili was baffled. Jen Charles feared the witch's prophecy that much. Why? Seeing the eye of calamity suppressed, Jen let out a silent breath. He had no desire to spend a day drowning in bad luck. Silence settled over the courtyard. Composed once more, Jen asked coolly, "How did the two of you find my home?" "Cassie sent us," Chili replied without hesitation. "Cassie? So the northern hero has already met her," he thought. But how had Cassie learned of this place? He remained on guard. "Who are you exactly?" "Chili, disciple of Master Pokina," she announced, pride slipping into her voice. Just as had suspected, Pokina was indeed the northern hero's mentor. Information on the yellow key of the demon general's seal flickered through his mind. Pokina had hidden her hand well. Because of that connection, his gaze softened a touch. Encouraged, Chili gestured at the girl still pinned by the force field. She's Beiji, an exceptional diviner. The starlight faded. Beiji's eyes returned to normal. Confused, she looked around, shackled limbs trembling as cold fear crawled over her skin. Her silent plea was clear. Chili, help me. A diviner host of the Eye of Calamity. How had these two ended up together? Jin knew the northern hero once hunted such an eye. So why have you come? He asked directly. We found the Black Sinner's hidden lair, Chili said, dropping the bombshell. Their lair? Where? Yin's expression tightened. He needed a fresh lead against the looming ritual. On Trident Hill outside the city. They're preparing the False King's descent, but for now, no creature strong enough to rival a controller has come through. Chili laid out the intel she had gathered. The ritual to summon a False King. Zhan En's expression darkened at once. Among the Black Sinners, a False King is the rough equivalent of a human dominator, often one of the very strongest. The Northern Valor had mentioned that the Black Sinners hiding in that cavern had not yet received their False King, yet Chili could list the location, procedure, and expected power in precise order, striking every point he cared about most. How did you get this information? Zhan En watched every twitch of the girl's face. Her emerald eyes were calm and clear, like mirrors reflecting his own. Unruffled, Chili simply raised a hand and pointed at Beiji, who was still trapped inside the violet force field. Zhan En noticed that Beiji's signature Eye of Misfortune had already gone dim. There was no point keeping her bound. Release her. Roar. The violet field snapped back, and the bindings vanished. Beiji gulped the free air in deep lungfuls, her chest heaving as she realized how precious breathing could be. Beiji. Chili winked at her showtime, just as they had planned. Beiji drew a long breath, slowed her words, and spoke in a trembling but clear voice. Good day, young Master Zhan En. The Black Sinner information Chili mentioned came to me during a divination from my dearest friend Delia. She has been captured by the Black Sinners and is being used as the vessel for their false king. I beg you, please save her. Tears spilled down Beiji's cheeks. Her worry for her friend was real. Delia? Zhan En frowned. The name rang a faint bell. Roar. The purple vortex, sensing its master's confusion, bellowed a reminder. The woman with the beautiful hands. Realization flashed through Zhan En's Defense Corps investigator. A heterosal, Delia. A heterosal would indeed make an ideal container for a false king. A heterosal arises when two highly compatible embryos in the womb devour each other and finally fuse. Each contains the other. After their dimensions stack, the material world sees only one newborn soul, yet in higher dimensions the two remain separately superimposed. This unified individuality grants the soul astonishing resilience, allowing it to withstand a massive influx of energy without shattering, making it perfect as a vessel for a powerful descent. You know Delia? Beiji's diviner's intuition had hit the mark again. I do. Zhan En gestured to the familiar beside him. Ziwa knows her. Roar. Ziwa extended two arms at once, one with pitch-black nails, the other with emerald nails, both long and elegant, clearly the work of a master. That's Delia's handiwork. Beiji cried, recognizing the distinctive nail art at a glance. Those pigments, that designate has to be Delia. Since when did Delia befriend monsters? Instinctively, Beiji clasped her own hands. The nails were also Delia's work, yet far less exquisite than Ziwa's. A pang hit her. Did this monster outrank her in Delia's heart? Beiji, right? I need to be absolutely certain there isn't a single false king among the dark sinners in Trident Mountain, is there? The twin-tailed Beiji had just parted her lips when Zhan En's razor-sharp gaze locked onto her. Now that he had confirmed the blonde girl before him was the northern hero, he trusted about 70% of their intel, but caution still ruled. And Beiji began, then glanced instinctively at Chili. Killa's steady eyes said, believe me. Beiji clenched her fists, still hesitant. I don't think so. Before she could finish, starlight burst in her eyes. A sudden vision surged into her mind. Deep inside Trident Mountain, a frigid tunnel snaked downward. Dozens of dark sinners lurked like shadows, and a towering, eight-armed monster wreathed in ghostly flame dominated the scene. Worst of all, her closest friend was strung up by withered vines in the cavern's depths, barely alive. Chili was right about everything. Beiji's heart pounded. An instant later, a violet field collapsed around her, and the starlight vanished. Absolutely none, she declared, her tone firm, her eyes clear. I just foresaw their auras are far weaker than those of your subordinates. Zhan En still held his sword crosswise, wary of the Eye of Calamity's side effects, yet the intel checked out cross-referenced through mountains of data. After a moment, he slid the blade home. I believe you. Every dark sinner there will be wiped out. Thank you so much. Beiji bowed deeply, her trembling voice betraying her excitement. Chili exhaled in relief. With the eternal annihilation demon lord acting personally, the fugitives in Trident Mountain had no chance. Describe the cave's exact location. Between the left and central peaks, you'll find a waterfall of flowing sand. The entrance is right behind it. Merging her vision with Killis intel, Beiji offered the most precise coordinates possible. Good. Zhan En raised a hand, and every shield guard in the courtyard dissolved into light and returned to the summoning space. A pair of crimson gold feathered serpent wings burst from his back, whipping up a violent gale. With a single whoosh, he shot skyward. Whoa! Hongling streaked after him as a ribbon of scarlet light, vanishing into the horizon. Cold wind swept through the courtyard, kicking up dust. Only then did the two girls snap back to reality. He actually left already. Chili stood frozen despite still being in his juvenile phase. The eternal annihilation demon lord was unbelievably decisive, not even waiting for a guide. Young Master Zhan En is so resolute. Beiji pressed both hands to her chest, eyes alight. Every minute they struck sooner gave her friend another minute of life. She all but worshipped that style of action. Beiji, don't just stand the remove. Chili urged. Right. Beiji jolted, and two streaks of light tore across the sky, leaving Roxan City behind as they raced toward Trident Mountain. High above, wind howled while Zhan En and Hongling forged ahead. In his perception, the girl's soul signatures tangled into a knot he couldn't decipher. Hongling, their soul waves are unreadable? Zhan En wasn't surprised. One of them was the northern hero, a budding Valkyrie. Even in her current frailty, her control over spirit was naturally formidable. One of them was the host of the Eye of Calamity, his spirit submerged so deeply in the river of fate that it could never surface in the material realm. Zhan En rifled through his memories at breakneck speed. The words Sancha Mountain, Heizue and Waterfall flashed again and again, yet they refused to form a complete picture. On the original timeline, nothing earth-shattering had ever happened at Sancha Mountain, but now everything seemed to be sliding off its appointed track. Sancha Mountain was named for its three sheer peaks. The central summit rose highest, like a colossal halberd piercing the sky. The flanking peaks were slightly lower, their knife-edged ridges linked by drifting sand that gleamed like a golden scabbard. Between the left and middle peaks, a sandfall several dozen meters high thundered into an unfathomable sea of dunes, flinging up plumes of grit and issuing a low, continuous roar. 100 meters above that roar, a lone figure hovered in midair, robes snapping in the wind, eyes locked on the darkness behind the cascade. From the outside, the sandfall looked perfectly calm, betraying no hint of danger, yet the figure did not relax. Real peril often hides in the most placid corners. Behind the torrent ran a narrow fissure that ended in the hidden lair of the Heizue. Its walls were jagged obsidian, damp and cold, the air thick with the scent of earth. By the sputtering torchlight, an 8-armed humanoid sat on a stone throne, muscles knotted like iron cables, radiating oppressive power. This was Jeff, a high-rank Heizue. Below him, several Heizue with misshapen arms knelt on one knee and reported with reverence, Lord Jeff, the third letter has been delivered to the human constabulary. The human response? Jeff's voice was hoarse, vibrating like a beast's growl. Exactly as Lady Lu Chibi planned. Yansha City's leaders are completely convinced. All forces in Sector 4 have been mustered, and all 3 controllers are in place. The operation is proceeding smoothly. The mid-rank Heizue speaking offered up a sealed letter that listed the city's latest secret orders and troop movements. Jeff's thick fingers cracked the seal. One glance was enough, he snorted. There's never a shortage of fools willing to betray their own kind. A surge of psionic energy reduced the letter to ash. He looked down at his subordinates and lowered his voice even further. Could one of those traitors be hiding among us as well? The cavern erupted in panic. The Heizue prostrated themselves, their tentacle-like limbs pressed to the floor. "El Lord, we would never betray our race." They cried in unison. Jeff rose slowly, the muscles of his 8 arms flexing in the firelight, his shadow sprawling across the wall like a beast poised to devour. "Betrayal carries a price," he said, each word a verdict and a warning, yet betrayal also brings profit. When the profit outweighs the cost, treachery becomes the natural choice. The portal ritual was entering its critical stage, and he would tolerate no mistakes. The kneeling Heizue exchanged fearful glances, chests heaving with each breath. They might swear loyalty, but all of them knew their standing in the material world. Since the first wave had foolishly revealed too much, humans saw the Heizue as walking disasters. Humanity would never accept them. Only blood debts and flames of hatred remained. Between the two races there was no compromise, no negotiation, only kill, kill, kill. Jeffu went on, "I am certain you will never betray the tribe." The moment the words left his lips, his 8 long arms unfurled. Dark scales glinted like hardened steel in the dim light, and the pressure of a high-tier warrior surged outward like a raging tide. "No living being can afford the price of turning against us. We will never betray the tribe." The kneeling black sinners answered in unison. Since humanity had launched its relentless hunt, they truly had no way out. Jeffu scanned the rows of resolute yet desperate eyes, nodded slightly, and withdrew his aura. Besides the passage ritual, What progress have you made on Lord Wither's descent? He asked without pause. Only the arrival of the false king could guarantee the passage ritual would not be ruined by human champions. Misleading intelligence might lure Yinsha City's defenders away for a time, but once they caught on, they could annihilate the ritual in an instant. My lord, we have found an almost perfect vessel. Her essence aligns closely with Lord Wither's power, but her soul barrier is several times stronger than that of an ordinary psychic. We still need more time. The black sinner in charge rose to report, sweat sliding down his temple. How much longer? Fuss face darkened. The descent had to finish before the passage ritual began. The longer it dragged on, the greater the risk of discovery. It could be a week or a month, the black sinner stammered. Her soul barrier is unlike anything we've seen. Unacceptable, far too long. Fuss' brows knitted, his voice hard as iron. The passage ritual starts in a few days. Any delay invites disaster. You have 3 days to complete every preparation. There was no room for negotiation. 3 days? My lord, that's impossible. The ritualists blanched. They weren't confident with 3 weeks, let alone 3 days. I don't care what methods you use. Finish before the passage ritual begins. Fuss' cold gaze cut like a blade, forcing every head to bow. He knew the demand was nearly impossible, but there was no other choice. The threat he left unspoken was deadly enough. The black sinners exchanged panicked looks until one spoke up softly. My lord, there is a way to breach the vessel's soul barrier quickly. Speak. We can draw on the power of the black mist. It can shatter any soul barrier in moments, but the risk is immense. If we fail to withdraw the vessel in time, her soul will be corrupted past recovery, and she will no longer be able to host Lord Wither. Fu fell silent, eyes clouded in thought. The old method was safer, but far too slow. The new one was swift yet perilous. Waiting meant certain failure. After a brief calculation, he snapped his head up. Do it. Begin at once. Yes, my lord. The black sinners chorused, then hurried toward the ritual chamber. The order had been given. All they could do now was pray nothing went wrong. The cultists withdrew with deference and descended to the deepest part of the cave. Damp walls, an uneven floor, and a low ceiling were overrun with carved lines that tangled into ochre-colored vines, coiling like living things. At their center, Delia was bound fast, her limbs rigid, her eyes brimming with terror. Help me. Somebody, please help. Her friend's prophecy was coming true in the cruelest possible way. On December 1st, she had fled to a secluded courtyard, certain she could escape disaster, only to discover it was a black cult hideout. The moment she reached the gate, they captured her. While imprisoned, she overheard that she would be used as a vessel, so her death was merely post-penita hollow reprieve. Familiar traveler, stranger traveler, where are you? She begged silently, hoping the second half of the prophecy would soon unfold. Clinging to a sliver of hope, she also plotted how to expose the cult's scheme. Because she was the vessel, they hid nothing from her, and she learned a horrifying truth. The cult was planning a vast calamity, aided by a traitor inside Roxan City, who had joined forces with the cult. The thought chilled her. The traitor held real power, privy to intelligence far above her clearance, yet the cultists knew everything. Dark clouds were gathering over the city. A storm could break at any moment. Footsteps drew near. Several cultists stopped beside the vines, whispering, "Are we really going to channel the Black Mist's power? It's too dangerous. We have no choice, our master ordered it. Everything for the clan. Quit pretending, he isn't here. Force of habit. If we don't finish on time, he'll flay us. Begin." They quickly traced a fresh sigil around Delia. Blood-red lines spread across the stone while tendrils of black vapor writhed upward. Every hair on her body stood on end. "What are you doing?" she cried, but they ignored her. Whether the rite succeeded or failed, the helpless vessel would lose her mind. At the far end of the cavern, the high-ranking cultist Jeff inspected their progress, then issued another order. "Summon Rakibi back. Tell her Lord Wither's descent is ready." "Yes, my lord." Meanwhile, high above the quicksand falls, 2 scouts had located a hidden cave behind the cascade. After a brief deliberation, Zhan En assigned Ziwo and a unit of Indigo Thorn Shield Guardians to reconnoiter. Their violet force field could carve a tunnel through the waterfall, and Zhan En could share Ziwo's sight by far the safest plan. He landed nearby, summoned the Guardians, and delivered his commands. As Zhan En rose into the air to keep watch and Ziwo prepared to scout the waterfall, something caught their eye. From the roaring sandfall, a thick, black-veined arm suddenly thrust out, grains sliding off its skin. Next came an oddly shaped, rock-like head, and finally a hunched yet powerfully built torso. A mid-tier dark sinner pulled himself free of the cascade. "Great, why did this lousy job fall to me?" he muttered, slapping his oversized head in frustration. Thanks to his innate command of the quicksand beneath him, he stood on the falls as if on solid ground. "Lord Lookabee's nowhere to be found. How am I supposed to relay the message?" The longer he thought, the more anxious he became. If he missed the deadline, the mission would fail. But where could he track down Lord Lookabee? While he frowned in worry, he never sensed the silent violet field gliding toward him. In the next instant, a crushing force slammed down on his chest. What is this? He jerked his head up just in time to see a vast purple canopy crash over him. The oppressive power, laced with sand, froze him in place, every muscle and feature locked like a statue. Whoa! With a low cry, a crimson beam shot down. Hongling had begun its analysis. The red light pierced the sinner's eyes, read his soul's signals, and streamed the data to its master in the sky. High above, Zhan En absorbed the information, brow tight. Exactly as I suspected. The tip-off was a decoy. The analysis confirmed that the real gateway ritual lay in a cave behind the sandfall, just as 2 earlier informants had claimed. The summoning had not yet begun. Inside the cave, the strongest foe was a single high-tier dark sinner. The rest were mid or low-tier. A garrison investigator was imprisoned in the deepest chamber. Zhan En considered the facts. Destroying the enemy would be easy, but the investigator had to be rescued alive. They were acquaintances. Better yet, the cave had no other exits, so no one could escape. He decided at once. We end this fast, no time for them to react. Violet Thorn Shield Guards, activate the bond. Roar. 11 Violet Thorn Shield Guards drew their swords. Violet-etched great swords blazed, and the aura that had hovered at mid-tier suddenly broke into high-tier. 11 torrents of power converged, roiling the clouds overhead. Ahead of them, Ziwo surged higher under the bond's boost, stepping fully into the controller's realm. A dark violet field exploded like a tide, staining the sky and plunging the area into gloom. Ziwo, seize every creature in that cave now. Roar. Ziwo obeyed. The violet tide crashed down, severing the sandfall at its source. The river of sand split in two, and with a thunderous rumble, vast sheets of sand lost support and collapsed. At once, the hidden mouth of a deep cavern behind the falls was laid bare. Inside, the dark sinners heard the explosions outside and saw daylight vanish, a chill crawling up their spines. What on earth is happening out there? Panic swept through the cave. High-rank black sinner Jeff shuddered all over. Moments ago, he had sensed 12 fearsome auras flaring nearby, one of them so powerful it had undoubtedly reached the pseudo-king level. Emma Lord, outside. A black sinner stumbled into the cavern, pointing at the entrance, voice trembling. The sandfall is gone. What? Jeff snapped his head up. At the cave mouth, the sentries screamed in agony. What is that? Run. The cries were abruptly cut off, and a hush fell over the depths of the tunnel. A human elite? Cold sweat streamed down Jeff's brow. Every pseudo-king from Yinsha City had been drawn to Sector 4. So who was this? His 8 arms writhed as he forced himself to stay calm. It had to be a fluke. Boom. A dark violet force field flooded in from the entrance, sweeping through the cave like a tide. Any black sinner it touched was frozen in midair, helpless and silent. No. Jeff roared, power surging through his body. His 8 arms bulged, yet the next instant the violet field swallowed him whole. He could not move a finger. What strength was this? Who was the attacker? How had they been found? Jeff's thoughts raced until he growled. Damn it. I knew those human traders couldn't be trusted. Then he dismissed the idea the traders had never learned of this hidden lair. Whoosh. A crimson sphere streaked into the cavern, parsing every black sinner's soul at its master's command. Thud. Thud. Fully armored shield guards smashed through the rock wall and seized the cave. Any black sinner deemed worthless by Hongling was executed on the spot. In moments, the stronghold changed hands. Once the area was secure, Zhan En floated in. Before him hung rows of black sinners bound by the violet force field. He skimmed past the lower ranks and stopped before the lone high-rank captive at the rear. Hongling, start with this one. Whoosh. Hongling burst into flame and lunged at Jeff. Searing heat pierced his soul, and the paralyzed Jeff stared in terror. Stay away. A skeletal creature? An armored man? Could this be the distinguished human Lu Chibi spoke of, the one with a king's potential? In that instant, Jeff felt strangely relieved. To die at the hands of a future demon king, his life, he thought, was not wasted after all. Huh, what kind of look is that? The high-ranking dark offender before him stiffened, pupils contracting, fear and fanaticism warring in his gaze, as if he had recognized Zhan En long ago. In the next instant, Hongling seized the man's soul fluctuation and relayed the entire message through their mental link. There is a human traitor hiding in Roxan City. Zhan En's face fell, anger surging in his chest. Anyone who could access the city's top-level plans had to be a high-tier esper. Only someone with rank and power would know those secrets. The traitor was exceedingly cautious, shrouding his identity every time they communicated so thoroughly that even his fellow dark offenders had never seen his true face. When I get back, they'll have Hongling skin every soul in turn, he decided. They'll flush him out sooner or later. He continued skimming the stream of consciousness, frown deepening. The dark offenders in Roxan City had split into 2 cells. One was hidden in this cavern, handling the false king's descent. The other, led by Lukabai, was preparing the gateway rite. That group appeared only when necessary. At most, outsiders could leave a signal and wait for them to respond on their own terms. Luckily, if the high-tier offenders were stopped, they would stir up little trouble without their false king. Suddenly, a dossier on himself flashed into view. Royal potential?
Demon King? The Dark Offenders Devil King? Zhan En's lip twitched. Inhuman, for crying out loud. These lunatics must be out of their minds. After absorbing every scrap of intel, he headed for the cavern's deepest point. Several dark offenders were frozen in a violet stasis field, locked in a posture of worship, foreheads pressed to the ground before the ritual center. Intricate array patterns crawled across the floor, withered vines snaking among the lines. At the heart of the rite, a young woman was bound within intersecting sigils. A dark, uncanny aura was tearing at her soul, the agony twisting her face into despair. Enemy Lord, please, save me. Li saw Zhan En and clung to that shred of hope, even as pain made her voice tremble. Zhan En's heart clenched. Black mist. Again, the same familiar and deadly haze. One misstep would not only doom the false king's descent. Every life in the cave would be swallowed at once. There's only one way to stop the mist's corruption, he said quietly. A familiar binding ritual. I can snatch your soul back from it. But the success rate. Truthfully, he had no confidence. Ziwo and Hong Ling had possessed extraordinary spirits beforehand, making their bindings almost certain. This woman's spiritual nature, however, was unknown, and Zhan En simply wasn't sure. But as one of the exceedingly rare aberrant souls, she was unlikely to be ordinary. Zhan En outlined the entire plan in the simplest possible terms, spelled out every potential outcome, and let Delia decide whether to proceed. Go ahead, but if it fails, kill me immediately. I'd rather die than become a creature of the black mist. She answered without hesitation, already prepared for the cost of failure. Relax. I haven't failed yet. Admiring her resolve, Zhan En summoned Tulip, Shield Guardian number 1. The other guardians closed in and, with number 1 and Delia at the center, swiftly traced a famulous sigil on the ground. Within moments, the intricate transmutation circle was complete. Stay focused, famulous rite. Begin. Holding his breath, Zhan En poured psionic energy into the circle, lighting each node in turn until the outline of an inverted twin-horn chalice appeared. A blurred, feverish chant suddenly echoed through the cold cavern. Great, we beseech. After a brief silence, a thunderous boom tore into every soul present. The shackled cultists were hit first, their minds shredded as their spirits convulsed. At the circle's center, the phantom chalice emerged. A strange, scorching roar rang in Zhan En's ears, stoking a nameless rage that threatened to swallow his reason. It's changed. Startled, he forced the fury down with sheer will and continued praying. Soul. Bang. His soul sight burst open. Only a few motes drifted past, far fewer than before, and the pull to leave his body was much weaker. Zhan En suppressed it easily and turned to Delia, already being devoured by black mist. Through soul sight, he saw her spiritual barrier wrapped in a dark aura. 70% had been corroded. As they had agreed, he signaled with his eyes, drop the barrier, don't resist. Gritting her teeth, Delia lowered her defenses at once. His prayer rose again. Great. The famulous transmutation circle flared to life. Boom. A terrible suction erupted, and the ghostly chalice swallowed Tulip, Shield Guardian number 1 and the unresisting Delia in one gulp. The prey vanished again. Twice now. The black mist froze, then raged, scouring the cavern for any trace. But, just as at the violet vortex, the inverted chalice hid everything. It found nothing, as though she had never existed. An hour later, the mist accepted reality and quietly dispersed. Even tougher than the last time. Zhan En exhaled and silently put away the teleport scroll. Once the black miasma dispersed, the phantom of the inverted twin-horn chalice finally began to turn, creaking and clanking through the gloomy cavern. Two grating mechanical sounds echoed off the damp walls, signaling that the refinement process had at last entered its proper phase. Zhan En straightened his back, face austere, his solemn prayers rolling without pause through the dripping stone chamber. Suddenly, hairline cracks spidered across the chalice's surface, and the runic array flickered in and out. Damn! Zhan En's heart lurched. Was the ritual about to collapse? He shifted his chant to a quicker, higher pitch, doing everything he could to steady the spell. It hurt. Stop. My body, it's tearing apart. The woman's shriek from deep inside the chalice turned the air frigid. Amid her wails came a rapid series of splintering snaps, then a thunderous crack. The phantom spat outward as if expelling a mouthful of phlegm, flinging an unconscious woman into the heart of the array. Her figure was near flawless, her gentle features twisted in agony. Delia, the one just consumed. Zhan En's brows knitted tight. The material had been rejected? Had the ritual failed? Or had something stranger occurred? Oddly, the core image of the chalice still hovered, the array running if anything more smoothly than before. Stifling his doubts, he kept chanting to hold the formation steady. After ejecting Delia, the phantom spun on its own, eerie ripples fanning out. It reached beyond the physical plane into the spirit realm, the mirror realm, even the distant depths of the black mists, as though searching for someone. A sudden flare of light and the chalice, along with the unknown force driving it, vanished. Gone. Zhan En muttered, baffled. The core had disappeared,
Yet the binding ritual only grew more violent, torrents of energy surging in like a rising tide. He had never seen anything like it. Unable to abort the spell, he could only maintain it and watch where events would lead. Deep within the black mist's inner layer, in a shattered expanse of space, a grotesque tree loomed dozens of meters tall. Its branches sagged with curled, withered leaves that reeked of decay, and the entire region lay in lifeless silence. Beneath it, ranks of dark sinners knelt in worship. How much longer until my descent can begin? The hoarse, impatient voice drifted from the canopy. The being had waited so long that it now suspected its servants of dawdling, enamored with the material world's warm sunlight and untainted souls. Lord Kuwei, please be calm, an elder sinner replied respectfully. Lukabai has sent word the rite is nearly complete and will commence within 3 days. Lukabai good. The vessel she chose for me in the material realm is flawless. The tree's tone eased at the promise of 3 days, yet remained low and weighty. But what of the other peoples of that world? The elder He Zuetu spoke bitterly. My lord, only Lukabai and Jifu survive among our high-ranked kin in the material realm. All the others have fallen to humanity's treachery. At his words the gathered He Zuetu trembled. Grief and rage all but tore them apart. For many this was their first time hearing the news. Eyes reddened, and low snarls rippled through the crowd. The limbs of the withered ancient tree shuddered, its voice rasping like dry leaves. I know. Once the passage is forged, I will join the other tribes and bathe the material realm in blood. Our heroes will be avenged. Blood, blood, battle lust, and a hunger for ruin flared to life. The Heizuitu roared and brandished their claws, desperate to storm the material realm and shred everything they coveted yet could never possess. Boom. A sudden blast split the sky. Every Heizuitu looked up at once. The sky look. What is that? Above them, the phantom of an inverted chalice balanced on 2 legs slowly appeared. It was plainly visible, yet no sense could detect the slightest trace of its presentia paradox that put the Heizuitu instantly on guard. Lord Withered, what is that thing? Several clansmen whispered, pressing close to the ancient tree. The withered ancient tree had no time to answer. The instant the image formed, its instincts screamed this was an entity no weaker than itself. Thunder boomed again as the tree unleashed its power. Dead leaves whirled like a hurricane, and a rot-laden aura swept across the sky, staining the heavens with decay. Stranger, you trespass in our realm. State your purpose. Its raw power made it clear, it was not to be provoked. In the black fog plain, the least hesitation meant becoming prey. The phantom, however, did not move. The withering gale washed over it without effect. The tree's heart sank. Its rot filled the sky, yet still could not touch the apparition, as though an invisible barrier lay between them. This was no simple spatial trick. No sign of folded space appeared. Suddenly an unearthly roar rolled across the heavens. The inverted chalice blazed, and a terrifying pull exploded outward, trapping the withered ancient tree in its grip. Wretch, you dare ambush me? The tree thundered. Roots as thick as mountains tore from the ground, dripping corruption, and speared toward the phantom. Yet the roots able to erode any dimension passed through the image without the slightest resistance. What? The tree reeled in shock. Even its essence could not touch this enigmatic being. Fortunately, the devouring force, though strange, lacked the strength to shake its foundation. Good. The pull is weak nowhere near enough to threaten my roots. The first strike failed, and the withered giant tree was seized by panic. Escape at once. It gathered the last threads of spiritual power in its trunk, trying to tear its roots from the stone. Yet the eerie, inverted twin-stem chalice hung overhead, its whirling vortex a gaping maw. If the roots came free, its grip would weaken and the phantom would draw it in an abyss where life and death would be decided in an instant. That thought had barely formed when the phantom flared, thundered, and its pull intensified. No. The tree rasped, swelling its trunk while thousands of root snakes wound frantically through the soil. The vortex, an irresistible undertow, ripped the roots away one by one. Boom! An entire tree tens of meters tall was wrenched from the earth, a brown blur sucked into the chalice's mouth. No. Its final scream was swallowed by the shadow. Moments later the phantom faded, taking its enormous trophy and leaving a gaping crater that proclaimed the violence just done. Around the pit, the prostrate Haizui tribesmen stared in shock. Then they wailed to the sky. Lord Kuwei has been taken. No, this can't be real. A quasi-king-class guardian had fallen in an instant, and their faith shattered. What do we do? What do we do? Panic spread like wildfire. An elderly Haizui, voice quivering, managed to shout, Go! Seek aid from the other clans. We must bring Lord Kuwei back. Thin as that hope was, it gave the tribe a direction. As he watched them scatter, the old man looked up at the leaden sky, bitterness settling in his heart. Was this fate's punishment for his people? Material plain, Trident Mountains, the cave behind Flowing Sands Falls. Jagged walls pulsed with spiritual energy. Zhan En knelt at the center of the array, chanting for 3 full hours, yet the familiar binding rite showed no sign of ending. Instead, it devoured the surrounding aura with growing greed. Without warning, the inverted chalice reappeared, larger than before. Black mist churned inside as shrill screams tore through the air. Release me. A king cannot be defiled. No, stop. My source power, give it back. My bloodline. That presence here. The desperate cries were cut off. A chill wind swept the cavern, and the phantom vanished again. Zhan En frowned. What had it devoured while it was gone? Had the shadow started hunting its own materials? He could only hope that was good news. Forcing the question aside, he waited. The ritual resumed its rhythm. Runes throbbed like veins, currents of light flooding the core. Time slipped by unnoticed. Then an indescribable sound detonated at his ear. The rite was complete. The phantom dissolved. When the dust settled, a figure nearly 2 meters tall stood at the heart of the array. A female creature, her withered yellow form encased in armor of dry leaves. Every leaf was unique, yet each bore the same designa, tulip blooming from veins that served as its stem. The dance of life and decay was etched into every withered leaf. The great shield, once glowing red like a furnace, now bore a ring of razor-sharp dead leaves around its rim, drifting in slow orbit like a serrated saw ready to cleave anything apart. Zhan En noticed that the ochre greatsword in the creature's right hand was covered in vibrant tulip patterns and improbable harmony of decay and vitality. Did it work? His heart skipped a beat as an unbreakable soul link snapped into place between them. Whatever powers it might wield, a new retainer had undeniably been born. The newborn retainer still slept, a faint aura of withering seeping from its armor. The 4 nearest black sinners felt their life force plummet. Within seconds their faces blanched, skin sagged, and they wavered like candles about to gutter out. At the same time, one of the dead leaves on the retainer's armor darkened. What a terrifying ability. Zhan En quickly pieced together the cause and effect. Suddenly the aura of decay around the retainer swelled several-fold, then tenfold. Not good. His face drained of color. After witnessing the black sinner's misery, he instantly summoned Dawn Camellia Flame, wrapping himself and the weaker shield guardians in a protective cocoon. Purple Vortex and Red Spirit sensed the danger as well, darting to his side and raising their own defenses. The withering waves spread silently, blanketing the entire cavern in an instant. Every black sinner felt their vitality ripped away, despair stamped across their faces. In mere minutes their once burly bodies hunched, wrinkles crawled across their skin, leaving them as brittle as dead wood. A few breaths later, each life thread snapped for good. How is this possible? This is Lord Wither's power. The high-ranking black sinner Jeff was torn between terror and elation. He had once witnessed Lord Wither's horrifying methods from afar and could never mistake that aura. If the Lord had truly descended, then he was merely collateral damage now, and when the battle ended the Lord would surely save him. Clutching this fragile hope, Jeff's eyelids grew heavy at the edge of death, his decaying mind unable to think any longer. Lo, Lord Wither, you on the verge of death, he seemed to glimpse a savior's silhouette, but could only murmur indistinctly. The wave of decay slowly subsided. The newborn retainer's eyelids fluttered and opened. Its pitch-black eyes roamed in confusion before settling on Zhan En. My lord, you saved me again. The voice was bright with gratitude. Dedelia? Zhan En asked uncertainly. The retainer blinked in puzzlement. Of course it's me, my lord. Don't you remember? Investigator for the Roxan city garrison. Zhan En's expression turned odd. He pointed at the unconscious woman the phantom had spat out. Then who is that? The newborn retainer followed his gaze, pupils contracting sharply, and cried out, That's me. It rushed over, voice rising in panic the moment it saw that familiar face. Who is this woman? Why does she look exactly like me? The newborn thrall instinctively slung its great sword and massive shield across its back and reached out to pinch the stranger's cheek. The instant its fingertip brushed her skin, it jerked in shock. Wait, these are my hands. Its own hands were wrapped in a layer of eerie, withered leaves. The gaps between the leaves rose and fell as though the foliage were breathing. What happened to my hands? Though the feeling was alien, the pitch-black nails proved these hands were undeniably its own. Its gaze traveled up from its hands' forearms, chest, shoulders, then down again, abdomen, waist, thighs. Overlapping leaf scales covered everything, exuding a scent of decay, as if hungry for life. The thrall staggered back 2 steps, hastily feeling its face. The sharp, brittle texture made it whirl toward the smooth rock wall nearby. Reflected in the stone was a grotesque creature, its body shrouded in dead leaves, a giant shield and great sword on its back. That's me. I'm a monster. No, impossible. Boom. It drove its fist into the rock, gouging a deep crater and making the entire cavern shudder. This strength, this power. Startled by its own might, it slammed the wall again, boom, leaving a second crater. It's not an illusion. Power surged through its veins, and shock turned to exhilaration. Compared with this power, my former self was no more than an ant. I'm stronger. The thrill of newfound strength quickly drowned out any horror at its appearance. Trading looks for power like this seemed worth it. Reason returning, It glanced down at the woman on the ground, the face uncannily similar to its former one. The thrall bent to examine her. Flawless emerald nails identical. Palm size identical. It measured her up and down the curves of her body, the texture of her skin identical in every respect. The more it compared, the more horrified it became. From head to toe, inside and out, she was an exact duplicate. Perhaps its constant prodding roused her. Her eyelids fluttered, she let out a barely audible whimper, and slowly woke. The instant her eyes opened, she saw a monster covered in dead leaves looming inches away. "I'm dreaming," she screamed inside. But too weak to flee, she fell back with a thud, clamped her eyes shut, and pretended to sleep, praying she would survive. "It tickles. What is this thing doing? Damn it. Don't touch me there. Damn it." Her cheeks flushed bright red as she played possum, on the verge of lashing out, yet too frightened to move. The thrall knew she was awake, but continued its inspection until every last detail was confirmed. "Impossible. Even the handmade undergarments I sewed myself are on her body." Its obsidian eyes widened in disbelief. How could there be two identical bodies in this world? Or was this, in fact, its own flesh? In the darkness, the newborn spawn fixed its gaze on the woman, able to feel every familiar line of her skin that had once been its own. Its chest churned. What was happening? Who was she? The woman kept her eyes shut, feigning unconsciousness. She could feel that burning stare and knew her ruse had failed, yet she forced her breathing to remain steady. She remembered how the creature called Ziwang had exposed its weakness the moment it showed intelligence. As long as this thing could still think, she had a chance to survive. The creature spoke first, its voice low and rasping, echoing through the cave. "Good evening, Monster Lord." "Hello." The woman cut in with exaggerated politeness. "I'm Delia. Delighted to meet you." The instant she opened her eyes, an oppressive aura swept over her. She drew a silent breath, fighting down the fear rising in her throat. A nameless fury flared in the spawn's heart. It roared, "Delia? No. I am Delia, you imposter." The woman froze. What was it talking about? She managed a strained smile. "What a coincidence. Your name's Delia as well?" The spawn's breath came hard and fast. "Hughes Delia? I'm Hughes Delia. Who are you?" It bellowed. Bewilderment flickered in the woman's eyes. Was it claiming to be her? After a pause, she softened her tone. "Hold on. You're Delia?" The creature nodded violently, claws tapping its own chest. "Yes, me. I am Delia." She studied its inhuman form, her expression complicated. "You're not even human. How could you be me? Maybe its brain's broken. But do monsters even have brains?" A hint of pity flashed in her eyes. "Better to play along." "Forgive me, I misspoke. I'm Dillalai. Pleased to meet you, Delia." Staying alive came first. The spawn was no fool. It saw through her at once and erupted again. "Field Investigator Delia of Roxan City's garrison. Beiji's best friend Delia. Delia whose body can transmute. Delia who loves roasted sandworms. Delia with perfect fingernails. Delia who sews all her own clothes." One detail after another hammered at her nerves. "Do you understand now? I am Delia." A chill crawled up her spine. How did it know everything about her? Still, her reason insisted the creature could not be her. She was herself. She wouldn't doubt her own existence just because of a monster's ravings. "I understand, Delia." "Hello," she replied as calmly as she could. "You do not understand." The spawn snarled. It bared its hands. "Look, only the real Delia possesses these perfect nails." Its hands were draped in sinister, leaf-like growths. The nails themselves were pitch black, catching the faint light with a razor sheen that could cut the eye. "Oh, those are my nails." The woman gasped and recoiled. The polished sliver gleaming before her was unmistakably hers, yet it was attached to the hand of a monster. Before the shock could fade, another terror struck her. Your voice." The hoarse yet painfully familiar tone made her scalp prick. Light was her own voice. "You finally understand." The newly born thrall sighed, cursing the woman's sluggish wits. Her next question, however, made it flinch. "If you're Delia, then who am I?" The woman shook her head violently, trying to fling the chaos away. She knew exactly who she was. Every dawn she held her nails toward the sun to drink in its luster. Every night, she turned them to the moon to keep their shine. One by one she recited these habits, her voice unyielding. "I am Delia Hughes Diliath, human Esper." She stressed human, terrified that a monster might steal her name. No matter how many doubts the creature raised, she would not back down. This was her last line of defense as a human being. "And no, impossible. How could you know that?" The fledgling thrall staggered back. The woman not only looked identical, she carried exactly the same memories. Could she be the real Delia? Then what was it? Desperation flooded in. "No, I am Delia. My memory is intact, and this deformed body exists only because the master performed the thralling rite to save me." "Yes, master will know." "Master," the thrall called, turning to the tall silhouette against the stone wall. "Why does she have my body and my memories?" The woman followed the voice. Behind a mask, a familiar face watched her with amused interest. "Master, you saved me again," she cried, gratitude overflowing. The scene was identical to the thrall's own birth. "Liar." The thrall exploded.
Master saved me, not you, imposter. You're the imposter. You're not even human. The woman shot back, emboldened by the master's presence. Damn it, the thrall ground its teeth, desperate to strike down this copy, yet hesitated at the identical face. She had stolen its body, its memories. She was another self. I'm not a monster. I'm human at my core. This shell is only on the outside. I am Delia. The thrall insisted, refusing to yield. After watching for some time, Zhan En finally understood what was happening and spoke. Enough. Stop arguing. Each woman and her retainer fell silent, locking eyes in a hostile stare. Neither dared to blink. They both knew that surrendering even a sliver of momentum would let the imposter steal her place. Jin chuckled, amusement coloring his voice. Actually, you're both Delia. The woman and her brand new retainer froze. We're both Delia? What do you mean? Since when can Hugh's Delia be two separate beings? Jin's gaze sharpened. Remember the body-switching talent you mentioned? They exchanged a glance. Realization dawned. So that's what half of the prophecy meant. A friend's prophecy echoed in their minds. When the black mandrake withers, the overlapping cells will finally divide. One will return to darkness, the other will chase the light. A familiar traveler will arrive and take half of you away. A stranger will visit and take the other half. Do not mourn, for time and space have decreed it. Do not struggle, for destiny has already chosen. The familiar traveler, that's you. They looked at each other again. Wait, how come you know it too? They could just about accept physical division. During transformations they had felt two distinct bodies. But a soul was supposed to be singular. Had it split as well? Yet each sensed her own soul intact. Jin read their confusion. Your gift's real name is Dual Soul. Still baffled, they traded another glance. A superposition? Do you get that? Silence followed. Neither wanted to admit she was lost. Jin tried again. In simple terms, the original Delia has always been two people. You've merely separated again. Understand? What? I've always been two people. They cried in perfect unison, an eerie harmony that sent a chill down every spine. The idea of another self once sharing their body made them shudder. Stay away from me. A more terrifying thought struck. Wait, so you know everything about me. Their eyes clashed, sparks flying. Every secret buried deep inside was now exposed to the other self. You shameless thief. They shouted together. Shame and fury erupted at once. If those secrets spilled, murderous intent flashed in both pairs of eyes. Even Jin was surprised. In the original timeline, the dual soul had never fully separated. He lifted a hand. Let's step outside. Understood, sir. They answered in unison, still glaring as if the other were a thief who had rifled through every hidden corner. Outside the cave, Jin led the two Delias to a clearing beyond the quicksand falls, set out a folding table and chairs, and let them rest while the shield guards collected the spoils. Seated at the head of the table, Zhan En asked, would you like something to drink? Anything is fine. Across from each other, the two Delias locked eyes in midair, and the very air seemed ready to ignite. Then black tea, he decided. With a single thought, steaming tea appeared. A nearby Tulip shield guard stepped forward in silence and filled several bone china cups. Not far away, two other retainers, Ziwo, ebony black, and Hong Ling, fiery red, starred at the brand new yellow creature sharing tea with their master. Wow. Ruhar. The exclamation and the roar exploded inside their minds. Wyatt. The master has never given me black tea. They ignored their own conditions. One still missing most of its vital organs, the other little more than a skeleton cloaked in dancing flames. Even if Zhan En handed them tea, could they taste it? Of course not, but that didn't matter. All they saw was the disparity, and their egos instantly went off balance. Wow. Roar. They had to act. For that cup of tea to regain their master's attention, violet force fields and crimson fire now stood side by side, forming a rare united front. Zhan En's main focus stayed on the two Delias, but he kept a sliver of attention on the other pair. Ziwo and Hong Ling huddled in silent consultation, no conflict at an ominous sign. Were they bickering? Head be at ease. Their sudden harmony meant they were plotting something. Is it because of the new retainer? He already knew. He still hadn't examined the newcomer's stats. The alien soul separation had been so extraordinary that had put it off until now. Come sit beside me, Delia. HM. Yes, my lord. Both Delias, puzzled, rose and took the seats closest to Zhan En, one on each side. He had meant to summon only his retainer Delia, but since both had come, he let them stay. If his retainer Delia agreed later, the other would need a different name to avoid confusion. Sinking his mind into the interface, Zhan En reviewed the newborn retainer's attributes. Unnamed retainer, an extraordinary life form born from a near-miraculous fusion of a tulip shield guard, a variant human soul, and a withered sin tree sapling, inheriting the abilities of all three. Withered sin tree sapling? Where did that come from? He recalled the summoning ritual, the momentary flicker of the phantom, the shrill scream from deep within the black fog. Had the ritual itself ventured into the deeper layers of the mist to hunt for materials? A shiver ran through him. The ritual could hunt on its own, and it had captured something as dreadful as a withered sin tree. Such trees exist only in the deepest darkness,
born over endless ages after absorbing the senescent breath of fallen plains, and they wield the terrifying power to make all things wither. In the ultimate clash between humanity and the black felons that lies ahead, an abomination known as the Withering Sin Tree will emerge. Its vines will blot out the sun, reaping lives on every side. Their decay, unending, and its power inexhaustible, almost no one will be able to resist it. In the end, several supreme champions will combine their strength, luring the tree into a prelaid void-sealing grand array. Only by cutting it off from every realm will they barely manage to imprison this living nightmare for good. An unexpected windfall. Zhan En's heart sword had just worried that Delia's essence might fall short of his other familiars. Yet the Sin Tree's instant fusion swept that concern away. He understood how rare such fortune was. From fragments pried out of the Black Felons, he had pieced together that Delia, used as the Sin Tree's vessel, was already soul-bound to it. During the familiar ritual, the Phantom had mistaken them for a single being and swallowed them both along the soul channel. Realizing this, Zhan En could only marvel at fate's precision. He reviewed the panel. HP 800. Vitality 50. Strength 20. Constitution 16. Speed 3. Skills. Tulip Variant. Tulip Shield Tactics. Withering Domain. Withering Sin Vines. Shadow Finger. Compared with the Tulip Shield Guardian, Strength was up by 2, Constitution by 8. A total rise of 10, matching the gains of his first two familiars. Zhan En finally relaxed. Stat-wise, this string of accidents had turned out rather well. Master, your eyes are beautiful. At such close range, even through his helm, Delia could see those emerald irises, two perfectly cut gems that outshone the gloss on her nails. All of the Tulip Shield Guardian's abilities were intact, but what truly drew Zhan En's gaze were the three new powers. 1. Withering Domain Variant. A field formed from the endless withering aura the Sin Tree absorbed across countless planes, now even more dreadful after merging with an alien source. 1. Wither. Hastens the life drain of every creature within the domain, aging them to death in moments. 2. Dead Leaves. Stolen life force condenses into leaves that cling to the user's body, storing energy unceasingly while the leaves endure. So does life. Note: range and potency scale with spirit. This is the very withering domain destined to ravage human armies in the future. Flesh and soul decay together, and without near-omnipotent methods, the process is irreversible. Those ancient powerhouses managed only to seal the Sin Tree, never daring to destroy it. Now that the power rests with humanity, Zhan En could hardly contain his elation. 2. Withering Sin Vines. Terrifying vines that infect all they touch. Wherever they reach, life withers, and even space itself can be driven toward decay. Hissed Zhan En drew a sharp breath. If space can wither, what defense could stand against it? A flicker of curiosity stirred within him. Had seen space shatter into black void before, but never watched it grow old. 3. Shadow Finger. Both Delia's origin and her anchor, a fragment left behind when the Kingdom of Shadows split apart. 1. Shadow Affinity. Greatly increases affinity with shadow energy. 2. Shadow Melt. Allows the user to merge into nearby shadows. 3. Shadow Wings. Condenses wings of shadow energy, granting flight. Note: greater reserves of shadow energy will unlock entirely new powers. Land of Shadows? Zhan En's focus locked on those three words. This was completely unexpected. There was scarcely any official information about the Land of Shadows, nothing but rumors. Most players believed the boss called the Shadow Twins had been born there, only to be corrupted by black miasma and driven off its destined path. Zhan En decided that once he returned to Ember City, he would introduce the twins, Rueli and Angna, to this newly born vassal and see what sparks might fly. After examining the newborn vassal's stats, Zhan En cleared his throat. Newborn vassal. Yes, sir. The vassal straightened at once. To celebrate your birth, I grant you a new title, Jinya. He silently compared it with Ziwo and Hongling, pondered for a moment, and settled on the name, pleased that it suited her. Jinya? The vassal froze. The name sounded unexpectedly pleasant and symbolized her new life. Yet giving up Delia to her other half made her uneasy. Yes. Instinct made her nod right away. She could feel her master favored the name. From today on, I am Jinya. She declared it solemnly, as though bidding farewell to her former self. Across the room, Delia watched the half of her body receive a new name, her feelings tangled. She was glad that Delia now belonged solely to her. Yet a hollow ache spread through her chest, as if something vital had been taken away. Perhaps this is the best outcome, she thought. She took a deep breath, lifted her teacup, and let the sweet black tea push the chaos of her thoughts aside. Zhan En had prepared for resistance unlike Ziwo and Hongling. Jinya still remembered the name Delia. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. It seemed he had chosen well again. He raised his teacup. The rim touched his helm, and he suddenly paused, had forgotten to remove his mask. After a brief hesitation, he took it off. Pointed elven ears appeared, and emerald eyes shone with clear, penetrating light. His face looked as though it had been carved by a god. Cold, noble, yet naturally approachable. Oh my. As the mask fell, Dalia and Jinya gasped in unison. They had never imagined such flawless features beneath their lord's mask. There was even a trace of youthful innocence. Zhan En Charles of House Charles. He sipped the tea. Its sweetness spread across his tongue, lifting his spirits. You're the inaugural champion of Ember City's Flame Seed Tournament. The embodiment of perfection, the young master of House Charles, the 15-year-old genius Zhan En Charles. Dalia stared at him, utterly stunned. The rumors didn't begin to cover it was a prodigy beyond belief. 15 years old. Only 15. Had awakened just a year ago, yet already possessed power this frightening. It was almost impossible to accept. Yes, that's me, Zane replied casually, long accustomed to other people's astonishment. While the human Dalia stood gaping, the newly bound thrall Jinya was overwhelmed with joy. A jolt of excitement shot from her toes to her scalp. This was her master. Not only unimaginably gifted, but devastatingly handsome. The thought of spending her life at his side made her heart feel ready to burst. If her meteoric rise in strength hadn't already made her forget her own appearance, discovering her master's true identity and seeing that face identical to the sketch plastered around the city finished the job. He was Zane Charles, the talk of the town. Only at this distance did she grasp just how dangerously attractive he was. Master, the name you gave me is beautiful, Jinya said, edging closer in her excitement. She drew a deep breath, the scent of sunlight. Her eyes grew dreamy with bliss. Master? Dalia finally snapped out of her daze. Shock morphed into a flush that rushed up her cheeks. Her other self was calling him what? Master. Her mind felt scalded, as if boiling water had been poured on her head. How humiliating. A grown woman addressing a 15-year-old boy as master in public, was that acceptable? Red-faced, she jabbed a trembling finger at Jinya. You have no shame. Pulled back from her sun-sent reverie, Jinya frowned and retorted, I'm his thrall. If I don't call him master, what should I call him? Her tone was perfectly matter-of-fact, even proud. Dalia's embarrassment skyrocketed. Her face grew hotter, her voice louder. Even so, don't forget you're also Dalia. The unspoken plea. Act like a proper human. As if remembering something, Jinya clapped her hands. Right. You need to give my things back. What? Dalia blinked, nearly choking on the sudden topic change. What things? My nail polish, my gold coins, the rare items, and most importantly my collection of books. Jinya ticked them off on her fingers with painstaking seriousness. Stop. Those are mine. Dalia bristled. How did they become yours? They were clearly mine. Yours? They're mine. Jinya shot back, refusing to yield. While you were asleep, I was the one running the missions and earning all that loot. Jinya had once been the physical vessel for the path of concealment, a form Dalia used for covert operations. In truth, every mission and reward during that period had been achieved by Jinya, so her argument held more weight than Dalia cared to admit. Absolutely not. Dalia shook her head frantically. Losing the power to transform her flesh was painful enough. Now Jinya wanted her entire collection as well. Unacceptable. The more she thought about it, the more afraid she became. If she gave in today, would she be forced to hand over a treasured friend tomorrow, even a future lover, though she had none yet? Oh, this creature? Infuriated by the rejection, Jinya lunged. A massive hand covered in dead leaves shot toward Dalia, now only half a step away. If you want, give it, I'll take it myself. Her pitch-black eyes gleamed with confidence. She knew her own terrifying strength. The once fearsome squad captain had been a pushover in her presence. This human half, whose abilities she understood completely, posed no threat at all. As the huge hand closed in, Dalia visibly panicked. Her voice quivered. How can you do this? We shared one body for decades, now you turn to violence? Knowing she stood no chance against this suddenly hostile monster half, she cast a pitiful glance at the man beside her. My lord, her eyes silently pleaded. Aren't you going to stop her? Seated at the tea table, Zhan En sipped his black tea and savored its sweetness. He had heard most of their argument, but remained composed. This is an internal matter. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to interfere. My lord, this is hardly a private dispute. Your retainer is about to rob a righteous psionic. If word gets out, your reputation will suffer. Dalia was desperate. Without his mediation, all her belongings would fall into that monster's hands. Zhan En narrowed his eyes and took another sip. You do have a point. Still, he had already declared his neutrality and hated to go back on his word. Besides, in his heart, he favored his own retainer. Sensing her master's stance, Jinya slowly withdrew her hand. His honor mattered more than any treasure. She looked across at Dalia. For fairness' sake, let's split everything, assets, valuables, half and half. Agreed? From demanding everything to asking only half, Jinya had taken a large step back. Dalia froze. Calling me Dalia? That meant the monster had accepted her new name and left the past behind. The realization left a sour taste. Could she really abandon the name she had used for decades without any hesitation? One look at the elegantly tea-drinking Zhan En made it clear. In Jinya's place, she would have made the same choice. A perfect partner, overwhelming power, trading a name and an appearance was a bargain. Damn it, why wasn't I the one he chose? Very well.
Splitting it evenly is fair to both of us. At last, Delia nodded. They immediately began dividing the items in their storage space. For crates of nail polish 2 each. Fine. 5 white spirit suits, I get 3, you get 2, and he'll toss in a chunk of rare, or to balance it. Deal. Everything had been perfectly amicable until they came to the last item, a book with a bright pink cover. This one's mine. Name your price. I'll make it worth your while, Delia said, gripping the spine so hard her knuckles went white. Jinya, who'd been nodding along, suddenly slammed a broad palm on the opposite page. No, take anything else, but this stays with me. No one else can have it. I'm Delia now, and that means the book is mine, the human Delia snapped. Wrong. I'm Delia too. You're Jinya, not Delia. I'm both Jinya and Delia. At the narrow tent flap, the two Delias glared at each other, each refusing to release that vivid splash of pink. Zhan En sat nearby, sipping tea, eyes flicking back and forth. What were they fighting over? A diary? A treasure map? A grimoire? The argument grew shrill. Jinya, you don't even look human anymore. Why cling to this book? The human Delia yelled. It's a decisive victory manual. The armor designs inside are beyond anything you've ever seen, so intricate they make my head spin. This little outfit? Straight from its pages, Jinya shot back. She glanced down at herself, dead leaves and vines barely forming a humanoid shape. Embarrassed and furious, she barked. Delia, this doesn't concern you. He'll need it sooner or later, so let go. Even as she spoke, her dark eyes flicked toward her master. She might be a thrall now, a monster, but she intended to be human again someday, and her servitude would merely be the first step. The deadlock dragged on. Finally, Zhan En cleared his throat. Why not just make a copy? Both Delias froze, then looked at each other. A copyright. 2 copies, 1 each. Master, your wisdom is as boundless as the desert. Sir, you're incredible. Their praise was heartfelt. Clearly, neither had thought of such an obvious solution. We don't have the tools right now, so we'll hold the book till we get back, Delia said, stuffing her loot into her storage space and pressing the pink volume firmly on top. Fine. Jinya turned to her own pile, tried to do the same, then froze. Great. I'm a thrall now, not a psionic. No storage space. Surrounded by random materials, she scratched her head and gave Zhan En a pleading look. Master, a little help? Zhan En sighed. Whatever. She was his thrall. He couldn't let her haul everything around like a pack mule. Setting down his tea, he willed it, and Jinya's entire heap disappeared in an instant. After packing everything away, Zhan En suddenly realized that the assorted items belonged to his retainer Jinya, not to him. For the first time, one of his followers actually possessed personal property. From the moment they were created, Ziwo and Hong Ling had owned nothing. Every piece of equipment they used had been granted by Zhan En, and was therefore still his. Jinya, however, retained full human intelligence and carried the belongings her former self had left behind. Those valuables were hers alone and had no direct connection to her master. Zhan En knew that if he ordered her to hand the items over, Jinya would do so without hesitation, but how she would feel about it was another matter. A servant with genuine private assets was bound to stir up the others, who still had nothing at all. The more property a sentient being owns, the stronger its desires become. That is simply the nature of intelligent life. Zhan En accepted this. Expecting a thinking creature to have no selfish desires was impossible, and a little unrest was only to be expected. Thump, thump, thump. The shield guardians responsible for cleaning the cave marched in, their arms piled high with loot. Zhan En stood, gave the hall a quick once-over, and his frown deepened. Pathetic. Compared with the plunder from the traitor camp, these black sinners had almost nothing. Shoddy spirit gear, a meager handful of coins and ore, and the quality was abysmal. By rights, any black sinner that broke through from the deeper layers of the black mist should have been an elite creature, each one outfitted with premium spirit gear. They carried the hopes of their race. Without strength, they would never have survived this long. Indeed, they had entered the material realm as an elite force, swaggering in and openly announcing their evil intentions. After several clashes with humans, however, most of the elites were killed and their best equipment was captured. By the time this batch of black sinners arrived, they could only scavenge the junk their predecessors had left behind. It was disappointing, but also good news. The worse the black sinners' gear, the weaker their combat power. With the cave cleared, there was no point in staying any longer. We're heading back, Zhan En declared, sweeping his arm to recall the shield guardians, the furniture, and everything else. His crimson gold serpent wings unfurled, a whirlwind rose, and he shot into the sky like an arrow. Whoa, Hong Ling shouted, racing after him. As she swept past Jinya, she pulled a face in blatant provocation. Jinya could never let that slide. In an instant, her wings of shadow activated, broad dark feathers blooming behind her as she prepared to give chase. Jinya, I can't fly. Delia's cry cut her off. If you all leave, what am I supposed to do? I'm still badly hurt. Such a troublesome woman, Jinya muttered. But remembering her own past, she turned back and descended. Hold tight. She grabbed Delia by the collar, beat her wings, and took off again. Could we change positions?
This is terribly unseemly. Delia dangled in midair like a sack of goods, her face full of helplessness. Fine, Jinya replied flatly. She shifted Delia from her left hand to her right, and Delia's head immediately swung the other way. That's not the position I meant. Delia felt like crying. Hanging upside down sent blood rushing to her head and turned her cheeks scarlet. Hurry, turn me back. Jinya ignored her and muttered with distaste. Such a bother. Yensha City, Noble's Quarter, Residence 33. In the courtyard, Beiji paced, her heels tapping nervously on the flagstones. Chili, is young Master Zhan En back yet? She murmured, worrying. How had the mission gone? Was her friend Delia still alive? Could they really get her out? Chili? She called several times, but no answer came. The girl who had been at her side had vanished. Where did she go? Trusting her diviner's instinct, Beiji followed a gravel path. At the end stood a huge parasol, several deck chairs sat beneath it. On the chair in the center, a silver-haired girl was furtively stroking a black coat. So this is the cloak of the demon lord of eternal oblivion. Chili lifted the coat to her nose and inhaled. A faint natural scent, laced with the heat of scorching sunlight, felt oddly reassuring. She grinned, buried her face in the fabric, and let out a soft, eerie giggle. Chili, what are you doing? Startled, Chili flung the coat behind her. I wasn't doing anything, just looking. Just looking? Beiji's brow twitched. With how affectionately the girl had been handling the coat, she was clearly up to something. Recognizing Beiji, Chili exhaled in relief. Oh, it's you. You scared me. She casually stowed the coat in her storage space. Am I that easy to ignore? Beiji's fists clenched. Killa's false alarm attitude infuriated her. Suddenly, Chili pointed skyward. Look, Zhan En Charles is back. Beiji looked up. 3 blazing streaks tore across the sky, whistling as they plunged toward the lawn. Why are there 3? Boom dust billowed as Zhan En and 2 retainers touched down. Your intel was accurate. I eliminated every dark sinner there, Zhan En said, his voice low and certain. What? All of them? Killa's heart pounded. Had barely been gone, she had expected a drawn-out battle, yet he finished so quickly. Zhan En Charles is even stronger than I thought. She clenched her sleeve, revising her plans on the spot. Delia. Beiji suddenly cried out and sprinted toward Delia, and Jinya. Zhan En really had rescued her friend. Beiji. The 2 girls answered in unison, each grabbing one of her arms. Their palms burned with excitement. Huh, why is this creature acting like it knows me? Beiji's heart skipped. The hoarse, low voice had sounded exactly like Delia's. Her eyes fell on those hands, patterned with strange withered leaf markings, their black, flawless nails glinting in the sun. A thought struck her. Delia? She ventured. It's me, dear friend. Jinya nearly jumped for joy. Even in this form, she had known Beiji would recognize her. Kylie, standing nearby, had been watching Jane until her eyes fell on Jinya, and her pupils narrowed. That was the 3rd ranked of the 12 King's retainers, Withered Knight. She remembered that Jane Charles' 3rd retainer was supposed to appear only after the capture of Roxan City. Its early arrival made no sense. Had her interference warped the timeline? She strained to catch every word of the Withered Knight's exchange with Peggy, hoping to learn the reason. Suddenly the stranger felt oddly familiar. Could she be the destined witch's closest friend? Delia, how did you end up like this? Peggy cried. The figure before her had her friend's face, yet wore monstrous armor. She jerked to the left, and saw that the woman in her own grasp was also Delia in human form. Speechless, she gasped. How is this possible? Peggy, your prophecy has come true, Delia said. She and Jinya traded a wistful glance. Their identical features silently confirmed the prediction's accuracy. Realization struck Peggy, and she stammered, half a body? It really split in 2. Trying to comfort her friend, she added, it's all righty, you're home and safe. So 1 became 2. We'll figure something out. Peggy was sure the upheaval had left Delia deeply unsettled. What? The Withered Knight is actually half of the destined witch's best friend? Kylie caught every word and became certain her meddling had forced Jane Charles to meet the Withered Knight too soon. In the original timeline, the 3rd retainer appeared later, yet she had triggered it now. Was it coincidence? Or was fate unbreakable? Even with a second life, her actions had not derailed Jane's rise. They had only lit the fuse. For the first time, Kylie doubted her ability to stop Jane from becoming the Demon King. Delia, what's wrong? The panic shout cut through the group. Reunited with her friend, the human Delia finally relaxed, exhaustion overwhelming her. A faint smile touched her lips as her eyes closed, and she collapsed into Peggy's arms. Master Jane, Delia's unconscious. Peggy called, racing toward the lounge where Jane was resting. She was fine on the way back. Why did she suddenly? Jane extended his senses and felt Delia's life force plummeting toward the brink of death. Her spiritual core is destabilizing, he said grimly. Such turbulence usually meant the soul's foundation had been damaged, a common aftermath of a forced split. A swift examination confirmed it. Jinya was unaffected because her half of the alien soul had been only one of several components. Technically, Jinya and the former Delia now walked completely separate paths. She had inherited only half of the original soul. The human Delia was different.
Once she lost her naturally overlapping half and found no new anchor, her soul grew dangerously unstable, and she soon slipped into a coma. Your Excellency, is there any way to heal her? Beiji's voice trembled as she held her friend now, two people she refused to lose. Zhan En shook his head. I'm sorry, this isn't my field. Get her to the sacred infirmary at once. Yes, the sacred infirmary. Beiji slapped her forehead, annoyed that she had forgotten. She had turned to Zhan En first only because the young cardinal always seemed so reliable when he promised to save a life. He did it that very day. Wait, let me take a look, the silent Chili suddenly said, reaching out to stop her. Chili, you can help. Beiji blurted, almost forgetting the mysterious girl at her side. Chili said nothing, quietly taking the unconscious Delia into her arms. As she gazed down, the bronze sword-shaped mark on her brow glimmered just as the Valkyrie's sigil had foretold. This woman was the fifth Valkyrie's chosen vessel. Elation exploded in Killa's chest. A Valkyrie vessel possessed the rare constitution needed for the legacy. She was the first vessel, Kathy the second, Hetty the third, Grace the fourth, and the fifth had always been missing. The inherited memories were clear. Only when all five Valkyries gathered could they enter the legendary Hall of Spirits. She knew the whereabouts of the other four relics, but the fifth vessel had stayed hidden until now. So the fifth Valkyrie's vessel was the chosen witch's closest friend. No wonder she never found her in the previous life. By that timeline, the woman would become a host for the Black Sinner and be slain by human champions, making their meeting impossible. This life is the last, and I will reopen the Hall of Spirits, Chili vowed, her heart racing with shock and delight. Fate had revealed a crack, however small. She had only sought the chosen witch's divination to judge her plan's success, yet she had unintentionally created the withered night and uncovered the fifth Valkyrie vessel. The thought set her mind whirling. Chili, Beiji called, sensing Delia's dwindling life force. Don't worry, I have a way, Chili replied, snapping back to the moment. She bent down, pressing her forehead to Delia's. The bronze sword mark blazed, and a torrent of mysterious power poured into Delia. In seconds, the fading aura steadied and began to climb. She's tapping the Valkyrie's very source, Zhan En thought, startled. That power was what let the northern hero fight death after death, priceless beyond measure. He had never imagined she would spend it on someone she barely knew. From the tiniest shifts in expression and aura, he was nearly certain Chili and Delia were strangers. Sacrificing so much for a stranger could only mean one thing: Delia was of extraordinary value to the northern hero. Zhan En watched in silence, the dossier on the northern hero flashing through his mind. All set. With a soft pop, the gash on Killa's forehead split wider. Her face went deathly pale, yet the delight in her eyes refused to fade. Before her words even died away, the woman cradled in her arms snapped awake. Who are you? Delia blurted. Realizing she was being held by a girl clearly younger than herself, Delia instinctively wriggled free. As a grown woman being carried by an underage princess, she felt more than a little awkward. Delia, you're okay? Beiji rushed over, seized her best friend's hand, and poured out the whole harrowing story in one breath. Chili, thank you for saving my life. Delia looked at Killa's blood-drained face and bowed with solemn respect. I know the price you paid. They'll do everything I can to repay you. Exactly what Shed hoped for. Chili nodded faintly, her voice weak but firm. Delia, I need you to come somewhere with me. Those emerald eyes still shone unnaturally bright. No problem. Delia agreed, almost without thinking. After all, this was nothing compared with a life-saving favor. Then we leave now. Chili could not hide her excitement. She remembered that the relic of the fifth Valkyrie lay buried in a ruined altar near Roxan City. The longer they waited, the greater the risk. Now, Delia froze. She had barely woken, hadn't even had a drink of water, and already they were moving again? Chili spread her hands in apology. Delia, it's necessary. I've only suppressed your after-effects for the moment. To cure you for good, we have to go there. In truth, she was desperate because only by letting Delia inherit the mantle of the fifth Valkyrie could she fully stabilize Delia's crumbling soul. Only then did Delia notice her life force ebbing away. She looked at Chili, torn between gratitude and guilt. She had actually misjudged this girl. Chili hadn't asked to travel together for her own gain. She was trying to save her. In mere minutes, Delia's opinion of Chili's sword. So Chili is the stranger on the road. Beiji suddenly realized that the Witch of Fate's entire prophecy had now been fulfilled. Oh, so in the stranger. The revelation sent a chill down Killa's spine. She had memorized the prophecy word for word, yet never imagined she was one of its actors. The witch's terrifying foresight made her skin crawl. She couldn't help wondering, if a prophecy could be this precise, was the future already set in stone? Were her own actions merely steering events toward a predetermined end? One surprise after another left Chili more confused than ever about destiny. Elsewhere, Jan narrowed his eyes. The power to foresee the future was indeed staggering. He too knew the poem they kept quoting, and every development matched it so far. Too bad the backlash from the calamity is crippling, he muttered with a wry smile. Otherwise I'd like to glimpse my own future. In his mind,
He pictured himself becoming one of humanity's greatest champions, leading his people to sweep away the black mist and reclaim their glory. The thought made his gaze flare with ambition. The day after Zhan destroyed the Black Sinner's hidden lair, District 4 of Roxan City, an unremarkable townhouse. In its damp, chilly cellar, a small ritual circle was painted on the floor in dark red pigment. A woman whose face was veiled in black mist knelt half-bowed before a withered tree effigy, her brows knitted tight. "Why hasn't Lord Wither answered?" Lookabai muttered. A few days ago, the deity had demanded a progress report for today, yet there was only silence. Had something unforeseen delayed him? Lookabai wondered. What could possibly matter more than invading the material realm when their race was on the brink of expansion? Yet something stranger still had happened. Since yesterday, the withered tree statue at the center of the hall had lost every trace of Lord Koi's aura, erased without warning. A surge of unease flooded her. She clenched her teeth. "We can't wait any longer. We have to contact the other outposts and report this anomaly. Without Lord Koi's descent, there's no way to guarantee the safety of the portal ritual." Knock, knock, knock. Urgent pounding hammered at the door. "Come in," Lookabai called. Her brow furrowed. No one dared interrupt her unless it was a matter of life and death. A mid-rank Haizoda burst in, face ashen. He stumbled a few steps and dropped to his knees. "My lady Lookabai, disaster." Her gaze chilled. "What happened? Have the humans discovered our plans?" The thought sliced through her nerves like a blade. The messenger's voice shook. "Trifork Mountain, something's happened." "What?" Lookabai shot to her feet, the furniture rattling. "Explain." "This morning the courier returned and reported that everyone at Trifork Mountain, every single clansman has been slaughtered. Even Lord Jiefu, none survived." Her mind detonated. First thought, humans. They had been exposed. Immediate evacuation was imperative. She paced, all but hearing danger closing in. "My lady, but it doesn't seem to be the humans," the messenger faltered, swallowing hard. "What do you mean? If not humans, was it the Shadowfog beasts?" Lookabai's brows knotted. "The surviving scout said the power that killed them seemed to be." He choked on the words, as though the very name spelled death. "Speak. Who is it?" Lookabai barked. It was Lord Koi's power. Absurd. Fury flashed in her eyes. She almost doubted the man's sanity. Lord Kue was the Haizuoda's false king. How could he butcher his own people? The messenger hastily produced several objects. "My lady, look. These were found in the Trifork caverns." A shriveled, wrinkled arm, a desiccated head, and a suit of gear aging before her eyes. Brown dust still trickled from them. One glance was enough. Only the Wither domain could drain flesh and blood in an instant, leaving behind such ancient, brittle remains. This head Jiefu. Her heart clenched. Even through decay, she could still recognize the features of high-rank Haizoda Jiefu. Deep creases and brown age spots covered the severed head, every fold announcing the end of its life. It was Jiefu's. Heatonly days ago Lookabai had shared a carefree joke with him, a man at his peak. Now his face looked mummified, as if time had wrung him dry in a heartbeat. "No, impossible. That can't be Lord Kuwai's power." Lookabai blanched, her fingertips trembling. Even worse was the expression frozen on Jiefu's face. Not despair, but a faint, expectant smile, as though he had awaited rescue. A memory flashed across her mind. Earlier that morning, all contact with Lord Kuwei had been lost. The moment of that disappearance matched perfectly with the deaths of Jiefu and the others. "It can't be, it can't," Lookabai muttered, pupils contracting, on the verge of panic. She forced herself to stay calm and sent another team to verify the scene. "My lady, the squad is already on its way," a mid-level black sinner reported softly. Lookabai snapped back to herself, her voice raw. "No, I'm going there myself." "But today's plan is the key to luring the human elites," he reminded her. If she left, who would oversee the operation? Lookabai gave a cold snort. "Without Lord Kuwei, every part of our strategy could crumble. We have to know why Jiefu and the others died." She drew a deep breath, forcing reason to prevail. If Lord Kuwei truly caused this, there had to be an unavoidable reason. Until she understood, she might be next. "Pass the word. Today's operation is postponed. We resume when I return." "Yes, Lady Lookabai." The black sinner hurried off. Before departing, Lookabai looked up at the statue of Kuwei that dominated the ritual hall. Awe and dread filled her eyes. "Lord Kuwei, what are you trying to do?" The deaths of her comrades gave her a chilling taste of expendability, and she would find no peace until she knew the truth. Roxan City, Sector 4, Human Covert Command Post. "You came after all, young Master Zhan En." Battalion Commander Balusa greeted him, beaming with relief. Although the three high controllers were coordinating the overall defense, Balusa considered the Purple Vortex and Red Spirit in Zhan En's hands to be top-tier assets. Every extra bit of strength tipped the odds in their favor. Led by soldiers, Zhan En entered the command room. The Red Spirit hovered above his head, scanning nearby soul fluctuations, while the Purple Vortex and Jinya flanked him, prepared for any surprise attack. "Balusa, what's the situation?" Almost exactly what the anonymous report described. Balusa spread a map across the table, pointing to a cluster of markers. "We found clear traces of large-scale Black Sinner movement here. Once they show themselves, We'll crush them in one strike. His tone made victory sound inevitable. Zhan En's eyes swept the room. Nearly half of Roxan City's high-level fighters had assembled here. Some rested with eyes closed, others maintained sensing techniques, and a few studied him with curiosity. The three high controllers were not present. Whether they had yet to arrive or were directing operations elsewhere remained unclear. With the controllers gone, the red sprite could finally work without restraint. It zipped around the command post, reading advanced soul waves at will and hunting for the traitor hidden in Roxan City. Inside the dense web of psychic currents, it flashed like a streak of crimson, skimming over every elite Esper's mental defenses and exposing their most deeply buried emotions. Moments later, the tiny spirit drifted back to Zhan En's shoulder and shook its head. Its sweep had found nothing. Barossa, where are the other captains, the sheriffs, and the vice-deans? Zhan En asked quietly. Thinking he was worried about the roundup of dark offenders, Barossa replied at once, they've already gone ahead, as the controllers ordered, to seal off several key routes. They were all away, and by the time they returned night would have fallen. Zhan En frowned, calculating. Having the red sprite screen every high-level Esper today was nearly impossible. Captain Barossa, please let me know as soon as they come back. With that, he turned and left. There was another hidden nest of dark offenders in the outer city, the true masterminds of the portal ritual. Barossa watched him go, baffled. Why leave the moment he arrived? What did young Master Zhan En want with all the captains? A vague sense of foreboding told him something big was about to erupt in the city. Trident Mountain. Grit-laden night wind slapped the cliffs, and a waterfall of sand thundered down. A reed raven slipped through a gap in the sand curtain and glided into a dark cavern. The taint of wither. Through her sorceress eye, the high-ranking dark offender Lu Chibi saw everything clearly. Gray-brown veins of decay snaked across the tunnel walls, spreading like living things. Her face darkened at once. Deeper in, the passage was strewn with corpses. Jeff and the clan he commanded. Each body looked shrunken and desiccated, as if life had been drained in an instant. Lu Kibi's stomach churned. She had only ever seen such horrors inflicted on enemy species, never her own. Why would Lord Wither slaughter his own people? The thought clawed at her mind, but the corpses offered the coldest answer. Forcing her racing heart to steady, she searched for anything that might explain what had happened. The cave was eerily no tears, no scorch marks suggesting the victims had never even tried to resist. The farther she walked, the heavier the pressure in the air. Alongside Lord Wither's lingering power, another unfathomable energy permeated the cavern, tugging at her soul like a deep-sea whirlpool. At the innermost chamber, the raven's feathers bristled. The aura of black mist. Instinct drove it to flee toward the exit. Halfway out, it Frozino, only residual traces. She looked back cautiously. It was indeed just the lingering scent of the black mist. Its master had long since departed. What in the world happened here? And why has the aura of the great black mist descended? Shattered stones littered the cave mouth, and the air was thick with gray-black particles that carried a sweet, acrid scorch. Lookabai saw at once that they were the embers left only after a summoning rite. She swore under her breath who was the fool that dared to invoke the black mist without permission? Every black sinner knew how terrifying that force was. If it truly erupted, no one in the area would live. Her gaze swept the ground, where charred corpses confirmed that her people had indeed perished, clearly linked to the mist. She fixed her eyes on the cave's deepest chamber, the heart of the descent ritual she had once inspected. The perfect vessel they had captured with such effort had been bound there, and the surrounding walls carved into Lord Wither's sigil. Could Jeff have tried to break the vessel's soul barrier and brought in the black mist himself? The notion flashed through her mind. He had complained about running out of time and the barrier being too strong. If that was true, everything made sense. He risked calling the black mist to speed things up. The attempt had succeeded, the ritual finished, and Lord Wither descended, but the mist refused to disperse and instead clashed with him. The backlash swept the cavern, killing everyone inside. The more Lookabai considered it, the brighter her eyes burned. That had to be the truth. Otherwise Lord Wither had no reason to massacre his own people, let alone wipe out the entire clan. But one question remained. Where was Lord Wither now? A reed raven burst from her shoulder, skimmed past the curtain of falling sand at the cave mouth, and began its search. Less than 100 breaths later it halted above an open stretch of desert. The trail of Lord Wither's aura ended there. Troublesome, Lookabai muttered, rubbing her temple. The transit ritual was about to begin, yet she could not reach him. He knew the hidden base. If he wished to make contact, he would simply appear. His silence meant only one thing. He was deliberately concealing his descent. To keep humans from sensing a pseudo-king's arrival, Lord Wither must be guarding us from the shadows. I just have to follow the original plan. The thought steadied her. She spread her wings and shot into the sky as a streak of dark red light. Yansha City, Noble Quarter, Residence 33. In the courtyard, the sand lake lay like frozen golden waves. Several native sandfish drifted beneath the grains, occasionally leaping to snap at floating insect bait. Zhan En sat on the fishing platform, fingers lightly tapping the rod, silent. Where are the remaining black sinners hiding? He sifted through the intel at speed. Most clues pointed to a pocket still lurking in Sector 4, but those were only expendable pawns. With the city's psionic wardens stationed there, he could leave that problem alone. The real headache was the branch of the black sinners who had overseen the portal ritual. Zhan En still had no lead on them. He was in no rush. Hong Ling had pried every secret from the prisoners taken at Trident Mountain, so their current strength and trump cards were already laid bare in Zhan En's mind. With the descent right ruined, they wouldn't be making waves anytime soon. Even so, the thought that they might have learned of Trident Mountain's destruction and could scatter at any moment still annoyed him. If the black sinners really melted into the wind, hunting them down would be like searching for a needle on the ocean floor. Worse, the prophecy given by the host of the Eye of Calamity contained no coordinates for the remaining hideouts, leaving Zhan En with nothing to do but brood. He finally shook off the thoughts and sat by Sand Lake to fish with his 3 familiars. The pale gold surface rippled under a hot wind, and the only sound was the hum of insects. Hong Ling hovered over the water, waving a short rod this way and that, treating fishing like a stone-skipping game. Ziwo copied its master's posture perfectly, sitting motionless on the bank, but forgot the most important detail: bait. Jinya, proud of its experience, chose a sheltered spot, tossed in some chum, and cast with practiced precision. Unfortunately, like the other two, it still hadn't landed a single fish. Perfectly normal. Completely normal. Jinya lifted its chin, trying to stay calm while stomping inwardly. As long as I'm the first to catch one, I still win, no matter how late. Minute by minute, time crawled past. At last a fat sandfish began circling beneath Jinya's hook. Mouth wide open, it drifted to within half an inch of the bait. Jinya tensed, both hands ready to jerk the rod. Bang! 2 lines whipped down from above, slapping Jinya's hook at the same instant. The sandfish flicked its tail and vanished into the muddy depths. It had got away. Jinya erupted, the rod creaking in its grip. Hong Ling. Ziwo. Look what you've done. Ro. Ziwo cocked its head, feigning innocence. Wah? Hong Ling reeled in, all wide-eyed and blameless. You did that on purpose. Fury flared. Jinya crushed the rod into splinters, and a withering domain laced with killing intent burst outward. Scarlet flame and a violet force field exploded in answer as Hong Ling and Ziwo stood shoulder to shoulder against the withering wave. With their strengths so even, a 2-known outcome was obvious. Fight me fair, one-on-one if you dare. Jinya hissed, dead leaves rattling over its body. Wah, not a chance. Hong Ling pulled back with a teasing face. Ro, one-on-one it is. Ziwo, long fed up with Jinya, let its anger boil over. Hong Ling froze. Weren't they supposed to be on the same side? Just when tempers were about to snap, a single graceful line arced up from the lake. A sandfish half as long as a man flashed through the curtain of water. Looks like luck's on my side today, Zhan En said, reeling it in with a faint smile. Master, that's amazing. Ro. Wah. The 3 familiars instantly forgot their quarrel, crowding around Zhan En with claps, waving fins, and fluttering wings in loud celebration. In this little fishing contest, the victor without question was their master, Zhan En. In a hidden basement beneath Yinsha City, a hooded figure knelt on one knee, respectfully reporting to the person seated at the table. My lord, every hay criminal in the cave behind Lusha Falls on Sancha Mountain is dead. Candlelight flickered, outlining the rigid set of the seated man's shoulders. His breathing faltered for a moment, then steadied. Who did it? His calm voice asked. The black-robed messenger bowed lower. We don't know, but someone saw Zhan and Charles flying towards Sancha Mountain yesterday. Zhan and Charles? The man tapped the tabletop, the rhythm quickening. You think he wiped them out? The messenger hesitated, then answered. It's highly likely. First, those hay criminals included high-tier fighters, and only a handful in Yinsha City could have killed them all. Zhan and Charles may be young, but his strength is extraordinary. Second, most other top fighters have been drafted by the council and cannot leave the city. Put together, he's the only one who fits. The tapping echoed like a hammer in the cramped room. Finally, the seated man asked, did those hay criminals know who you really are? An invisible pressure swept over the messenger. He flattened himself to the floor, cold sweat dripping from his mask. They did not, my lord. I never removed the disguise you gave me. They couldn't have uncovered my identity. Silence swallowed the basement until only the candle's faint crackle remained. The messenger's heart pounded. His back was soaked with sweat. At last the man spoke again, voice low. Good. As long as you haven't been exposed. Relief washed over the messenger. However, the voice turned cold. They must have guessed you were from Yinsha City. That was unavoidable, the messenger replied bitterly. The intel I passed on clearly came from high-level directives. Anyone who knew those orders could narrow the list. The shadowed eyes lifted. Before they died, did those hay criminals tell Zhan and Charles about your dealings with them? The messenger froze, every hair standing on end. Hay criminals were more treacherous than any traitor. Facing death, they would spill every secret. Still, he found comfort in one thought. Head never left a traceable clue. Even if Zhan and Charles suspected a mole, Head have no evidence. That hope died when icy fury pressed down on his shoulders. Fool. The seated man slammed the table. Terror hollowed the messenger's chest. He looked up, meeting only unfathomable darkness. What had he done wrong now? The voice cut like cold steel. During a supreme inquest, can you hide your past? A supreme inquest. Hearing this, the man in the black robe flinched, then quickly recovered and whispered, "My lord, there's no evidence, not even a solid suspicion. They can't possibly put me through a top-tier inquest, can they?" In the dim candlelight, the hazy figure on the throne nearly laughed at his subordinate's naivete. He tapped the armrest with a knuckle, his voice low and frigid. "Idiot. Selling classified intel to the Black Sinners, though, you not grasp the gravity of that? If Dean Nearson learns of it, not only you, but everyone who knows the order will face the highest interrogation. Do you think you could escape?" Everyone. The black-robed man's pupils shrank. Almost every high-level combatant in the city had heard of the covert directive. Questioning all of them at once would plunge the place into chaos. His voice dropped to a mumble. Given the dean's record, he'll absolutely authorize the top-tier inquiry, even if it enrages the psionics. That was no guess. History was written in blood. Thud. He fell to his knees on the stone floor, forehead pressed to the ground, voice shaking. "My lord, save me. If they drag me into that chamber, I won't last. No high-level esper can withstand what they do in there." The shadow stopped tapping and fixed Tuada with a faintly disappointed stare. "Why the panic? Where's the fearless Tuada who once charged into battle against overwhelming odds? I promoted you to Sheriff of District 1 in Roxan City for that courage. Now a single mention of interrogation has reduced you to this." Tuada, the iron-blooded hero once praised by all, bowed his head in shame. He remembered when he changed, the day he first tasted ether's sweetness. From that moment, the old Tuada was gone. Now he was his lord's confidant, willing to do anything for profit, conspiring with traitors, and secretly dealing with the Black Sinners. The knuckles rapped on the desk again. "Tuada, contact the remaining Black Sinners." He hesitated. "My lord, going out now will draw attention. If they're already exposed, I'd be walking into a trap." The shadow paused, then spoke flatly. "They sent word moments ago. The plan proceeds as scheduled. They already know about Trident Mountain. We needn't worry." Tuada bowed to accept the order, yet still asked, "My lord, what should I tell them?" He had no choice but to obey, but inside he cursed. At a time like this, you're still feeding those Black Sinners information. Aren't you worried it will all trace back to you? To be honest, had never understood from the start. What was the advantage of working with the Black Sinners? Partnering with traitors brought real profit, but handing top-level secrets to the Black Sinners again and again, without taking a single coin in return, be Tuada's reckoning. That made no sense at all. The shadowy figure had no idea how slighted his subordinate felt at that moment. He shook his head and continued, "This time we're not just delivering a message. We need them to help us stage a play." "What play?" Tuada frowned, full of doubts. "A performance? Those black felons can act? My lord, what are you up to now?" "A play that will eliminate every hidden threat," the figure said, his lips curling into a sinister grin, malice pooling in his eyes like ink. A chill ran down Tuada's spine. Experience told him that whenever his lord wore that look, someone was about to suffer. "My lord, what's the script?" he asked, bracing himself. "Yinsha City, Noble District, Residence number 33. In the courtyard stood an oval sand pool that shimmered in the sun. Zhan En sat cross-legged on the bank, and the bucket at his feet was almost overflowing. Sandfish leapt inside, their tail fins splashing water everywhere. "Wow, amazing. You caught another one." Roar. His three familiars Hong Ling, Ziwa, and Jean yakroted around him, applauding in unison. It was Zhan En's first time fishing, yet every cast brought in another catch. No matter where he dropped the line, a sandfish snapped it up at once. Even he felt it was almost too easy, and the thrill was already fading. His three familiars told a different story. Hong Ling hovered in midair, casting left and right with lavish gestures, but no technique. More like a child playing at fishing. Her empty bucket spoke for itself. Ziwa preferred the let-them-volunteer approach, leaving the hook perfectly bare. Who knew when a fish might bite purely out of goodwill? The real mystery was Genia. Her casting angle, bait selection, and choice of spot were flawless, yet she hadn't landed a single fish. Quietly, Genia crept over to Zhan En and whispered, "Master, what bait are you using? It's so hot today that the fish don't like mine." Zhan En grabbed a random pinch of bait and handed it to her. "Here. Thank you, master. They'll catch one this time for sure." Genia's eyes shone as she carefully rebaited and cast again. The surface stayed utterly calm. "Damn it, still nothing," she muttered, grinding her teeth. "Must be the rod." Moments later she sidled back to Zhan En, staring at the plain rod in his hand. "Master, what kind of rod is that?" Laughing, Zhan En tossed it to her and picked up another at random. "Take it." "Thank you, master." Genia clutched it like treasure. "This time, no problem." Snapped the line, traced a graceful arc into the water. Several sandfish swam up to the hook but stopped just short, leaving Genia so anxious that red sparks flashed in her dark eyes. "Bite, come on, bite." Perhaps mercy intervened. The fish suddenly dived to the bottom and vanished without a trace. "Wow." Roar. Hong Ling and Ziwa, who had been watching closely, burst into gleeful laughter. So much for that. We thought you finally had one, guess not. A surge of blood rushed to Jean Ya's head. She wanted nothing more than to dive into the pool and slaughter every last short-sighted fish in it. Ugh, why can't I catch a single fish? Jinya was beside herself. With her skills, there was no way she should be pulling up an empty line. She had to be in the wrong spot. She had chummed these waters first, yet the fish kept ending up on her master's hook. Blushing, she inched back to Jan's side, ready to speak but losing her nerve, hoping only to share his lucky spot. Suit yourself, Jan said with a faint smile. His retainer still refused to admit the problem might be her own, so clearly she was confident in her technique. Thank you, master. Jinya inspected everything again. Same bait, same rod, same water. She refused to believe she couldn't land a fish. With a snap, the line sliced through the air and the cast was flawless. A light breeze brushed her face, tiny ripples spread across the lake, and sandfish drifted lazily beneath the surface. Bite. She had a bite. Jinya's eyes went wide as a sandfish opened its mouth, about to swallow the bait. Bang! Bang! A sudden, urgent pounding on the door exploded through the quiet, sending the sandfish scattering. Gone got away again. Jinya was so furious she nearly snapped the rod in half, but remembering it belonged to her master, she stopped herself, grabbed a rock at her feet, and squeezed it. Crumbled to dust. Gur! Beside her, Ziwo and Hongling made sympathetic yet smug noises and quietly lowered their own rods. If you ignored the gesture, it almost looked like they were consoling her. Yu too angry to speak. The brittle leaves that covered her body quivered, but she knew she stood no chance. 2 against 1. Bring him in. Jan instructed the 2 shield guards at the door. Amid the knocking, he had caught a familiar. Or Sheriff Willie? What was he doing here? Moments later, the guards escorted in a stout middle-aged man. The moment he saw Jan, he bowed. Good day, young Master January. Good day, Sheriff Willie, Jan replied, noticing the man was keeping a deliberate distance, wariness written all over his face. To what do I owe the visit? Willis' expression was grave. He spoke slowly, in a hushed voice. Young Master Jan, we apprehended several black felons today. Jan knew they were most likely expendable pawns, yet his face showed nothing. Willie went on. One of them gave us something serious. Someone inside Roxan City has been secretly passing them orders from the top. As he spoke, his eyes never left Jan's face. Jan's brow tightened. So the mole had really been exposed? He had been investigating quietly to avoid tipping anyone off, keeping the matter from the city's leaders, yet now a felon had confessed. On the surface, though, he had to look uninformed. Sheriff Willie, speak plainly, he said with a hint of impatience, clearly displeased by the probing. Willie exhaled and lowered his voice, offering the key detail. According to that felon, the mole always wears a mask and has never shown a face. Only a pair of pointed ears can be seen. He appears to be a half-elf. A half-elf? Shock tightened Jan's pupils. He had not seen that coming. Born from nothing but raw psionic energy, these pure beings are called elves. Their forms are countless, yet they are innately attuned to beauty and can wield terrifying power at will, like children favored by the gods. In a bygone age, many human champions tried to copy an elf's makeup, elf-shaping themselves in the process. The most famous of these warriors were later known as the Valkyries. Then came the day the Black Fog invaded. Every elf vanished, and the elf hall garrisoned by elf-shaped fighters disappeared with them. From that moment on, elves survived only in epic tales. Half-elves are the descendants of those elf-shaped warriors. Although the blood has thinned, they still possess a psionic affinity far beyond the norm, and their awakening rate is something ordinary humans can only envy. Their most striking trait is a pair of pointed ears. The purer the blood, the nearer they come to physical perfection. Zhan En knew no half-elf had ever held a mid- or upper-level post in Yansha City. A simple fact, since the true elites remain in Xinhua City to guard the sacred flame. Half-elves rank among the top 3 of the 28 non-human clans, and have always been humanity's sharpest blade. Xinhua City's half-elf guard, honored as the Guard of Fire, volunteered for that duty the day the city was founded. High-ranking half-elves rarely leave the sacred flame's side. Even when they do enter the Black Fog, they choose the battlefront closest to Xinhua City. Willie paused, his round, beady eyes darting nervously. You're right, no half-elf holds office inside Yansha City, but that doesn't mean someone didn't leak the secret order to them. You suspect me? Zhan En's half-closed eyes stayed calm, yet a chill underlay every word. At the sound of his voice, all 3 familiars caught their master's mood. A vast wave of sigh locked the courtyard like a cage. The sky dimmed, a wind swept through without a sound, and even the insects hidden in the grass fell silent. Every hair on Willis' body bristled as he swallowed hard. He had crossed blades with 2 of those familiars before and knew full well he was no match. The third, whose aura rivaled the others, could hardly be friendly. I never should have taken this cursed assignment, he lamented inwardly. If his suspicion proved right, his odds of leaving alive were nearly 0. If it proved wrong, he would have offended young Master Zhan En for nothing. Gone outcome just as unbearable. In a heartbeat, Willie changed tack, bent low, and gave an exaggerated bow. Forgive me, young Master Zhan En. Your noble character shines like the Sunni would never doubt you. He was merely currying favor to save his own skin. Zhan En smiled in silence, as though watching a clown perform a familiar routine. With no reply coming, Willie forced a bitter smile and continued, but the matter isn't mine to decide. With the purge of the black felons about to begin, Chief Sheriff Freeman, for the sake of Yinsha City's safety, asked that you attend an inquiry meeting. After speaking, Sheriff Willie added, of course, the authorities don't suspect you. They're simply following procedure. I hope you understand. He fell silent, holding his breath and staring at Zhan En, waiting for an answer. Every card was already on the table. Before he left, the High Sheriff had warned him to probe carefully, but the instant the probing began, the three-headed creature's icy hostility closed in around him, chilling every breath. Any further delay and he might not leave this courtyard alive. So he skipped the entire test and confessed everything. Now the decision rested with young Master Zhan En. If Zhan En cooperated, Willie would earn merit. If he refused, Willie had no choice but to report honestly. In truth, the authorities likely had no leverage over Zhan En. After all, who was Zhan En Charles? His overwhelming personal power aside, his pedigree was daunting. Younger brother to the new generation's foremost prodigy, the leading talent of Torch City, favored by the Weavers, and a half-elf from one of the Yiren's 3 major lines. No ruler could drag him in for questioning by force. Who would suspect a man with such a future of being a traitor? If he were, what could he gain? Women? Anyone who'd seen his portrait knew that face already drew them in droves. Wealth? Would a future duke lack money? Power? His current strength verged on inhuman. Did he expect to ascend even higher overnight? Remembering all this, Willie felt weary. He still couldn't see why the High Sheriff insisted on summoning Zhan En. Was it really just for show? Red Spirit quietly read Willis' soul waves and passed everything to its master. Zhan En now saw the whole picture. Behind High Sheriff Freeman stood another controller applying pressure. The odd part was that after the black felon offered the clue pointed ears, District 1 Sheriff Todd immediately suspected a half-elf and fixed on Zhan En, and Freeman actually allowed it. The reasoning was so flimsy it felt like a deliberate attempt to sow discord. A prudent summons might make sense, but this procedure was riddled with holes. Understanding this, Zhan En set down his teacup and said calmly, Sheriff Willie, the day is still young. Why don't you stay and fish with me? His tone allowed no refusal. A shield-bearing guard promptly shoved a fishing rod into Willis' hands. Bewildered, Willie wondered whether he was meant to stay or leave. What did fishing even mean here? He opened his mouth, but Zhan En had already turned to the lake and flicked out his line, while the three-headed creature watched him with interest. Willie abandoned any thought of further questions or escape. Fine, he would fish. The rest was none of his concern. Splash. The line hit the lake, ripples spreading across the water, and the courtyard fell silent again. Roxan City, Grand Constabulary. Sir, why did you send Willie? District 1 Sheriff Todd asked, puzzled. Everyone knew Willie was the only sheriff who had ever dealt with Zhan En Charles. Ordinarily, that was precisely the man you'd avoid using. Freeman leafed through a file without looking up and asked calmly, Todd, do you know what this little production is really for? Todd bowed at once. To frame Zhan En Charles strike first, pin the mole's crimes on him, and keep ourselves safe. With the scapegoat chosen, his voice grew more excited, as if the charges would stick any moment and the danger would pass. Snap. The file closed. Freeman raised his eyes, colder than ice. Todd, I must have overestimated your intelligence yet again. Sir, Todd froze, baffled. He was sure he had given the right answer. Do you actually believe Zhan En Charles is the mole? Freeman asked. Todd's mouth opened and shut. Believe it? That accusation was a setup with the Black Syndicate. In the real mole. Freeman felt weary at such stupidity, though it made control easier. He spoke with forced patience. Assume you know nothing and only hear the Syndicate's prisoners. What would you think? Todd blurted. Only an idiot would trust the Syndicate's word. Good, not completely brain-dead. Freeman allowed himself a flicker of satisfaction. If even you won't buy it, the other captains, deputy wardens, marshals, even my Lin and Nielsen certainly won't. Todd followed his superior's logic. Right, they'll see interrogating Zhan En Charles as nonsense. Wait, what does he mean even me? I'm a District 1 marshal, for heaven's sake. A new doubt surfaced. Sir, if their slander won't work, why do it at all? Ever heard the story the monster is coming? Freeman's voice was flat. Todd looked blank. Tired of the exchange, Freeman slowed his speech, reciting like an old report. Outside Roxan City, there was once a small village. One day a mischievous boy shouted, a monster is coming. The first time, everyone believed him, fled, discovered the prank, beat him soundly, and moved back. The next day he shouted again. The villagers half believed, ran again, got fooled, and scolded him. On the third day he cried in tears, a monster is coming. No one listened. They beat him worse. The boy had to run into the wilderness alone. Right after, the real monster appeared. The entire village was devoured, everyone except the boy who had fled. A flicker of pain crossed Freeman's normally impassive face, then vanished. Todd suddenly recalled, I remember now. The elders said that boy later became a psychic prodigy. Oddly, no one remembers his name. Now do you understand? Freeman's voice dropped like cold iron. The chief marshal clearly had no wish to discuss that boy any further. Todd forced a sheepish smile. Understood, my lord. You mean we should pin everything on the Jesuitist dying words like shouting the monsters are coming and steering all blame toward them. No one will believe they're captive when he calls Zhan En Charles a mole. People will be sure it's a setup. Later, when Zhan En Charles himself repeats what he heard from the Jesuitu on Sanchashanthet, there's a traitor in Yinsha City, everyone will dismiss it as one more breath of nonsense from the condemned. Only then did Todd glimpse Freeman's true design, so deft it bordered on perfection. Had he not been the traitor himself, anyone would have been caught in that web, convinced the Jesuitu were framing him. Flawless. Todd mustered his most respectful grin. Layer upon layer, your strategy leaves me in awe. His praise rolled like a sandstorm. Even the notoriously cold-hearted Freeman let the corner of his mouth lift. When his throat finally went dry, Todd paused, another concern clicking into place. My lord, one question remains. If the monster story shields us, why rush to interrogate Zhan En Charles ourselves? Wouldn't it be safer to stay back and let others deal with him? Freeman looked almost surprised Todd had seen that far. He rose, walked to the window, and spoke in a subdued voice. Todd, truth is truth. Bury it as deep as you like, sooner or later fate drags it to the surface. His tone was unreadable. Todd rolled his eyes inwardly. Philosophy now? Outwardly he nodded. My lord, I still don't quite understand. Freeman's dark gaze drifted outward, a thin, cold smile forming. Erase the one who finds the truth, and the truth is smothered again until the next unlucky soul digs it up. A vast, chilling surge of psionic force spilled out like an invisible sand sea. Todd felt life and death slip from his grasp. His pupils shrank. You're going to kill Zhan En Charles? Freeman nodded, clearly pleased. Todd, I must say, you're quicker than before. The confirmation sent sweat down Todd's spine. Framing someone with the Jesuitu could be undone, but if Zhan En Charles actually died in Yinsha City, the storm would be immense. Grand Duke of the Silver Sword E.C. Charles would pursue vengeance at any cost. The Bienji Zuns of Xinhua City might even step in personally. The thought made Todd shiver. He stammered, My lord, surely it hasn't come to that? If Zhan En Charles really dies in Yinsha City, the consequences? Freeman turned, impatience flickering in his eyes. Who said we would do it ourselves? Not us. Good then, not us. Todd breathed, relief softening his tense expression. But a new doubt quickly surfaced. But sir, Todd murmured, taking a half step across the dim office. If something really happens to Zhan Charles, and we push for an investigation right away, won't that look too deliberate? Freeman leaned back in his high-back chair and gave a slight shake of the head. Candlelight flashed coldly across his gold-rimmed glasses. Quite the opposite. Outwardly, we appear cautious, merely issuing a routine summons and asking for his cooperation. Those who plot in secret always keep their heads down. They won't dare strike back so soon. Public suspicion will actually fall away. He tapped the desk with one finger. The crucial point is that the black sinners will act for us. They view erasing loose ends as part of their payment. We stay completely out of sight. Once Zhan Charles disappears, every trail leading to the Jinsha Society will be cut clean. With that, Freeman confirmed again. After Yin's testimony destroyed the Jinsha Society, Todd's planted peace was now exposed. For safety, no loose ends could remain. A chill shot through Todd, his pupils dilated. So the black sinners would be the ones to strike. No wonder the boss had delayed asking for payment, been saving those lunatics for this moment. But sir, according to our intel, even Zhan Charles' two subordinates match top-tier high-level espers. The few black sinners left can't handle them. Freeman didn't answer right away. He straightened, drew a special encrypted letter from the drawer, and placed it on the desk. A wax seal showed the faint emblem of black thorns. Take a look, the black sinner's false king has arrived. False king. Todd blurted, face draining of color. A monster who could rival a controller. If that was true, the black sinner's power would skyrocket. Killing Zhan Charles would be a foregone conclusion. No prodigy could escape a controller-level foe. Yet their own position stirred new worries. Sir, if the false king really starts the gateway ritual, and the black sinner army pours in, Yinsha City will be hit first. Every Esper will have to fight, and as sheriff of District 1, he'll be on the front line. Freeman's lips curved in a faint, ambiguous smile. We won't let them succeed, of course. Remember, Zhan Charles isn't the only one who knows the truth. The black sinners do as well. Todd suddenly understood. Only by uprooting the black sinners could the mole issue be buried for good. Then no one would be left who might threaten Freeman. He bowed at once, fawning. Your wisdom is as vast and unfathomable as shifting sand, sir. Before the flattery could finish, Freeman sneered inwardly. Todd, you fool, there are more witnesses than you think. District 4, Yinsha City. In the basement of an otherwise ordinary house, the light was dim. High-rank black sinner Lookabai stood before the others, her gaze sweeping over several mid-rank kin. Have all the coded messages gone out? Not a single one missing, a mid-rank sinner replied, stepping forward and lowering his voice.
As soon as Lord Wither passes through District 4, he'll see our signal. Lookaby sighed inwardly. Lord Wither, we understand your need for secrecy, but could you at least send a reply? With no orders coming, her unease only deepened. When will Lord Wither contact us? Seeing the concern in their leader's eyes, the mid-rank dark sinners spoke up. Milady, if Lord Ku Wei notices the cipher, he will show himself. Lu Chibi nodded. That was exactly what she wanted to hear. This was, after all, a matter concerning the king. She had been fretting over how to approach the human who carried a king's potential, and now that very human had taken the initiative to send word, offering to help eliminate the candidate king and promising detailed intelligence. A heaven-sent opportunity. If they could entice the human to fall, the dark sinners would finally welcome a true demon king who could seize the throne of heaven. The thought set Lu Kibi's blood on fire. Only under a demon king's lead could their race escape this cramped, shattered space, stop yearning day and night to break into the material world and, at last, stride toward glory. She calmed herself and asked, any fresh news from the humans? None yet, milady, the dark sinners replied, shaking their heads. Last time he told us to sit tight. Hell lure the human with the king's potential to the ambush site alone and notify us the instant he succeeds. Lu Chibi pondered for a moment, then waved her hand. Past the order to gateway ritual is postponed. Everything yields to this matter. The dark sinners traded uneasy looks. Someone ventured, milady, is that wise? The plan is in its final stage. If we delay, the humans in Yensha City will discover the tip-off was false. We may never get another chance. We've stayed hidden for years, waiting to finish the gateway ritual. If we keep stalling, we'll be exposed and destroyed. Lu Kibi's tone was absolute. No, next to the birth of our demon king, everything else is insignificant, even the ritual. Do you understand? Yes, milady. Though hesitant, the mid-rank dark sinners dared not defy a high-rank's command and bowed. Sensing their misgivings, she pressed on. Tell me, why do we brave death again and again to activate the gateway and bring our kind into the material world? Without hesitation, their eyes blazed with fanaticism. To slaughter every living thing in the material plane and revel in the feast of destruction. Exactly. Lu Kibi's face turned wild, as though she already saw endless carnage. Kill everything. Destroy everything. Return all to the embrace of the great black mist. Then her tone shifted. But what benefit does destroying this material plane actually bring us? The dark sinners hesitated. The urge to kill and destroy was etched into their souls, yet the word benefit gave them pause. Isn't supreme ecstasy enough? Lu Chibi grew solemn. When we annihilate an entire material plane, the black mist rewards us. Our whole race will enter a deeper layer of the black mist and undergo a new metamorphosis. She slowly raised her hand, her voice low yet fervent. We will become true nobles of the black mist. Black mist nobles. The mid-tier Blackson cultists stared, shaken to the core. Those figures were the stuff of legend. No wonder the clan had torn open a portal. At any cost, the payoff was worth it. Lu Chibi swept her gaze across the room. Faces flushed, blood roared in every vein. Greed, longing, and the thrill of slaughter danced in their slit pupils. The promise of becoming black mist nobles had set them ablaze. She kept one fact to herself. The slots were few. Only those who distinguished themselves in the coming operation would earn the black mist's reward. When the commotion died down, she tapped the table, her voice low and firm. There is another path to the title of Black Mist Noble besides annihilating a material realm. What is it, milady? The cultists cried, leaning back in unison, shock and urgency written on their faces. They had lurked in this world for ages and knew how hard it was to destroy an entire plane with their own strength. Hearing of a second way, every eye fixed on Lu Chibi. A fanatical light burned in her eyes. A demon king. If our clan births a true demon king, we can rise not only to Black Mist nobles, but even to Black Mist science. Black Mist nobles exist by virtue of a demon king. Each demon king is the Black Mist's executor, wielding absolute control over a mist-shrouded domain. Gulp. Every cultist swallowed hard. The nobles they revered were merely vassals to a demon king. This truth hammered their minds and left them speechless. At length one cultist snapped out of it, bloodshot eyes blazing. Milady, what are we waiting for? Let's welcome our king's return. The rest echoed instantly. He's right, milady. Forget the portal ritual. Nothing matters more than our demon king's birth. Lu Chibi raised both hands for silence, her gaze cutting like a blade. Does anyone still oppose delaying the operation? No one shook their head. Every cultist straightened, eyes shining as though black mist might drip from them. Give the order. Milady will sacrifice everything for the king's birth. Now they understood. Once the demon king appeared, each of them could climb to Black Mist Noble, even to Black Mist Scion. The naked prospect sent the crowd into a frenzy. Lu Chibi nodded inwardly. Her words had hit home, boosting morale and the odds of success. Then hear my command, drop everything else. At any cost, ensure our king is born. As you command, milady. Yensha City, Noble District, Residence 33. Willie, your casting is pretty sharp. By the Sandy Lake,
Zhan En sprawled on a lounge chair beneath a large black umbrella. Watching Officer Willie flick the line with crisp precision, he couldn't help but praise him. The elegant arc even outclassed genius. You flatter me, young Master Zhan En. Willie stole a glance at the stone bucket by his feet still fishless and felt his weathered cheeks flush. It baffled him. On ordinary outings 10 casts brought 5 fish. Today, after more than a dozen casts, the bucket was empty. What was going on? Not a single bite. Roar. Huh. Pathetic. The 3 familiars squatting on the riverbank shrieked in unison, gloating. They tilted their heads and bared their fangs, clearly treating the elderly sheriff whose rod was barely steady as a punchline. Outwardly, Whaley kept his eyes on the bobber, yet his peripheral vision stayed locked on the 3 snarling silhouettes. Every sneer and contemptuous look jabbed at his nerves. Pathetic? Those creatures dare say I can't fish? Heat flared in Whaley's chest, blood rushing to his head. He remembered dog paddling in quicksand at 3, scooping fish barehanded in the desert lake at 5, being hailed the Sandfish King at 12, then winning runner-up in the Yansha City Sheriff Fishing Tournament, several times always losing the title only because the High Sheriff monopolized it. The memories roared through his mind. He sprang up, his small eyes blazing with anger and resolve, and bowed deeply to Zhan En, who was leisurely sipping tea. Young Master Zhan En, may I have your permission to challenge your 3 subordinates? Zhan En sized him up. An ordinary high-ranked esper wants to take on all 3. Puzzled yet intrigued, he nodded. Granted. Roar? Huh. Huh. The 3 familiars cocked their heads, malice gleaming in their eyes. Exactly. Whaley bellowed. Today you'll learn not everyone can be mocked. Roar. Huh. Heh. The familiars instantly unleashed their auras. A violet psionic field, crimson flames, and a withering domain rolled out like a tidal wave. Wind tore at the sand, daylight dimmed, and it seemed they would grind Whaley to dust the very next second. He blanched, realized the misunderstanding, and frantically waved his arms. Stop. Not that kind of contest. I mean a fishing competition. The 3 overwhelming powers halted at the tip of his nose. The familiars exchanged glances. Brawling they enjoyed, but fishing wordlessly, they withdrew their power, turned away as if they'd heard nothing, and obediently squatted beside their master. Having brushed past death, Whaley's clothes were soaked with sweat. He no longer dared speak of a challenge, and simply cast his line again in silence. Zhan En took a sip of black tea, secretly amused. So it's fishing them, he thought. Not a chance. He looked up at the sun. His sister should be arriving soon. A mole in Yansha City was a certainty, but the black convict's confession was likely misdirection. Better to wait until she arrived to act. He set the teacup on its tray, his tone gentle but firm. Sheriff Whaley, stay here and fish for a while. You seem to be enjoying yourself. Outside the gate of Yansha City, a sudden burst of hoofbeats sent the sentries on high alert. Through the billowing dust, a squadron of cavalry burst out of the haze like a storm wind. Cavalry? Someone breathed, and the wall erupted in nervous shouts. Captain, riders incoming. Hold fast, form ranks. The captain ordered, his voice steady even as his thoughts churned. Every rider radiated a suffocating surge of spiritual power, leagues above that of common soldiers. Why would such a force appear at Yansha City's gates? Suppressing his doubts, he gave the command. Armor clanged as the guards snapped into a textbook defensive line. Gripping their weapons, they scarcely dared to breathe. The murderous aura ahead made every hair stand on end. As the cavalry closed in, sunlight blazed across their silver-white armor. The captain's eyes narrowed. The fire guard. He had seen them a decade earlier, locked in a brutal battle against deep-dwelling BS, a nightmare that still jolted him awake. Stand down, fire guard approaching. He shouted. The fire guard? The secret corps that protects the sacred flame? White armor, the mark of fire, it's them. Silence. The captain barked, and the hubbub ceased. The soldiers split into 2 neat lines, rigid at attention, though curiosity flickered in their eyes. At the head rode EC. She gazed at the looming gate, pulse quickening. Yansha City. Soon she would see her brother again. Praise the sacred flame. Welcome to Yansha City. Please present your pass, the captain said, offering a flawless salute. The troop bristled with power, yet their leader's aura was utterly restrained like a sheer cliff facing a sandstorm, chilling him to the bone. Very well, came the calm, commanding reply. He accepted a crimson alchemical ring with both hands, though his fingers trembled. Crimson reserved for the exalted controllers. In its center gleamed a relief of a winged greatsword crest of the Charles family. He had studied the insignia when young Master Zhan En visited. Could this be Archduchess EC? The thought flashed through him. Lowering his gaze, he slid the ring into the verification device. A pulse of blue light flared, then vanished. He retrieved the ring and offered it back, both hands shaking. My lady, your pass. Proceed. Clop, clop, clop. The steady rhythm of hooves echoed through the gate. The guards watched the legendary fire guard disappear into the streets, stunned into silence. The fire guard. Archduchess EC. What upheaval was about to shake Yansha City? After they rode into Yansha City, EC and her companions caused exactly the stir she had anticipated. Cavalry. Cavalry in the streets. Since when does Yinsha City have cavalry? Idiot. That's the Fire Guard, the keepers of the sacred flame. The Fire Guard. The chatter washed along both sides of the avenue like a tide. EC swung out of the saddle, gauged the direction of the garrison, and raised her hand. Head for the Yinsha City garrison first. Yes, ma'am. The Fire Guard answered in unison. Dozens of warhorses thundered forward, flinging dust into the air. At the garrison gate, EC produced the badge that granted the Fire Guard absolute authority. The sentry's pupils shrank. He heaved the heavy iron doors aside and bowed the riders through. Guided by a soldier, they stabled their mounts, passed between rows of rough jute tents, and stepped into the largest reception marquee. Inside, all was silent. A sweep of Yisa's senses told her only one senior officer remained in the entire camp. Where were the rest of Yinsha City's command staff? And where was Commander Malin? She said quietly, I want to see Commander Malin. The escort snapped to attention. My lady, a messenger has already been sent. Hurried footsteps sounded outside before he finished speaking. Battalion Captain Barossa of the Yinsha garrison lifted the flap and entered, his burly frame moving with unusual caution. He bowed deeply to the figure at the head of the tent. Battalion Captain Barossa of the Yinsha City garrison, reporting to the fire commander. EC sat beneath the flame-shaped crest, her presence as deep as the sea. Cold sweat beaded Barossa's rugged face. If the fire guard had left Xinhua City, something serious was underway. This unit, charged with guarding the sacred flame, wielded absolute jurisdiction over every city-state. They never abandoned their post without compelling cause. EC looked up. Barossa, where is Commander Malin? By regulation, once the fire guard arrives, we assume joint command with the local garrison. All other operations yield to us. Barossa's lashes quivered. The sweep in Sector 4 against the Black Felons was Yinsha City's highest secret, and disaster could follow a single slip. Without direct orders from Malin, he dared not reveal more. Commander Malin is out on duty, my lady. A runner has been dispatched. Please wait a moment. Out. EC frowned, sensing concealment, but choosing not to press. Her immediate priority was her brother, Zhan En. Her voice remained steady, yet brooked no argument. Barossa, activate the garrison's intelligence net and locate Zhan En Charles at once. Barossa froze, unsure he had heard correctly. You mean young Master Zhan En? The fire guard had named that half-elf noble outright. Recalling the youth's background, he felt a chill. Yisa's gaze darkened. Barossa's instinctive reaction confirmed her brother had already stirred up trouble in Yinsha City. She masked her emotions and motioned for him to continue. A young Master Zhan En. Barossa weighed his words. Let me start with what the whole city already knows, he began. The moment young Master Zhan En stepped into Yinsha City, it was like a hurricane sweeping up desert sand. The gates overflowed with people, their cheers whipping the dust into a roar. It felt as if every man, woman, and child had come to watch. Yisa's eyebrows knitted. In this unfamiliar city-state her brother had stirred up such a scene? The worst possibilities flashed through her mind. What if some love-struck older woman spirited Zhan En away? She resolved to lecture him the instant they met. Travel quietly, stop attracting that kind of uproar. Barossa continued. Young Master Zhan En not only uncovered the Jinsha Society's secret ties to the Haidu cult, he personally directed the operation that ripped Jinsha out by the roots. He gave plenty of detail, carefully omitting classified intelligence on the Black Felons. The words personally directed made EC start. Tell me, was Zhan En hurt in the fighting? A surge of psionic pressure seemed to tear the air apart. Hair bristling, Barossa shook his head frantically. No, absolutely unharmed. He never even lifted a hand. His subordinates did all the fighting. Good. EC let out a silent breath. Where is he now? Only then did Barossa notice how unusual her concern was. The bond between this flame commander and young Master Zhan En had to be extraordinary. His gaze drifted to the crest on her greatsword, Charles family insignia. In a flash the pieces aligned. The Silverblade Archduchess, EC. With her identity confirmed, his earlier nervousness vanished. Young Master Zhan En is staying at Residence 33 in the Noble Quarter. Ill. Boom. A sudden gale lifted sand and dust. The lady vanished on the spot. Where did she go? A member of the Flame Guard waved him off. Forget the commander, she's eager to see her brother. Captain Barossa, please arrange quarters for us. We'll wait here until she returns. The guard's tendency to break formation was nothing new. After this grueling forced march, everyone just wanted a bath and some rest. This way, Barossa summoned soldiers at once. Convinced now that EC was the legendary Silverblade Archduchess, he fretted anew. The Flame Guard wouldn't appear out of nowhere, just for a family visit. Please, don't let this drag me in. Boom. Boom. In the night sky over Yinsha City, a streak of silver sliced the clouds like lightning, arrowing toward Residence 33 in the Noble Quarter. As EC glanced down at the lamplight, a memory surfaced. The first time she came to Yinsha City, she had stayed in this very house. Boom. The silver light slammed into the courtyard, its thunderous impact rattling the entire estate. Look up there. Enemies. We're under attack. The three familiars standing guard around Zhan En snapped into a triangle, shielding their master. They sensed an overwhelming aura hurtling toward them, scales tightening like iron plates. That aura? Inside the living wall of familiars, Zhan En broke into a radiant grin. Sovereign class. A stranger of that rank. Sheriff Willie had been quietly fishing when his eyelid began to twitch. A man of his experience knew that beings of this level never appeared without a purpose. Panic crept in. Was he about to be dragged into something huge? Boom. A silver-white beam struck the courtyard. It kicked up only a faint puff of dust, its power confined with chilling precision. Roar. Master, get back. Wow, that's strong. Protect the master. Hong Ling leapt into a fighting stance, shielding Zhan En. Jinya landed beside it, tail and wings raised, both alert and confused. Who was this woman, and why did she look so much like the master? A closer probe revealed no hostility. Izish is not an enemy. Zhan En patted his three familiars, stepped past them, and bowed with deliberate formality. Good day, sister. Isi paused. Her little brother had never greeted her so formally. A heartbeat later she snapped back. Good day, Zhan En Charles. She threw out his full name in a tone that burned. Sensing trouble, Zhan En quickly changed tack. Come on, sis, no need to be angry. Isi ignored him. She closed the distance and grabbed his cheeks. Zhan En Charles, care to explain what in the world is going on? She kneaded his face from side to side. Getting bolder, aren't you? What have I always told you? Safety first. No recklessness. Call me at once. And yet here we are. The softness under her fingers dredged up childhood memories, and she couldn't bring herself to stop. Knowing he was at fault, Zhan En stopped struggling. Sismfo, am I supposed to explain while you're doing that? Ziwo and Hong Ling stamped in panic beside them. Roar. Master, hold on. He'll save you. Jinya blocked them. Idiots. That's the master's sister. Can't you see he isn't resisting? Watching the siblings tussle, her golden pupils glimmered. She pinched at the air, whispering, so wholesome. In the corner, the lone outsider, Willie, felt sheer embarrassment. Was he even allowed to watch this? The moment the silver light arrived, Head recognized her current head of House Charles, Marshal of Flame, Grand Duke of the Silver Blade, foremost talent of the new generation, Sovereignty. He hurriedly picked up his fishing rod, turned his back, and pretended to concentrate on the water. You don't see me. Old man's half blind. Half deaf, please don't let the young lord kill me. Sismthir's still an outsider. Zhan En finally remembered Willie and jerked his head toward him. Relax. The outsider will disappear in a moment. Isi, still savoring the moment, kept kneading. Her brother had grown up long ago. When was the last time she could do whatever she wanted? Boom. A surge of vast psionic power exploded. Sky and wind lost all color as a silver curtain swallowed the courtyard. Willie's face drained of blood. The suffocating pressure nearly stopped his heart. He tried to plead. Your Grace, I didn't see a thing. Boom. A second, denser pillar of silver energy crashed down. He had no chance to resist before he was slammed into the ground. A makeshift seal flared to life. Now the outsider could neither see nor hear. His consciousness was gone. Zhan En winced inwardly. Was this a bit excessive? He lowered his head in silent apology to Sheriff Willie, who was trussed up nearby. The poor man had shown up at the worst possible moment, right in the middle of his sister's fury, and was now taking the brunt of her anger. Hoping for a chance to explain, he tried to lift his head, only to have his cheeks pinched out of shape, his words squeezing out in ragged bursts. Jess, let me explain. YS remained unmoved. Her fingers kept their vice-like grip as she let out a cold laugh. Explain? Is that why I came here? But you just said you wanted me to. His face was stretched into every imaginable shape before he could finish. Excuses, every single one. Her blade-sharp stare left him no choice but to roll his eyes and surrender. When her brother finally looked aggrieved, YS released him and softened her tone. Come on, it was only a little face squeezing. You loved it when you were small. Zhan En's mouth twitched. Love it. It had been pure struggle back then, and the memory alone made him want to scream. YS drew him into a gentle hug and patted his back. There, I know you've grown up. I won't embarrass you in front of others anymore. Hearing that half-hearted promise, Zhan En cast a sidelong glance at Willie, still sealed in the corner, and felt sure plenty more people would share the unlucky sheriff's fate. Sis, listen to me. I really wasn't acting recklessly this time. He hurried to defend himself, tapping his forehead. Another prompting from a lesser deity? YS narrowed her eyes. Don't you think those promptings have been coming a bit too often lately? Zhan En's expression froze for a heartbeat. Then he shrugged. Have they? You don't really know how other marks behave, do you? YS fell silent. Information on lesser deity marks was scarce, so she couldn't judge whether his situation was abnormal. Still, even if a god was guiding him, it was far too dangerous. I know you went after the Golden Sands Society alone. That was insane. The thought that Charla's future would vanish if her brother was hurt sent a chill through her. She tightened her arms instinctively, as if she could hold him there forever. Zhan En's chest was being crushed. Sis, too tight. Sorry. YS loosened her grip, yet still refused to let go entirely. Coughing, Zhan En drew a deep breath. His sister's reaction startled him. He could almost feel her intent to keep him under permanent house arrest, and the idea sent a shiver down his spine. He quickly tried a different tack. Don't worry, sis. Ziwo, Hongling, Jinya come here and let her see you. Words were useless, strength would speak for him. Once she saw the trump cards he now held, her attitude was bound to change. Roar. Ah, master. 3 familiars appeared at once, each with a distinct aura, yet all equally imposing. At Zhan En's command, they moved closer. Isi had sensed the presence of 3 extraordinary creatures long before she touched down. What exactly were they? She landed beside Zhan En, her eyes sweeping back and forth over the bizarre summons. A hulking figure in bone armor etched with violet spirals, a wraith-like being wrapped in scarlet flames, and a withered dryad bound in golden vines. Little brother, where did you get subordinates that look this strange? Isi asked. Big sister, these are the 3 exalted familiars I evolved from my skeleton warriors Ziwo, Hongling, and Jinya. Zhan En introduced them solemnly. At his command, the trio erupted in unison. Amethyst force field, crimson inferno, withering domain. 3 terrifying pillars of power tore into the sky. Violet, red, and gold energy twisted together overhead, forming a colossal vortex that split the heavens into separate battlefields. This was elite, high-tier strength, and 3 of them had appeared at once. Yice's heart pounded. Zhan En had mentioned top-tier summons in his sheepskin letter. Shed thought he was exaggerating. Seeing them now, she realized he hadn't been boasting. With these 3, he scarcely needed to fear any opponent. Zhan En, how did you elevate them? Was this also the Lesser God's guidance? Yes, all of it came from the Lesser God's guidance, Zhan En answered devoutly. Wait, you actually pushed your spirit to 19? Isi tapped his forehead, sending a thread of psionic power into him. 19, no doubt about it. The letter had said so, yet the confirmation still left her stunned. Less than a year after awakening, and had already reached 19. Her face blossomed into a smile. She ruffled his hair fondly. I'm sorry for doubting you earlier. Please accept my apology. It's all right, sister. This whole situation turned out a bit different from what I expected, Zhan En admitted, quietly relieved she wouldn't press him further. What do you mean? Isn't everything over? Isi asked. The city guard had reported that Zhan En wiped out the Golden Sand Society, and on her way here, she had personally killed the last bishop of the Black Venom cult. Both the conspirators and their allies were gone. The matter should have been settled. Not at all, Zhan En said, frowning. On my way here, I met a mortally wounded Black Venom bishop. Before he died, he revealed that the cult had been betrayed by the Golden Sand Society and ambushed by humans almost wiped out. And now that you've destroyed the Golden Sand Society, what? The Black Venom cult in Roxan City has already been exterminated? Isi was stunned. She had only known that the Golden Sand Society had reported them. She had no idea the cult had been purged, and no official word had reached the city. You didn't know? She pressed. Why wouldn't the authorities publicize such a major success? Zhan En shook his head. I have no idea. But what's done is done. The real issue is that after the Golden Sand Society fell, black felons appeared inside Roxan City. They're preparing a gateway ritual, and they're nearly finished. What? Black felons here? And the gateway ritual is almost complete? Yice's pupils constricted. Her brother had no reason to lie. She believed him instantly. Connecting the garrison's strange behavior with what she had seen, Isi suddenly understood the troops were hiding something. She gave a terse report. I led my escort to the Yensha City barracks today and found only 1 high-level psionic on guard. The commander was nowhere to be seen. Zhan En nodded. He already knew why. An anonymous tip had claimed the Dark Sinners would hold a ritual in Sector 4, so the 3 overseers had taken almost all of the city's elite fighters to stage an ambush and wipe them out at once. Isi, however, felt something was off. The location of any Dark Sinner ritual was always a closely guarded secret, known only to a handful of top leaders. There had never been a case of advanced leakage. Either the ritual was detected before it began, or it was forcibly broken up after it started. She lifted her gaze, eyes sharp. How could that intel suddenly get out? Sensing his sister's doubt, Zhan En spoke softly. Because it's a trap. A feint to lure Yensha's leadership away from their post. The city's leaders are really that foolish? Anger surged in Yice's chest. The Jinsha Guild's collusion with the Black Venom cult had gone unnoticed until her brother risked his life to expose it. And now the Dark Sinners were leading those same leaders by the nose. She began to wonder if they were incompetent or simply willfully blind. Zhan En remained calm. It may not be stupidity. While wiping out a squad of Dark Sinners, I confirmed by chance that there's a mole inside Yensha City. Every confidential order from the top is being passed straight to the enemy. A mole. Yice's brow tightened, and her vast psionic power rippled outward uncontrollably. Waves rose on the windless sand lake, and the lurking sandfish flattened themselves against the bottom, shivering in fear. If a mole truly existed, everything made sense. The Jinsha Guild and Black Venom cult could operate in the shadows, and the Dark Sinners could lay bait with ease. She set aside the question of how her brother had learned all this, and quickly followed the logic. Zhan En, you haven't told Yensha's leaders about the mole yet, have you? Otherwise they wouldn't have sent nearly all their forces to Sector 4. You're as sharp as ever. Zhan En nodded approval. I didn't want to alert the traitor, so I planned to investigate quietly. Besides, I've already wrecked the Dark Sinner's descent plan. They're short a pseudo-king level fighter, so even if the ritual starts, they can't sustain it. Before he could finish, Zhan En added the latest development. By coincidence, the city constable arrested a Dark Sinner today. Under interrogation, the prisoner described the mole's appearance pointed ears, apparently a half-elf. A half-elf? There are no half-elves serving in Yinsha at all. Yisa's confusion deepened, her brows knitting tighter. If the information had surfaced, why did it point to a race that didn't exist here? Zhan En drew a long breath. I suspect the Dark Sinners are framing me to sow chaos. I hold no official post, yet I know every recent directive against them. The outsider in our yard, Constable Willie, came to summon me for a questioning session. With that, Zhan En laid out his theory. A traitor is trying to frame you. EC erupted in fury, her psionic power exploding outward. Towering pillars of sand and water burst from the lake, and sandfish rolled up with pale bellies exposed, their fragile bodies shredded by the violent surge. In a voice like ice she ordered, Zhan En, go back to Ember City now. Leave the rest to your sister. Even in anger, she put her brother's safety first. Although his three familiars were powerful, Zhan En himself remained an obvious weak point, and with a mole conspiring openly with the Black Felons, she wanted him far from the eye of the storm. No, I can't go back. Zhan En shook his head. Without Hong Ling's help, exposing the traitor would be nearly impossible, and both the credit and the high-grade Reaper gear stored in Roxan City's warehouse were still up for grabs. He couldn't just walk away. It's far too dangerous here, and a low-ranker like you has no business getting involved. Isa's refusal was absolute. If the Black Felons reopened the rift, Roxan City would drown in blood, and she would not allow her brother to stand at the center of it. Sis, it's really not that bad. We still have the teleport scroll as a fallback. Zhan En protested. They were already this close to catching the mole and crushing the Black Felons. How could they finish without him? EC pinched his cheek, her voice gentle yet firm. Be good and do as you're told. When this is over, you can stay in Roxan City, as long as you like. The baby talk made Zhan En's teeth ache, but her mind was clearly made up. After weighing his options, he yielded. Fine. Good boy. I knew you wouldn't make your sister worry. EC tapped his forehead. Zhan En reasoned that with his sister holding the line and Hong Ling beside her, things would be under control and the merit would still be his. But he made one condition. Hong Ling has to stay. It can spot any mole below high rank. Wah! Hong Ling bobbed into the air, its tiny figure drooping at the thought of leaving its master. Zhan En quickly praised it. Hong Ling, you're the strongest one here. Catching the mole depends on you. Wah! Hong Ling puffed out its chest, brimming with pride. EC studied the little creature hovering over her brother's head. It can really identify a mole? Doubt colored her voice. Yes, it has a keen sense for negative emotions. Anyone harboring ill intent can't hide from it. Zhan En artfully disguised Hong Ling's true ability to read soul waves. If people learned it could peer into their innermost thoughts, chaos would follow, and even his sister would probably borrow the sprite indefinitely for interrogations. He couldn't allow that. Incredible. EC remained skeptical. Yet if the sprite truly had that power, she would want to sweep not only Roxan City, but every nearby city-state, Ember City included. Zhan En, if there's nothing else, leave the city quietly and let me handle the rest. Her tone was decisive. That was almost too fast. The suddenness startled Zhan En. EC cupped his face, her tone soft yet unwavering. Roxan City is the eye of the storm. The sooner you leave, the safer you'll be. Be good and listen. All right, sis, but there are a few details you need to know. He couldn't fight City Hall, so he gave in. Leaving would also let him gather the materials needed for Sentinel Guard's next upgrade. EC nodded. Getting him out was the best outcome. With both Black Felons and human moles watching him, stepping away from the vortex was unquestionably the safest choice. Sis, take this blue salt sand to the Bays family in High-End City and have them look for those Ersba ancient coins. Zhan En placed several small cloth pouches in EC's palm. When she loosened the ties, nearly translucent grains gleamed under the sunset special salt sand he had painstakingly gathered in the silent desert. Give everything to the Bays family on the day I leave Yinsha City, he added softly. The Bays family is famous for its trading caravans, which rumble between city-states in towering metal convoys. Zhan En chose them for their vast information network. If anyone could track down the Ersba coins, it was them. While the Relics Merit Exchange Hall remained hidden, many people were eager to sell old treasures for next to nothing. This was the fastest way he could think of to raise funds. EC unfolded the parchment. A faint blend of sandalwood and desert dust rose from it. The coin's design was strange, a jagged outline like battlements, which on closer look was a chain of tiny shields linked end to end. Do you need a certain amount? She asked, concern deepening in the dusk, though she did not question his purpose. As long as her brother left this storm soon, she would be at ease. The more the better, Zhan En said flatly. Pay the going rate for ordinary ancient coins. The sand's value will cover it. Let the Bays family deduct their fee. But if the price is too high, people will start asking questions. Their talk ended on that assurance. After Zhan En promised yet again to leave at dawn, EC departed with Hong Ling, heading for the governor's compound to unmask the mole hiding there. Night wind swept the courtyard, and ripples on the sand lake stilled. Moonlight painted silver threads across the water while Zhan En pondered. With Hong Ling's help, the traitor would surface sooner or later. The Heizuetu cult's false king ritual was ruined, so they would lie low for a while. Still, he felt he was missing something. He shook off the thought and went inside to pack. Ziwo and Jinya flanked him, silent as ever. In a corner lay the bound Sheriff Whaley, hoarse from shouting. Master Zhan En, I swear I heard nothing, please let me out. The last rays of daylight slipped from the dunes, and the noble's quarter sank into an orange shadow. A lavish carriage halted soundlessly before gate 33. Lady Shabina, we have arrived, the driver announced, opening the door. A blood-red hem, lush to the point of decadent, appeared first, followed by a woman whose skin was almost translucent. Shabina surveyed the unremarkable house, brow furrowing. So this is where my little mean lives, she murmured. Clearly, the modest residence clashed with her idea of an honored guest. Inside, Zhan En sorted scrolls, potions, and tomes into his pack when he sensed 2 shield guards outside yet another visitor. He sighed. Even this out-of-the-way courtyard felt like a marketplace. Ziwo, see who it is. Roar. Ziwo perked up and clattered across the gravel, eager to show off now that Hong Ling was gone. Let it not be the garrison again, Zhan En muttered, hands still busy. At the gate, Shabina's servant knocked. No response came from within. My lady, there's no answer. A bloodbat swooped down, whispering at Shabina's ear. Her crimson lips curved in confidence. Keep knocking. My mean is definitely inside. Impatient longing burned in her eyes. She could hardly wait to reunite with him. After a brief pause, the massive doors creaked open, revealing a towering figure draped in black and crimson. Sinister patterns of the same hues coiled across its body, while ghostly violet vortices of varying sizes glimmered on its skin, as though ready to drag away any soul that stared too long. An exposed heart beat openly in its chest, surrounded by a collage of human faces cold, rigid, and utterly lifeless. Monster, protect the lady. The guards at the carriage shouted, spiritual energy surging through them as runes on their gear flared to life. Stand down, it belongs to little mean, Sabina said with a casual wave, though her gaze roamed the creature with sharp interest. She had heard that Mean's power had soared, and that he now commanded 2 fearsome beasts. Seeing one firsthand confirmed every rumor. The stench of death rolled off Ida, creature of bone. Sabina's crimson pupils narrowed as she wondered, a summoned being? You all stay outside, she ordered. She stepped alone through the doorway, where a violet vortex whisked her away and she vanished. Creak. Only after the doors closed did the guards notice 2 skeletal monsters, each 3 meters tall, standing silently in the gloom, their white bones wrapped in a frigid miasma that chilled the heart. Look at that greatsword, it's young Master Zhan En's skeletal warrior. A sharpie guard from Xinhua City cried. It is. I saw it at the torch tournament, but the pressure it gives off now is 10 times stronger, must have evolved it again. Hisses of succoden breath spread through the group. Their chatter grew louder, and they completely forgot that their mistress had entered alone. The heavy doors closed once more, shutting out the commotion outside. Inside residence number 33, crystal lights glowed softly, and the polished ebony floor reflected every silhouette. Long time no see, my little mean. Sabina's red lips were like ripe berries, and a heady scent of blood lingered in her breath, as though it would envelop the young Zhan incompletely. Sa Zhan En began, but the look in her eyes forced him to swallow the rest. Little mean, she breathed against his ear, her voice sultry yet tinged with displeasure. What did you just call me? The tickle at his ear made Zhan En sigh inwardly, and he obediently corrected himself. Mina, it's been a while. He was genuinely surprised his elder sister from distant Xinhua City had only just arrived after several days' notice. Yet Sabina had appeared the very same day and found him without effort. Don't you want to see me? Sabina straightened, and her narrowed eyes flashed with dangerous light. It's not that. I'm just surprised, Zhan En replied calmly. He withdrew his arm and gestured politely. Please, have a seat. It's impolite to remain standing. A shielded guard stepped forward silently and poured her a cup of black tea with practiced ease. Here you are. Zhan En handed her the porcelain cup, and when their fingertips touched, her warm fingers traced a fleeting pattern across his palm, sending a subtle ripple through him. Sabina took a sip, her eyes curving in a smile. Not bad, very smooth. Her crimson eyes reflected the boy's handsome features without wavering. Zhan En's heart jolted, but he forced it down and fixed his gaze on her shoulder, where a blood-red bat perched like a statue, its eyes rolling now and then to show it was very much alive. Congratulations. It looks as though you reaped quite a haul from the bloodbat. After that last deal, the 2 of you should have gone your separate ways. So why would she come here on her own initiative? Had something happened to the bloodbat? Zhan En tried to guess why Shabina had chosen to visit him. Hearing this, Shabina set her teacup down and interlaced her fingers beneath her chin. Yes, she said, the spoils were enormous, far beyond anything I'd imagined. Zhan En did not reply at once, because beneath the table a soft, bare foot kept brushing his calf, the faint friction stirring distracting thoughts. Shabina's eyes danced with amusement, and she unconsciously leaned forward, revealing a snowy neck as flawless as sculpted jade. Little me in, whatever reward you want, I can give it to you, she whispered. A slow smile curved her lips, and on her shoulder the bloodbat silently exhaled a thin red mist, deepening the sultry mood. Zhan En steadied himself, lifted his emerald eyes, and answered without hesitation. If possible, I'd like spirit equipment that boosts my skeleton summons. Since she insisted on giving him something, he might as well ask for what he needed. Extra relics suited to a necrologist were always welcome, and anything that strengthened his skeletal army was ideal. Shabina's expression chilled at once. Spirit equipment, she snapped. So that's all you care about when I'm standing here like this? You have no reaction at all. Never in all these years had anyone dismissed her so completely. In a burst of anger, she kicked Zhan En hard under the table and stood up. Fine. 3 items radiating powerful spiritual energy appeared on the tabletop, their quality unmistakably high. Take your precious gear and leave. The moment the words left her mouth, Shabina realized what she had said. Mortified and furious, she muttered, "You've addled my wits." With a cold snort she whirled around and strode out of the hall, fuming as she headed for the main gate. Once outside, her angry mask smoothed into calm. This way, little me in should feel guilty toward me, she thought. She knew impatience would only ruin good tea. Little me in was too young. He might not have those desires yet, but she had to stake her claim in his heart first. Someday, when that desire finally awakened. She licked her lips and swallowed quietly. Inside the hall, Zhan En's attention was wholly captured by the 3 relics on the table. By the time he surfaced from his thoughts, Shabina was already gone. She left so fast. Was she really angry? He murmured. In his mind, the ageless Shabina should not lose her temper so easily, least of all over something like this. But the facts spoke for themselves. Sighing, he resolved to apologize properly the next time they met. With his conscience pricked, he decided he must not let their relationship sour. Since he could no longer catch up with her, he might as well inspect the prizes she had left behind. He bent forward eagerly. The first item was a pair of deep green boots, glyphs flickering across their surface, clearly no ordinary gear. Boots of Nubian death, grade 12. Durability, pale gold, 42. Requirement, spirit 9. Necrologist route special bonus, skeleton reanimation 3, venom infusion 3. Pale gold combat boots. No wonder Zhan En's heart leapt with delight. That grade was rare enough on its own. Boots that actually suited a Requiem bearer were almost unheard of. On top of that, this pair offered unusually high defense. Normally only guardians and other frontline paths bothered stacking armor on their boots. Requiem bearers and arcanists fought from range. If an enemy closed in, boot plating meant little, and light, agile footwear mattered far more. For that reason, almost no one invested the effort to forge high-quality boots for a Requiem bearer. But these boots were different. Each one carried a dual enchantment, Skeletal Rebirth 3 and Venom Infusion 3. Sabina had clearly gone to great lengths. The boost to Skeletal Rebirth spoke for itself, and because both boots were from the same set, Venom Infusion stacked straight to level 6. Venom Infusion. Spend Psynergy to coat a weapon in lethal poison whose potency scales with the skill's level. A fresh poison option meant any toxin-averse foe would be in serious trouble. Boots secured. Zhan En turned to the 3rd spirit gear. It was a deep blue pauldron etched with patterns like glacial fissures, cold enough that frost formed on his fingertips after only a few seconds of contact. Pauldron of Demos, Emperor of the Great Freeze. Grade, pale gold. Durability, 46. Requirements, Insight 9 Requiem Bearer Path. Special enchantments, Skeletal Rebirth 3, Chill of the Departed 3. Another pale gold piece, again boosting Skeletal Rebirth tailor-made for a Requiem Bearer. In addition, Chill of the Departed could unleash a massive burst of deathly cold, freezing all life within range, its power scaling with level. Combined with earlier spirit gear such as his bone spear, Zhan En could now pass for a full-fledged Requiem bearer without learning any extra skills at all. That made 3 pale gold Requiem items an extravagant gift by any measure. He had not forgotten Sabina's earlier present, the bone death necklace, also pale gold. 4 pieces in total, each one amplifying skeletal summons, worth far more than the paltry bloodbat intel he had provided. 1 piece could be chalked up to mentoring the junior generation, 2 might be called appreciation, 3, or even 4 impossible, without ulterior motives. The price she was paying had to serve some purpose, and from Sabina's behavior Zhan En had a fair guess what that purpose was. Is all this enough to buy me outright? He mused, then shook his head. Impossible. But giving back any of this gear was equally impossible. Better to stash it for now and deal with the consequences later. If the situation truly became untenable, well, by then he'd be older anyway. Let her profit when that day comes. My life has always been a prize everyone covets. He laughed at himself. Pushing the thought aside, Zhan En withdrew a mass of pitch-black fluid from his storage space. The phantom gear dropped when he killed the Black Sand King, capable of copying the attributes of a pauldron. Since 2 pauldrons could be equipped at once, he pressed the pauldron of demos into the inky substance. In the blink of an eye, a jet-black liquid swallowed the pale gold armor piece. Within 3 heartbeats, the darkness tightened and reshaped itself in his palm, solidifying into a set of razor-edged pauldrons whose aura was almost identical to the original. Zhan En studied the new gear, a satisfied curve tugging at his lips. Frostbound Emperor Moore's pauldron's mythic spirit gear. Grade: pale gold. Durability: mythic, 46. Special bonuses: skeletal rebirth 3, chill of the fallen 3. He strapped one to each shoulder, and his skeletal rebirth skill instantly climbed another 6 levels. All told, that single upgrade had pushed the skill a full 12 levels higher. Figures flashed through his mind. The reward for crushing the Jinsha Society Scarlet Requiem, a purple spirit gear that grants skeletal summoning 2, was still unused. Stacking every boost he currently owned, his skeletal summoning had reached level 45. 31 summon slots were filled, 14 remained open. The thought made him laugh out loud. Extra slots meant the Tulip Shield Wardens, once barely sustainable, could all be promoted at last, and the newly planned Silver Gladiola Sword Guard could be summoned in bulk. Sabine's generous gifts had covered almost every short-term need. The only real bottleneck now was a mount. To push his Shield Wardens through a 3rd ascension and turn them into fearsome Black Knights, he needed 3 brutal conditions. 1. Death Messenger Spirit 20. 2. A Shield Warden at the Ascension threshold who has mastered bone horsemanship. 3. The sacrifice of a skeletal mount of purple quality or higher. Tameable creatures were already rare. Skeletal mounts were practically unheard of. Most players would have quit here, but Zhan En had been laying the groundwork since the moment he left the Desert of Stillness, in fact, even earlier. Next destination, the Samama Prairie. There, he would claim the final piece of the Black Knight puzzle. Late at night, the lights inside Porcina's alchemical curios still burned. Porcina wiped one exotic instrument after another, yet her gaze kept drifting to the door. That hot-headed girl Chili had rushed off days ago with no word, since not even a letter to say she was alive. A shadow always lurked in the child's eyes, the look of a battle-scarred veteran. The thought made Porcina uneasy. Trouble felt inevitable. Boom, boom. A sudden crash thundered down from the upper floor. The entire counter shook, glass jars wobbling dangerously. Veins bulged on Porcina's forehead as she scrambled to steady the merchandise. Again, both apprentices were endless headaches. One had vanished without a trace. The other had barricaded herself upstairs for 2 days, obsessed with making water burn harder, barely eating a proper meal. The rumbling grew louder. Even the rafters buzzed and shed dust. At this rate, the shop might collapse. Demi, quit boiling water and get down here to eat. She shouted up the stairs, forcing calm into her voice. Do you want the shop to go under? Coming, Minter. Demi's excited reply echoed back. Just a minute. My first Steam device is about to succeed. Her voice was so eager, so close to triumph, that she forgot all about her hunger. Fed up with the same excuse, Porcina couldn't hold back. Fuck. The day before yesterday you said almost done, you repeated it yesterday, and now today again. Are you planning to make history as the first psionic to starve to death? She whirled around and pounded up the wooden stairs, footsteps hammering like drumbeats. If she didn't put a stop to this, her prized apprentice would collapse beside the workbench and become a laughingstock. Study whatever you like, but today it ends. You need rest. Creaked, the door swung open. Hot vapor billowed out, but the room was empty. Demi, get out here. She scanned the laboratory iron racks, bubbling flasks, yet not a single soul. Frowning, she strode to the central bench. A strange spherical alchemical apparatus sat there, brass valves twitching while scalding steam hissed free. It had only just slipped out of control, so Demi had been gone less than a minute. Who could snatch her in the brief moment it took her to climb the stairs? Closing her eyes, she reached for the psionic mark embedded in Demi. The signal was intact, merely muffled by a spatial barrier. Direction: the silent desert. At least she's alive, small mercy. As she weighed her options, a low, amused whisper brushed her ear. Long time no see. I never imagined you'd live in a place this shabby. Red mist churned, and a swarm of blood bats beat thin wings, bearing a scarlet figure aloft. She surveyed the room, the crude wooden table, the battered bookcase, and finally fixed her gaze on Porcina, eyes filled with complicated nostalgia. Crimson lips parted. It's been a while, my dear sister. Porcina sighed inwardly, so it had come to this. She feigned confusion. Madam, you've mistaken me for someone else. With a soft rush, the bats dispersed and Sabina landed, her voice rich with meaning. Really? Who besides my beloved sister would be called Porcina? Damn. The name was far too uncommon. She realized it too late. She should have chosen a different alias. Seeing her falter, Sabina covered her mouth and laughed. You don't honestly think it was the name that gave you away, do you? No more hiding. Porcina's expression smoothed into calm. Sabina, you're still the same. Sabina's smile faded. Dear sister, Don't you think wearing that face is rather discourteous? In silence, Pokina raised a hand. Psionic energy rippled from her fingertips, shaping a pale blue mask that shattered a heartbeat later. Beneath lay a visage almost identical to Sabina's, equally beautiful, but stripped of seduction and honed to an icy edge. A cold, distant elegance stared back at her sister. Her eyes were indifferent, her ceremonial attire long forgotten. The moment her mask shattered, sweet metallic blood appeared from nowhere, racing across Pagina's skin and solidifying in the blink of an eye into a crimson gown. Its shifting glow carried a killing chill that seemed to fill the room. Not far away stood Sabina, sultry as a red rose. Seeing the transformation, she let a slow smile rise. Dearest sister, I finally found you. Before the echo faded, her gaze turned icy. She flicked her finger, and a swarm of shrieking bloodbats erupted. Red mist billowed like a tide, dissolving furniture as it passed, yet it halted inches from Pagina, blocked by the unseen ward of that blood-borne dress. Hearing the word sister, Pagina realized the earlier attack had been no more than a test. Now her cover was blown, retreat was impossible. She dropped all pretenses and spoke in a low growl. Sabina, what's happened? She knew her sister too well. Sabina would never have come unless something extraordinary had occurred. Sabina laughed softly and swept away the blood mist, letting the tension evaporate. She spread her fingers, a blood-red fan formed in her palm. As it fluttered, her voice held an almost casual thrill. Humanity's final epic has arrived. The final epic? Pagina's face darkened. Impossible as soon? Sabina remained calm. She twirled the fan, and a bead of scarlet slid from her fingertip, expanded in midair, and became a three-dimensional map. Reports show spirit tides in Xinhua City, Yansha City, Haiyan City, and Bingji City. As she spoke, each city on the map lit with drifting crimson clouds. Pagina shook her head. That proves nothing. Early in every epoch we see a surge in power. I felt it myself in Yansha City. It's no different from before. This time, it's completely abnormal. Sabina tapped the fan. The tide's density already exceeds the last epoch. Crimson scales appeared beside the map. The Sacred Fire Chronicle says the world's essence fades with each epoch, yet this early phase surge is several times stronger than the last, stronger than any on record. Silence fell. Conflict flickered in Pagina's eyes, but she clung to doubt. Anomalies don't guarantee the final epoch. It could be a fluctuation or some planar influence. Sabina had expected the objection. She tapped her palm with the fan. There's more. The number of new generation prodigies is absurd. In Xinhua City alone, 7 or 8 have already undergone multiple ascensions. Centuries used to pass before we saw one. Now they appear in clusters. Tiny figures appeared over the map, each in a distinct pose, the brightest stars and monsters of every city. Take the Silver Sword, E.C. Charles. She reached the controller realm before adulthood. Sister, you know what that means. A heavy pressure settled over them. Pagina's brow drew even tighter, yet she persisted. That still doesn't prove the final epoch is here. Maybe. Sabina closed the blood fan, her voice low and sure. But when every sign swelling spirit tides, rising prodigies, the collapse of old loss lines, can you really call it coincidence? Pagina stayed silent. Her thoughts churned, the balance tipping back and forth, but she gave no answer. Sabina knew these signs alone could not yet persuade the sister she loved most. She flicked the blood-red fan, sending a crimson haze rolling across the air. In an instant, the tiny figures that stood for each city-state's prodigies split into 2 neat columns. Pagina's pupils contracted clearly. They had been sorted by gender. The left column held only a scattering of males, while the right was packed with females, an astonishing ratio of 1 to 10. My dear Pagina, this is the greatest anomaly of all, Sabina said, her tone calm and unshakable. Even during the matriarchal epoch recorded in the chronicles, the numbers were never this skewed. Only in the final epoch, when an entire species fights for its survival, do female prodigies overwhelm the males in both quantity and quality. If enough human mothers remain alive, the race still has a chance to endure. As her words fell, an exquisitely detailed male figurine drifted above the blood diagram. It detached from the male column and settled at the very center of the crowd of females. Pagina felt a chill. She recognized him at once as Jan Charles, the name her disciples praised day after day. More startling still, his likeness alone was rendered in flawless detail, down to the gleam in his eyes. Unaware of her thoughts, Sabina continued her analysis. To maximize survival and reproduction, the bearer of epical power must be male, adored by countless females. One supreme male working alongside many powerful females is the optimal configuration for humanity to pass through the final epoch. That alone can produce a multitude of exceptional offspring. If power were split evenly between the sexes, efficiency would plummet. A cold dread crept over Pagina. Was the world-ending final epoch truly at hand? Suddenly Sabina's voice quieted. Of course, an anomaly is still an anomaly. She lifted her gaze, solemn. I have detected fluctuations from the solar court. The solar court? Pagina's heart tightened. Exactly. Sabina nodded. And not only the solar court, the Ersba United Kingdom, the realm of shadows, those very powers that dominated one or even several epochs are surfacing again. With a gentle wave, the blood mist solidified into flags, some ancient and austere, some resplendent, some regal. Even their copied patterns radiated the authority that once crushed all beneath them. Pagina frowned. The Stone of Fate records that, even if the overlords of past epochs return, they still cannot halt the end of all things, the collapse of the final epoch. That legendary steel was said to hold the destinies of every living being in the material world. After it delivered its last prophecy about the final epoch, it shattered and vanished. Some claimed it was forged to warn all life. Others dismissed it as an elaborate hoax concocted by some hidden entity to gull the world. Believers and skeptics alike argued endlessly. As the first diviners learned, no prophecy is trusted until it comes to pass. Only a handful of the strong know that the Stone of Fate predates creation itself, a mysterious monolith bearing the weight of destiny. Throughout history it has appeared time and again: the disappearance of the solar court, the downfall of the realm of shadows, the rise and fall of the Ersba United Kingdom, all were once carved upon its surface. The next morning, after bidding his sister Ec a final farewell, Zhan En unfurled his crimson gold feathered serpent wings and left Yansha City. Roughly half a month later, on an endless sea of grass, an iron tide of skeletal guards surrounded a bronze palanquin. The sun blazed overhead, the air hot enough to burn. Inside, Zhan En slowly opened his emerald eyes. A sharp gleam appeared as a tiny white dot rose on the horizon. Eastern Samama. The Samama grasslands lay before him in brilliant green, their rugged white buildings scattered across the plain. In the future he had witnessed, black mist would swallow this place. The grass would wither, the earth would split, and the land would die. Raise the banner of Xinhua City. At his command, the leading shield warrior lifted the flagpole. On the front, a mysterious flaming sigil blazed. On the back, a winged holy greatsword proclaimed the honor of the half-elf lineage of Charles. The steppes' eastern reaches were home to centaur Schumann above the waist, equine below. The white buildings ahead marked their settlement. Such aberrants had branched off from humanity through ancient mutations and, after generations, formed independent races with unique gifts. Half-elves ranked among the higher subspecies, blessed with innate affinity for spirit power. Centaurs, though less gifted, belonged to the middle tier, and every tribe boasted at least one controller-level warrior. From afar the centaurs spotted the oncoming guests, and the rippling Xinhua banner stirred them. Hunting horns and flutes soon filled the prairie, their welcome salute. To them, the half-elf blood carried by that banner commanded genuine respect. Master Centaurs. Jinya breathed beside the palanquin, seeing the race for the first time. Stay calm. Centaurs are wary of outsiders, Zhan En said evenly. The shield warriors in Ziwo were bound by his iron command, but Jinya's curiosity worried him. Understood. She forced down her eagerness, though her eyes still roamed over the centaurs ahead. To the somber, far-reaching music, the shield warriors pressed forward, their cold aura crushing the grass beneath their boots. Details emerged: mottled walls, the faint trace of carvings. Zhan En tapped the armrest, recalling a broken future where monsters roamed these ruins, the centaurs dead, the white walls shattered. For now, everything remained intact. He weighed his opening words, eyes sweeping over the centaurs who had come to meet them. Although these horsehead folk possessed humanoid bodies, those bodies were far from ordinary. Thick fur covered their skin, providing a natural layer of armor. Their striking appearance made life in human towns impossible, so they clustered at the edge of the wasteland, where years of isolation fostered an instinctive hostility, or rather, vigilance toward outsiders. Vigilance, not respect. Reclining in a bronze palanquin, Zhan En tapped the armrest with his fingertips, studying the horsemen standing at the head of the road. The warriors before him were fully armed, breastplates polished to a mirror shine, spears gleaming icily, their eyes undisguised in their contempt. Only the strongest of their kind could join this equine guard, charged with protecting the settlement. Thud, thud. Heavy iron boots advanced. The shield-bearers formed a half-moon around the palanquin and halted a few yards from the equine guard. No one offered provocation, yet the odor of blood they carried made every horseman tense, white-knuckled around their weapons. A deadly hush spread. The strange music drifting from afar cut off abruptly, as though the air itself had been sucked away. Zhan En's fingers fell still. I speak for House Charles. I am here to investigate the horseman Luodik for betraying humankind. The voice that emerged from the palanquin was cold and aristocratic. Luodiki, a horseman who had joined the Dusk cult, one of the sparks that would one day plunge this region into ruin. Passing by, Zhan En had decided to remove the threat while he could. At the name, the horsemen stirred, yet a curt shout from their officers and a few icy stares brought them back to silence. Your Excellency is? The largest warrior of the equine guard stepped forward, chest plate swelling, voice a deep rumble. My master is Zhan En Charles. Beside the palanquin, Jinya answered unhurriedly, her eyes shining with near-reverent respect as she spoke the name. Roar. Unwilling to be ignored, Ziwa let out several low growls, eager to present his own credentials. Aside from Zhan En, no one understood his proud declaration. The hoarse bestial cries only made the horsemen brace, as if for battle. The big guard tensed, his gaze flicking to the two creatures beside the palanquiniac exuding more menace than any weapon. Lord Charles, how did you learn of Luodic? He has already been executed, and even if he had not, it would be an internal matter for our people. His words were cut short by Zhan En's chill reply. Are you suggesting the half-elven have no right to involve themselves in the affairs of the horsefolk? Silence. The half-elven own of the four mightiest human subraces, sworn to guard the sacred flame. Most of their champions remained in Ember City, yet the Samama Plains still lay within their patrol. Power is authority, the horsemen knew this well. But after so long without seeing a half-elf, they had begun to entertain other thoughts. Matters of the horsefolk will be settled by horsefolk. Wrath surged from the burly guard. His eyes went round, unleashing the crushing aura of a high-level warrior straight at Zhan En. Zhan En's lips curved faintly. Meeting the pressure, he replied in an even tone. Under the covenant of the sacred flame, the half-elven are authorized to patrol the north. Boom. It felt as though the heavens were being torn apart. The auras of Zhan En's two retainers erupted, sweeping over everything and ramming the guard's momentum back into his chest. In that instant, he seemed to see mountains of corpses and seas of blood, a rain of carnage. Terror clutched his heart. The surge of power drained the color from the centaurs' faces, convincing them their lives were nothing more than blades of grass in a storm. Do you intend to betray the sacred flame covenant? The noble, icy voice cut through the air like a blade, brimming with murderous intent. The lead centaur warrior bit through his tongue, the metallic taste of blood jolting him awake. Yes, sir, the centaur race would never break faith with the sacred flame covenant. The two retainers withdrew their auras, and the chill in the air vanished at once. Lead the way. I wish to speak with your chieftain. The indifferent command left no room for argument. The reaction was exactly what Zhan En expected, confirming his suspicion. These centaurs were not especially clever, which explained how the dust cult had ambushed them with ease. The path opened. The shield guards followed their master, suppressing their own intimidating presence. The centaur guide stole a glance at the skeletal guardians, especially the two disturbingly abnormal ones, and felt his heart turn cold. Were these guests a blessing or a curse? Only the chieftain could decide. The party pressed deeper into the cluster of white buildings. Monster heads of every shape and size hung on the stone walls, some dried into leathery husks, others still dripping dark red blood, proof of recent kills. Collecting heads was an old centaur tradition and a means of tempering their strength. Among the fresh trophies, Zhan En spotted an unusual skull humanoid, eyeless, with a round, pitch-black maw. An eyeless fiend. He let his gaze slide past it. Those creatures appeared only near the mysterious ruin he sought, confirming the site was close. Entering it, however, would require another key item. They continued in silence until they reached the heart of the complex, the towering hall of the centaurs. Massive stone walls, scarred by time, marked the residence of every generation of chieftains, the symbol of supreme authority. Sir, the hall is before you. The chieftain awaits inside. The brawny guide watched Zhan En and his entourage step through the gate, then hurried off. He had to uncover the truth behind the rock incident before the half-elf arrived, or the entire tribe might suffer. In the outer hall, more centaur warriors approached. Lord Charles, this way please. Their expressions were wary, the spear tips subtly trained on the shield guards. Distrust of outsiders was etched into centaur bones. Zhan En paid no heed. Centaurs had always been this way. They left the outer hall and entered a corridor whose floor was no longer rough rock, but finely patterned stone, polished to a mirror-smooth finish by master craftsmen. At the passage's end stood a stone door nearly 30 feet high. Centaur guards flanked it on either side, their breastplates flashing cold light. The escort murmured a password. The heavy slabs groaned, dust drifting from the seams as the gate inched inward. Please, go in. The chieftain has been waiting. Zhan En lifted his gaze, sensing a deep, steady aura just as he suspected. The centaur chieftain was a controller. He stepped down from the palanquin, his two retainers close behind, and crossed the threshold. Inside, the scene unfolded in full. Gruesome monster heads hung from every wall, their flesh long dried to withered brown strips, the bone beneath glaring white. Dozens of waist-high plinths dotted the floor, each displaying another head. Faint strands of congealed blood still clung to them, and a metallic tang lingered in the air. Clearly these trophies advertised the chieftain's valor. At the hall's center, a stooped, elderly centaur slowly straightened. His dull gray mane clung to his neck, a stark contrast to the glossy coats of the younger warriors. So this is the chieftain? Zhan En thought. The tribe's situation is worse than the reports implied. They said a controller still lived, but not that he was already in his twilight years, powerful, yet unmistakably fading. I know why you've come. The old centaur rasped, stifling a cough. We won't stand in the way of your investigation into rock. He lifted a hand. Mont. A few heartbeats later, a burly centaur warrior strode in, fist thudding against his chest. Chieftain, Mond reporting. For the next 7 days you will give Lord Charles your full cooperation on my behalf. Is that clear? Mond's gaze darkened. After a brief pause he bowed. Understood, Chieftain. He turned. Lord Charles, your orders? Zhan En kept his eyes on the chieftain. The old centaur sounded cooperative, yet the 7-day limit was a clear attempt to usher them out. The centaurs clearly don't know about the dusk cult behind rock, he mused. Or perhaps they're facing some crisis no chronicle ever recorded. He broke off the glance and said to Mond, take me to Rock's quarters first. This way, please. The group departed, and the massive door closed once more. The vast hall fell silent, leaving the chieftain alone, his clouded eyes fixed on the largest skull mounted on the wall. On the eastern Samama plains, behind a low hill near the centaur settlement, a voluptuous woman had appeared without anyone noticing. From the waist up, she looked human, tight leather armor outlining every curve. From the waist down, brown tree roots plunged deep into the soil, like a lone prairie tree drawing life from the earth. Half woman, half tree, she wore a panicked expression, as if she had just escaped grave danger. Only the top of her head rose above the hill as she stole a glance at the centaur encampment never welcoming to outsiders. After a moment's hesitation, she made up her mind. The root-like lower body shrank back, revealing a pair of long, pale legs. Sir Charles, we've arrived. The sun bounced off the whitewashed walls so fiercely it was hard to keep one's eyes open, and one of the buildings had already collapsed into rubble, broken bricks carpeting the cobblestones in front of it. Zhan En glanced away and gave Mungda a cool look, clearly waiting for an explanation. When we moved in to arrest Luo Deek, the fighting got out of hand, and unfortunately it happened in his own house, Mungda said crisply. Zhan En didn't press further. Instead, with a faint smile, he changed the subject. I've heard the centaurs control the eastern trade routes of Samama. Care to show me around the market district? The tone sounded polite, but it left no room for refusal. Mungda blinked, then exhaled in relief. Any destination was fine as long as the half-elf envoy didn't dig into Ludik's case. It would be my honor. As they walked, he felt compelled to clarify. My lord, I'm not sure who told you we have a monopoly on trade. Caravans and adventurers only need safe passage, and we happen to provide it. It's mutually beneficial, nothing more. Saying so, he remembered the clan's troubles. The old chieftain was on his last breath. No successor had stepped forward, and the last thing they needed was another misunderstanding with outsiders. Zhan En heard the worry beneath his words years ago. When the chieftain was in his prime, no centaur would have sounded this humble. They threaded through 3 or 4 narrow alleys before noise crashed over them. A broad square opened up ahead, packed with voices and pounding hooves, haggling rising and falling like surf. You're in luck, Mungda said. Today's the annual trading fair. His gaze flicked across the stalls, a spark of regret in his eyes. Had planned to unload a shipment here, but now his priority was babysitting the envoy. Zhan En took in the scene. Banners of several major guilds hung high, surrounded by clusters of centaurs and a fair number of ordinary humans. In one corner, a band of adventurers had slapped together a wooden rack, piling it with captured weapons, beast bones, and assorted oddities of uncertain value. Mungda lowered his voice. If you truly intend to buy, stick to the big caravans. Those adventurers can forge anything, even artifacts from ancient ruins, and make it look convincing. He couldn't guess the envoy's age beneath the full armor and visor. He only hoped to finish this errand without complications. But the warning merely piqued Zhan En's curiosity. Let's have a look. Back in Emberhold, no one dared pass off a fake in his presence. Everything that reached him was authenticated first. Here, things were different. Centaur oversight or not, the square was a swirling mix of honest traders and con artists. For a handful of extra coins, plenty of merchants were happy to bend the truth, one side hunting for bargains, the other for gullible pockets, each content with the game. And the game persisted because every so often there really was a treasure hidden in the junk, enough to keep buyers and sellers coming back year after year. Zhan En wasn't here to hunt for bargains. He wanted to see if anything from those ruins had already slipped onto the market. Inside the secluded trading corner, the centaur Mond couldn't tear his eyes from a crude wooden rack crammed with freshly unearthed trinkets still damp with soil, plainly ancient in design, and unbelievably cheap. He knew most of it was likely worthless scrap, yet the thrill of what if it's treasure tugged hard at his reason. Zhan En had seen plenty of hopeful scavengers like him. Strolling the aisle, Zhan En let his gaze drift over the stalls until something made him pause. A flicker of suspicion crossed his eyes. Not far away, 2 bald, broad-shouldered men prowled the crowd, faces blank. Their eyes were the dull gray of cold ash, and black sigils crawled from their gleaming scalps down half their faces. Each lugged a hammer wider than his own back. Every step set metal scraping against leather with a low, grinding click. Shadow Thrall Smidier Shadow Hammer Thralls, to be exact. A chill shot through Zhan En. The title alone linked them to the long-destroyed Kingdom of Shadows. After that realm fell, a secretive faction called the Hall of Shade appeared, rumored to have seized its legacy. The power they wielded matched the kingdom's records almost perfectly, earning them the reputation of rightful heirs. To humanity, however, they were vipers in hiding. One day the Hall of Shade's sudden ambush would ruin humanity's well-prepared counteroffensive and snuff out their best chance to reclaim the light. The thought of that betrayal made Zhan En's killing instinct surge. He forced himself to stay calm, raking through every scrap of knowledge he had on the Hall of Shade. Shadowhammer thralls were core assets what had drawn them so far from their stronghold, to a city-state outside their usual reach. His mind jumped to the future slaughter of the Centaur race, blamed on the Twilight cult. If the Hall of Shade had secretly allied with the cult to erase the Centaurs, it was entirely plausible. Had Hong Ling been here, she could have read the soul waves of two mid-tier thralls without effort. Zhan En weighed his options. Seize them now and pry out the truth once Hong Ling returned? The thralls abruptly turned and headed for the street's exit. No time to lose. Zhan En murmured, "Mond, go tell your elder that the rock affair won't ensnare the Centaurs." My lord. The Centaur blinked, stunned that his mission seemed complete already. After a heartbeat, he bowed deeply. "Thank you, sir. Let me stay with. I'm wandering alone from here on. No tailing understood?" Zhan En cut him off with a wave. "Enjoy your stroll." Relieved by the promise, Mond hurried off to report to the old chieftain. Once head gone, Zhan En slipped after the two Shadowhammer thralls, intent on discovering their purpose. The marketplace was split in two. On the left it pressed against the Centaur quarter, where shouted haggling and the clash of metal merged into a single din. On the right it stretched onto an open steppe, the wind tugging at scattered tents where a handful of tightly wrapped psionists milled about. In this half of the square, Zhan En's mask and dark robes drew no notice, blending into the subdued air. He paused at a cluttered stall near two Shadowhammer thralls, affecting the leisurely manner of an ordinary shopper. Within minutes his fingers settled on a pitch-black, shard-jagged metal laced with peculiar runes, the very sort of relic that had trickled out of a nearby ruin. The symbols looked like an unknown script. "See something you like? Then buy it or move on. Don't waste my time." The vendor, draped in a black cloak, snapped in irritation. He had sacrificed a prized spirit gear to unearth this hall, hoping for a windfall, but the crowd had been thin and his patience thinner. Under his breath he muttered, "Bunch of blind idiots." When the masked man kept lingering, the vendor decided he was just another freeloader and grew even angrier. Zhan En smirked inwardly bold words. At a thought, a towering shadow surged up behind him. A violet force field unfurled and yanked the vendor into the air. The pressure was so intense the vendor couldn't even roll his eyes. Panic howled inside his head. "Centaurs? Where are the Centaurs? I paid the entry fee. Surely the guards should intervene." A few Centaur warders began to step in, but the instant their eyes met Zhan En's they veered away. Fury churned in the dangling vendor. "You Centaurs you." He couldn't fathom why the hosts didn't fear copycat chaos. The Centaurs, however, knew the truth. The masked man was a half-elf envoy. Cross him, and they couldn't contain the fallout. Punishing a stallholder was easy. Offending a half-elf was not. Weighing the risks, they chose to look the other way. With a lazy flick of his wrist, Zhan En swept every trinket on the stall into his storage space, then left the vendor suspended in the swirling violet vortex. The display drained the blood from nearby psionists' faces. The guard's indifference and Zhan En's effortless dominance carved an unbridgeable gap between him and the rest. Resistance evaporated. Those farther off packed up and fled. Those within reach bowed their heads, praying their goods wouldn't draw the attention of this rule-shattering stranger. The two Shadowhammer thralls gave Zhan En only a cursory glance. Once they confirmed he wasn't their quarry, they resumed their search. Fear, greed, curiosity, such feelings no longer existed in them. The gray figures drifted through the market, cold eyes sweeping every face. Grumbles simmered but died quickly. No one dared invite that eerie aura. The bigger caravans weren't normally intimidated by Shadowhammer agents, until someone recognized their emblem Hall of Shadows. Not a faction to offend. Let them look, it wouldn't cost anyone a pound of flesh. Zhan En tailed the two Shadowhammer thralls in plain sight, with Zilwo right behind him, and the spectacle quickly drew curious stares. Who's that masked man? Does he really intend to pick a fight with the Hall of Shadows? Look at that skeletal beast, the pressure it gives off. I've only felt that from city-state commanders. Murmurs spread through the crowd. Hidden in a corner, a black-robed watcher pressed deeper into the gloom, bright eyes locked on Zilwo, analyzing every move. What are those two thralls doing? They've been pacing around like they're searching for something or someone. Zhan En weighed the situation. Once Zilwo stepped into the open, he dropped his own disguise. If they still turn up empty-handed after a while, we'll strike first. Without warning, the thralls wheeled around, fixing on a single spot, their great hammers already in hand. Stop! Their weapons pointed at a figure swathed head to toe in black. Not a sliver of skin showed. Even the face was hidden by a seamless mask. Robes were common enough, but this airtight getup was rare. From the outline, the stranger was neither tall nor centaur-shaped, likely an outsider. The thralls advanced, and the robed figure backed away. Every step was awkward, as though they'd only just learned to walk, which puzzled the onlookers even more. No one wanted to tangle with the Hall of Shadows. Until things became clear, the crowd and the centaurs who once ruled the marketplace kept their distance. "Remove the robe," one thrall growled, hand darting to tear it off. Panic flashed behind the mask. The stranger suddenly bolted straight for Zhan En. For someone who'd been moving so clumsily, the burst of speed was startling. In a blink they stood before him, head tilted up, voice clear as a silver bell. "Lord Charles, please help me." "Oh, you know who I am." Zhan En narrowed his eyes. He had given his name when the centaurs greeted him, but he hadn't expected it to travel this fast. The thralls whirled, staring at Ziwo with open wariness, and barked, "Where shadows fall, light must flee. You will return to darkness." The words threatened the robed stranger, but the intent was to shove the Hall of Shadows' weight onto Zhan En. "Since when does the Hall of Shadows meddle in the north?" Zhan En's reply was glacial. Before the last syllable faded, a violet field surged out, engulfing the thralls. Black veins ripped across their skulls. Their strangled cries never left their throats as they froze in place, like specimens pinned to a board. That was a shadow hammer. My instincts were right. Whatever that skeletal monster is, it's terrifying. The nearby psionics recoiled, staring at Ziwo with newfound dread while silently yielding a wide berth around the group. When Mungda returned, this was the sight that greeted him. At a glance he recognized the skeleton wreathed in black smoke, the most fearsome follower serving the half-elf emissary. "Sir, this..." Before he could finish, Zhan En raised a hand. "Prepare a quiet room. I'll interrogate them myself. You don't need to follow." Mungda dared not delay. He immediately signaled a centaur guard to escort the half-elf emissary and his people to the appointed place. Zhan En's gaze shifted to the woman in the black robe. "You come with me." "Me?" She paused, glanced at the two Shadowhammer attendants hovering nearby, and, unable to hide her excitement, hurried after him. As soon as the emissaries group turned the corridor corner, Mungda called over the centaur in charge of the sector and asked in a low voice, "What happened?" "My lord, men from the Hall of Shadow were seized by Lord Charles." The words made Mungda's forehead tighten. The Hall of Shadow might dwell far off in the Sea of Shade, yet its strength was not to be taken lightly. The half-elves were even less to be provoked. If conflict between the two sides spilled onto the centaurs, their already precarious tribe would be ruined. "We must inform the old chieftain at once," he decided. In the chieftain's hall, Mungda finished his report. The white-haired chieftain's voice remained steady. "Why panic? What does this matter have to do with us centaurs?" "It still happened inside our settlement," Mungda answered with a wry smile. The old chieftain shook his head. "This place is not only our settlement. It is the northern frontier patrolled by the half-elves. No matter how many tentacles the Hall of Shadow has, it must stay curled within the Sea of Shade. Just remember where we stand." Mungda reflected on the words, once more confirming the path the centaurs would follow. He failed to notice the flicker of worry in the old chieftain's eyes for an entirely different reason. Several alleys away, in a secluded stone house, Zhan En stationed a few shield wardens outside and told Ziwo to drag the three prisoners away for safekeeping. Once the door closed, he exhaled softly. "Few safe at last." The woman stripped off her cloak, leaving only a fitted leather jerkin that could barely contain her generous curves. Frowning, she bent to rub her smooth, pale thighs and muttered, "So sore." Zhan En seated himself behind the table, looked aside, and tapped his fingers twice. "Madam, mind your manners." "What do you mean?" She blinked, then flopped into the chair opposite him. Stretching languidly, she all but melted into the seat, her long legs swinging in the candlelight. In the short time he had known her, Zhan En had already labeled her as naive. He tapped the table again, voice low. "Where did you learn about me?" Her eyes wandered. "I was in a place where I saw a portrait of that skeleton creature and of you. So I knew at once he was your subordinate." Zhan En frowned. His likeness had circulated through Iansha City for some time. It was hardly a secret. Why was she so evasive unless she was hiding something more? "Only a portrait?" His tone turned colder. It was only a portrait, she stammered, her gaze flitting everywhere except toward Zhan En. As the words left her mouth, she slumped over the table, burying her face in the crook of her arm like an ostrich with its head in the sand. Zhan En sneered inwardly. Such an exaggerated reaction, she was clearly lying. He hid his disdain, letting his voice drop to a chill. "Do you actually expect me to believe that?" The scrape of wood against stone rang out as her chair shot back. She snapped upright, ears practically twitching, resignation written across her face. "Ugh, I knew I couldn't hide it from you." She pressed her lips together, then snatched up an entire pouch of goat's milk and downed it in one go. The milky liquid slid along her porcelain neck, soaking the thin fabric of her clothes. The sight was jarring. Zhan En's brow twitched. Whatever this is, she's treating goat's milk like a convict's last drink. Pouch after pouch disappeared until her once flat belly rounded beneath her tunic. When she still didn't stop, he rapped the table, patience fraying. "That's enough, isn't it?" The pouch smacked onto the tabletop. A peculiar flush colored her cheeks as she wobbled to her feet. Zhan En, Charles, listen. You must tell anyone, she slurred, reeling toward him on a wave of cloying milk breath. Milk drunk? The absurd phrase flashed through his mind, and his lips tightened. She really had used goat's milk as if it were spirits. With her tottering on her feet, the quickest route to answers was to indulge her. He nodded. Speak. Instead, she glowered at his mask. And not fair, I took mine off. So you have to take yours off too. She reached for it. Anxious to hear the truth, Zhan En didn't resist. The mask hit the floor with a clink. She froze, muttered, humph, then leaned in and rubbed her cheek against his, smearing a streak of milk across his skin. A vein throbbed at Zhan En's temple as his emerald eyes met her dazed gaze. Stingy, she grumbled, but then her voice turned solemn. Those people, they're plotting against you. Every muscle in Zhan En's body drew taut. Which people? So hard. She complained like a petulant child, tugging at his breastplate. Metal screeched as chest and shoulder plates clattered to the ground. She pillowed her head on his shoulder, breath warm and sweet with milk. It's the Dusk Cult. She finished with a long yawn, eyelids drooping. Instinctively, her arms and legs wrapped around him, and she sagged against his chest in sudden sleep. The Dusk Cult? Zhan En's thoughts raced. They had already noticed him? His first public appearance as the Violet Vortex had been in Yinsha City. Did they have eyes there too? He reviewed the facts. The Shield Guard's binding power had remained hidden. Jinya hadn't made a move, and with the Sun King's sword in reserve, he felt confident against any ambush. Still, when he lowered his gaze to the woman sleeping peacefully in his arms, a sharp intuition stirred within him. This woman was far from the helpless fool she pretended to be. She strode forward, seized the shameless woman as if lifting a chick, and dragged her into the back room. The door thudded shut behind them, and the woman was flung onto the bed, the planks shuddering on impact. The rough yank split her leather armor with a harsh rip, strips flying across the room. At the sight of the gaping seams, Jinya's gaze turned cold, and she spat. Despicable. If her master had stumbled upon such an indecent scene, his pure heart would surely have been scarred, so she felt lucky to have intervened in time. After settling the woman, Jinya stationed herself by the window, silently taking on the duty of watchman. Outside, Zhan En was handling another problem. He summoned the guard stationed at the door. 3 swirling violet force fields. The first 2 shot forward and pinned the Shadow Hammer servants in midair. Their bulging eyes and slack muscles showed they were already dead, as though some hidden toxin had slowly melted them away, making one's scalp tingle. Shadow servants, if they failed or were captured, chose suicide to keep the location of Shadow Hall secret. Like a venomous serpent, the organization hid deep in the dark. Uprooting it would not happen overnight. Only greater power and a proper pretext to act personally could guarantee success. Zhan En understood this well, yet he was in no hurry. His attention shifted to the black-robed man trapped in the 3rd force field. Immobilized, the prisoner seized on Zhan En's gaze like a drowning man grasping straw. Sir, the stash is buried in the wasteland at the center of the Samama plain, in a place no one would notice. I can take you there. He spoke so fast he nearly bit his tongue, eyes shining with desperate hope. Zhan En nodded, and the violet field vanished. The pressure gone, the black-robed man crashed to the floor, joy flooding his face. Thank you, sir. If you wish to go, I'll lead the way immediately. Find a room and keep him under guard, Zhan En ordered casually. A shield guardian dragged the man off. This was not yet the time to seek the ruin. First, he had to secure the sacred relic, the centaur's worshiped key that would open the site. Late that night in the centaur settlement, Zhan En lay awake, pondering how to claim the relic under a legitimate pretext. Suddenly his nostrils twitched, a whiff of decay reached him. Boom. A gale exploded outside, rattling the wooden windows. Centaurs on watch and caravan members alike stuck their heads out. The wind's picking up? It's fierce. Isn't hurricane season on the Samama plain still weeks away? Questions rippled through the camp, yet no one panicked. They hastily packed their gear. Those outdoors dashed inside, while the centaurs already indoors slammed the bolts home with a clang. They barred every door and shutter, determined to ride out the storm. Zhan En stepped forward of his own accord, flanked by Ziwo on the left and Jinyo on the right. The hard plates of his armor rattled in the wind as he fixed his gaze on the approaching storm. The damp, muddy air carried a faint whiff of decay that stabbed through his visor. Dusk Cult. Only when one of their true elites appeared did that rancid stench spread so sharply. He ran through recent events in his mind. Although Rock had been discovered and executed by the centaurs, he had managed to leak word of the relic. In Zhan En's memory, these lunatics were not supposed to show up for several more years, yet here they were. Master, over there 2 powerful auras are locked in fierce combat. Jinya stood at the front, eyes narrowed on the heart of the storm. On the other side, Ziwo pounded his anvil-like chest, armor clanging. Roar. Protect the master. I am strong. Their instincts told Zhan En everything he needed. Only a clash at controller level could make both Ziwo and Jinya hesitate. The hurricane bore down, its howling rising wave after wave. Zhan En dismissed his 2 followers, and a pair of crimson gold feather serpent wings unfurled from his back. Wind curled and reversed along their edges. Using the gusts as a springboard, he shot skyward like an arrow, racing along the storm's sharpest spine toward the twin forces tearing at the heavens and earth. On the outskirts of the Centaur encampment, grit-laden winds slapped against the crude stockade. A line of humans in dull yellow robes stood silently, skin waxen, eyes vicious, as though surveying corpses waiting to fall. Facing them, the Centaur guard glared, spear points glinting in the lamplight. The hunched elder chieftain planted his hooves, clouded eyes suddenly sharp as blades. Dusk Cult, what is it you want? From the wax-skinned ranks a man stepped forward. His robe was the same sickly hue, but a dark yellow sigil marked his brow. TSK, Scott already, he muttered, eyes darting. An instant later a wave of putrid air surged toward the centaurs. Dare you? The elder straightened with a crack of sinew. A torrent of hot blood essence exploded from him like a scarlet tempest, scattering the stench and shielding his kin. The failed ambush left the man unfazed. A grin split his face. No rush. I brought you a surprise. He flung off his robe, revealing a torso crisscrossed with sutures. Grayish skin had been stitched with several grotesque masks, some human, some demi-human. Most striking was the horse face affixed over his left chest. TSK, let's go on, say hello to the elder. The horse face snapped its eyes open, a parched voice rasping with madness. TSK, Tisk, I'm finally back. Among the centaurs someone cried out, that's Rock's face. What? Rock was executed. Blasphemy. An insult to all centaurs. Furious shouts boiled over. The air crackled with killing intent. The elder's countenance darkened, the memory of old sins flashing behind his eyes. Elder, why so quiet? Am I not welcome? The horse eyes narrowed, voice fraying into a scream. You promised me the chieftain's seat. Year after year, why won't you die? Why won't you die? Dark, clotted blood seeped as the face twisted in lunacy. Enough. Steam snorted from the elder's nostrils as his hooves slammed the ground. With a thunderous roar, his blood essence surged into the form of a rampaging drake and hurtled forward. Suddenly, the equine face twisted with fury. Back then you promised the chieftainship to me. Year after year you survive, why won't you die? Why won't you die? His distorted scream nearly tore the air apart. Enough! The aged centaur chieftain snorted, hot steam billowing from his nostrils. With a thunderous boom, his boiling lifeblood condensed behind him into a roaring blood-red dragon that lunged forward. Tisk, TSK, the old beast does have a temper. The sallow-skinned man's indifferent eyes darkened, and the stitched human faces on his torso snapped open in unison, each twisted in agony. Whoosh! All those faces exhaled at once, spewing dusky breath that shot forward in beams and slammed into the blood dragon. Bang! One beam struck the dragon squarely between the eyes. The creature let out a mournful cry and dissolved into a mist of blood. The old centaur chief coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face ashen. You actually knew the weakness of that technique. The sallow man chuckled. Your precious disciple was kind enough to tell me. Even before the words faded, the cultists behind him lit up with the same dusky glow. Frenzy distorted their faces. Dusk. All shall return to the land of dusk. They chanted, raising their weapons and charging the centaur lines. Hold the line. Protect the chief. The centaur guard captain leveled a forest of spears, and the two sides clashed in an instant. The sallow man rolled his neck, ignoring the battle completely. His gaze rested on the old chief as though appraising a rare delicacy. Hand over the relic, old man. Wish. Several streaks of dusky breath shot toward him without warning. Despite his advantage, the man still struck by surprise. The relic, is it? The old chief swallowed the metallic taste in his mouth, and the coarse hair covering his body erupted in flames, turning into blistering mana, the evolution of his path after ascending to master. Blood unending, battle unceasing. Come and take it, he roared. Blood surged into his fists, and with one punch a colossal horse's head materialized, devouring the dusky breath before barreling straight toward the sallow man, shredding any cultist in its path. Yet the sallow man remained calm. The dust-colored sigil on his brow suddenly flared. Boom, boom. Chain explosions ripped the air, and the colossal horse head, trailing dust and sand, swallowed his silhouette whole. That freak is dead, the centaur soldiers cheered. The chief is invincible. Leave none alive. But the dusk cultists only sneered. Something's wrong. Fall back. The chief barked, eyes locked on the blast zone where a towering figure loomed within the dust. Sizzle, sizzle, a grotesque hiss echoed. Driven by fanatic zeal, the cultists threw themselves past the spears and into the swirling haze. Wet, nauseating slurps followed one after another. The figure within the dust swelled, its frame ballooning at an alarming rate. With a furious roar, the swirling dust blew apart, unveiling a towering abomination, an amalgamation of countless dusk cultists sewn into one. Sallow, decaying flesh yanked itself tight along stitching that strained to hold, while hordes of twisted faces broke through the hide like souls clawing their way out of hell. A putrid stench hit like a wave, and half-coagulated yellow blood oozed from the seams, dripping with a grating hiss. Clack, clack. Die, die. The dusk is here. I am the chieftain. Bow to me. The monster's giant maw, formed from layers of warped faces, screamed in lunatic chorus, as though hundreds whispered at once. Its neck, thick as a barrel, writhed with a sickening crack. More than a dozen jaundiced, gigantic hands sprang from its flesh talons curling like hooks and, with a swipe, they tore open the air itself. In the next instant, those hands streaked forward, aiming straight for the berserk centaur chieftain. The old chieftain stamped, hooves thundering. A tide of bloody chi surged around him and solidified into a crimson barrier several stories high, so dense it seemed ready to drip. Boom. The titanic hands collided with the wall, denting it inward and blasting out scorching gusts. Veins bulged on the chieftain's forehead as sweat and blood rolled down his face. Yet he held his ground as people were behind him, and he would not retreat an inch. Above, the monster's lantern-sized pupils flickered with human-like scorn. Dozens of the surrounding twisted faces shot off with sharp whistles, burying themselves into the blood wall and gnawing fiercely, spraying rancid meat and scarlet vapor. The wall shuddered, close to collapse. Seeing this, the chieftain spat a mouthful of heart's blood. The crimson spray formed runes that sank into the barrier, shoring it up, but his own back bowed at once, and his aura faltered. Go. Evacuate the tribe. He rasped. I can stall this dusk fusion for a while. Find the half-elf. Years of experience told him the mysterious half-elf who dared to investigate centaur territory alone had to be at least of controller rank. Perhaps Zhan En was the only hope against this monstrosity. The centaur guards, pale with fear, clenched their teeth. Apart from a handful who swore to protect the chieftain, the rest split at once, one squad shepherding civilians away, the other galloping off to find Zhan En. Old fool, it's too late. The monster's guttural laugh rolled across the battlefield. The yellow hands buried in the wall suddenly swelled, muscles bulging with runaway force. Crack, crack, crack. Vast holes tore through the barrier, blood spraying while the wall tottered. The backlash slammed into the chieftain's chest, reversing his chi. He staggered to one knee, blood spilling down his equine legs. Why refuse the easy way, old relic? Once you're dead, the relic is mine anyway. The creature's thunderous voice boomed with arrogant certainty. If it could seize the centaur's sacred artifact before any human powerhouse arrived, the sacrifice of every elite dusk cultist would be worth the price. The sallow-skinned man astride the hulking monstrosity grew impatient, frantically driving the warped faces to devour the blood-forged rampart. This had to end quickly. Clenching his knobby fingers, he urged the meat-stitched visages forward, forcing them to chew through the wall. The rampart was crumbling by the heartbeat. The centaur chieftain's face turned ashen, though a bitter smile lingered. Was this truly the day his people would fall? As the barrier tottered, the last of his life force drained away. His once mighty vigor guttered like a candle in the wind. Beside him, centaur guards locked their spears and formed a living shield. We are still here for the clan, they shouted. Even a moment's delay might buy their kin a chance to escape. Insects. The behemoth roared. With a deafening crash, the blood-wrought wall shattered. The grotesque faces leered in gory delight. More than a dozen colossal arms flashed and lunged at the centaur line, desperate to taste fresh blood. Just then, the sky changed color. A howling gale veered aside, and a curtain of dusky violet poured from the heavens, slamming down before the twisted faces. The light solidified like a steel wall, cutting off the bloody tide. Boom, boom, boom. Caught off guard, the warped faces smashed headlong into the barrier. Thunderous impacts rolled one after another, yet the violet curtain didn't stir, not even a ripple. Who? The beast snarled, suddenly wary. The sallow man controlling it sensed a danger that chilled him. His current form was still unfinished, and he had little time left. Who? Show yourself. The distorted faces screamed. Pale arms hammered the violet veil. Bones snapped, putrid blood splattered. Fingers shattered, yet the giant ignored the pain and kept pounding. Waves finally rippled across the curtain, but it held firm. High above the storm, Zhan En hovered with wings outspread. Ziwo and Jinya floated beside him, supported by the same violet force field. The stench of decay had guided him. Hariso, the dusk cult had come. The clash between controllers shone in his senses like phosphor in the night. On one side stood the centaur chieftain, already spent. On the other, the foul colossus reeking of rot, unmistakably of the dusk cult. That form Zhan En's thoughts raced, matching the creature to the cult's records face-turned abomination. A vast body patched from the essence of countless beings, pallid giant hands, every inch crawling with twisted visages. At this stage, the dusk cult should be guarding the brain tower with all its might. Why was a core asset here? Face-tyrant abominations normally guarded the cult's most critical projects and seldom left their lair. The centaurs did have an aged chief, but he was already dying. The cult could have waited for nature to finish the job. There was absolutely no reason to send a weapon of this caliber. For the dusk cult, a sect of traitors, high-tier controllers are both rare and invaluable. With only a handful of such elites, they managed to stay atop the insurgent hierarchy and barely survive the purges launched by humanity's champions. Exposure would spell instant annihilation. Under normal circumstances, a faced abomination would never stray far from its lair, much less venture outside to duel a dying controller. Unless its real target isn't the centaur chieftain at all. A warning from that mysterious woman flashed through Zhan's mind. The Dusk Cult is secretly maneuvering against you. Inside the violet force field, the faced abomination slammed the barrier again and again, its contorted features knotted with rage and urgency. Hovering above, Zhan's thoughts raced. Kill the chieftain? Unlikely mere slaughter wouldn't justify a move this bold. The cult is after something far more valuable. Among the centaurs, only one treasure is worth such a gamble. Their sacred relic, the sole key to that ancient ruin. Its value is beyond measure. In his previous life, Zhan had seen traces of that ruin on several of the cult's monsters, proof that they seized the relic after wiping out the tribe. Everything now fell neatly into place. The Violet Thorn Shield Guard activated its synergy. Strength and Constitution each jumped by 12, and it became completely immune to debuffs. Once the bond peaked, Ziwo's Constitution soared to 28 and his Strength to 32, forcibly breaking into controller territory. The swelling attributes made the violet field even denser, pinning the faced abomination in its center. With Genia, Ziwo's peer, still holding back, Zhan felt no pressure at all. Through the swirling light, he caught a glimpse of the centaur chieftain protected within. The old figure's aura was threadbare, as if death might claim him any second. So frail? Zhan frowned. He had arrived only moments after sensing the fight, yet the chieftain hadn't just been utterly crushed. Without Zhan's timely arrival, the abomination would already be knee-deep in carnage. Something was off. The chieftain, though aged, was still a veteran controller, while this faced abomination was a first-generation specimen, lacking later enhancements and mediocre by controller standards. At the very least, they should have stalemated for a while. A narrow defeat would be reasonable, but not a crippling one. The cause no longer mattered, ending the monster did. Zhan's eyes went cold. He gave a soft order. Ziwo, kill it. Roaring in excitement, Ziwo whipped the violet field into a vortex. Curved torrents of power crushed inward from every direction. Facing his first controller-level foe, Ziwo dared not slack. This opening salvo was only a probe, yet it already rolled forward like a mountain. He knew he had to finish the job before Genia found any excuse to step in. There it is. The face-bodied abomination suddenly felt a crushing weight descend upon it. More than a dozen dingy, giant hands slammed forward at once. Spirit power exploded, sparks burst through the air, and rolling shockwaves blasted toward the clouds. For the first time, the violet force field stalled, its flow slowing for a split second. The monster sensed it immediately. That eerie purple power had focused most of its assault on him, easing the pressure on the centaur chieftain. A chance. He drove the warped human faces and yellowed hands to work in tandem, ripping open the field's thinnest corner. Roaring, the hulking creature shoved itself through the breach. High overhead, Zhan En watched the battle with unruffled eyes. Even if the chieftain died, the monster would still have no escape, but the chieftain had to survive. Zhan En needed the centaur tribe's sacred relic, and the old centaur had no reason to refuse. With that in mind, he raised a hand. Genia. A single bead of shadowed wings, and Genia vanished. A few heartbeats later, she materialized like a ghost directly above the monster. Another one. The monster skidded to a halt. The wax-skinned man at its core went cold. This aura was utterly different from the violet one, yet just as terrifying. Two enemies. Every instinct howled. Aloft, Genia's face remained impassive. Her outstretched palm was sheathed in leaf-brown armor. Withering energy surged. Dark vines sprouted from her hand. Air cracked, space warped, and the dim void flickered through the tears. Danger. Extreme danger. Every hair on the monster bristled. Instinct screamed, death. The withering Sinvenerat that can even corrupt space. Genia's lips curved. Go. A jet-black streak plunged downward, collapsing space behind it, draining spirit power, exposing raw nothingness. Too fast. Only then did the monster react. Both arms flattened into blades and slashed downward, cleaving its own massive body in two. Boom. The left half was swept by the vine and turned to ash in an instant, erased along with the shattering space around it. What remained spurted blood and spilled organs, yet it scrambled away on all fours, frenzied to escape. One heartbeat slower, and it would have vanished completely. But he faced more than one threat. Roar. The violet vortex seethed. Another breach enraged it. Clouds churned, and the violet field descended like a tidal wave. Each of the vortex's steps layering more pressure until it crashed upon the abomination's mangled corpse. TSK tisk die. I'm dying. You all die? I want die, you die. Die all of you. Let's die together. The deformed face fused to the mass of flesh, let out a bizarre screeching argument. Caw-caw, a violet force field tightened in midair, grinding the creature into a bloody patty inch by inch. With one final dull crack, the twisted visage fell silent, and gore splattered everywhere. Ethereal Essence 45. The crisp system notice echoed in Zhan En's mind, and his essence bar flickered. Name, Zhan En Charles. Path, Death Herald. Spirit, 19. Ethereal Essence, 200, 119000. HP, 1230. Constitution 50. Psychic Power, 255. Spirit, 10. Mind 10. Attributes, Strength, 24.5. Agility, 6.5. Constitution, 24.6. Mind, 6.5. Skills, Child of Nature Max. Skeletal Reanimation LV, 153. Solar Quartz Swordsmanship LV 5. Crimson Gold Feathered Serpent Wings Max. Dawn Shunya Flame Max. Skill Points, 2 Attribute Points, 0. A haul of 45 essence left Zhan En unfazed. Against a 19,000-point progress bar, it was barely a blip. His next advancement was still a distant dream. Only by delving into the black fog can I harvest essence quickly. Hunting traders in human lands is far too slow. The thought sparked, and history surfaced in his mind. Before the transcendent paths appeared, humans used the oldest method, absorbing the free essence in the air to inch their spirit upward. Even half-elf high subspecies with superb affinity advanced at a crawl compared with monster hunting. Yet history always breeds anomalies. A few prodigies, blessed with staggering talent, could soar in spirit through nothing but that ancient method. When they added monster hunting, their progress became terrifying. Zhan En knew his sister Isi, destined to reach demigod, was one such aberration. The clash lasted only a handful of heartbeats. By the time the Centaur sentries reacted, everything was over. The threat looming over their tribe had been shredded by 2 summoned beasts, leaving no trace behind. Cold sweat slicked their palms as they gripped their spears. That's the half-elf envoy's attendant. Someone finally snapped back to reality and shouted. The tension eased slightly, though the envoy was notoriously aloof and had come to settle the disgrace of the traitor Luodique. Cough cough, Lord Charles. Thank you for your aid, cough. Supported by guards, the elderly Centaur chieftain lifted his head in gratitude. His clouded eyes had dimmed with age, yet sincere respect still glimmered. We don't know the envoy's true mission, but the Centaur tribe will give our full support. Zhan En arched a brow. He hadn't expected the old chief to sense his ulterior motive. Since he had, Zhan En folded the crimson gold feathered serpent wings on his back and drifted down. I require the Centaur's sacred relic. His emerald eyes rested calmly on the chieftain, who trembled like a candle in the wind. The old chief's expression froze, bitterness welling inside. The relic again? First the dusk cult, now the half-elf envoy and his attendant. Why must outsiders covet the Centaur's sacred relic? Please wait, envoy. The relic can't be protected any longer. The old Centaur chieftain drew a wheezing breath. His cloudy eyes drifted past the guards and settled on the half-elf messenger. To him, the relic had always been a memento of the very first chieftain, its sentimental worth far greater than its practical use. But for the tribe it had become a hot potato. Whatever secrets it held, disaster would follow. Better, then, to use it to repay the half-elves for saving their lives. And, once the relic was gone, give the dusk cult no reason to keep hounding the centaurs. He motioned for the guards to release him, then folded his withered fingers in a prayer-like gesture. A pitch-black jade hook rose into his palm, so dark it seemed to drink in the light and dim the sky itself. Envoy, this is the sacred relic of our people, the chieftain said softly. Ziwo accepted the hook with both hands and solemnly passed it to Zhan En. To most, it was merely a centaur heirloom, but a handful knew it was also a key to an ancient ruin. Central Samama Plain. Tall grass rippled in the wind. Insects and birds chirped here and there, an ordinary, peaceful stretch of wilderness. Swish, several figures streaked through the grass. The leader's green eyes flashed as he scanned the area. It should be close. The black jade hook floated above Zhan En's palm, swallowing the sunlight. Jinya, take this and comb the area. Report anything unusual. Yes, master. Jinya took the hook. Shadow wings unfurled from her back, beating out dark ripples as she skimmed low over the grass, searching inch by inch. Beside him, Ziwo craned his neck to watch her glide, his eyes practically glowing with envy. Fly, fly, fly. A violet force field bloomed behind him, forming a pair of translucent wings. Humph-woomph gusts flattened the grass, yet Ziwo's hooves stayed firmly planted. He stared back at the useless wings, baffled. With a disgruntled roar, he conjured a second pair on his chest. Both sets flapped furiously, louder than before, but he still didn't budge. Zhan En sighed. Ziwo, you don't have the power of flight yet. Jinya's wings only seem to flap. In truth, she's tapping into shadow law. For now, your abilities aren't connected to flying. Ziwo lowered his massive head, all 4 wings drooping in defeat. An idea sparked in Zhan En's mind. Try this instead. He sent the concept to Ziwo through their soul link. Roar. The violet energy above Ziwo's head condensed into several propeller-like blades that spun furiously. A moment later, his hulking body lifted straight off the ground and hovered steadily. Roar. Roar, roar. The violet rotors thundered overhead, blending with Ziwo's ecstatic bellowing. In midair, Jinya's shadow wings stalled as she whipped her head around, eyes widening. He's flying. Ziwo's really flying. Wearing a bizarre contraption on its head, the creature suddenly lifted off, climbing higher and higher until it was nothing but a black speck in the sky. Jinya had no idea how it worked, yet the sight left her stunned. Zhan En was surprised as well, had expected Ziwo to crash a few times before getting the hang of it. Yet the first flight was perfectly steady. The wind swept across the wilderness, carrying the scent of fresh grass. While scanning the terrain from above, Jinya dove toward an unnamed hill. As her boots touched the crest, the hand clad in withered leaf armor went numb with cold. The black jade hook she had taken from the centaurs, silent for so long, had come alive with a bone-deep chill. Frost crackled across the gauntlet, and within a heartbeat her entire arm was encased in thick ice. The cold raced through her veins, threatening to freeze her heart solid. "Drop it!" Zhan En shouted almost at the same moment. A surge of wither mana erupted from Jinya's core, blowing the shattered ice into glittering shards. Clenching her teeth, she flung the hook to the ground, beat her shadowy wings, and darted into the air, escaping the suffocating cold. The moment the hook left her palm, it seemed yanked by invisible strings and plummeted straight toward the hill. Crack! The hook struck, and the hilltop surface shattered, spraying minute ice crystals. A ghastly white mist billowed outward. Within a few heartbeats the grass, shrubs, and lurking insects were glazed with frost, and a lifeless silver wasteland spread from the hill as its center. High above, Zhan En watched in silence until the last green leaf was swallowed by the haze. Who would have guessed that the centaur's revered relic was nothing more than a single-use alchemical device? He thought. To freeze everything in an instant. The force at work was not ordinary ice, but a blend of lethal cold and pure death, clearly the handiwork of an ancient lich artificer, a textbook disposable weapon. If the deathly chill reached full intensity, the gateway to the ruin he sought would reveal itself. Before the thought had finished, the center of the silvered ground caved in, and a terrible suction rose from the pit, wrenching the lethal mist into a roaring vortex. Obsidian ice crystals gathered in midair, first shaping a blurred doorframe, then layering archaic patterns and skull reliefs until the portal was complete. The sky dimmed, and gray vapor oozed through the cracks, greedily gnawing at every trace of life. Even the frozen plants and creatures crumbled to ash the moment the vapor touched them, scattering on the wind. Although he had gained the gateway he wanted, a flicker of wariness surfaced in Zhan En's eyes. "Ziwo, return!" Roaring, Ziwo obeyed. The creature tilted its head, and an ethereal purple force field whirred like rotor blades behind its back, whining as it dove, and came to a clean halt in front of Zhan En. Jinya stared at the spinning device on Ziwo's head and back, puzzled. It was just a differently shaped violet field, so how could it let him fly like a bird? Zhan En's expression softened. Ziwo had mastered flight. The racket was deafening, but it would do. "I need you two to enter that gate and scout the ruin beyond." Roar. "Understood." Ziwo pounded its chest with a booming thud, full of vigor. "Happy to serve, Master. Leave it to me." Jinya curled her lip, sensing that her partner was bound to mess something up again. "Keep your eyes open out there." Just before they set off, Zhan En gave a low-voiced warning. "If anything feels wrong, pull back at once." According to his memories, these ruins had once been the laboratory of an ancient master of necromancy, and the manuscript that held the secrets of deathly arts was buried somewhere inside. Yet the exact dangers lurking in the depths were little more than hazy outlines in his mind. To play it safe, he sent in both of his elite minions together. "Roar. Master, await our good news." Two streaks of violet gold light roared downward, forcing open a gateway in the freezing current of death. At the same time, Zhan En swept his arm, ordering the skeletal shield guards to form a perimeter and block any intruders. With the defense in place, his consciousness slipped into the shared vision of Ziwo, merging with the eyes of his servants. Beyond the portal, it felt like an entirely different world. There was no sun or blood moon, only endless emptiness and rolling gray mist. The ground was dim, ridges of bone white remained stretched into low mountains, and the air was so thick with death that it was almost visible. Any living creature that stepped into this realm would have its life flame eroded until it flickered, retreated, or was snuffed out. His two minions, however, were built of bone. Even after 2 evolutions, their essence had not changed. To them, this death energy was a sweet spring. Their soul flames brightened, power coursing through their frames. Following their gaze, Zhan En immediately saw the towering white spire, the entire structure fused from colossal unknown bones without a single seam. It rose from the center of a frigid bone forest, countless ivory roots spearing into black soil, their razor tips glinting with a chill that pierced the soul. A necromancer's tower. Zhan En's eyes hardened. In the distant age before psionic paths were understood, such a tower signified a formidable necromancer. The loftier the spire, the more terrifying the master. Even from afar, the Gaussy power within him began to stir. The path of death was one of the forerunners of today's Gaussy arts, and most Gaussy techniques were carved into the world's laws by necromancers of old. When the material realm was thrown into chaos, any being with enough spiritual strength could tap those lawbrands directly, mastering a technique in an instant instead of through long study. That sudden surge of power was the only reason the world had barely withstood the invasion of the Black Mist. Zhan En judged that the necromancer's manuscript was almost certainly inside the tower. What no one knew was how many traps the master, also versed in alchemy, had laid within his lair. Staring up at the bone spire, he fell into brief thought. After weighing all the information, he issued his first command. Fly low. Keep close to the ground. The leaden sky pressed down, making it hard to breathe. Anyone who thought this was merely concentrated death energy would be gravely mistaken. With careful observation, one could spot half-transparent gray wisps drifting across the overcast sky, their color so close to the firmament that they almost vanished from sight. A closer look revealed that these were no ordinary clouds, but flocks of ash wraiths. These ghost-type creatures possessed incorporeal bodies that ignored all physical blows. Only searing flames could disrupt their structure. Researchers believe that extreme heat caused an abrupt expansion in an ash wraith's body, and without rapid cooling it would rupture and disintegrate. Yet in these ruins, every non-undead energy was sealed away. Fire included, so the wraith's greatest weakness had been erased, allowing them to devour anything that entered from the sky at will. Zhan En stood on the edge of the ruins, weighing his options. Dawn Phoenix Fire, the companion flame of the Solar King Blade, was said to be inextinguishable. Even in this fire-suppressing zone, it could probably cripple the ash wraiths. Still, he chose not to step into the ruins himself, instead sending his two retainers, Ziwa and Jinya, to scout ahead. Both were gifted enough to face the wraiths without fear, but unnecessary actions invite unnecessary risks. If they stirred the entire cloud cluster and triggered some unknown calamity, the situation could spiral out of control. Caution first. Zhan En's order traveled through their soul link. The next instant, ripples of power rose around Ziwa and Jinya. The shadow wings on Jinya's back fluttered, cloaking her in darkness, while Ziwa folded his rotors, dropped lower, and skimmed along the ground. Following the command to the letter, the pair sped toward the distant necrotic tower. Ziwa's shared vision unfolded in Zhan En's mind. Around the tower stood a forest of bleached bones. Thick spikes jutted from the soil, exuding a biting chill that the gloom quickly swallowed again, as though caught in an endless cycle. This was the heart of the ruins, the bone thicket. Watch your step, Zhan En reminded them. The moment the two retainers crossed into the bone thicket, they heard a rasping of grinding bones. Crack! The ground split, and a gray-white bone serpent shot up. Short vertebrae linked like a steel whip, and its inverted triangle head was shaped like an arrowhead, coiled to strike. Ziwa growled in irritation, summoning a vast violet force field that slammed into the earth. Crunch! Before the bone serpent could unleash its thunderous blow, it was crushed to powder beneath the pressure. Zhan En watched in silence. The anomaly is about to begin. Ash wraiths guarded the skies, but the land concealed an even more dreadful power, and concealed was hardly accurate, for it had always stood in plain sight, the forest of bones beneath their feet. Gifted with near-human intelligence, Jinya sensed the shift at once. Something's wrong with this bone forest. Ziwa echoed her with a low snarl, signaling imminent danger. Boom! The ground quaked. Bone spikes anchored in the soil shot upward, greedily siphoning undead energy from the air. Within mere heartbeats, the burgeoning branches intertwined not with a collision, but through a bizarre interlacing and fusion, rapidly weaving a dense skeletal lattice, the foundation of a colossal arena taking shape before their eyes. When the colossal bone arena took shape, a torrent of necrotic energy burst forth. Along its edge, lattice-like ribs speared up from the ground and braided themselves into a circular wall, sealing every gap. Only on the side facing the two retainers did a fissure appear. The bone spikes unfurled, then folded into a gateway barely twice a man's height. A jet-black skull hung above the arch, green soulfire smoldering in its hollow eyes, silently inviting them into death. The scene was so vivid that Jan recognized it at Ansia Bone Coliseum. These arenas flourished in antiquity, and only master necromancers of the inner circle were able to build them. Anchored by a necrotic spire and founded on thousands of skeletons, they first gathered a tidal surge of death energy, then carved intricate runes into every wall, floor, and vault. The investment was immense, but once finished, the arena became a self-sustaining circuit, merging inside with out. Within, skeletal legions stood garrison. Outside, drifting ash wraiths devoured souls. Suppression, confinement, and defense blended into one, making the Bone Coliseum the pinnacle of necromantic strongholds. Jan had known this mission would be hard, yet facing the fortress now still made his scalp tingle. Luckily, the ruins master, a necromancer renowned for his alchemy, had not meant to leave a trial. He was ambushed and killed far from home, dying in haste, and when a spatial anomaly later swept through, his abode was preserved by chance. Such ruins generally fall into three categories. 1. Domains deliberately severed from reality as inheritance or contingency. 2. Core edifices of ancient powers, composite fortresses robust enough to outlast time. 3. Fragments passively reshaped by catastrophic spatial upheaval. This necromantic ruin belonged to the third type, which was good news for Zhan. Ancient necromancers, steeped in death energy, grew cold and cruel. If one had left a deliberate legacy, lethal traps would abound. Clues from his previous life said the necromancer had been lured away and utterly destroyed, leaving only a wisp of grievance drifting in the spirit realm. Over the years, the arena's proactive defenses had eroded. Today's awakening was mere reflex, rigid and sluggish. Without its master, even a bone coliseum could not unleash a tenth of its power. Zhan was cautious, but not afraid. He scanned the ivory platform, speculating about what skeletal beasts might lurk within. Ancient corpsecraft differed greatly from that of modern death messengers. Unexpected spoils might await. Yet no matter what emerged, the bone coliseum remained a field that could hugely amplify its own side. To charge an unprepared would be to leap into a tiger's jaws and meet the direst end. Zhan En knew the place inside and out. He would never make such a mistake. He ordered Ziwo to fly a full circle around the bone arena, letting his gaze sweep downward and lock on the ring of pallid bone spires. As Ziwo reached the rear left quadrant, Zhan En's eyes flashed found it. Amid the ivory spikes stood one so dark it was almost black, exuding a chill that seeped into the marrow. That lone spike formed the keystone of the outer array shielding the bone arena. Shatter it, and the array would collapse on its own, its power at least halved. Had a living mind been directing things, the spike would never have been left exposed, but everything here was dead and unattended. Stop. Destroy it. Zhan En commanded. Ziwo obeyed without hesitation or question. He drew the great sword veined with violet runes from his back, lifted his thick arms, and brought the blade down on the spike. Boom. Steel met bone with a clash of metal, a shockwave blasting outward as the two forces locked. Roaring, Ziwo called up a dusky violet field, his strength surging. The spike finally let out a brittle creak, a hairline crack appearing on its surface. The fissure spread quickly a second, a third until a web of cracks covered the spine, ready to shatter at any moment. Yet the spike remained rooted in the earth, ravenously drawing necrotic energy to mend itself. Zhan En raised a brow and signaled another retainer. Jinya, here. A husky ochre voice answered from the far side of the spike. Sword in hand, Jinya let her power surge. The tulip motifs on her greatsword lit one by one, wither energy coiling around the edge with lethal intent. Bang! A searing arc of sword light flashed, the razor edge slicing cleanly at the spike's base. Most of its strength was tied up in the upper section, leaving the root defenseless. The sudden blow landed exactly as intended. Crack. The spine was severed at ground level. With a final blast, the dark spike disintegrated, scattering into dull ice crystals that melted at once. The moment the core was destroyed, the once solemn bone wall encircling the arena shuddered violently. Freed from the array's restraint, the pale spines could no longer hold their ordered form. Joints snapped, branches intertwined and tore at each other, shooting skyward in chaotic growth. 10 meters, 20 they devoured neighboring spines and swelled in size, bursting through the confines of the bone arena in a heartbeat. By the time they reached full height, they were no longer spikes at all. They had grown into towering bone trees. Their branches rose in unison toward the center of the bone arena, the necrotic tower. The sudden revolt triggered the arena's safeguard. Click, click, click. The tower itself stayed motionless, yet the grasping bone trees were drained dry, shriveling one after another into piles of gray ash. A moment later, silence returned. The difference was stark. The once impenetrable bone wall had vanished, and the skull flames above the sagging gate had gone out. All of it had unfolded exactly as Zhan En intended. With the binding array broken, the next phase could begin. The bone arena was built in 2 rings. When the outer birthbone wall was intact, intruders were severely weakened, while the wall's branches split apart to spawn waves of skeletal fighters, turning any assault into a death trap. Now the outer ring lay in ruins. Only the inner ring remained the ancient, ice-cold necrotic tower. Deprived of its necromancer, the tower was nearly dormant. Its only threat came from the creatures still roaming the laboratories. Inside, Ziwa scouts ahead, Jinya guards the rear. Don't get bogged down, stick to the right-hand corridor, reach the deepest lab, and bring out the chest. Zhan En had honed this order repeatedly. Once the necromancer's manuscripts were secured, the mission would be complete. The rest could wait. Roar. The 2 familiars blurred into motion, flashing past the withered bone trees and landing before the tower's sealed gate. Creak. Ziwa pressed both palms against the door. The massive slabs swung open with surprising ease. A wave of tangible necrotic miasma swept out, making their soul flames flicker. They exchanged a nod and strode inside. Roar, creak, crack. No sooner had they crossed the threshold than howls and splintering bones erupted. Skeletal aberrations swarmed toward the intruders, only to be crushed by a violet force field and a withering aura. At merely heightier strength, they were no match. Shattered bones quickly carpeted the floor as the pair stormed down the right-hand passage toward the tower's depths. Through shared sight, Zhan En observed everything. A hulking skeleton that looked like a nascent bone champion, a charred frame hinting at a flame skeleton, even a twin-blade skeleton fused with two alchemical greatswords. The fusion of alchemy and bone warriors spoke volumes about the master necromancer's skill. Thus far, the familiars had met only skeletal life forms, no other experimental breeds. After all this time, only bone-based creatures could still survive inside the tower, and Zhan En realized why in an instant. About half an hour later, Ziwo and Jinya reached the deepest end of the right-hand passage and halted before an ancient, half-ruined bone gate. It looked as if the door had been torn outward by brute force. Fragments of white bone lay scattered across the floor, and faint traces of a finely wrought array were still visible among the debris. From those broken runes alone, one could imagine how formidable the seal must have been when the gate was intact. Deep, savage claw marks scored the panel centuries old. By the look of them, yet the spacing suggested the creature that made them was not particularly large. Zhan En silently deduced that whatever had broken out might still be hiding somewhere in the depths of the necrotic tower. Following Zhan En's mental command, Ziwo and Jinya did not rush in. A moment later, a violet-black force field spread from beneath Ziwo's feet like an inky tide, sweeping across the floor toward the gate, while Jinya guarded the rear, ready to crush any approaching skeletal beasts with her withering domain. Boom. The field's pressure slammed down, and the damaged gate collapsed. Ziwo immediately flooded the chamber with the violet field, probing for danger. The room lay empty and silent. On high alert, Zhan En guided Ziwo inside. In the dim lamplight, torn scrolls, shattered cylinders, and broken array discs littered the ground wreckage left by a rampaging beast. Matching claw marks scarred the walls. At the center stood a spherical cultivation vessel 3 men tall, its nutrient fluid long dried. A large hole ripped through its side clearly, where the mysterious creature had escaped. Holding Ziwo steady, Zhan En spread the violet field through every corner of the chamber and began to search. It should be under the corner. The force field dove into the floor, lifting rubble and dust. Sure enough, beneath the front left corner a cavity appeared. The concealment array there had long failed, and an unadorned gray-white bone casket lay inside. That's it. Relief washed over Zhan En. The field swept up the casket and placed it in Ziwo's hands. With the target secured, the two retainers withdrew at once, Jinya's withering domain clearing the way, the violet field shielding them, pulverizing any skeletal monsters that tried to block them. The trio burst out of the necrotic tower, raced past the bone arena, and returned to the vast hall where they had first entered the ruins. Here the barrier between the ruin and the material realm was thinnest. On Zhan En's order, the retainers unleashed their power, fists and palms hammering the air. The membrane of space shuddered, then split, opening a flickering rift that wavered on the brink of collapse. Now, Jinya's shadow wings beat furiously, and twin violet propellers formed around Ziwo's arms. With a roar, 2 streaks of light shot into the breach. The rift sealed behind them, and the three emerged in a dilapidated stone chamber back in the material realm. Zhan En straightened his armor, satisfied, and clapped Ziwo and Jinya on the shoulders in praise. Ziwo spread his jaws in a broad grin, radiating pure delight. How many missions has the master assigned us? Finally, we completed one perfectly, without a single accident. Ziwo's tendrils quivered with excitement. She set the ancient bone chest carefully on the floor and dismissed the violet force field. As the energy faded, the dense array of runes on the lid flashed one last time in the dim light before going dark. Master, what is this? Jinya stepped closer, her gaze darting between the chest and Zhan En. You went through so much trouble and brought back only a box. Whatever's inside must be incredibly valuable, right? Correct, Zhan En answered calmly. It's the key material for your next stage of ascension. He placed both palms on the lid, his fingertips instantly chilled to the bone. A surge of deathly energy rushed into him through his hands. Ziwo and Jinya exchanged a glance, the fire in their eyes barely restrained. In that instant, the dawn camphor flame inside Zhan En roared to life, devouring the invading cold in a single breath. The protective array on the chest, long eroded by time, released a final burst of light, then fell silent forever. Creak. The lid opened slowly. Wisps of black vapor curled upward, a rare preservative gas used to keep manuscripts from decay. Within the mist lay a single roll of ivory parchment, untouched by the years. That's it, the Necromancer Archmage's manuscript, Zhan En murmured. A thin layer of death omen energy coated his palms as he lifted the parchment. It felt icy and pliant. The scroll unfurled, revealing intricate designs. An eerie skeletal creature came into view. It resembled a young horse, its bones jet black, each rib and limb painted with dancing ghost fire. The commentary noted that an alchemist's Sage of Necromancy had, after countless experiments, forged a new path, combined bodiless wraiths, lifeless bones, and mindless umberstone, so each complements the others, fusing and transcending them to create an entirely new branch of undead alchemy. Zhan En closed his eyes and let his soul sense seep into the manuscript. At once the runes flared, pouring through his spirit like a raging flood. Deep within his sea of consciousness, two vacant glyph soonest skill slots awaited. One drew in the alchemical pattern, the other absorbed the necromantic script, and both began to transform. At the first stirrings of change, the two glyphs pulled toward each other and collided. The impact was silent, yet shook his very core. Streams of intertwined runes merged, and in a heartbeat a new glyph emerged at the collision's center. It sketched the outline of a sturdy skeletal horse, its bones obsidian black. Moments later, soul flame erupted, and a shell of frigid ghost fire enveloped the creature. When the glyph finally stabilized, a prompt echoed in Zhan En's mind. By refining wraith ash, bones, and umberstone, you may create a rare Mount Spectral Umber Colt Pale Gold. Note: success rate scales with spirit. The higher the spirit, the higher the chance of success. Got it. This is the last, crucial piece for upgrading the Black Knight. Zhan En's lips curled into a satisfied smile. The prize before him was the complete recipe for a Wraith Knight steed, a pale gold mount that ranked at the very top for this stage. Rather than gaining a single steed, he had secured a way to mass-produce elite mounts indefinitely, freeing the future ascension of his skeletal shield guard from any shortage of rides. The only price was soul power. Higher quality demanded more of it, and the number he could forge was capped by his own spirit. Psionics with mount forging and breeding arts had proven this countless times in his previous life. Zhan En reviewed the ingredients: wraith ash, bones, and umbral iron. Bones plentiful, thanks to the monster-infested Black Fog Zone. Umbral iron rare, but within the Charles family's reach, given enough time. Wraith ash the real problem, left behind in the material world after a wraith's annihilation. His brow creased, then lit up. Graylings were wraiths too. Wraiths were vengeful souls of mutated beings, immune to physical damage and killable only by special means. Graylings fit that description perfectly. The necromancer archmage must have stockpiled huge amounts of materials for studying the Wraith Knight steed, Zhan En thought, eyes shining. The Graylings drifting above the Necro Tower were likely ready-made sources of wraith ash, and umbral iron might also be cached deeper in the ruins. Securing both at once would save him a great deal of time, reigniting his urge to explore the tower. Graylings feared fire above all. If Red Spirit were here, her innate fire soul flame which scorched souls and dealt double damage to wraiths would make the purge effortless. Unfortunately, she was off aiding his sister and would not return soon. Purple Vortex and Ginya were fearless against Graylings, but their efficiency was limited, and large sections of the ruins remained unexplored. After weighing the options, Zhan En chose to act personally. He would wield his Camellia Dawnflame and join forces with his two retainers to eradicate the Graylings as quickly as possible. With a teleport scroll in hand, he could escape at once if anything went wrong, and early scouting had confirmed no Overlord-class beasts in the area. The overall risk felt acceptable. Resolved, he shared his plan with his retainers. Rarg. Purple Vortex growled, vowing to protect its master with its life. Through their mental link, Ginya reported, "Master, we have only scouted the right-hand passage in the Necro Tower. Once Purple Vortex and I finish checking the rest and confirm it's safe." Ginya offered a different opinion, taking the unknown dangers of the ruin into further consideration. "If there's even the slightest chance our master could be harmed, we must eliminate it," she murmured. Zhan En shook his head slightly, his gaze sweeping toward the mist-shrouded edge of the ruins. "Time is running out. The warriors on the perimeter have already spotted scouts, which means other factions are closing in." As the ruins stirred, a surge of death energy spread like a tide, and any creature with sharp senses could feel the disturbance. Waiting any longer would only invite more trouble. Without another word, the crimson gold feathered serpent wings on Zhan En's back snapped open, their scales reflecting a blinding sheen. He and his two lieutenants became three streaks of light and shot through the shattered stone gate. Outside, skeletal shield guards formed a curved defensive line, great shields braced against the ground, broadswords half-raised, senses fully extended. Deeper inside, gray mist churned. High above the ruins, Zhan En, Ziwo, and Ginya hovered side by side. Below them, dormant gray wraiths hidden in the fog caught the scent of intruders and began to stir. A sudden howl split the air. Hundreds of translucent figures burst from the mist and lunged at the trio. The fog twisted into vortices, and an icy wind drove needles of cold through their bones. Boom! Dawn Camellia flame erupted from within Zhan En. Crimson fire flooded the ruins, driving the temperature skyward. Born with the sunking sword, the living blaze carried the trait of eternal combustion and could unleash its full power even here. A sea of flames swept outward, forcing the gray wraiths into shrill screams. Wherever the light passed, swaths of shadow dissolved into drifting gray-white powder. Ziwa was ready. A violet force field spread beneath his feet like an inverted canopy, catching each falling ember, and within seconds he had collected dozens of samples. Amid the inferno, Zhan En observed calmly. The wraiths showed almost no tactical response, reacting only when scorched by the flames. Centuries of confinement had eroded what little intelligence they once possessed. The dawn camellia flame flowed on, turning wraith after wraith to ash. Ziwo's pouch bulged as he gathered far more than Zhan En had expected. Sustained output drained the color from Zhan En's face. Though excitement still shone in his eyes, he felt his energy fading fast. Without hesitation, he uncorked an alchemical potion and drank it down. The searing medicine surged through his meridians, instantly restoring his strength and letting the flames finish the harvest. No one knew how long it lasted, but when the crimson light finally subsided, the sky returned to its gray gloom. Waves of heat still rolled through the air, a reminder that the ruin had been an inferno moments before. Beneath their feet, thousands of piles of spectral ash lay like sand. In front of the necrotic tower, Zhan En made a quick count. Of the 3 primary materials needed to craft a ghost steed, the most troublesome one had been gathered in a single sweep, and his mood lifted. All thanks to that necromancer, he said, stroking the manuscript in his hand. He not only left complete research for those who came after, he also prepared the raw materials in bulk. If we hadn't known about his arrangements in advance, we never would have made it in time. Such thoughtful preparation made it hard not to suspect the necromancer had done it intentionally. Only 2 materials were still missing. Bones were easy. Countless skeletal creatures lurked inside the necrotic tower. Wumu iron, however, was rare. The 2 retainers cleared a path and rushed back inside. Ziwo charged down the central corridor, while Jinya slipped into the left passage, cutting down anything in their way as they searched for the ore. With precious time already lost, a 2-pronged assault was the fastest option. Roger that, they roared. The pair split up, and the clash of steel and bone soon thundered through the tower. Outside the gate, Zhan En stayed behind. His psionic reserves were badly drained. Even an alchemical tonic could not mask the fatigue clouding his thoughts. He also needed to act as the final line of defense and lay down precautions. Brows drawn tight, he formed a grip in midair. A golden greatsword materialized before him, its red-gold blade traced with intricate runes that shimmered like sunlight piercing a gray sky. The few remaining gray wraiths evaporated in the dazzling radiance. Looks like it's your turn to shine, he murmured. He closed his fingers around the Sun King's sword. Dawnfire curled along the edge, flames surging. Weariness melted away, replaced by a surge of confidence. Green eyes flickered with reflected firelight. Inside the tower's left wing, Jinya unleashed her power without restraint. Weak. Pathetic. Far too weak. A sweep of the dull yellow greatsword in her left hand sent a swath of skeletons flying, tulip patterns flashing along the blade. With a casual flick of the crimson shield in her right, its whirling, withered leaf rim sliced a bone fiend clean in 2. After only a few dozen steps, broken bones already formed a mound at her feet. Nearly 2 meters tall and clad in withered leaf armor, she exuded a suffocating aura of decay that devoured the life around her. Every kill made the gilded tulip motifs on her plates glow brighter. Veins of desiccated leaves spread like branches, and tulips bloomed in eerie splendor against the dark surface, life and death interwoven in a disturbing yet harmonious display. The rush of brutal slaughter and the thrill of stolen vitality hammered at her spirit, but she kept her master's command in mind and pressed steadily deeper into the passage. Suddenly she halted. Huh, what kind of creature is that? At the corridor's end, heaps of bones had been piled into a massive nest. Curled in its center lay a shadowy mass. Its exposed skin was black and glossy, as hard and smooth as forged iron. Her approach did not wake it. Heavy snores thudded like mallets on thick leather, deep and resonant. Jinya sent a psionic message to Zhan En at once. A monster with iron-black skin and thunderous breathing that instinctively set her on edge, only slightly less oppressive than the dust cult abomination they had recently slain. There were several creatures that fit that vague description, and words alone were not enough for Zhan En to make a confident identification. Stay put for now and wait for Ziwo's backup. We're up against a controller-class monster. To be absolutely certain, both familiars have to strike together. Ziwo was making rapid progress as well. Its dusky violet force field naturally suppressed low-level creatures, and ever since it had formed a propeller and learned to fly, it had instinctively begun shaping that field at will. Its favorite trick was to enlarge its own fists into colossal violet hammers. Each massive punch boomed through the corridor entrance, sending the skeletal monsters tumbling while splinters of bone exploded into dust. Roar! Ziwo bellowed with excitement. Even though this attack was not much different from simply crushing them with the field, it never seemed to tire of the spectacle. Big. Strong. It roared, raining down punch after punch, boom, boom. In just a few seconds the entire passage was cleared, leaving a row of deep fist marks in the walls. Through their shared vision, Zhan En watched the violet fists whirl through the air and reminded it helplessly,
Finish your sweep quickly. Jinya has run into a powerful foe and needs your help. Roar? Ziwo straightened the instant the order came, abandoning its games and unleashing its full power. The surging violet field rolled forward like a tidal wave, sweeping up the skeletal creatures and grinding them to dust without so much as a ripple. With nothing left to slow it down, Ziwo shot ahead and soon reached the deepest section of the central tunnel. Roar? At the tunnel's end, a pool was set into the stone wall, filled to the brim with a silver liquid that had remained perfectly clear through untold years. Seeing the scene through their shared vision, Zhan En rifled through his memory. Alchemy did describe a rare solution almost identical to this Maja fluid. A legendary alchemist had poured immense effort into creating it. Its primary purpose was to cultivate super-grade alchemical life forms while also serving as an exceptional preservative. Alchemical life forms are divided into 3 tiers. 1. Common constructs, which follow preset routines and possess no real intelligence. 2. Specialized constructs, which have limited sentience and excel in specific tasks. The Gaiwu I in Zhan En's possession belongs to this class. It hails from a lost alchemical age, cannot be reproduced, and offers extraordinary spatial perception, making it the tool of choice for detecting spatial fluctuations and tracking teleport traces. 3. Super constructs, whose intellect rivals that of any sapient race. In theory, they require the combined efforts of several master alchemists and mountainous quantities of rare materials only an empire-level power that has dominated an era could hope to afford one. A few months earlier, Zhan En had seen such a construct. Inside the ruins of the Ersba United Kingdom's exchange complex, a colossal golden sphere, the merit exchange sphere, hung within a gigantic pyramid, rigidly controlling the kingdom's system of merit trade. That day, Zhan En arrived as an alternate delegate, which kept the creature calm and let the trade proceed without a hitch. He had thought about just stealing the warband's gear, but the instant he remembered how terrifying a super life form could be, the idea died on the spot. Now, faced with an entire pool of metallic alchemical fluid, he instinctively guessed a super-grade alchemical life form might be sealed inside. His once steady heart fluttered. Ziwo, bring that pool of silver out, he barked. Every super life form head met in his previous life special abilities aside had outclassed even a controller. If one was truly sealed down there, that would be the greatest prize of this raid. Roar. Given its new orders, Ziwo abandoned its support mission for Jinya. A dark violet force field rolled out from under its feet, spreading until it covered the entire pool. The field's edge sharpened into blades that sliced through the pool's walls and sheared off the base plate. Moments later, the basin and its silver contents floated intact inside the violet field, the liquid as smooth as glass, without a single ripple or spill. A rotor materialized above Ziwo's head, another thundered into life behind its back, and its feet left the ground. Smaller rotors formed around the force field and lined up behind it, all pointed toward the exit. Howling air currents propelled the whole assembly forward, carrying the pool with it. Zhan En simply told Jinya to stay put. Boom. A hot gust swept the room as the pool settled in front of Zhan En. The silvery fluid remained utterly still, as if untouched by time, just like what had seen in the Necromancer's tower. He tightened his grip on the Sun King's sword. Neither his instincts nor his familiar senses gave any warning. Search the pool, he ordered. The violet field morphed into dozens of thick arms that plunged deep into the silver fluid. The once calm surface began to roil as purple shapes darted within it. Roar. Soon Ziwo's excited growl reached him. The fluid bulged, and the shadows converged around an oval stone object, lifting it into view. The shell was pure white, laced with dark patterns that pulsed with strange light, radiating an aura both holy and sinister. An egg? Zhan En arched a brow. He recalled no super life form that hatched from an egg, and the aura was far too weak, nowhere near controller level. Will it hatch? He laid a hand on it, feeling alternating waves of heat and cold. Through their soul link, Ziwo supplied more details. A lich archmage had once stolen the egg and sealed it here, but lacking a crucial nutrient, it had never hatched. Prick. Without warning, spikes sprouted across the shell. Caught off guard, Zhan En felt a sharp sting as one grazed his fingertip. A drop of hot blood fell onto the dark pattern and vanished instantly. After absorbing the drop of blood, a thin crimson streak spread across the dark runes on the mysterious stone egg. Hatching progress 1. Zhan En felt an almost imperceptible thread connect him to the black egg. Concentrating, he pressed his palm onto the dense stone spines. They pierced his skin at once. Blood spurted out and was swallowed by the shell. The crimson strands on the surface deepened, and the faint bond grew clearer. The sudden blood loss drained the color from Zhan En's face, yet the preternatural regeneration of Child of Nature and the vigorous vitality of Morning Dawn Camellia Flame flared at the same time. Lost blood was instantly replaced, and color returned to his cheeks. Time slipped by in this strange cycle. Tirelessly, the stone egg kept drinking, replacing nearly 100 volumes of his blood in just a few breaths.
Without the twin blessings, any other psychic would have died of exsanguination long before. At last, the egg stopped. The dark markings had turned molten red, and the embedded spines withdrew. Vermilion lines flashed rapidly, brightening and dimming until brittle cracks splintered across the shell. Thick, blood-tinged mist rose. Zhan En did not blink. Bang! The egg shattered. A blinding white flash stabbed his eyes. A sharp pain bit into his left arm, yet he sensed no threat. Roar! Zuo bellowed. The light had struck its master before the guardian could react. A purple force field blasted outward, poised to obliterate the intruder. Zuo, stand down, Zhan En ordered. Lowering his gaze, he saw a small snow-white creature clinging to his arm, tiny teeth buried in his flesh, drinking with single-minded focus. A wave of familial warmth rushed through him. He gently lifted the creature with his free hand. It looked like a humanoid child about a meter tall. Its skin was flawless ivory with a faint sheen. Its face radiated an almost holy purity. Two large scarlet eyes shimmered with natural allure. A tiny white horn jutted from its brow, and its limbs ended in delicate hooves rather than hands or feet. Mumu. Deprived of blood, the little bundle pouted and let out a plaintive bleat. Zhan En's vital blood still glistened on its fangs, making its lips look even redder. Mumu. It flailed its hooves, eyes welling with tears, mouth gaping in distress. A blood-sucking species? Zhan En sensed its frail aura and released his grip. The moment he did, the creature stopped wailing, wrapped itself around his arm again, located a vein with uncanny precision, and drove its sharp teeth back into him. Accompanied by a faint slurping, vibrant blood flowed into the creature's body, and its aura began to swell. If it were a bloodkin, where did that holy resonance come from? Zhan En lowered his gaze. The tiny bundle lay docile on his forearm, snow-white fur pressed softly to his skin, miniature fangs locked on a vein, drinking in gentle, steady pulse. With his free hand, he rubbed the creature's fluffy coat. It answered with a contented moo-like purr, eyes curling into crescents, perfectly still except for those fangs that refused to let go. This juvenile super-alchemical life form was the result of the final stage of gestation that had cost Zhan En Charles a great deal of blood. Though newborn, it already displayed remarkable traits, and if he wanted it to mature quickly, blood-rich and life force was clearly essential. It's no bloodkin. It's definitely a super-alchemical life form, Zhan En decided. Until now it had been sealed in a special alchemical solution. He had braced himself for surprises, yet he hadn't expected it to grow like an ordinary creature, starting from infancy. In his previous life, every super-alchemical life form he encountered had burst onto the scene fully formed and dazzling, misleading people to believe they, like ordinary alchemical golems, were born complete. The cub in his arms shattered that notion. He studied the exposed hooves, white coat, single horn, and the unmistakable holy aura, searching his memory. A moment later puzzlement flickered in his eyes. Strange no match at all. With traits this distinct, identification should have been easy, yet none of the famed super-alchemical life forms he remembered shared even a couple. Only two possibilities remained. Either it would look dramatically different upon maturing, or in the original timeline the embryo had failed to hatch and never made history. Both were plausible, but Zhan En favored the latter. A creature that drank blood to grow, possessed vampiric talent, and still radiated pure holiness. What would it eventually become? The thought intrigued him more and more. He raised his arm slightly, and the small white bundle instantly tightened its grip, hugging as if afraid to be shaken off. Little one, what should I call you? His emerald eyes softened. The newborn wasn't stupid and could already understand speech. Moo? The creature mumbled around the vein, eyes wide with curiosity, still drinking steadily. After a moment's thought, Zhan En stroked the plush fur and murmured, how about blood silver? Blood for its diet, silver for its snowy coat, and sacred glow. Moo moo. The juvenile super-alchemical life form's eyes curved into crescents again, half understanding. As its fangs sank a bit deeper, the sucking suddenly louder. All of this unfolded before Ziwo's violet whirlpool eyes. Roar. Another one. Even more annoying than that red spirit. It howled inwardly, a gloomy violet field twisting under its feet. Damn it, does it get to cling to master when it's hurting him? The violet force field writhed beneath Ziwo, its aura growing oppressively heavy. Zhan En's brow tightened. Ziwo, back up Genius's run into a controller-class beast. Roar. Open the bond, and wipe it out as fast as you can. Roar. The master's order brooked no delay. Ziwo stifled its own thoughts, conjured ghost purple rotors with a thunderous boom, and streaked toward the necrotic tower at top speed. Deep in the tower's left corridor, golden and jet-black figures crashed together in a savage melee. Sparks flew, shockwaves rocked the stone passage, and piles of bones were crushed to powder death's traces erased once more. After another brutal clash, both combatants were flung apart. Genia hovered in midair, while the black beast braced on four limbs, bone ash swirling as they faced off. The creature's roar sounded like grinding steel. Its body seemed cast from dark iron, a cold gleam rippling across the surface. Beneath the brutal muzzle, 3 pairs of narrow black eyes glared in perfect symmetry, murderous intent almost tangible. Limbs thick as pillars dug talons deep into the rock, flaunting its fearsome weight. Most startling were the ebony scythes thrusting from its ribs, the very blades that had just parried Jean Yas' pale gold greatsword, a hardness rarely seen. It roared again, warning the airborne Genia that this was its domain. Yours? Jean Yas' lips curled in mockery. She had planned to toy with it longer, but Zhan En's order had just arrived. Regret flashed across her face. The master has spoken, playtime is over. As the words left her mouth, every leaf blade on her withered leaf armor bristled. The bond flared, her savage aura climbing. A withering field spread outward, draining life and steepening the pressure in the air. The aura swept over the beast, and its 6 pupils shrank. Instinct screamed that its foe's power was skyrocketing. Genia flicked her wings and vanished. An instant later, a golden meteor crashed down. Boom. Caught off guard, the creature shuddered violently, nearly overturned. A deep gash split its iron hide. With the bond active, Genia could now pierce its defenses with ease. It shook its head and bellowed, jaws yawning wide. A gale erupted in iron torrent as dense as rain filled the corridor, sealing every angle. Each spike was thin as a needle, flashing lethal cold. Genia stayed calm. With a thunderous crack, a crimson tower shield unfolded before her. Clang, clang, clang. The rapid impacts rang like torrential rain on a bell. Spikes ricocheted off the shield yet still bored into walls and floor, drilling thousands of bottomless holes. Its trump card foiled. A shadow of unease flickered across the beast's 6 eyes. It held its stance, but its heavy paws edged backward, clearly intent on retreat. At that moment, a dusk-violet force field appeared, swallowing half the corridor. The pressure it exuded was every bit as daunting as the monster before them. A violet blur shot inside, its massive rotor whipping up a fierce gale. The deafening roar halted the pitch-black creature in its tracks. Unable to defend both front and back, the beast dug its claws deep into the ground as 3 pairs of crimson eyes contracted in panic. Roar! A dull bellow erupted. The purple vortex noticed every change, and Zhan En took in the entire scene. The monster's form reassembled in his mind, and a pleased glimmer crossed his facade. Was a Wumu iron beast. Such creatures are born only within veins of the finest Wumu iron. A single treasure lode may yield no more than 1 beast. Its iron body is unimaginably heavy, the crystallized essence of the entire vein, and one of the 3 key materials needed to forge a nethersteel knight charger, the last component still missing. Boom, boom. Thunder echoed above the ruins, and the necrotic tower shook violently. At the gate, Zhan En gently stroked little Xianz's head, watching calmly through the heavy doors. Moments later, golden and violet figures burst from the tower, dragging the colossal corpse of the Wumu iron beast. Its weight carved deep grooves across the stone floor, revealing its terrifying mass. Excellent. Zhan En praised his 2 retainers, then examined the body. Though dead, the beast's shell was nearly intact. Only a single sword wound through its brain core had proved fatal. He tapped the iron hide with his knuckles. Its hardness was astonishing. Had he not revealed the creature's weakness, his retainers could never have felled it so quickly. After storing the corpse, Zhan En entered the necrotic tower and collected a trove of bones. At last, every ingredient for the nethersteel knight charger was in hand. The ruins now held no further value. Zhan En lingered no longer, departing swiftly with his 2 retainers. In a secluded corner of the courtyard at Charles Manor in Ember City, the future shadow twins Rueli and Engna huddled within heavy shadows. Engna spoke gravely. Sister, when will Big Brother come back? Rueli shook her head. I don't know. Then she asked in return, Little sister, when will Big Sister be back? I don't know. Engna shook her head as well. Zhan En and Isi had left one after the other without taking them along, leaving the twins feeling abandoned. Darkness spread within their pupils, the mismatched black and white irises reflecting each other. Black met black, white met white, and a silent bridge formed between them. Drawn to each other's heterochromatic eyes, they whispered in unison, Sister, your eyes are beautiful. Rueli fixated on the black iris in Engna's right eye, while Engna became absorbed by the white iris in Rueli's left. Sharing a knowing smile, each raised a hand and slowly reached toward the other's eye. The next instant, warm blood sprayed through the air as the twins dug out their sister's right eye and their own left eye with their bare hands. Strangely, neither showed a hint of pain. Instead, their excitement only grew. Their blood-soaked fingers held 2 freshly plucked eyeballs, one black as an abyss, the other white as frost. In perfect sync, they pressed the gems into their empty sockets. So comfortable. They cried together. With their eyes shut, they felt flesh writhing like a living thing. Within moments, the new orbs fused, and the wounds vanished as if they had never been. Bang! When the fusion finished, the sisters opened their eyes. Ruela's pupils were now dark and fathomless, while Engna's gleamed a chilling white that seemed to expose all things. Sis, we're different now, Engna whispered.
We are, Rueli agreed. They stood in a shadowed corner, bodies blending naturally into the darkness. I've gained new memories, Engna murmured. So have I, Rueli replied. With those memories came power. Their awakened gaze unleashed a surge of shadow that wrapped them from head to toe. In a flash, Ruela's clothes morphed into a dark, gothic lotus-style battle dress, and a crescent great scythe, taller than she was, solidified in her hands. Engna donned the same dress in ghostly white. A faint smile curved her lips, but it was cold as death. A white banner rose above her head, flapping without wind, its cloth tangled with eerie shadows. Someone stole our home. We're taking it back. Their shadows intertwined, forming a gloomy portal that breathed icy air. Beyond it yawned a tunnel of endless night. Step by step, the sisters vanished into the darkness. Wow. MHMM. Wow wow. I get it wow. The fiery sprite Hong Ling whirled around Zhan En, cheering nonstop. The hidden hand behind Yinsha City was the High Constable, one of the three supreme powers, a man whose reach was frightening. No wonder that in the original timeline, the moment the Jinsha Society slipped up, the top brass struck like thunder, as if they had known everything from the start. With Hong Ling back, Zhan En's preparations were complete. It was time to enter the Black Mist Zone, where monsters were far more savage. Eyes blazing with battle lust, he stared toward the horizon. Several months later, Zhan En's party trudged into a vast swamp. Black, muddy water churned, and indistinct shadows glided beneath the surface. As they neared the bank, the creatures sensed intruders. Scarlet eyeballs burst through the mire, bloodshot and unblinking, fixing on them with a stare that froze the blood. Zhan En ignored the swarm of eerie eyeballs, his gaze seeming to pierce straight through the marsh. Who could have guessed that beneath this seemingly ordinary swamp lay an entrance to the Shadow Mist Plain? A Shadow Mist Plain is a remnant realm that condenses after the black fog devours a world, standing as that world's final monument. No one can say how many such planes have formed. In the previous era, a demigod once ventured inside and was lost forever in the depths. Each Shadow Mist Plane is spatially independent, yet from a higher dimension, they stack like floors in a tower, so explorers simply label them by level. Zhan En's goal this time is the Shadow Mist First Layer, reputedly the weakest, but still lethally dangerous to mid-tier psionics. From the middle ranks on, anyone who wishes to advance quickly must brave the Shadow Mist, for only there do hordes of same-tier monsters gather. The first layer is vast, and its portals are scattered across the material realm. Every entrance deposits travelers in a different zone. After careful consideration, Zhan En chose this swamp as his doorway. Genia, clear the path. Understood, master. With a beat of her shadowed wings, Genia shot into the sky. Shapes lurking in the mire were instantly drawn to her, surging upward like a tide. Crimson eyeballs surfaced one after another, staring greedily at the heavens, waiting for their prey to fall so the feast could begin. Boom. A withering domain erupted, a gray-brown field blanketing the entire marsh. The crimson eyeballs began to decay at once. Dark figures thrashed as their lifespans drained away before their eyes. They rushed toward the shore in a frantic bid to escape the oppressive power. High above, Genia watched coldly, lips curling. Run, go on. The harder you struggle, the faster your life burns out. None of the shadows ever crossed the domain's edge. Midway their life thread snapped, and they dropped lifeless to the bottom. With each creature's death, Genia's withered leaf armor gleamed brighter, its plates taking on a deeper hue. With the path clear, Zhan En raised his hand. Ziwa! Roar! Ziwa responded at once. A field of violet energy spread outward, twisting into a massive tunnel that bored through the swamp and plunged into the depths. Through the corridor, they could just make out ink-black spring water flowing slowly the gateway to the first layer. Come on, let's go. Wow. Hong Ling dove into the spring to scout ahead, while the other familiars flanked Zhan En and followed one after another. The world flipped. In an instant they were somewhere else. A biting chill slammed into them. Even the padded coats they had donned beforehand could not fend off the first layer's brutal cold. All around stretched a desolate expanse of gray and white, a wilderness of dead ice crystals where every trace of life had been frozen solid. Zhan En narrowed his eyes, studying the landscape. A flicker of nostalgia surfaced. They looked upon a scene identical to the one in his memory, unchanged in the slightest. First things first, he had to raise his spirituality to 20 as quickly as possible. This was the top priority. Only when his spirit reached 20 could Zhan En elevate his shield guardians into the far stronger Black Knights. A host of monsters lurked on the southern wastes, but his 3 lieutenants ranked among the fiercest beings on the first layer of the Black Mist, so he felt no real concern for their safety. Long-distance flight was out of the question. When Zhan En looked up, razor-edged winds collided overhead, churning into savage ice storms that slashed the sky like enormous white blades. The first layer's signature cold gale indiscriminately shredded everything in the air. Since flying was impossible, he relied on his memory of the terrain, picked a direction, and summoned a dozen Red Rose Shield Guardians, the fastest troops at his command.
4 of them lifted his palanquin vehicle carved from a single block of firestone that radiated constant heat. Thick pelts lined the cabin, sealing out the chill. Half reclining inside, Zhan En felt warmth spread up his spine, as comforting as a soak in a hot spring. "Move out," he murmured. The 3 lieutenants took the flanks, and the squad skimmed south just above the ground. "Master, something's following us," Genia whispered, asking whether to strike. "Too few. Ignore them," Zhan En said. The creatures on the first layer were far smarter than those in low-spirit zones. Raw instinct no longer ruled them. Indeed, the icicle-shaped monster behind them merely trailed at a distance. One glance told Zhan En it would yield barely a single point of experience, hardly worth the effort. Monsters here were quick. Even those with low spirit could close in at any moment. Moments later, several more appeared through the swirling snow, still hanging back. Zhan En's lips lifted in a faint smile. The more of them gathered, the more spirit essence he could claim. Their numbers soon climbed past 20, yet they held their ground, eyes gleaming with cunning and caution. Such partial sapience was deadly. They could track, coordinate, and grasp the power of numbers. Many monsters on this layer even formed primitive tribes and waged wars of their own. Few human psychics ever set foot here, never destined to be major players. Countless tribes rose and fell without encountering a single human. The pack kept swelling, jumping from 20-odd to over 50 in the blink of an eye. Alongside the ordinary icicle beasts came 4 elites, twice the size of their kin, their conical arms etched with spiraling grooves that flashed like blades of frozen light. Their arrival emboldened the horde, and the 4 elites in particular were already bristling to attack. "Not quite ready," Zhan En muttered, raising a hand to keep the shield guardians still while he waited for more prey to gather. As expected, another group soon appeared, squat, rotund ice creatures whose bloated bellies occupied 2/3 of their bulk. "The numbers are still a bit thin." Zhan En raised a hand, signaling the 11 red rose shield guards to stay put. The iron-clad sentinels stood silently at his side, soul flames flickering behind gray-white helmets. He waited patiently, letting the pursuing swarm in the distance continue to swell. Moments later, new shapes lumbered into view: podbelly ice beasts. Short and rotund, their bellies made up 2/3 of their bulk, yet they moved with surprising agility. Compared with the icicle fiends, these creatures had a trace of intellect, but were far more dim-witted, forcing their way forward on instinct alone. When nearly 100 monsters had gathered behind him, Zhan En finally murmured, "That should do." At once the 11 shield guards halted, pivoting like blades to form a line. Gray flames danced in their visor slits as they fixed on the onrushing horde. Among monsters, the icicle fiends were always the cleverest. Unlike the rabble shrieking in all directions, they snapped into a neat formation. Centered on 4 elite fiends, the unit often struck with force far beyond its tier. The elites scanned the field, contempt for the riffraff plain in their eyes. These lowly companions were disposable fodder. Victory would hinge on the timing of the icicle fiend's own attack. One elite stood out, where the others exposed spiral-etched icicle arms. This one wielded a pair of black iron spike arms, the metal gleaming coldly, tips sharp enough to mirror the snow. Its constant place at the formation's center showed the entire force took its lead from it. The Black Fog Zone's monster tribes had learned to forge metal, and this special icicle fiend was proof. Zhan En noted the detail. Once monsters gained intellect, they instinctively banded together for protection or conquest, forming mixed monster tribes. After countless wars, a chaotic swarm could evolve into a true tribe. In the distance, the distinguished elite saw its prey halt. Cruel light flashed in its eyes, and it barked a curt order. The other 3 elites herded the rabble forward, pushing them to the front while they held the rear. The squat podbelly beasts were crammed into the first rank. The icicle fiends spread out in a fan to shield the core. The special elite crouched amid its guards, its sinister gaze locked on Zhan En's party. The prey looked strange, carried no trace of frost energy, and clearly did not belong to this region. A chill pricked the elite's heart. Old breed? Thousands of years ago, the new breed and old breed tribes had fought a brutal war for supremacy. Rivers of blood flowed, countless tribes vanished, and mountains of frozen corpses hardened into bizarre glacial terrain. When the carnage finally ended, both alliances were exhausted. They drew a truce along the great cold river that cut across the plain, each side retreating to lick its wounds. The Icicle clan had never been a giant tribe, yet it once dominated several ice veins. After that war, however, their upper ranks were nearly wiped out, and for 1,000 years they had fallen to the level of this motley rabble. Roaring, hundreds of monsters burst through whirling ice mist and charged toward Zhan En's party. The rotund ice fiends led the assault, squat yet agile. Their broad, plank-like feet let them glide over the slick surface like a gale, their bulky flesh screeching against the ice. The rest of the pack thundered after them, howls brimming with hunger for flesh. At the rear, icicle beasts formed a rearguard, fighting to hold the formation together. Zhan En watched in silence. When the icicle beasts closed to within 100 meters, he murmured, "My retainers, erase them." Roar, wah, as you command, master. 3 streaks violet, crimson, and gold flashed out like lightning and slammed into the horde. Boom. A violet curtain fell, scarlet flames rolled, and a withering miasma spread. The 3 forces wove into a tempest of death. In a single heartbeat, a tenth of the monsters lay dead, torn limbs and flesh strewn across the ice. In the rear ranks, an elite icicle beast narrowed its eye slits to pinpoints. The legion it had painstakingly gathered could not even strike back. Panic seized it. It shrieked for retreat. Wah! The cry caught the retainer's attention. The fastest, the red spirit, became a streak of scarlet and appeared above the elite's head. The beast had barely lit the black iron patterns on its arms before searing fire engulfed it, melting both creature and twin spikes into molten metal. Wah! Its shriek was swallowed by the flames. The red spirit spat in disdain and dove back into the slaughter. Essence 1.5, Essence 2.2, Essence 1.6. The crisp prompts chimed in Zhan En's mind, brightening his mood. The monsters on Black Mist's second layer were tougher, yet his 3 retainers still steamrolled them. The shielded guards, refined only twice, could never match this efficiency and would suffer losses in any prolonged fight. That was why he kept them on the sideline. She would unleash them only after their next ascension. In less than a minute, the entire pack lay dead, and Zhan En's essence soared to 2,409 out of 19,000. Not bad, almost 500 points, he murmured, signaling the group to continue south. The farther they traveled, the denser the monsters became. Whenever a horde assembled, he followed the same routine, released the 3 retainers while he sat back and harvested essence. Over a few days, they eliminated more than a dozen waves, and his essence rocketed to 9,301 out of 19,000. At last, the party stopped before a hanging glacier, a sheet of ice clinging to a mountainside, its upper face riddled with cracks and its lower edge jutting outward like an overhang. Thousands of icicles dangled from the wall, each tip crowned with a crystal sphere that caught the southern light and shimmered like a sea of frozen lanterns. Zhan En stood beneath the glittering wall, his expression unreadable. Who would guess that beneath such splendor lurked a swarm of bloodthirsty creatures? The hanging glacier's real name was the ice worm nest, the spawning ground of a monster called the ice moth larva. In his sights, the thousands of frozen spheres were cocoons, each holding a still frostwing larva waiting to emerge. That moment would never come. They would serve as Yin's last fuel to push his spirit to 20 points. His gaze settled on his 3 retainers, Ziwo, Hongling, and Jinya. Until the Red Rose Shield Guard evolved again, the hunt fell to these 3 alone. We move after dark. Ziwo cuts them off. Hongling and Jinya handle the kill sector by sector. At night, the larvae sleep deepest. If Ziwo sealed the sound with his violet field, flame and decay could sweep through quickly, never alerting the swarm. Should the brood awaken en masse, they would burrow into the glacier, and the slaughter would stall. That was the real threat, not the safety of his followers. Roar. I understood. The 3 answered in turn. Jin ordered them to hold position, set the shield guard to watch over him, and raised a small tent behind an ice ridge to rest. The distance would give him room to maneuver should the insects stir. The gray-white sky was slowly devoured by black. The first layer of the fog-bound realm had no sun, yet day and night still alternated. Night lasted only a quarter of the cycle, about 6 hours. When full darkness fell, Jin did not sleep. He watched the field through Ziwo's eyes. Begin, he said softly. My retainers, go. Ziwo moved first. His violet field split in 2 and wrapped around separate clusters of cocoons, leaving no gaps. Hongling and Jinya exchanged a glance, then each stepped into a zone. Boom! Crimson fire flooded Hongling's sector. The icy orbs vaporized, and the fist-sized larvae woke to a furnace. They writhed, instinctively drilling for the ice below, only to find every escape sealed by flame. The walls melted. Their shrieks echoed once, then silence. Across the field, Jinya was gentler. Her withering domain unfolded soundlessly, siphoning life from every larva. In a heartbeat, the vitality within countless cocoons shriveled. The insects aged to dust, lacking the strength to break free. A few sensed danger and tore halfway out, but the domain stole their last spark before they could escape. The dead leaf on Jinya's shoulder glimmered as it drank in that life. The leaf grew ever brighter, and Yin's spiritual essence rose at a stunning pace. Spirit Essence 2.1, 2.0, 2.9. The ice butterfly grubs become immobile once they spin their cocoons, ranking at the very bottom of spirit creatures. Only after emerging as ice butterfly bugs do they gain any real means of attack, and even then they rely mainly on sheer numbers. Across the snowy plain, ice blue cocoons formed a solid carpet, yet they posed no threat at all to the 3 retainers under Zhan En's command. The trio advanced like a blade's edge, pinning the unhatched swarm in moments, while the adult insects in the outer nests slumbered on, showing no sign of counterattack. Zhan En had expected exactly this. Monster hives that could be wiped out in a single sweep were vanishingly rare. He had recorded these coordinates by chance during a gathering quest in his previous life. Had they met any ordinary enemy force, half the ice butterfly bugs would have escaped. Unfortunately for them, they met Zhan En. With the slaughter proceeding smoothly, Zhan En withdrew his attention and turned to necromantic alchemy. Combine wraith ash, bone fragments, and umbral or to refine a rare mount, the spectral umbral steed. Quality, pale gold. Success rate scales with spirit. The timing was perfect. Since acquiring the alchemy scroll and a full set of materials in those ruins, he had rushed straight here without stopping to craft. Now that the hive was secured, he could finally begin. He swept a sleeve, sending heaps of bones rattling onto the ground. Next came fistfuls of wraith ash, followed by the massive corpse of an umbral iron beasta treasure that could fully replace umbral ore, and with even better results. With all three materials ready, Zhan En carved out the exact proportions he needed and drew a long breath. Necromantic alchemy. A surge of ether shot from his fingertips, sketching a chalk-white array in midair. The ingredients floated into the formation as its sigils spun. His hands shifted through a rapid sequence of seals, and he barked. Refine. Pale flames roiled. Bones liquefied. Umbral iron melted into midnight slag, and wraith ash boiled in a gray vortex. Zhan En watched every shift, unwilling to blink. The moment everything dissolved, he shouted again. Condense. Metal and ash fused, stretching into the shape of a massive warhorse. Its skeleton was pitch black, etched with eerie runes, a crushing aura rolling off its frame. At the final step, Zhan En pressed his palms together in a peculiar pose and snapped. Awaken. Blue soulfire burst in the creature's skullnae. The iron-black bones ignited with ghostly azure flames, a cold that cut to the marrow. The glow stained the surrounding snow a deep teal. His first attempt was a complete success. Zhan En stepped back to admire his work. A tall, ferocious mount, iron-hard bones laced with dancing soulfire that radiated an intimidating chill. Spectral umbral steed. Creator, Zhan En Charles. Quality, pale gold. Speed, 40. Skills, umbral iron bones, wraithfire. Note, its soul is bound to its creator. Higher spirit allows the forging of additional steeds. A top speed of 40. Pale gold quality truly lives up to its name under his control. Almost nothing could keep up. With this mount, the shield guard's mobility would no longer be a weakness. For a long time to come, speed would be their decisive edge. On top of that, the mount came with two abilities that delighted Zhan En. Black iron bones. The full skeleton is condensed from the essence of prime black iron, granting tremendous durability and the power to absorb more or to repair itself. Spectral flamea, frigid fire clinging to those iron bones that strikes directly at the soul, a rare and lethal kind of damage. One makes the mount nearly immune to physical wounds, the other sears an enemy's spirit. The more Zhan En studied them, the more pleased he became. The newborn spectral foal dipped its head obediently, letting him stroke it. A faint ripple of soul energy confirmed that an unbreakable bond now linked them, leaving no room for betrayal, just like with the skeletal warriors. Still, Zhan En calculated, each foal costs me a wisp of spirit, so the total I can forge is capped by my limit. He sped up. Am nowhere near the ceiling, yet another one. With a glance at the mound of materials, he flicked his sleeve and started on the second spectral foal. Whoosh. After days without sleep, Zhan En's eyes were bloodshot and his face looked ashen, yet he could not hide his satisfaction. Before him lay a sea of pitch-black foals, their chill ghost flames weaving together like rolling waves of fire. When he finished counting, he murmured, 60. A full 60. That would do for now. With a thought, he stored part of the herd in his dimensional packle. Chemical constructs could move in and out of it at will. Instead of resting, he downed several alchemical potions, forced himself awake, and began instructing the entire line of shield guards. Next, I will teach you bone riding. The shield guards roared, mounted up, and the lesson began in earnest. Time flew. While his three lieutenants kept harvesting souls, Zhan En coached them personally, and ectoplasmic essence piled up until ectoplasmic essence reached 19,000, spirit 1, now at 20. Attribute point 1, skill points 120. Without hesitation, he pushed the attribute point into strength, raising it to 25.5. The Child of Nature effect pulled Constitution up to 25.6 as well. He slipped another point into skeleton reanimation, bringing the skill to level 46. 16 skill points remained, and with the 30 provided by his spirit gear, he could now summon 31 skeletons, leaving 18 slots still open. KK. Spirit is finally at 20. He chuckled. For the shield guards to undergo their third apotheosis and evolve into the far more powerful Black Knights, 3 conditions had to be met. 1. The Death Herald himself must reach Spirit 20. 2. The shield guards must clear their ascension threshold and master bone riding. 3. A skeletal mount of violet grade or higher must be sacrificed. All 3 requirements were now satisfied, so the next step would follow naturally. But first, he had to deal with his spirit gear. These items are called spirit gear not only because they grant spirit arts, but because once a psyker's spirit reaches 20, he can perform soul fusion, drawing the equipment into his very soul. After fusion, Every buff remains active permanently, no matter whether the gear is physically worn or not. Of course, once fused, the item's hardness and edge can no longer block an incoming blow. It has to be manifested again for that. Even so, having its enhancements available at all times was more than enough for Zhan En. All in all, it made life much easier. After fusing every piece of spirit gear with his own soul, Zhan En immediately summoned his 3 familiars back. Promoting the shield guard to a Black Knight was his top priority. The moment he imagined the new knight's birth, every trace of fatigue vanished. It didn't matter that he had gone days without sleep. He let out a frosty breath, tilted his head, and downed 10 alchemical vials in one go. The liquid scorched down his throat, and he sat cross-legged, eyes shut, calmly absorbing the medicine. His mind had to be razor-sharp before he triggered the Black Knight Ascension array. Within moments, 3 streaks of light descended from the sky, and the familiars landed in turn. Zhan En opened his eyes, fully restored. A silent thought made the ice before him bulge as a pitch-black wooden jar rose up. It was taller than a man, its surface crawling with dark runes that leaked a chill both eerie and ominous. This was the Gordo Jar, a mid-tier Deathcaller seal vessel, used to store priceless solutions. The jar alone was worth a fortune, let alone its contents. Zhan En flicked a Deathcaller sigil from his fingertip and touched the lid. The seal loosened, gray mist billowed out, and a milky, glass-like liquid appeared, bone-deep cold and twinkling with flecks of light. This was the array solution he had brewed for the Black Knight's Ascension, several times costlier than bone essence or moonsilver elixir and far harder to make. He levitated the liquid, pouring it onto the ice to sketch the new array. The design had more layers and denser lines than any he had drawn before. A single misstep meant starting over. Fortunately, he knew every stroke by heart, and his hand never wavered. The familiars formed a perimeter, ready to kill any creature that dared approach and keep their master undisturbed. Time slipped by in the biting wind. An intricate array slowly emerged across the ice, glyphs interlocking like precision gears. Good. Perfect. After a final check, Zhan En ordered a Violet Briar shield guard to step into the central node, then placed a Phantom Knight steed in the secondary node. With primary and secondary subjects in place, he swept his arm, and a mountain of monster corpses slid into the sacrificial ring, forming a circular rampart. The preparations were complete. Drawing a deep breath of icy air, Zhan En raised his hand and unleashed a surge of Deathcaller energy. Boom! The Black Knight Ascension array blazed to life. Lines lit up one after another, weaving a radiant web as frigid white flames shot skyward, swallowing the entire area. The secret tongue of Ascension echoed within the blaze. The heaps of monster corpses burned into pure energy, feeding the array like firewood. As the offering continued, the pale sea of flame raged higher, its tongues licking the sky and staining it the color of death. Zhan En watched every change inside the circle. When the blaze peaked, the words of Ascension on his lips sped up and grew urgent. At the same moment, he produced a cache of rare reagents, Dualfall Bone, or Azure Rhino Horn, and Wrathstone Marrow, and flung them into the pale inferno. Boom! In an instant, the pale flames, already at their peak, surged higher, looming in the distance like an ivory volcano. The inferno churned while Zhan En clenched his staff and growled under his breath. Burn! Extract! Transcend! A sea of white fire boiled at his feet, sending blistering waves of heat across the plain. Under the elemental onslaught, the air held only warped heat ripples and the occasional crack of something bursting. Zhan En dared not relax. His words of sublimation came faster and faster. Another thunderous roar. As the chant neared its end, a far more dreadful pressure swept outward like a flood. In the heaving white fire, a towering black silhouette flickered, devouring the flames around it. The moment the blaze finally died, the center of the sublimation circle revealed the scene Zhan En had dreamed of. A knight stood there, radiating a horrifying aura. Its bones were several times thicker than before, every gap crammed with dense plates that had fused into a suit of jet-black bone armor, cold and metallic in its sheen. Sinister violet bramble patterns crawled across the plates, and the emblem on its chest emitted a chilling light. Slung across its back was a crimson tower shield whose lion-tiger visage roared at the sky. In its massive bone hand rested a long-hafted greatsword, no mere blade, but nearly a 5-meter bone lance, edged with razor-sharp violet thorns that gleamed with lethal frost. Beneath it, the wraith stallion wore matching brambled bone barding, only 2 ghostly soul fires showing in its eye sockets. Phantasmal flames rolled beneath its hooves, carrying an icy chill. At last, finale, it worked. Zhan En landed before the knight, his gaze instantly locking onto the mutated violet thorn lance. Before him stood the very image that haunted his memories, a fully armored horse and rider, lance in hand, shield on back. He hurriedly pulled up the status window. Violet Bramble Black Knight. Health, 400. Constitution 50. Strength, 28. Constitution, 8. Speed, 3 on foot, 40 mounted. Skills, Violet Bramble Might, Violet Bramble Cavalry Tactics 3, Terror. 28 Strength. The speed weakness was not only patched, but overturned. By raw stats alone, this thrice sublimed Violet Bramble Knight could crush mid-tier lifeforms and still rank high among advanced psionics. On the first level of the Black Mist, where the spiritual cap was barely 29, who but a special node boss could rival it? With 40 speed and terrifying power, the Violet Bramble Black Knight could roam that level at will. And that was before counting its flawless fusion of the fearless shield armor, the Violet Bramble sword lineage, and the Wraith steed. Violet Bramble Might. A powerful innate talent born of the fusion between the Violet Bramble sword, the fearless shield armor of the First Legion of Ersba, and the essence of a Wraith steed. 1. Violet Bramble Cavalry Tactics, 3 levels. 2. While using Violet Bramble Cavalry Tactics, damage 10 and defense 10. 3. Bond Fearless Bramble. For every additional Violet Bramble Black Knight present, gain 1 strength and 1 constitution through resonance, and become immune to debuffs. Each point of constitution lasts 10 minutes. 4. Black Iron Bone Mail. Greatly increases defense and allows the knight to absorb black iron or bones to recover injuries. 5. Wraithfire. A soul-searing blue flame that drastically increases damage to spiritual targets. Zhan En's attention was fixed on the last 2 abilities, both clearly inherited from the Wraith Knight Stallion. Dark Iron Bone Armor was an upgraded form of the original Dark Iron Bone and boasted formidable defenses back. When Jinya had tried to slay the Dark Iron Matriarch, she had struggled just to crack that first layer of bone. Now the armor had advanced another tier. Its toughness was easy to imagine. Spectral Flame itself had changed little, but once it coated a weapon, the Black Knight's damage against any ghost-type creature would soar. If the Black Knight ever completed all of its bonds and stacked 3 more ascensions on top of that TSK, the more Zhan En thought about it, the more grateful he felt that on the very first ascension, he had chosen the clan sword with a bond Adishade and inspired decision. The first layer of Black Mist would be nothing. Even the node boss would be crushed by a fully bonded Black Knight. Go patrol the perimeter. After checking the stats, Zhan En sent the first Black Knight out of the Ascension Circle. Outside waited 10 purple Thorn Shield Guardians, 11 red Rose Shield Guardians, 6 Tulip Shield Guardians, and his 3 retainers, all ready for their own ascensions. Go. The second purple Thorn Shield Guardian stepped into the array while Zhan En summoned another Wraith Knight Stallion, beginning a new round of ascension. Third round. Fourth round. The glowing lines of the formation blurred as time raced by. For an entire day and night, he kept himself going with alchemical tonics, forcing one session after another. Just one more ascension, then he'll sleep. 9th round, 10th. I'm not tired. I can keep going. 21st, 22nd. Sleep? There are only a few left. 27th, 28th. At last, every ordinary shield guardian had been ascended. 28 Black Knights now stood in ranks. Spectral flames curled around obsidian bone armor that radiated an icy chill, and their long halberds seemed to exude frost. The suffocating silence could almost freeze the air. The Red Rose and Tulip Black Knights had stats nearly identical to their Purple Thorn counterparts, each 1 peak combat power for this layer of Black Mist. Zhan En's blood was racing, yet he knew he was nowhere near his limit. The 3 retainers still awaited ascension, and 15 summon slots were empty. Skeleton Rebirth. Skeleton Rebirth. Necrotic energy surged into nearby corpses. With creaking bones, skeletal warriors clawed their way up. The 15 empty slots filled at once. Orders were unnecessary. 11 Purple Thorn Black Knights and 11 Red Rose Black Knights each took a skeleton and set out to farm monsters, harvest death energy, and hit the next ascension threshold as quickly as possible. The clatter of hooves and armor soon faded into the distance. You guard the perimeter. The remaining 6 Tulip Black Knights were assigned to rotate duty with the 3 retainers. Zhan En clapped his hands, eyes falling on Ziwo, Hongling, and Jinya. All right, it's your turn to ascend. The 3 retainers hurried back to their master, unable to hide their excitement. Creatures that had once been as weak as they were now radiated power nearly equal to their own. The mingled chill and heat of ascension made their hearts pound. They hungered for ascension every bit as much. Wow! Roar! Hongling and Ziwo crowded in from either side, each determined to be first. Jinya, gifted with human-level intellect, simply folded her arms and observed the conflicted look on her master's face. Secretly pleased, she understood the art of winning by not competing. She too craved greater power, yet she knew the choice was Zhan En's alone. Suddenly Jinya noticed the bloodshot veins spreading across Zhan En's eyes. Days without sleep had drained him, and even alchemical tonics could not push back the fatigue. She spoke at once. Master, the ascension can wait, you need rest. Ziwo and Hongling fell silent at her words. Their roars and cries blended into something almost gentle. Their concern warmed Zhan En's heart, and the resolve that held him upright dissolved into a wave of drowsiness. Very well, at your current strength, the first layer of Black Mist is no longer a threat, he said, then ducked into the tent and collapsed. Moments later, soft snores drifted out. Listen, the master is asleep, Jinya whispered. Hongling tilted her head, listening. Ziwo lifted a hand and cast a dim violet field that draped over the camp, sealing out every sound. Hongling became a streak of crimson light and circled the perimeter, while Jinya kept watch by the fire until dawn. After several turns of day and night, Zhan En finally flung open the tent flap, brimming with energy. Much better. Let's resume the ascension, he declared, summoning his 3 retainers. We'll go in order of birth one at a time. Roar. Ziwo, called first, rumbled with excitement, dark sigils flickering across his chest. Hongling lowered her head and grumbled, then glanced at Jinya and chirped with relief at least she was not last. Jinya gave a faint snort. Childish. With a seasoned soul, she silently vowed that one day she would claim everything. The rolling waves of emotion among his servants made Zhan En's mouth twitch, but the ritual had to continue. Sacrificed monster corpses were piled into a small mound. Pale flames rose and sank again and again, warping the air with heat. The procedure mirrored the Shield Warrior Ascension, only on a far grander scale. When the final tongue of fire died, the 3 great retainers burst forth together astride their spectral black steeds. As Zhan En expected, they radiated a deeper, purer strength than any common Dark Knight. Ziwo's flesh fused with black mother iron, forming a layer of dark violet, plate neither metal nor bone, as supple as tough leather at last covered his exposed viscera and gave him a more human outline, a welcome sight indeed. Ziwo Dark Knight Retainer. Hit points, 700. Constitution 50. Strength, 30. Constitution, 14. Speed, 5 on foot 40 mounted. Skills, Violet Thorn Enhanced, Violet Thorn Shield Tactics I3, Umbral Violet Field Strength I3, Black Vortex Complete 3. Hongling's once child-sized body ballooned in an instant, matching Ziwo's towering frame. A bone-white carapace, now slick with crimson fire, lit up inch by inch as flames traced every groove, draping her in a blazing mantle. The wraith stallion beneath her changed as well. Its dull ghost fire was devoured by fiercely burning spirit flames. The leaping red light held aloft like a torch that bathed the battlefield in scarlet. Hongling, Dark Knight, Familiar. Hit points, 500. Physique, 50. Strength, 30. Endurance, 10. Speed, 9. Infantry rating, 40. Cavalry rating, 40. Skills, Red Rose Variant, Red Rose Shield Tactics, Body of the Fire Spirit, Scion of the Spirit Realm Fire. Flames roared, heat shimmered, and yet Zhan En felt only rising exhilaration. This was merely the first familiar to finish its ascension. He turned at last to the transformed Jinya. Her withered leaf armor bled an overpowering aura of decay, the dead stillness creeping from the plates to the mane of her wraith charger. Beneath each leaf-shaped plate, life and blight clashed in stark contrast, like an autumn forest caught in a fire's glare. Along the rim of the great crimson shield on her back, razor-edged leaves whirled so fast they shrieked through the air, promising to shred anything in their path. Her ochre lance was wrapped in tulip motifs. The petals looked ready to bloom in the next heartbeat, a harmony of contradiction. Jinya, Dark Knight, Familiar. Hit points, 800. Physique, 50. Strength, 30. Endurance, 16. Speed, 3. Infantry rating, 40. Cavalry rating, 40. Skills, Tulip Enhanced, Tulip Shield Tactics, Domain of Blight, Vines of Withering Sin, Shadowfinger. After 3 rounds of ascension, both familiars had seen their attributes surge, with strength breaking the formidable barrier of 30, the threshold for becoming a controller. When their bond with their master flared to full power, their combat strength would be even more terrifying. Hey, who else dares stand before me? Zhan En burst into raucous laughter, his chest swelling with battle lust. In this era, a controller already sat among the upper echelons, often the very leaders of every major faction in the material realm, be it human city-states, kingdoms, or the betrayers. Those of the next tier, the codified, were rarer still and typically dwelled in Beacon City. With the cards he held now, Zhan En could roam the material realm unchecked. Plans must evolve, he mused. Even with my 3 familiars reaching their current heights, it's time for me to take a larger stride forward. Within the first layer of black mist, high-grade Dark Knights could already sweep aside obstacles and accomplish most objectives for him, and their numbers would only keep growing. For the 3 great familiars, this zone had become cramped. They needed more significant tasks. Current inventory. Only 5 Tulip Clan swords remain, 12 Silver Lily swords, and a single Fearless shield set. 15 skeletal soldiers still await ascension, and as their sentience grows, demand for spirit gear will only increase, shield gear being in greatest short supply. The Ersba ruins still hold a vast reserve of pale gold spirit gear, but it can only be traded for with Ersba antiquity coins. Before leaving Roxan City, he had already asked his sister to buy up coins long-term, yet market purchases fell far short of his needs. He knew the truth. The royal treasury of the Dotru kingdom hoarded precisely the cache of ancient coins he coveted. I had planned to fetch them myself, but now it seems one familiar will suffice. His gaze settled after only a moment's thought. Jinya will go. After all, she would be dealing with a human kingdom, and Jin Yan, like the other two familiars, scowled hold a normal conversation. The inherited memories that let her communicate with humans made her the perfect envoy and would streamline the entire affair. Jinya, I have a task for you. Zhan En got straight to the point, gave her the exact location of the city, and handed her a dimensional vessel meant specifically for storing Elsbag gold coins. Get there first, I'll direct the operation myself. At once, master. Jinya bowed. As her words fell, the departure array flashed, and she and the Wraith Colt were instantly transported out of the first layer of black mist. With the shield project entrusted to Jinya, only the clan's swords remained. Closing his eyes, Zhan En combed through his memories, searching for the nearest and easiest blade to claim. King Yuan Y clan sword du far. Beilong Yu clan sword too much red tape. He reviewed the notes on the remaining 8 swords and settled on the Lan Shizu clan sword, rumored to rest with a tribe somewhere in the Ink Mountains and relatively easy to obtain. Decision made. He weighed Hong Ling against Ziwa. Given Ziwa's shared vision ability, it was the better choice for remote command. Ziwa, I have a mission for you. Roar. Bone plates clacked as Ziwa thumped its chest in salute. Thrilled to receive the spatial gear its master was indeed generous. The array lit again, and Ziwa shot off toward the ink range. Watching the others receive their orders and, more importantly, their own dimensional gear, Hong Ling shifted anxiously, flames flickering at its feet. Wah! It raised a hand, ready to charge through fire and water at a single word. An idea sparked in Zhan En's mind. Hong Ling, I have something for you as well. Wah! Hong Ling brightened, pocketed the spatial ring, and left the first layer of black mist with its master's instructions. Assignments complete. Zhan En stretched lazily and waited for results. Moo, the small bundle cradled in his arm, hummed contentedly. Had he not possessed both the child of nature and Dawn Furflame constitutions, anyone else would have been drained dry by now. Xuanzi clung to his arm, greedily drawing on his life force. Faint crimson veins had begun to appear between its snow-white horns. Once those blood markings were fully revealed, the super life form would leave its juvenile stage, and Zhan En was certain of its potential. Grow quickly, Xuanzi, he murmured, stroking the silver-white hair and imagining its future power. Time slipped by. Inside the first layer of black mist, he continued promoting new sword guards and shield guards, while his retainers reached their respective targets one after another. Border of Duadalu Kingdom. Jinya sat astride the Wraith Colt, her gaze sweeping over the rolling plains toward the horizon. Master, I'm about to enter Duadalu Kingdom, she reported through the soul link. That was quick, Jinya. Zhan En was surprised. Duadalu lay at the far western edge of human territory, and he had expected her to arrive last. Thank you, Master. From the western plains onward, the road has been perfectly flat, so the Wraith Colt could run at full speed faster than flying. Recalling the Colt's stats, Zhan En nodded to himself. With a speed rating of 40, an all-out gallop was indeed quicker than carrying Jinya through the air. Go, Jinya. I will be watching you at every moment. Since his spirituality had risen past 20, the soul link between Zhan En and his retainer had become crystalline. Through that gossamer bond, he could feel the temperature around Jinya and hear the faintest sounds as though through a thin veil. As you command, my lord. Jinya swung down from the back of the Wraith Stallion, a black warhorse sheathed in icy ghost fire whose hooves struck the earth without stirring dust. Leading the mount that matched his towering frame, he crossed the border into the human kingdom. At the city gate, 3 guards went rigid with terror, sweat trickling down their necks. A giant nearly 4 meters tall loomed in the morning fog. His armor was riveted from plates that looked like bronze gold dead leaves edged with fresh green, as if forged from some unknown tree. Beside him, the Wraith Stallion snorted smoke like rolling mist. Stop right there. The lead guard drew his blade, but dared not advance. With a flick of his wrist, Jinya tossed over a fire-gilded identity token. The guard caught it, glanced down, and muttered to himself. A retainer of some noble from the Northern City-State League? What is he doing in the Western Kingdom of Dotru? Northern caravans rarely come this way. Please move to the temporary quarters. I must inform my superiors. His voice shook. Remembering his master's plan, Jinya followed a soldier through winding streets and was lodged in a blue brick courtyard not far from the royal palace. By nightfall, the news that a northern noble's envoy had arrived had reached every power center in Dotru. Night held no concept of rest for a being of bone. Wind moaned through the yard as Jinya sat cross-legged beside a dry well. Behind him, the Wraith Stallion stood motionless, dark blue, with fire flickering in its eyes. Elsbega gold coins stored in the royal vault. He recalled his master's target, cold light reflecting in his empty sockets. Suddenly he rose. Rats have slipped inside. His gaze pierced the wall. Shapes hesitated in the shadows, then lunged. The assassins carried psionic power. Pale blue tracery pulsed along their throwing knives. Yet they had no idea what they faced. With soul tendrils alone, Jinya felt their life force pitifully weak. His voice was flat. Too weak. Boom. A burst of golden light, a chorus of screams torn away by the night wind, and the shadows dissolved into a crimson mist in the blink of an eye. Monster. The lone survivor collapsed in the blood, trembling. Darkness folded around him again. Jinya's voice was low, demonic. Oh, still breathing? How would you like to die? He was honestly curious why they had come for him. The terrified Deathsworn hesitated, eyes steely with resolve, then bit through a poison capsule hidden in his teeth. Venom flooded his throat, a spasm, and life fled his body. Deathsworn? Jinya brushed specks of blood from his armor, feeling the situation grow stranger. He turned toward a nearby house. A sudden flare ignited there, and an explosion rumbled through the night. At dawn, shrieks echoed through the streets. Several squads of royal soldiers ringed the temporary quarters, shields clanging, armor rattling. Evil forces struck last night. Many civilians are dead. The captain barked, face ashen. Have you any information? A middle-aged man in the crowd raised a shaking hand. I saw that big fellow talking with the attackers. He swallowed hard and ducked behind the soldiers as though fleeing a plague. Jinya arched a brow and looked at him coolly. Why do you slander me? Even with his aura suppressed, the chill pressure nearly suffocated the man. The captain drew his greatsword, steel flashing across startled faces. You villain! How dare you commit such crimes in the kingdom of Dotru? Clearly he had already decided that Jinya was one of last night's killers. Jinya narrowed her eyes. These men were clearly framing her, and the assailant from last night was probably one of them. Killing intent surged through her like an icy blade. Since they were picking a fight, she might as well cut them down. A crimson flash glinted in her pupils, and a crushing pressure swept across the courtyard. The very air felt sucked away. Sweat beaded on the palms of dozens of soldiers, and their feet slid back on their own. The captain at the front thought he was facing a beast newly roused, not a human one that would tear him apart the next second. Evildoers? Jinya's low voice rolled out, like distant thunder. Just as the standoff was about to explode, another unit stormed into the yard. Their leader wore a sumptuous brocade robe, walked with measured assurance, and carried a grave expression between his brows. You are no criminal, my lady. Please sheath your killing aura. Ordinary folk cannot endure it, he declared, fixing his eyes on Jinya with a hint of caution. From here on, I, the second prince, will handle the matter. Jinya let her pressure ebb like a receding tide. The newcomer exhaled quietly. When the soldier captain recognized him, his face drained of color. His hurried salute nearly clanged against the plates at his waist. As second prince, why are you? The prince's glance was cold and impatient. Take your men and leave. Now. The captain hesitated for a heartbeat. With the prince present, the plan was doomed. He could only grit his teeth and wave. Withdraw. Moments later, their embarrassed footsteps vanished at the mouth of the alley. The courtyard fell silent. After a few perfunctory words to settle the crowd, the second prince gathered his entourage and departed in haste. The sudden rescue left Jinya momentarily puzzled. The second prince? Unable to guess his motives, she reached out through the soul link to contact her distant master. In the carriage on the return journey, the guard captain could no longer contain his curiosity. Your Highness, why defend that outsider? This was obviously the first prince's doing. Weren't we lying low? Surrounded only by trusted aides, the second prince was candid. I had no wish to intervene, but that outsider is frighteningly strong. If our fools had fought her heathen, she'd have broken through and angered the nobles backing her. Another attendant frowned. But, Your Highness, she's just a noble. Our kingdom. The prince cut him off with a sigh. I know what you mean, but she comes from Ember City. The air froze. Several men drew sharp breaths. You mean the legendary Ember City, haven of half-elves? The guard captain asked hoarsely. Yes, the prince confirmed. She represents the Halfelven clans. Under the covenant of sacred fire, they have the right to patrol the northern frontier. The north is packed with powerhouses. Dotru is merely a minor western kingdom. We cannot afford a clash. The attendants exchanged looks, finally grasping the prince's caution. Good. Remember that, the second prince murmured, leaning back. Let the first prince take the risk. Elsewhere, Jinya relayed every detail through the soul link to Zhan En. Seated in his command tent, Zhan En tapped his fingers in thought. This was the twilight of Dotru's old king. Within a few years, the second prince would kill both brother and father to seize the throne. It seemed Jinya had been swept into their feud. Don't rush, Jinya. Follow the plan and conduct normal trade first, his calm reply came. It's a human kingdom. Cooperation is best. If talks fail, we'll consider other measures. Remember, everything is for humanity. His brand of justice never cared for appearances alone. Kingdom of Dotru, Royal Palace. The grand structure, built of white marble, gleamed under the sun while elite soldiers stood guard, sealing it like a fortress. The throne room was thick with tension. Who will tell me what happened in the refugee quarter? The king demanded. Seated high upon the dais, the elderly monarch wore a heavy silk mantle, his snow-white beard trembling with each low, rumbling word. The voice still carried power, but age had stolen its strength. Beneath the gilded pillars the officials knelt, afraid even to breathe, terrified of provoking his barely contained wrath. Only the two princes, Nua Ao and Bo Li, remained standing. Both were nearing middle age, both tall and straight, yet their temperaments could not have been more different. Nua Ao stepped forward, boot heels ringing against the marble floor, ambition blazing in his eyes. "Father, every attacker has been beheaded," he declared, each word sharp as steel. Their confessions name an outsider as their leader. Silence fell. The king's clouded gaze drifted to Bo Li. The investigation of outsiders was the second prince's responsibility. Bo Li's heart lurched. He dropped to his knees. "Father, the fault is mine for lax oversight. I await punishment." A fit of coughing racked the king. His withered fingers dug into the armrests. He looked first at the frightened Bo Li, then at the openly scheming Nua Ao. His voice rasped. "Enough. Outsiders are difficult to trace. The blame is not yours. Thank you for your mercy, father." Bo Li raised his head, eyes glistening with gratitude. The king's face softened, clearly pleased. Nua Ao sneered inwardly. "My brother's performances are always impeccable." He suddenly pressed. "Bo Li, why did you stop the soldiers from seizing that outsider? Are the two of you in league?" Bo Li was ready. "Dear brother, I did intervene, but I had no idea the outsider served a noble of Xinhua City." The king's brow furrowed as he turned to Nua Ao. "Is what Bo Li says true?" "Perhaps," yet Nua Ao began, but the king cut him off with a raised hand. "This matter ends here. The attack has nothing to do with a mere retainer from Xinhua City." But Father Nua Ao could not believe the king would back down over a servant. "Enough. I am the king." The royal roar crashed like thunder, followed by another racking cough. The burst of authority sent a chill through everyone present. Nua Ao bowed his head. "As you command, father." Veins stood out on the back of his hand as fury churned within him. "The king is old. Xinhua City lies far to the north. No noble there would risk war for a servant." Bo Li's lips curved faintly. "Foolish brother, power has blinded you." After the kingdom announced that all assailants have been captured, the refugee quarter returned to a fragile calm. Clip-clop at the end of the cobbled street, a lavish carriage rolled into view, its inlaid gold and jade shimmering in the sun. Soldiers cleared the way, guards flanked the coach, and curious residents were pushed aside. "It's the princess," someone whispered. "What is she doing here?" The carriage stopped before a secluded courtyard. An attendant unfurled a scarlet carpet and opened the carved door. A woman in an ornate gown descended with effortless grace. Her train brushed the ground, jewels scattering pinpoints of light. Her skin was porcelain, her features exquisite. Every movement spoke of royal poise and confidence. She was Princess Tf Dotru of the Kingdom of Dotru. The captain of the guard pointed to the courtyard ahead and said respectfully, "Your Highness, this is the residence." "Thank you for your trouble," Princess Tafu replied, her voice clear and soothing. "You flatter me, Your Highness," the captain murmured, cheeks flushing as he avoided her gaze. "Let's go in. I'd like to meet the retainers sent by the nobles of Xinhua City." "As you wish." The gates swung open, and several squads of soldiers marched in, forming a protective ring around the princess. Inside the yard, Jinya was conversing with its master from afar. The noise made it look toward the entrance, where a tall figure in armor met a radiant smile. "Good day, Lord Jinya," Tafu said with a gentle bow, her calm smile showing that she had long since learned what to expect of Jinya's imposing stature. A deep voice rumbled from beneath the helm. "And who might you be?" A servant hurried to explain. "My lord, this is Princess Tafu of the Kingdom of Dodalu." The glare he shot Jinya made it clear he found the question rude. "Princess of Dodalu?" Jinya's implanted human memories warned that the woman before it was anything but ordinary. It still wanted nothing more than to finish its master's assignment and stay clear of Dodalu's intrigues, yet the master had insisted there be a deal first. Perhaps this was the opportunity. On the first layer of black mist, the frozen plain shook with roars and thunderous hooves. A terrifying knight-clad head Toto in obsidian armor swung a long lance, reaping monsters as casually as a farmer cuts wheat. Not even the fleet-foot ice panthers escaped the weapon's arc. Mangled limbs and shattered bones littered the ice, and freezing blood filled the air with a metallic stench. It was only a fragment of the carnage. Across the vast expanse, more black knights pursued packs of beasts in every direction, tireless and relentless in their master's name. Seen from above, their paths all curved back toward a small glacial valley at the center of the hunt. At the center of the valley, a snow-white lodge had appeared without anyone noticing, guarded by 6 tulip black knights. Firelight flickered behind the windows. The floor inside was paved with dark red flame stone, a rare volcanic mineral Zhan En had stockpiled before entering the first layer of the black mist, and it kept the room pleasantly warm. Zhan En reclined in a chair, listening with satisfaction to the chime in his mind announcing another gain of ether. He lifted a steaming cup of black tea and took an unhurried sip, thinking, finally, the hard days are over. He had suffered through countless trials to master the path of the armored death knight, all for a moment like this letting his subordinates handle everything. Outside, Black Knights stood guard, making the lodge impregnable. Out on the ice sheet, more of them culled monsters while mentoring the younger ranks, saving him the effort. Beyond, his 3 vassal forces each played their part, advancing his grand design. All he needed to do was drink tea, sleep, and wait for the harvest. Stroking the silky white fur of Shuiinzi, he chuckled. Now this is the life. Shuiinzi? Moo. The creature's eyes curved into crescents as it guzzled fresh blood with gurgling delight. Although he looked relaxed, Zhan En was constantly pondering humanity's future. His current spirituality sat at 29 points, the final buffer before rapid growth stalls. Most psionics are forced to hit the brakes here. To cross from mid-tier to high-tier, they must forge a sublime psionic sigil, the only structure capable of supporting the mounting pressure deep within the soul. Because of that, anyone who owns a sublime sigil is unrivaled within their rank and is effectively half a step into the next tier, making them a coveted prize for every major faction. Zhan En had no worries about forging the sigil itself. What really occupied his mind was the stage beyond 30 points. Once spirituality breaches that line, progress stops being a matter of piling up numbers and becomes a process of refining ordinary spirituality into iron spirituality. After 30, spirit essence gained from hunting monsters contributes only marginally to iron spirituality. To climb higher, a high-tier psionic must rely on belief, determination, and repeated tempering to push iron spirituality to 40 points, thereby reaching bronze spirituality, the bronze referenced in the title Bronze Controller. Zhan En reflected on the implications. Spirit essence would not become useless after the breakthrough, only less efficient. Once he entered the high tier, the number of Black Knights under his command would surge, letting him harvest essence on a massive scale and still outpace ordinary psionics by a wide margin. Putting that concern aside, he turned to a far more urgent matter. In 1 year, the spirituality cap would begin to disappear. This change was both a curse and a blessing. On the downside, monsters would no longer be confined. They could roam freely, or even evolve into stronger variants in unfamiliar regions. While hunting, a psionic might suddenly face an enemy 1 or several tiers higher, sending the death rate through the roof. On the upside, human powerhouses would also be free to travel, offering timely support to novice psionics. Yet, because monsters outnumber humans by a vast margin, the overall environment would still grow more brutal for every tier. Official records from his previous life were explicit. The lifting of the cap signaled deeper infiltration by the black mist, which was slowly dragging the material world inward. Losing the limit was only the prelude. Eventually, every mist zone would border the first layer of the black mist. The consequences were obvious in that layer. Mid-tier monsters spread like a carpet. Soon they would swamp the thin mist belts, mass into armies, and assault human city-states. Not even the strongest silver weavers could guard every wall at once. The single consolation was that, for a while, the truly nightmarish creatures from deeper layers would not cross en masse. That scenario had earned a dramatic title in the old archives. The first expansion, The Fall of the North. Zhan En sifted through his memories, piecing scattered intel into a coherent picture. For humanity, the coming storm would be nothing short of catastrophic. In the original timeline, the cap vanished without warning. Countless psionics caught outside were ambushed by monsters that had never belonged in those regions and paid a devastating price. If Zhan En could have spread the warning before the spiritual lockdown, alerted the masses, and recalled the espers, the catastrophe might have been averted. But that disaster was only the opening act. At the boundary where the first layer of black mist touched the material world, legions of mid-tier beasts poured out, crashing over human territory like a tide. Ordinary mid-rank espers were helpless. Only high rankers, those who had become controllers, could hold the line, even briefly. Villages vanished in an instant. Castles were swallowed by the dark flood. An entire kingdom fell amid screams, blood, and fire, and nearly half of the northern realm was lost overnight. In that desperate hour, the mighty silver weavers united their wills, summoned nearly every esper, and at an immeasurable cost built the northern wall along the borders between the north and the 3 other realms, barely checking the beast's advance. Thus the second expansion Watchers of the Wall began. Since his rebirth, Zhan En had searched for a way to break the deadlock, but each time reached the same conclusion. If the black mist remained, the beast tide would never end. As long as any land bordered the first layer, the onslaught of mid-tier monsters was inevitable. The northern wall was still the only barrier capable of withstanding such numbers. Yet on the original timeline, that colossal fortress was erected only after the north had almost fallen and the human world had exhausted every resource. Even with prophecy in hand, he could scarcely persuade the leaders to shoulder such astronomical costs. In Advancino, one makes that decision until the abyss is staring back. So Zhan En abandoned any attempt to replicate the original wall. He had one goal: cut the tide at its source. From his past life, he knew the first layer of the black mist linked to the material plane across a 1,000-mile ice field crowned by towering glaciers. If he could raise a smaller but equally sturdy wall across that frozen wasteland and hold it, the ravening horde could be kept outside the world altogether. As for the regions the mist had already seeped into, the creatures there were gnats compared with the true tide. If his sister could recruit enough mid-tier espers as planned, 1 year would be more than enough. The new wall would be dramatically shorter than the original, and its schedule far more forgiving. Red Wisp should be almost there. Zhan En had sent it with a message for his sister. The time to act had come. Ember City and North's most vital city-state will be the starting point. Unless duty called them elsewhere, most of the realm's supreme weavers resided here, guarding the sacred flame and overseeing matters of state. On the towering outer ramparts, elite garrison troops patrolled day and night, ever watchful for monsters lunging from the mist. Red Wisp raised its pass and flashed through the gate in a streak of scarlet. Along the broad avenue, hamlets of every size dotted the landscape. In the fields, farmers sweated at their plows, and its senses caught the scent of earth and young wheat. So this is the city where Master lives, it murmured to itself. Scenes blurred past as it sped on. Ember City was unlike any other. Its vibrant energy seemed to set a soul ablaze. The tall Crimson Knight encountered no obstacles in the outer city, riding straight through the clusters of villages toward the inner walls. Hong Ling had once been told that Xinhua City was split into 2 zones, outer and inner. The outer district was a patchwork of fields where ordinary villagers worked from dawn till dusk, supplying the city with an endless stream of grain and other basics. The true heart of the city lay behind the high walls of the inner district, a warren of laboratories, storehouses, and council halls where rare materials, noble lineages, awakeners, and wealthy merchants all converged. Now the ancient, fortress-like inner wall loomed just ahead. Even while racing past, Hong Ling could see hair-thin runes embedded in the stony and active defensive array that hummed in silence and pressed on his senses like icy needles. "Look, what's that?" a guard shouted. A streak of scarlet shot toward them, tearing the air apart with a shrill roar. In the blink of an eye, it had crossed several streets. The next instant, the Yuhan Wuju, wreathed in flame, slammed to a halt before the gate. Its hooves struck the flagstones with a crack, and a wave of blistering heat turned the gatehouse into a furnace. The rider was a towering knight in crimson, flame-forged armor, every plate glowing like heated iron. A single red rose bloomed on his chest, bright as fire, yet strangely elegant. The guards stiffened. What household could feel the knight like this? The heat rolling off him made sweat pop on their brows. "Pass token," the lead guard barked, clinging to his duty. The Crimson Knight raised a gauntlet hand clang. A small alchemic ring flashed coldly through the air and landed in the guard's palm. He slid it into the reader. Blue light flickered, runes confirmed, and he hastily returned the ring. "Clear to enter." Hong Ling squeezed the stallion's flanks, and the Yuhan Wuju streaked over the cobbles like a comet's tail, disappearing into the inner city. Only when the figure vanished did a guard lean over and whisper, "Token says Charles' family with a presence like that and an armored mount like that, I doubt there's another pair in the whole city." Charles Manor. EC sat rigid in the main hall, a deep crease between her brows. Why had the twins vanished without a trace? The courtyard showed no sign of a fight, and none of the guards had seen them leave. The thought of explaining this to her younger brother only deepened her anxiety. She had barely finished rooting out the traitor in Roxan City, and now the twins were gone. Her instincts screamed that this was no simple matter. A servant hurried in. "My lady, an armored stranger is at the gate. He carries a household token and requests an audience." "An armored stranger? With one of our tokens?" EC frowned, puzzled which retainer could have changed so drastically. The servant hesitated, then added, "The token bears the name Hong Ling, my lady. None of us knows him." "Hong Ling?" Yice's heart jolted. The little spirit who had helped her expose the spy not long ago. "Show him in," she said, silently praying her brother wouldn't stir up more trouble. Clack, clack. A surge of searing air preceded the armored knight as he strode into the hall. EC studied him, then asked hesitantly, "Hong Ling?" The towering suit of armor bore no resemblance to the tiny wisp she had met in Roxan City. Only the familiar aura let her recognize him at all. "Yes, my master's sister." Hong Ling nodded eagerly, signaling that it was indeed him. EC could barely hide her shock. In just over a month his aura had skyrocketed, so intense it even gave her a faint sense of danger. Such growth bordered on the unbelievable. A sudden thought struck her, and she blurted, "Hong Ling, have you already stepped into the Dominion stage?" That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.